Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Boom, 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 boom. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed through the narrow, dimly lit cave. Sparks flew with every strike as Tony Stark focused intently on the steel helmet in his hands. His eyes were sharp, unwavering, as though he were already on the battlefield. "Hurry up," Dr. Inson whispered anxiously. "If we take too long, they'll get suspicious." Tony didn't respond. He simply hammered faster. Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Excuse me, where am I?" The hammer paused mid-air. Both Tony and Inson froze. The cave fell into complete silence. You could hear the rasp of their breathing, tight and rapid. Slowly, Tony turned around. Standing behind them was a young man, barely out of his teens, looking more confused than threatening. Tony's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" The young man gave a polite nod. "Hello, my name is Luo Bai." Tony didn't drop his guard. "Are you with them?" "Them." Luo Bai blinked in confusion. "The terrorists outside." "What? No. Of course not. Do I look like a terrorist?" "Then how the hell did you get in here?" Tony demanded. There was a long pause. Luo Bai scratched his head awkwardly. "This is going to sound crazy, but I kind of just appeared here. Out of thin air." Tony Stark, Dr. Inson. Luo Bai wasn't joking. He really did appear out of nowhere. No flashy magic, no teleportation device, just good old-fashioned time travel. A few minutes ago, he'd been picking up a delivery. No truck ran him over. No glowing artifact teleported him. Yet here he was, standing in a cave, staring at a man who looked exactly like Robert Downey Jr. It didn't take long to connect the dots. Tony Stark. Terrorists. Cave. This was Iron Man 1. And Luo Bai? A confused university student from Qingbei who had no idea how he got sucked into the Marvel Universe. He looked around in disbelief. Why couldn't I have landed in some slice-of-life romance anime instead? Here, even terrorist attacks were mild events. Alien invasions, universe-ending threats. This world was pure chaos. And he? He was just a regular student. No superpowers. No weapon training. No system. System? He whispered in his mind. "Grandpa? Any cheat code? Now's a great time to show up." "Nothing." Tony squinted at him. "You okay?" "I don't feel okay," Luo Bai muttered. "No one does, locked in a cave," Tony replied dryly. "You said you appeared? What's that supposed to mean?" Luo Bai sighed. "It's complicated. I don't even know how to explain it." Tony's suspicion deepened. Convenient. Luo Bai could feel the distrust radiating from him. It made sense. Tony had been tortured and imprisoned. Of course he'd assumed the worst. "If I was with them," Luo Bai said quickly, "you think I'd let you keep working on whatever you're building here? I'd have reported you the second I walked in." Tony didn't reply, but the tension in his shoulders eased ever so slightly. "All right. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt," he said. "But you're still not answering the most important question. Why are you here?" "You think I wanted to come here?" Luo Bai grumbled. "Trust me, if I had a choice, I'd be anywhere but here." Tony opened his mouth to press further, but Inson cut him off. "Tony, we don't have much time." Tony looked at the half-finished helmet in his hands, then at Luo Bai, and made a decision. He turned back to his work. Relieved, Luo Bai exhaled. Stark was buying it for now. But his problems were far from over. He still had no idea how to survive this world, let alone escape the cave. And he still had no cheat system. System? Come on, seriously. Nothing? Are you on break or something? He waited. 1 second. 2. 30. Still nothing. Despair was setting in when... Bang! A loud crash came from outside the cave entrance. Muffled shouts and the clatter of rifles followed. The terrorists had noticed something. Luo Bai's heart dropped. He wasn't just in the Marvel Universe. He was in deep trouble. Realization struck like a bolt of lightning. The terrorists had noticed something. Dr. Inson's hands trembled as panic crept into his voice. Tony, are you all right? I think they know, we've been found out. Tony didn't even look up from his work. It's done. Inson, help me into the suit. Now. Without a moment's hesitation, Inson rushed forward, fumbling with the heavy components of the makeshift steel armor. Each second felt like an hour. This thing needs 5 minutes to power up, Inson muttered, eyes flicking nervously toward the cave entrance. We have to buy time. His body quivered under the pressure, but he forced himself to remain steady. Tony, still strapping on armor, tried to offer some reassurance. We rigged the entrance with explosives. If they try to storm in, they'll get a surprise. That should slow them down. Then he paused. A thought hit him. Wait. Luo Bai, didn't you come in through the main entrance? You didn't set off the trap. Luo Bai blinked. Ah. He didn't enter through the main entrance. Of course he hadn't triggered anything. Before he could explain, a deafening boom shattered the cave's tense silence. The entrance exploded inward. Charred rubble and a lifeless body slumped in the opening. The trap worked. But now they were out of time. Inson turned sharply, voice rising. Tony, forget about that. We need to stall them. Then he looked to Luo Bai. Can you help us? Luo Bai froze. Help how? Inson looked him dead in the eye. Buy us time. Hold them off while the suit powers up. Luo Bai blinked. Me? You want me to stop a bunch of terrorists with machine guns? I'm a college student, not Rambo. But his hesitation lasted only a moment. If the suit didn't power up, they were all dead. He swallowed hard and nodded. All right. What do I do? Inson turned, determination hardening his features. We fight. We what now? Luo Bai whispered. Still, the two of them stepped into the corridor beyond the cave door. The once sealed entrance was now a wreck. Bits of flesh and debris were strewn across the ground. Luo Bai gagged at the sight, barely holding back the urge to vomit. Inson remained calm. Too calm. He bent down, picked up a rifle from one of the fallen bodies, and handed it to Luo Bai. Take this. It's better than nothing. Just stay alive. Luo Bai accepted the weapon with stiff hands. His thoughts raced. How do you even use one of these? Pull the trigger and pray? Footsteps echoed in the distance. Inson gritted his teeth and moved toward the entrance. They're coming. I'll rush them, you cover me. Wait, what? Luo Bai reached out and yanked him back. You'll get shredded out there. Inson hesitated, then listened as Luo Bai explained. The cave mouth is narrow. They'll have to funnel in one by one. We hold this spot, they come to us. Though visibly shaken, Inson nodded. It made sense. Moments later, the first group appeared, 3 armed men in camouflage and balaclavas. Shoot! Luo Bai shouted, pulling the trigger almost on instinct. Gunfire roared through the tunnel. Luo Bai didn't aim. He didn't think. He just fired. And then, silence. 3 bodies dropped like puppets with their strings cut. Inson turned to him in awe. That was amazing. You took them all down before I even raised my gun. You've handled weapons before, haven't you? Luo Bai blinked. That was my first time. Inson stared. Are you sure you weren't in the military? But before either could celebrate, they heard more boots. This time, a lot more. A second wave. Luo Bai's heart pounded in his chest. He backed against the wall whispering, how much longer for the suit? Still 1 minute. Inson shouted back. 1 minute. It might as well have been an eternity. Luo Bai inhaled deeply and turned to Inson. When you see movement, shoot. Don't hesitate. Inson nodded, rifle in hand. The tunnel filled with the thundering of boots. Shadows danced across the walls. Luo Bai tightened his grip on the gun. The moment a shape emerged, he opened fire. The air erupted with bullets from both sides. Do-do-do-do-do. Muzzle flashes lit the cave like a strobe light. Bullets ricocheted. Dirt and sparks flew. Luo Bai kept his eyes squeezed shut as he held the trigger down, praying he wouldn't die. When the gun clicked dry, silence returned. He opened his eyes slowly, expecting pain, blood, anything. But nothing. He was alive. He looked up, and saw a pile of bodies, slumped in awkward heaps. Smoke still lingered in the air. Luo Bai's hand trembled. Did I do that again? Dr. Inson gaped at him like he'd seen a ghost. You're not even scratched. Not a graze. Luo Bai checked himself, arms, legs, chest. Not a mark. Nope. I'm fine. Insen exhaled slowly, wide-eyed. This is unbelievable. The scientist himself had been hit, twice. Blood seeped from his arm and leg, but he stood. Meanwhile, Luo Bai, untouched. Insen muttered under his breath. This defies logic. Luo Bai didn't answer. He couldn't. He was too busy staring down at his hands, wondering. Is this a hidden power? Reflexes? Luck? Or something else? There was no time to figure it out. Because deeper down the tunnel, more footsteps were coming. And this time, it sounded like an army.
Dr. Ethan couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it. You were unscathed. Why? Unable to hold it back, Ethan complained. After finishing speaking, he seemed to realize that this was not a good thing to say, and quickly made up for it. Although I don't want you to get hurt, I am really curious, how did you escape those bullets? I didn't hide. Luo Bai replied, his face full of sincerity. I didn't hide either, but why was I the only one injured? Ethan couldn't help complaining, with depression written all over his face. In such a chaotic gun battle in such a small space, not only did he kill all the enemies, but he was still unscathed. How on earth is this done? Not only was he confused, even Luo Bai himself was a little confused. It was such a mess just now. According to common sense, he shouldn't have nothing to do. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, Dr. Ethan, do you think I'm pretty lucky? You are indeed very lucky. Ethan couldn't help but sigh. After all, being able to kill the enemy may be due to good marksmanship, but being able to escape unscathed in this situation can only be said to be good luck. However, Luo Bai was not happy for long, because the battle was not over yet, and there were more terrorists waiting for them. Seeing the people who entered were silent, the terrorists learned a lesson. They no longer arranged for people to enter the cave, but shouted outside, Stark. If you don't come out, we will drop a bomb. The cave is so small, Luo Bai didn't dare to think about it if a bomb was really thrown into it. Fortunately, the steel suit has completed power supply at this time. Seeing Tony Stark walking out of the room wearing a huge amount of steel suit, Dr. Ethan cried with joy and cheered, finally done? We can leave this place. Because he was so excited, he couldn't help coughing violently after finishing speaking. Sensing his abnormality, Tony Stark couldn't help but ask, are you injured? Dr. Ethan shook his head and said quickly, a small injury, it doesn't matter. Thank you for delaying my time. Tony Stark said gratefully. Dr. Ethan shook his head and said quickly, it's not me, it's him. It was Luo Bai who helped you delay time. He defeated these terrorists. Luo Bai? Tony Stark was stunned. He turned to look at the terrorist lying on the ground, and then looked at the crispy college student Luo Bai, with a look of surprise on his face. He took out these terrorists all by himself. Tony Stark asked. Yes, he is very powerful, and his shooting skills are very accurate. It can be said that his bullets are flawless. Dr. Ethan praised unabashedly. Tony Stark was confused. A perfect shot? Is it so powerful? Although he was very curious, he didn't have time to ask more questions now. Okay, Luo Bai, thank you, but we have to get out of here first. Tony Stark said. With the steel suit, it would be much easier for the three of them to leave here. Stark wore a steel suit and fought fiercely with these terrorists. The base camp was almost destroyed by the bombing, and all the remaining terrorists ran away when they saw something was wrong. Taking this opportunity, the three of them left quickly. It's just that Stark's suit was scrapped before he had gone very far. It was probably because the previous fight was too fierce and the improvised suit couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, the plane searching for Stark appeared in time. It wasn't until he got on the plane that Luo Bai's hanging heart finally relaxed. It seems that God still took pity on him and didn't let him fail at the start. But how will he live in the Marvel world next? After all, he doesn't even have a household registration. What a big head. Country M, New York. I don't know how long it took to fly, but the plane finally landed at a military base. As soon as we got off the plane, Tony Stark came up to us. Is your name Luo Bai? Where do you live? I'll have someone take you back. Tony Stark asked. The three of them had just experienced a narrow escape, and Stark no longer had any doubts about Luo Bai. To express his gratitude, he planned to have Luo Bai go home. Unexpectedly, the next second he heard Luo Bai reply with some frustration, I am here and have no home. He is a time traveler, where does he have a home in a different world? Tony Stark seemed a little surprised and continued to ask, don't you have any family? It was there before, but it's gone now, Luo Bai said. Tony Stark obviously misunderstood something. After a moment of silence, he sighed, what a poor kid. Without waiting for Luo Bai to explain, he immediately shouted, Pepper, take him to my apartment to rest. Soon a beautiful blonde came over. I know the blonde beauty Luo Bai who came here. Pepper Potts, nicknamed Pepper Potts, is Tony Stark's personal secretary. After receiving the boss's arrangement, Xiao Jiao took Luo Bai into a Bentley. After getting in the car, Pepper immediately expressed her gratitude. I heard that you helped Tony escape. Thank you. Luo Bai shook his head and responded politely, you're welcome, I just helped you a little. I think you are tired. I'll take you to the apartment to rest first. Do you want something to eat? I'll have someone prepare it for you right now, Little Pepper asked. Hot pot. Luo Bai replied after thinking for a while. After narrowly escaping from death, he just wanted to calm down with a hot pot. Although it's a bit troublesome, I can ask the chef to prepare it for you immediately, Little Pepper said, and then made a phone call to make arrangements. This arrangement lasts only 15 minutes. It wasn't until the car stopped that Pepper quickly got out of the car and opened the door for him. Thank you. Luo Bai thanked him and got out of the car. He was stunned as soon as he got out of the car. Wait, didn't you say apartment? Why did you stop in front of a villa? Tony said that in order to thank you for saving him, I will give you this apartment. I have just arranged for someone to clean the room, and the daily necessities have been put in. By the way, here is the key, Pepper said as he spoke. Handed him the key. Only then did Luo Bai understand what the inhumanity of trench means. Tony just called the villa an apartment and gave it to him so casually. Although he was a little surprised, Luo Bai still pretended to be very calm and took the key and thanked him, then thanked Tony for me. This is all as it should be. Then I will leave Mr. Luo Bai first. If you have any needs, you can call the phone in the room. Little Pepper said goodbye with a smile. Goodbye, Pepper. Luo Bai waved goodbye. After Xiao Jiao left, he couldn't wait to enter the villa. Although Luo Bai's family situation was not bad before time travel, it was not good enough to live in a villa. Especially such a big villa, it looks like it could be used as a hotel. But the location is great, it's only 2 or 3 blocks away from the center of New York City, so every inch of land is at a premium. Otherwise, Tony Stark is the top rich man. While sighing with emotion, Luo Bai finished visiting the entire villa. Because he was too tired from walking, he just found a room and lay down. Only then could he finally calm down and think carefully about everything that had happened before. Not only was he able to escape from the terrorist base camp, he was also able to escape without any injuries. Originally, he was worried that he would have no place to live in a place he was unfamiliar with, but Tony gave him a villa. He didn't believe it if he didn't have any luck. I'm so lucky, it would be a pity not to buy a lottery ticket. Luo Bai couldn't help complaining. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai felt something was wrong. Because he found that the picture in front of him suddenly shattered, and the glass-like shattering continued to spread. Until it covered all places, Luo Bai was completely wrapped in a kaleidoscope-like world. What the hell? Luo Bai muttered, and sat up from the bed with a swish. As soon as he stood up, he saw a man wearing a yellow monk's robe and a hood standing in front of him. This man's outfit looks familiar. Luo Bai was thinking, and the next second someone came and took off his hood. A shiny bald head appeared in front of Luo Bai's eyes. Ah, bald, it's the Ancient One. At this moment, Luo Bai was a little panicked, because he knew that the Ancient One would do nothing good if he came to him. Who is the Ancient One? The most powerful Sorcerer Supreme on Earth today. And he is also the guardian of the Earth, monitoring every move of the Earth all the time. How could a traveler like him from another world or a parallel world escape the eyes of the Ancient One? I found you, multi-universe traveler. Just as he was thinking about it, the Ancient One spoke. Luo Bai's hanging heart finally died. The Ancient One came to visit, and it turned out that nothing good happened. If you encounter a big boss at the beginning of a different world, of course you have to give in. I admit that I come from a multi-universe or a parallel world, but I didn't come here voluntarily. I have no ill intentions towards the Earth, and I can't go back. Luo Bai explained, with sincerity written all over his face. Ancient One didn't answer, and he didn't know whether she believed it or not. There was no expression on her face at this time, she just stared at Luo Bai with a pair of dark and penetrating eyes. Staring at him made Luo Bai feel scared. I don't know how long it took before the Ancient One finally spoke. I tried to explore your future, but I couldn't see it clearly. So I explored the future of the Earth. I found that with your arrival, the future of the Earth has changed. It makes me curious about the multi-universe traveler. As soon as she said this, Luo Bai became even more nervous. The Earth has changed. Has it changed for the better or for the worse? Luo Bai asked tentatively. After all, this determines his future destiny, so he must ask clearly. But the Ancient One did not give a definite answer. Instead, he shook his head and replied in confusion, I don't know. But I can't change the future, so I can't put you to any trial. Maybe you need to answer this yourself. After speaking, she took out a book and handed it over. Luo Bing reached out and took the book hesitantly and looked at it. The cover of the book is printed with 4 large characters, the complete collection of the Supreme Being, etc. Isn't this Kamatage's magic book? Why did the Ancient One give it to him? Is this for me? Luo Bai asked. I borrowed it from you. I hope your arrival will not be a disaster for the Earth, but a blessing. Ancient One replied. Before Luo Bai could continue to ask, the mirror space disappeared, along with the Ancient One. Everything around him returned to its original appearance. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Bai was still holding the Supreme Complete Collection in his hand at this time, he would even wonder if he had just had a dream. No, what is going on? The Ancient One didn't expel him just because he was an outsider? Not only was he not expelled, but he was even given a magic book. Is this asking him to practice magic? But he is not a disciple of Kamal Taj either. And what on earth did Ancient One just say about changing the future? Why does this person like to play riddles? At this time, Luo Bai had a lot of questions in his mind, and he couldn't figure them out no matter how hard he thought. But he didn't have a chance to figure it out, because the Ancient One had already left. But looking at the magic book in his hand, Luo Bai was still very happy. After all, what he was most worried about before was how he would survive in such a dangerous world without ability. Well now, Ancient One actually sent him a magic book. This is a great joy. It's just, I heard that Kamataja's magic is not that easy to learn, and it's useless if you don't have enough talent to understand it. Just when I was about to open it to see if I could learn it, the doorbell rang. The hot pot has been delivered. Just right. Then eat hot pot and read a book. After everything was ready, Luo Bai sat at the dining table, ate hot pot and turned to the first page of the complete collection of supreme beings. In fact, he didn't expect to understand the book the first time. The fact is, he really can't understand it. The reason he couldn't understand was, he couldn't understand the words above at all. There were some words that Luo Bai could barely understand, but there were some words that he couldn't understand at all which language they were written in. Luo Bai frowned when he saw it, and could only use high technology to translate. But then he suddenly remembered that he had just traveled through time and had neither a mobile phone nor a computer, and most importantly, no money. In an instant, Luo Bai felt that the hot pot was no longer delicious. Can you believe it when you live in such a big villa and don't have a dime in your pocket? No, he has to find a way to make some money? But he is a gangster, where can he make money? Just as I was worrying, the doorbell rang again. Luo Bai got up and opened the door. He wasn't surprised when he saw Tony Stark standing outside the door. At present, apart from Pepper Potts and the Ancient One, the only one who knows that he lives here is Tony Stark. How's it going? Are you used to living here? Tony Stark asked as he walked into the house and sat down at the dining table without noticing anything. Luo Bai didn't mind, and expressed his gratitude to him. By the way, it's very good. Thank you for giving me this apartment. You saved me, so I should give you some compensation. What smells so good? Tony Stark asked, even smelling it hard with his nose. Hot pot. Luo Bai replied. I went to hold a press conference right after I came back from that damn place, and I only ate one cheeseburger during the period. I'm so hungry that my eyes are black now. It's great that you have something to eat. Tony Stark said. He took out a pair of clean tableware and started to eat hungrily. While eating, he said, oh, it tastes so good. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Is this food from your country? Yes. Luo Bai nodded. It tastes good, but the knife and fork are a bit hot to use. Take that thing in your hand, right? The chopsticks. Give me a new pair, Tony Stark said. When it comes to chopsticks, Luo Bai has to admire Xia Jiao's attentiveness. She even specially sent chopsticks. And there's more than one pair. Otherwise, Luo Bai wouldn't dare think about eating hot pot with a knife and fork. Here. Luo Bai handed it over. Seeing Tony Stark being so kind at this time, Luo Bai asked half-jokingly, since you gave me this apartment, does that mean you no longer doubt my identity? As if thinking that his attitude towards Luo Bai was not very friendly at the beginning, Tony Stark quickly made up for it. The situation was urgent and I was preparing to escape. If you suddenly appeared, I would definitely be more vigilant. Luo Bai nodded to express his understanding, and then asked, then you come to me now, what's the matter with you? Tony Stark ate several pieces of meat, and then asked doubtfully, I asked Rhodes, and he said you were not sent to save me. The most important thing is that there is no one in the world who can find anything about. I'm quite curious about your information. Luo Bai didn't know how to explain, so he could only play the emotional card. At least I saved you, and you actually checked me. Tony Stark shook his head and immediately explained, it's not me, it's Rhodes. The fact that I was captured by terrorists has a great impact, so Rhodes and the others will definitely investigate. Not just yours, but everyone's. The information has been investigated. I just asked casually out of curiosity. It seemed that he was thinking of Luo Bai saying that he had no family, so he did not intend to pursue the matter. He just continued, I have already told them, don't worry, they will not disturb you. It is difficult for you to have no identity here. Life, so I have arranged for someone to apply for your identity. Is this why you came here now to ask me this? Luo Bai asked again. Tony Stark shook his head and extended the invitation, of course not. I have arranged a party tonight, and I would like to invite you and Ethan to come and relax together, just to celebrate the rest of our lives after the disaster. Are you interested? Although Luo Bai was not very interested in the party, he thought that he might need Tony Stark's help to make money, so he agreed. Good. Then see you at 7 o'clock in the evening. Tony Stark's private party was held on the top floor of a star hotel. By the time Luo Bai was delivered by special car, it was already overcrowded. Most of the people present were top wealthy people with the same status as Stark, as well as some service staff. Dynamic DJ with dancers, swimming pool, champagne, card table. If not that Tony Stark is a top rich second generation, he still knows how to play. Although Luo Bai had never participated in such an extravagant party, he wasn't particularly excited since he didn't like the excitement. I was just thinking about how to tell Stark that I needed money. Hey boy, here you come. Just as he was worried, a voice came from his ear. Following the sound, Tony Stark was walking towards him happily. Looking at Tony Stark walking towards him, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh, I really envy you for having so much fun just after escaping from danger. Tony Stark smiled and said, it is precisely because I have just experienced danger that I know how to cherish the present. But you, why do you look so distressed at such a young age? Well, Luo Bai thought for a long time and was too embarrassed to speak. After all, it is still difficult to ask someone for money. Just when he hesitated, Stark spoke, "By the way, Dr. Ethan is playing over there. Let's go find him together." Luo Bai nodded, and then the two of them walked towards Dr. Ethan together. Dr. Ethan was playing cards at this time. Although he was still injured, it did not affect him from having fun. He was so focused that he didn't even notice the two coming. It was Tony Stark who said hello first. "Are you having fun, Ethan?" Only then did Dr. Ethan notice the two of them, and quickly stood up to say hello. "Tony, Luo Bai, you are here." Tony Stark glanced at the card table, and then said half-jokingly, "Caribbean treasures? You can actually play this. I thought you couldn't play this." Dr. Ethan smiled awkwardly, and then said, "This is indeed my first time playing. Why are you interested in this?" Tony Stark asked. Dr. Ethan sighed and responded, "I had already thought out my last words when I was in the cave. I didn't even think I could come out alive. Maybe it's because of this experience that I thought about it. I have to try everything." Tony Stark understood his feelings very well. There's nothing wrong with wanting to live a happier life after going through a life or death crisis. Win or lose? Tony Stark asked with a smile. Dr. Ethan replied with some embarrassment, "If you lose, you can't understand the game." Tony Stark didn't seem to be surprised, and replied very grandly, "Have fun, and I'll pay for your loss tonight." "Then I have to have fun." Dr. Ethan smiled, then sat down and continued playing cards. Tony Stark and Robin looked on. Needless to say, Dr. Ethan's luck is really bad. The two watched for half an hour, but he didn't win. Since all he lost was Stark's money, Dr. Ethan felt a little embarrassed in the end. "No more playing, I lost too much tonight," Dr. Ethan said with a hint of guilt in his tone. "Don't worry, it's not much," Tony Stark said casually. Although for him, the money Dr. Ethan lost might not be as good as buying a piece of clothing. But Dr. Ethan still felt guilty and refused to play anymore. Tony Stark didn't force it, he just asked Luo Bai on the side, "Do you want to experience it? Even if you lose, I'll pay for it." Luo Bai was stunned. To be honest, he has never played cards in the past 20 years. One is because he is not interested in things like poker and mahjong. The second reason is because he thinks this is completely a game of luck, but his luck has never been particularly good. What's more, Tony Stark's private party was mostly attended by wealthy people, and they were also the top rich. It's called a big one when you play. Just when Dr. Ethan played for a while, he won or lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in half an hour. Luo Bai would definitely not have played at any other time. But he is short of money now. What's more, Tony Stark also said that if he loses, it's his, and if he wins, he can take all the money. This made Luo Bai decide to have a little fun and make some money. "Then let me give it a try." Luo Bai agreed. Although Luo Bai had never played cards, he almost understood the rules of Caribbean treasure poker after watching it for an hour. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of luck, who gets the bigger 5 cards. In fact, Luo Bai didn't think his luck would be very good, he just wanted to win. "What I never expected was that he won the first place. You're much luckier than Ethan," Tony Stark said with a smile. "Maybe it's because Dr. Ethan lost too much before, so the goddess of luck favored me," Luo Bai responded half-jokingly. Dr. Ethan on the side also smiled and agreed, "It seems that I sucked away the bad luck." He won a hand at the beginning. No one thought too much, not even Luo Bai himself. He originally planned to take the money and leave, but it would be a bit disrespectful to leave after winning a lot. So he could only bite the bullet and play for a while longer. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai won again in the second round. Until the next, the third, fourth. The last hour passed, and Luo Bai did not lose to everyone before finally realizing that something was not right. "You didn't cheat, did you?" Tony Stark couldn't help but ask. He couldn't help but look Luo Bai up and down, and it could be seen from his expression that he was surprised. You must know that he was sitting next to Luo Bai just now, staring at him in stunned silence for a whole hour. This guy is so lucky that he seems to be playing tricks, and he has never lost a single game. Although he knew that Luo Bai was definitely not a cheater, it was a bit exaggerated that he had never lost. Not to mention he was surprised, even Luo Bai was a little surprised at his luck at this time. How could he not realize that he was so lucky? This made Luo Bai sigh. "I didn't expect it either. I seem to be quite lucky. In fact, until now, everyone only thinks that Luo Bai is lucky. Although I was surprised, it had only been an hour after all. It's not impossible to have good luck at the beginning but lose all the time later." Until another hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the last 4 hours passed. Everyone finally realized something was wrong, something very wrong. "No, you're here to get the goods, right? Not to lose? All won and gone. Brother, you are somewhat exaggerating. How lucky are you? There are hundreds of millions of points respectively." Looking at the stack of chips in front of Luo Bai's table, Tony Stark and Ethan were both shocked beyond words. "Brother, if I hadn't been watching over here, I would have definitely suspected that you were cheating. Can you explain to me how you did it?" Tony was stunned for a full minute. Stark finally couldn't help but complain. "Exaggeration, really too exaggerated. For 4 hours, Luo Bai never lost. If you ask the gambling king to come, you can't do it without being a cheat. If it weren't for Tony Stark's sake, those people playing cards with Luo Bai would probably be ready to search him to see if he had hidden cards. I didn't expect. My luck seems to be a little bit better," Luo Bai muttered softly. To be honest, he was a little confused at this moment. Although he has always had a vague feeling that he has been surprisingly lucky since he came to the Marvel world, he was not particularly sure before. It wasn't until after these 4 hours that Luo Bai became somewhat certain. He is just lucky, and very lucky. He was able to win for 4 hours in a row playing this kind of purely luck-based game of file-size poker, which he really wouldn't have been able to do if it wasn't for his incredible luck. Your luck is simply unscientific. Just as he was thinking about it, Dr. Ethan couldn't help but sigh. Luo Bai smiled sheepishly. After all, he didn't expect that he was so lucky. Could it be that he actually has a hidden cheat and is extremely lucky? Tony, if I win so much money from your friends, they won't have any objections. Luo Bai asked symbolically. Tony Stark shrugged and said, it doesn't matter if they have opinions, but your luck has opened my eyes today. Have you always been so lucky? No, but I've been pretty lucky recently. Luo Bai answered truthfully. That. Tony Stark seemed to be about to ask something else, but a voice interrupted him. Looking along the sound, a burly bald man walked over. The bald Luo Bai who came here looked familiar. His name is Obadiah Stanny and he is a shareholder of Stark Industries. At this time, he seemed to be in a hurry. He didn't even say hello to Luo Bai and Ethan, but walked straight to Stark. Listen, Tony. You can't decide to close the weapons manufacturing department alone. You will bring huge amounts of losses to Stark Industries. Obadiah said, with a bit of toughness in his tone. Stark didn't seem surprised by his arrival or what he had to say. Aren't you at the press conference this afternoon? Tony Stark asked. I was here, but you didn't discuss it with me. Obadiah said angrily. I've already told you, the terrorists who captured me used weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Do you understand? My original intention of manufacturing weapons is to fight crime and fight back, not to help criminals. Tony Stark was very answer carefully. Fighting criminals? Tony, we're businessmen. Maybe I used to be a businessman, but now I'm not. Is it possible you want to be a hero, Tony? Isn't it possible? Tony, you are so unreasonable. Obadiah cursed and left angrily. It was obvious that the two had not reached an agreement. Watching the back of Tony Stark leaving, the joy on Tony Stark's face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. Tony, are you in any trouble? Ethan asked from the side. The first thing I did when I returned to New York was to hold a press conference to announce that Stark Industries would shut down the weapons manufacturing department indefinitely. However, shareholders have some objections to this, so it is not a problem. Tony Stark explained. I heard. I'm surprised you would make such a decision. Ethan sighed with emotion. Nothing surprising, Tony Stark said. He didn't know what he was thinking about. After a while, he suddenly said goodbye. It's getting late. I'll leave first. I wish you all a good time. This surprised everyone. I looked at the time. It was about 11 o'clock in the evening. Ethan asked curiously, I thought that with your personality, you would have to play until at least the early morning before leaving. You are leaving at around 11 o'clock. Tony Stark smiled and sighed. This party today is just for you to have a carnival. I originally planned to say hello to you and leave, but I didn't expect Luo Bai's luck. It really surprised me. So I controlled you for 4 hours and wasted your time. Luo Bai asked half-jokingly. Tony Stark shook his head and said with a smile, it's not a delay. I just plan to go back and study steel armor. Is that the device we made in the cave today? Ethan asked. Yeah. Tony Stark nodded in response. The materials and time in the cave are limited. I can make a better one. Okay, I'll play for a while and then leave. Ethan said. Just like that, Tony Stark left first. Ethan stayed at the party and continued to party. As for Luo Bai, although Ethan enthusiastically invited himself to stay and continue playing, he still chose to leave. After all, Luo Bai came here originally to resolve money matters. Now that the matter was resolved, he naturally wanted to go back and study the magic book. Before going home, Luo Bai went to exchange his chips. It's not that he didn't know. After doing the calculation, he realized that he had made a total of $3 million. This was the result of those rich people realizing something was wrong, but because Tony Stark couldn't just leave, they restrained themselves. If you were to play normally, I'm afraid it would be more than that. Although for those rich people, more than 3 million is nothing at all. But for Luo Bai currently, this is already considered a huge sum of money. Tony Stark seemed to have expected that he would earn so much, and he probably couldn't take it all, so he said hello early in the morning. After taking some cash for personal use, Luo Bai exchanged the remaining money for checks. Once the money is in place, the next step will be easier. He randomly found a store that was open and bought a computer and a mobile phone. When Luo Bai got home, he began to focus on reading the Supreme Complete Collection. A computer translated the text in the book, and this time he was finally able to understand what was written in the Supreme Complete Collection. Starting from the first chapter, it introduces the origin of magic, the relationship between human body and magic, basic knowledge of magic and how to practice magic. There is a lot of content in the book, and it even contains biology, geography, mathematics, and many other knowledge. If he hadn't known that this was a magic book, Luo Bai would have thought he was reading some textbook. Although writing was quite boring, he still bit the bullet and continued reading seriously. As he looked at him, he noticed something was wrong. His body seemed to have been suddenly pressed on a start switch, and it was slowly absorbing energy from the outside world. This situation, according to the book, it means that he has officially started magic practice. As described in the book, As long as you can understand the relationship between the human body and magic, you can start the practice of magic. Don't look at what the book says is simple, but in reality it's not simple at all. After all, according to Luo Bai's knowledge, on Earth in the Marvel world, all white magic learned by humans was created by Vishen Emperor. If humans want to learn white magic, they must borrow energy from Emperor Weishan for practice. Although it is a loan, not everyone can borrow it. You must have at least some magical talent to successfully borrow energy. I didn't expect that I was actually good enough to be a mage. Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh when he felt the energy flowing through his body, his face full of surprise that he couldn't hide. Originally, he was worried that he didn't have magic talent, but he didn't expect that he actually had talent. This made Luo Bai very happy, and he became more motivated to learn. Although the previous content of the Supreme Complete Collection looks like a science textbook, it contains a lot of knowledge and even talks about science with you, but the more you read the later content, the more exciting it becomes. Because those are all solid magic teachings? What about invisibility, energy projection, penetrating objects, telekinesis, teleportation, space teleportation, etc.? There are more than 100 methods of learning white magic recorded. Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh. Good guy. I just told you to believe in science, but I didn't even bother to install it anymore. I just teleported through space. Master Fa knows how to play. While sighing, Luo Bai started learning magic. At the beginning, he must have started with the most basic thing, which is energy gathering. Generally speaking, the first step for a mage to practice is energy absorbing. At this time, the energy is just a ball of qi flowing through your body. You may be able to feel it but cannot use it. Energy gathering refers to gathering and controlling this mass of energy. According to the instructions in the book, Luo Bai needs to concentrate and release the energy in his body. Although he knew every word and obeyed them obediently, but after trying several times in a row, let alone energy, he didn't even fart. This made Luo Bai a little distressed and couldn't help but mutter, "Why can't I gather the energy? Is it because I don't concentrate enough?" After staring at his empty hands for a long time, Luo Bai suddenly realized something. "No, Ancient One, you gave me the magic book. What the hell are you going to do if you don't give me the hanging ring?" Hanging ring. Kamataja's magical weapon was developed by the 5th generation Supreme Mage. Its function is to help the mage concentrate better, and to open teleportation gates and cross-dimensional teleportation. Simply put, it is easier for the mage to concentrate with it. But Ancient One didn't give him such an important thing. "I didn't even give you the Xian ring. You want me to practice hard?" Luo Bai couldn't help complaining. At this time he was a little annoyed. Why didn't you think of asking Ancient One for a hanging ring before? Ancient One is now 80% in Kamal Taj. That place was far away from him, and it was impossible to find the Ancient One. It seemed that he could only practice hard. With a sigh, Luo Bai started the long road of cultivation. Because he was too focused on practicing. I don't know how long it took for Luo Bai to practice before he was finally able to gather and control energy. Close your hands, then open them. Small, bright yellow energy rays appeared between Luo Bai's hands. As he turned his hands over, the tiny energy rays expanded into a square. Take a deep breath. Luo Bai continued to imagine the appearance of light in his mind while turning his hands, but within a moment the energy array appeared in the air. Then he pushed the magic circle forward with both hands to spread out. After completing the gathering of the energy array, Luo Bai repeated the same action again. With the continuous gathering and control of energy, the energy in Luo Bai's body is constantly increasing, and at the same time, he is becoming more and more skilled in controlling energy. From the beginning, the energy formation could only appear for about a minute, then lasted for 10 minutes, and finally he could control the duration of the energy formation at will. Luo Bai spent another whole day. After making sure that he had complete control over this technology, Luo Bai decided to learn the second ability. Teleportation magic, the door of secrets. Right. It's the teleportation magic that allows anyone and anything to be teleported to a designated location at will by drawing a yellow circle in the air. In fact, teleportation magic is just a relatively basic white magic of Karmatage, but Luo Bai has always heard of this magic. He often sees it on TV. So he was still very excited at this moment. After carefully reading the practice method, Luo Bai suddenly realized it. In fact, the practice method is not complicated. As long as you think about the teleportation location in your mind and then open the teleportation gate, the teleportation can be completed. But the trouble is, this requires the user to have strong control capabilities, and also requires the user to know some basic space magic. Otherwise, there will be many situations such as the teleportation location being inaccurate, the teleportation gate not being able to open, or the teleportation gate closing quickly. For Luo Bai now, it is definitely impossible to perfectly open the portal, so he can only practice more. Alas. Luo Bai sighed again and continued to practice. I don't know how many days have passed since this practice. Although Luo Bai failed most of the time, he did not give up. He tried to concentrate and then drew a circle with his right hand, and repeated the same action, constantly concentrating, until a yellow circle appeared in the sky, and the circle became bigger and bigger. Finally, Luo Bai succeeded. He excitedly walked to the other side of the portal, but unexpectedly found the teleportation location seemed a little different from what he thought. Originally, he was thinking of teleporting to Kamatage. After all, he really wanted to go to Ancient One and ask why he gave him the book, the complete collection of supreme beings, and also asked if he could give him a hanging ring. Result: it seems that he did not go to Karmatage, but teleported to a rooftop. And by coincidence, he happened to see the scene where Tony Stark was beaten. At this time, Tony Stark was wearing the red steel suit he had just developed. Opposite him stood a man also wearing a black steel suit. The two seemed to have just experienced a fierce battle, and Tony Stark obviously couldn't win. He was being lifted up in the air like a chicken by a man wearing a black steel suit. Just as the man was about to punch Tony Stark in the face, Luo Bai appeared. This appearance attracted the attention of the two people. Luo Bai thought about leaving quickly, but because the portal was not opened skillfully, the control was not good enough. The portal closed before he could walk through it. Luo Bai. His face darkened. I could only say hello bravely. Hi, Tony, I think I may have shown up at the wrong time. Luo Bai also didn't expect that he could open the portal so far. He originally wanted to drive to Karmatage, but he actually drove in front of Tony Stark. It's really surprising that this is when Tony Stark is still fighting against the villains. But isn't he unlucky? Why did he get involved in danger again? He was not the only one who was surprised at this time. Tony Stark was also surprised. He was confused when he saw Luo Bai appearing out of thin air again. Luo Bai, where did you suddenly appear from? Tony Stark asked as he opened the steel helmet and revealed his face. Well, it was an accident this time. Luo Bai replied helplessly. Accident? Tony Stark asked in confusion. Although Luo Bai also wanted to explain the current situation to him, but seeing that he was being carried, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. These problems must at least wait until you are safe. Let's talk about it. After being reminded, Tony Stark finally remembered his situation, and the man in the black steel suit finally came to his senses. He stared at Luo Bai and asked in a ferocious tone, I remember you, your name is Luo Bai, right? You were the one who helped Tony escape from the cave. Before Luo Bai could answer, Tony Stark hurriedly said, this is the grudge between us and has nothing to do with him. You still have time to take care of others? Take care of yourself first, Tony, the man in the black steel suit said angrily. Then he punched Tony Stark with an iron fist, sending Stark flying away. Snap! Accompanied by a loud bang, Tony Stark flew out like a bowling ball, and then hit the wall hard. Although he shouldn't die wearing the steel suit at this time, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask after hearing the huge amounts of noise, Tony, are you okay? Tony Stark didn't reply immediately, it seemed because he was seriously injured. Fortunately, after a while, he responded, I can't die for the time being. Tony Stark stood up as he spoke. Although he had many questions to ask Luo Bai, he also knew that now was not the time. A lot of things have happened in the past few days. I will tell you the specific things when the time comes. Now you have to get out of here, Tony Stark said hurriedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai immediately replied, okay, then I'll leave first. You be careful, Tony. Tony Stark was stunned by this straightforward answer. Although he knew that the situation was critical and hoped that Luo Bai could leave quickly, he really didn't expect that Luo Bai would agree so simply. I thought you would at least shirk it, but I didn't expect you to agree so simply. Aren't we friends? Tony Stark complained half-jokingly. Although Luo Bai pretended to be calm on the surface, he responded with a smile, I don't believe you can solve it yourself. But I was muttering in my heart, I'm not stupid, why don't you run away if it's so dangerous? What's more, you can't die even if you have a steel suit. Although Tony Stark did not explain the current situation, he had already guessed it in his mind. Based on known plot, after Tony Stark escaped from terrorists using the steel suit Mark I he made, he always wanted to develop a more powerful steel suit, so Mark II and Mark III were born. As a result, Tony Stark truly became Iron Man and appeared in Country M wearing an iron suit, attracting the attention of all parties. Obadiah, who has always wanted to monopolize Stark Industries, noticed the appearance of the steel suit and cooperated with terrorists to secretly research the suit. In the end, he successfully created the steel suit Iron Overlord and became a supervillain in the Marvel world. After that, Obadiah and Tony Stark started the final battle. If Luo Bai guessed correctly, the man wearing a black steel suit at this time should be Obadiah. After understanding the current situation, Luo Bai naturally had no reason to stay here. After all, this was an internal conflict within Stark Industries, and it was not easy for him as an outsider to intervene. Although Tony Stark had a good relationship with him, it was not impossible for him to do a favor as a friend. But the steel suit Obadiah wore was a high-tech weapon. Not only can it launch machine guns, six-shot missiles, and anti-tank rockets, it can even fly at high speeds because it is equipped with rocket propulsion. Luo Bai is a novice mage, let him resist missile attacks. This is too much, this is really too much. He still wants to survive and grow. Who knows how long Lady Luck will protect him? Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately decided to open the portal and leave. He concentrated on imagining the appearance of the villa in his mind, and then began to draw circles on his hands. Seeing that they seemed to be preparing to leave, Obadiah roared, you want to run away? You both have to die here. After saying this, he raised his steel right hand towards Luo Bai and prepared to fire the machine cannon. Although Tony Stark complained about Luo Bai's lack of loyalty before, it was a joke. Seeing that he was in danger, he immediately pounced on him without thinking. Originally, he wanted to help Luo Bai buy time so that Luo Bai could leave as soon as possible. but Obadiah researched and upgraded Tony Stark's steel suit when he was making Iron Overlord, so the performance of Iron Overlord is much more advanced than Mark III in all aspects. Tony Stark's suit was unable to withstand the attack of the Iron Overlord at all. After being hit by a machine cannon, he completely lost his combat effectiveness. Looking at Tony Stark lying on the ground unable to move, Obadiah showed a winner's smile on his face. You seem to care about this kid named Luo Bai? Then I'll let him go to hell with you. No need to thank me, Obadiah said with a smile. At this time, he was already crazy. He's innocent? Obadiah. Tony Stark roared. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't. He could only shout, go. But at this time, Luo Bai's attention was focused on opening the portal, and he didn't even hear Tony Stark's reminder. When using magic energy, you must be highly concentrated, especially since Luo Bai is only a novice mage, so he is naturally more focused. Fortunately, with the previous successful experience and because of the danger, the portal was opened very successfully this time. Although it took a little time, it was much smoother than before. At the moment when the portal was successfully opened, Luo Bai heard a shout from behind him, be careful. Then a black shadow quickly flashed past Luo Bai's eyes and entered the portal. Luo Bai was stunned. I was about to check what thing slipped into the portal, but I didn't expect that the portal had disappeared in the moment I was distracted. Luo Bai, Tony Stark. At this time, both Luo Bai and Tony Stark were a little confused. Did a big black mouse get in just now? Luo Bai asked. It's Obadiah. Tony Stark replied, with a bit of confusion in his tone. So why did he get into the portal? Luo Bai asked again in confusion. Tony Stark replied with a slightly confused tone, I don't know, he just wanted to attack you. But for some reason, he disappeared directly. Tony Stark's tone was a bit strange, and the expression on his face was very wonderful. He didn't seem to have fully recovered. But Luo Bai figured it out. So just now when he was concentrating on opening the portal, Obadiah wanted to sneak attack him. As a result, Lady Luck showed her power and sent Obadiah into the portal? Tisk tisk. He is the son of Luck. Is it so easy to be attacked? Luo Bai was a little lucky. Fortunately, the goddess of luck did not give up on him and saved him at the critical moment. Therefore, Luo Bai was even a little happy, with a smile on his face. But Tony Stark couldn't laugh at this moment, and asked with a shocked face, wait a minute. Why did Obadiah disappear? He really couldn't understand why such a big Obadiah suddenly disappeared. He got into the portal by himself and was sent away. Luo Bai explained. Portal? What is that? Tony Stark asked, his brows frowning even more. The secret door is the magic of space teleportation. Luo Bai continued to explain. Although he said it lightly, Tony Stark couldn't calm down at all. Magic? Are you kidding me? Tony Stark exclaimed, almost screaming. Luo Bai asked back very calmly and seriously, do you think I'm joking? Although it is somewhat unbelievable. Thinking back to Obadiah's sudden disappearance just now, even if it was hard to believe, Tony Stark had to believe it. To be honest, I have only seen magic on TV before. Magic actually exists in this world? This is unscientific. Tony Stark exclaimed again, his mouth wide open. In fact, the Marvel world has never been a normal urban world. There are many mages, super ability people, and the like. However, it is normal for Tony Stark, as an ordinary human being, not to understand these supernatural phenomena. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but reply, that's because you still know too little about this world. Tony Stark's face turned dark and he replied in disbelief, it's hard for me to imagine that it's you who said this to me. You look 10 years younger than me. Come on, Luo Bai looks like a college student. He is over 30. Being complained by a college student about how little he knows about the world? It's hard to accept though. But looking at it now, he really doesn't know much. So you always appear inexplicably, and it's because of this magic? Tony Stark asked. Well, more or less. Luo Bai replied, after all, he had no better reason to explain. So, you are actually a mage? Tony Stark asked again. Luo Bai nodded and said seriously, yes, I am the mage. Tony Stark remained silent, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. I don't know how long it took before he finally came to his senses and asked a key question. So, where did you just use magic to teleport Obadiah to? Will he come back again? Where was it sent? Luo Bai was stunned. To be honest, he actually doesn't know very well. After all, he just wanted to go home when he opened the portal, so he decided to locate the villa. But because he was not yet proficient in the use of teleportation magic, Luo Bai noticed when the teleportation gate opened just now, it didn't seem like there was a villa behind the teleportation gate, but a strange place. But before he could take a closer look at where he had opened the portal, Obadiah rushed in. Where were they sent? Luo Bai was puzzled. At the same time, the main palace of Kamal Taj. The Ancient One and Obadiah are glaring at each other. The two were silent for about 5 seconds before Obadiah Rage spoke up, shit. Where is this? Where is Tony? Where has he gone? This is Karmataj. Tony Stark is in New York at this time. Ancient One replied calmly. Karmataj? What the hell is that place? Obadiah Rage asked. Ancient One still replied calmly and indifferently. Karmataj is located in Kathmandu and is a magical holy land. Magic holy land? Are you kidding me? I was in New York just now, and now you say I'm in Nepal. Obadiah spoke in disbelief, with disbelief written all over his face. You know, a second ago he was fighting with Tony Stark. Then the next second a bald man appeared and said he had come to Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. What kind of magic are you telling him? Can he believe it? I know, you are with Tony and that boy Luo Bai? I didn't expect Tony to have so many helpers. Then I will deal with you, the bald head, first, and then kill Tony. Go to hell, bald head. Obadiah cursed. After saying that, he raised his steel arm and prepared to fire the machine cannon towards the Ancient One. But don't wait for him to fire. The Ancient One raised his hand and struck Obadiah's steel armor with a palm. The next second Obadiah's soul separated from his body and floated in the sky. OMG, me. Obadiah was completely stunned. No, is he dead? How come, he ascended to heaven? Who are you? What's wrong with me? Obadiah said in surprise. Originally, he thought that he would be invincible after possessing the Iron Overlord. Unexpectedly, I met a god. His soul was taken out with one palm. Obadiah was completely panicked now. Only then did he finally realize how terrifying the bald head in front of him was. This is the Supreme Mage of Karmataj. Moto, who was standing nearby, walked up and answered. Supreme Mage? No way. Did he meet a real mage? So how did I get here? Obadiah asked without tears. After all, he was really confused. But how he came here, even Moto didn't know very well. You seem to have been teleported here. But who will teleport you to Karmataj? Mordo muttered. He seemed to be answering Obadiah's words, but it was more like he was talking to himself. Really confused, he looked at Ancient One. Ancient One still had no expression on his face, as if he already knew the answer. It's Luo Bai. Ancient One answered. Luo Bai? That's the college student who followed Tony? He's also a mage? Obadiah asked, with a bit of surprise in his tone. Yes. Ancient One nodded and said, although he has not undergone formal training, it seems that he has indeed become a mage. Obadiah was silent. He was still a little shocked at this time. No, Luo Bai seems to be just a crispy college student, but he is also a mage? Certainly. He was not the only one who was shocked. Modu was also a little surprised. Luo Bai? I have never heard of the name you just mentioned, Supreme Mage. Modu said curiously. As Kamataj's senior brother and the first disciple of the Ancient One, he knows all the newly admitted mages. After all, his current main responsibility is to train new mages, but the strange thing is that he has never heard of a mage named Luo Bai in Kamataj. Ancient One soon gave the answer. He was an accident, so I didn't take him back to Kamataj, but gave him a book to study by himself. I wanted to verify something. When Modu heard this, he was stunned. Supreme Mage, you mean, he learned magic by himself? Modu asked in surprise. Ancient One nodded and said, yes, and it only took about a week. What the hell? He taught himself teleportation magic in just about a week? This is genius. If Ancient One hadn't said this himself, Modu would have really not believed that someone could learn teleportation magic in such a short time. As an archmage, Modo knew very well how difficult magic was to learn. Although Kamataj has always believed in teaching without discrimination, the prerequisite is that you can find Kamataj. Most people without magical talent cannot even find the door to Kamataj. Therefore, the mages who can find and enter Kamataj usually have certain magical talents, and there are also outstanding ones with very high talents. As the first disciple of the Ancient One, Modu basically witnessed the growth of all the mages of Kamataj. Although teleportation magic is only a basic magic, it is not that easy to learn. Luo Bai learned it in a week without any guidance? What kind of fairy is this? And this doesn't seem to be the crux of the problem. The key is that Modu noticed that Kamataj's hanging ring didn't seem to be missing. Magical weapons are very important to mages, so as a senior brother, Modu often counts whether Kamataj's magical weapons are lost, but there are a lot of hanging rings recently. Thinking of this, Modu couldn't help but ask, Supreme Mage, did you give him a hanging ring? Ancient One shook his head and said, no. Mordo was silent. The expression on his face at this time was wonderful. No one teaches, no precepts. I'm afraid this Kamataj is going to become a god? Although Mordo didn't say anything and just showed shock on his face, Ancient One could completely understand why he was so shocked. After all, Ancient One, whose face has always been expressionless, rarely showed a bit of surprise. His talent has exceeded my imagination. Ancient One sighed. Mordo nodded in agreement. But he didn't understand. Since his talent is so high, Master Supreme, why don't you bring him back to Kamataj? Modu asked. Ancient One did not answer, but just asked, do you remember the abnormality detected on Earth before? Mordo replied respectfully, remember. The temple has detected an intrusion. It seems that they are travelers from the multi-universe. Ancient One frowned, and then explained slowly. I have explored the future. Logically speaking, this invader should not have appeared, but he did. This forced me to explore the future again, only to find that the future of the Earth has been changed. This invader has been recorded in Earth time. I'm curious about the identity of this intruder, but I can't see his future clearly. I can only use the future of the Earth to detect the time and events when he occasionally appears. Ancient One stopped when he said this, not knowing what he was thinking. Moda knew that he shouldn't ask too many questions, but he couldn't help but be curious. After hesitating for a while, he asked cautiously, Supreme Mage, is the intruder you just mentioned Luo Bai? Ancient One nodded. So Master Supreme, what did you see? Modu asked again. The Ancient One did not hide anything and answered truthfully, I saw him become the Supreme Mage. Modu suddenly realized. He was not surprised by this future. Originally, the 4 words Supreme Mage represented the strongest mage. Luo Bai's talent is so terrifying, it is only a matter of time before he becomes the Supreme Mage. After all, no matter how hard you try, you can't overcome other people's talents. Thinking of this, Modu couldn't help but sigh. Luo Bai's talent is so high, it is normal for him to become the Supreme Mage in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Ancient One shook his head and denied, "No, this is not normal." Modu was puzzled and asked, "I don't understand, why is this abnormal?" Ancient One explained, according to the original future, Doctor Strange should be the Supreme Mage. Before Mordo could speak again, Ancient One continued to explain, "This has never happened before for the future to be changed. But I have no way of knowing how he became the Supreme Mage. I can only roughly guess. His talent and quality in all aspects far exceed Strange. That's why you left him a magic book to study on his own, because you wanted to test his talent, right?" Mordo asked following the Ancient One's words. Ancient One nodded and gave an affirmative answer. When she discovered that Luo Bai would become the future Supreme Mage, she knew that she could no longer expel this invader from the earth. Because she can't change the future. Since you can't change, you can only adapt and find answers. In fact, when Ancient One first went to find Luo Bai, she just had some guesses in her mind, guessing that Luo Bai's talent would be very good. But she didn't expect Luo Bai's talent to be so good. Even she was a little surprised. Without the help of magical weapons and no one's guidance, Luo Bai can open the portal with just a copy of the complete collection of the Supreme. This talent is simply amazing. But what about Strange? Forget it, leave Strange alone. Supreme Mage, do you need me to take him back to Karmatage for training? Just as he was thinking about it, Modu suddenly asked. Now that it has been proven that Luo Bai is extremely talented, it has also been proven that he may be the Supreme Mage in the future. Modu was naturally wondering whether he should come forward to invite this godman back, so as to save the Supreme Mage from having to make another trip. But Ancient One seems to have his own plan. No need for now, wait a moment. Ancient One said. She wanted to see how strong Luo Bai's talent was, so it wasn't too late to bring it back after Luo Bai finished learning the entire Supreme Complete Collection. What's more, the mage originally needs to go out to practice, so it is good to let him practice outside for a while. 2 mages, can you look at me? Ancient One and Modo were discussing the matter of Luo Bai, and Obadiah couldn't help but speak. At this time he was very panicked. After all, he has been left here for a long time, listening to several masters talking about the Supreme Master, the future and so on. The more I listened, the more I became afraid. Especially since he was in a state where his soul had left the body and could not return, he was even more panicked. You said it was not good for him to offend anyone, but he actually offended Master? Thinking of this, Obadiah begged without tears, "Can you let my soul go back to my body first?" His words attracted the attention of Ancient One and Mordo. As if considering that he was not suitable in Kamatage, Modu asked, "Supreme Mage, how should he deal with it?" "Exile your soul." Ancient One answered directly without thinking. When Obadiah heard this, he panicked and shouted, "What does soul banishment mean?" Before he could finish speaking, Modu cast a spell and disappeared into the main hall. After dealing with Obadiah, Mordo was ready to leave. "Supreme Mage, I'll leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, the Ancient One said, "Later, go to Luo Bai and give him the hanging ring. I will give you the address." Modu nodded and said, "Okay, Supreme Mage." New York, on a rooftop somewhere. Tony Stark frowned and asked very seriously, "So Robin, you don't know where you sent Obadiah?" Luo Bai shook his head and replied with a slightly helpless tone, "I don't know." Hearing that he was not very sure, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel worried. After all, Obadiah seems to be crazy now, and it would be bad if he causes trouble in New York. Thinking of this, Tony Stark quickly said, "Jarvis, search the entire city for Obadiah's location to see if you can find it." Jarvis, Artificial Intelligence Steward. It is a program implanted into the iron suit by Tony Stark and has many functions, including positioning. After receiving the order, Jarvis immediately started the citywide positioning, and soon it gave a reply, "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, Obadiah's location was not found in New York City." After hearing this, Tony Stark couldn't help complaining, "It seems that he is no longer in New York. Did you send him so far away?" Luo Bai shrugged and replied calmly, "Who knows?" Tony Stark was still worried before. After learning that Obadiah was no longer in New York, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He just wanted to occupy Stark Industries. Now that he is no longer in New York, he should be at peace for a while. "Thank you for saving me again." Sitting on the ground, Tony Stark thanked him with a tired face. He was really tired from the fight just now. He thought he was already very powerful just by making Mark III, but he didn't expect Obadiah to actually create a more powerful suit than him, which made him feel a little unconvinced. "The man you sent away just now, his name is Obadiah. He is my father's partner. He came to look for me at the party before, you should have seen him," Tony Stark said. "Well, I've seen it before. What's wrong?" Luo Bai asked. Tony Stark explained angrily, "I told you at the party that he did not agree with me closing the weapons department. But I didn't expect that he was secretly researching the steel suit and creating an upgrade for my suit version." But when it comes to the iron suit, the anger on Tony Stark's face disappears, replaced by pride and excitement. "A lot of things have happened in the past few days while you were away. For example, what I am wearing is my newly developed Mark III. Isn't it much more handsome than the one made in the cave? Tony Stark showed off. He even stood up on purpose to show Luo Bai the entire appearance of Mark III. Seeing him showing off so hard, Luo Bai naturally gave him a lot of face. It does look much more advanced. Luo Bai nodded in praise. Tony Stark was so pleased with the compliment that he replied arrogantly, "That's natural. In order to make Mark III, I didn't sleep for several days. In fact, Mark III has many functions. Do you want to see?" He seems to intend to show Luo Bai all aspects of Mark III's function. Luo Bai is a time traveler. He has even seen the nanosuit created by Tony Stark in the future, let alone Mark III. Considering that he had to learn magic as soon as possible to improve his strength, Luo Bai quickly interrupted him, "It's too late today. I'll go back if I have something else to do. Let's talk about these things another day." After saying that, he raised his hand and opened the portal without waiting for Tony Stark's reaction. Since he had successfully opened 2 teleportation gates before, Luo Bai had gained a lot of proficiency. The location opened this time was right. It happened to be his villa. Seeing that the position was correct, Luo Bai nodded with satisfaction, then waved goodbye. "Bye, Tony." As the portal closed, Tony Stark was left alone on the roof, messy in the wind. I don't know how long it took before Tony Stark couldn't help but sigh, is this the strength of a mage? Seriously. Although he had seen Luo Bai open the portal and teleport Obadiah away before, he would still be shocked when he saw him again. This magic is so useful. He originally thought that if he made a steel suit that could fly and fire cannonballs, he would be very powerful. As a result, Luo Bai's magic looks cooler than his suit. In an instant, Tony Stark felt that Mark III was no longer good. There is magic in this world, and there are mages. Oh my god, this is crazy. No, I have to upgrade my suit. While Tony Stark was still standing there sighing, Luo Bai had already returned to the villa and started learning magic. Although he had just learned teleportation magic not long ago, but after the battle just now, Luo Bai unexpectedly found that he was very familiar with the teleportation magic. He tried it several times in a row without making any mistakes. This proves that he has complete control over teleportation magic. This made him a little excited. Otherwise, fighting is the best way to improve your strength. He practiced teleportation magic at home for so long before he barely learned teleportation magic. After experiencing danger, he mastered it in an instant. In fact, Luo Bai was worried at first. After all, if he had really activated the lucky plugin, he shouldn't have been in danger just now. He had only learned basic magic for a few days, and with this level of strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Obadiah wearing the Iron Overlord. But not only did he leave unharmed, he actually improved his strength. So he didn't accidentally enter a dangerous situation just now. He was clearly arranged by the Goddess of Luck to go into actual combat. And not just this time. Luo Bai discovered that every so-called danger he encountered was actually not a danger. Although he was in the terrorist base camp when he first traveled through time, he also met the top rich man Tony Stark. He can now live in a big villa, but it is also inseparable from Tony Stark's help. No wonder I learned magic so quickly. It can be said that I am gifted. Goddess of Luck helped me with my feelings. Luo Bai muttered. After all, there are many people with magic talents, but if you want to have top-level magic talents, you can't do it without a little luck. Thinking of this, Luo Bai felt more and more that he had lived up to the blessing of the Goddess of Luck, and immediately prepared to finish studying the Supreme Complete Collection as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the doorbell rang at this moment, and Luo Bai had to get up and speak. As soon as the door opened, he saw a young man wearing monk's robes standing outside his door. "Hello, is this Luo Bai's house?" the young man asked with a smile. "Who are you?" Luo Bai asked. "My name is Modu." The young man introduced himself. Luo Bai suddenly realized when he heard this. No wonder he said they look so similar, it's really Modu. But why did he come to find me? Where is the Ancient One? Somewhat curious, Luo Bai asked, "I am Luo Bai, why did you come to see me?" Modu didn't say anything, but just handed something over. What was handed over was Kamataja's magic weapon, the hanging ring. In fact, through this period of learning magic, Luo Bai has discovered that he has extraordinary talents. He can basically understand and learn the magic in the complete collection of Supreme Masters after reading it once. In the past, the portal always opened sideways because he was new to learning and couldn't accurately locate it. Unexpectedly, Modu actually sent him a hanging ring. Although he is now proficient in the portal magic, the hanging ring can not only help with positioning, but also help the mage better perform cross-dimensional teleportation. In other words, if Luo Bai wants to learn the advanced version of teleportation magic, from teleportation in the same dimension to teleportation across dimensions, the hanging ring is a necessary magic weapon. Modu sending him the hanging ring at this time is like the icing on the cake. The Supreme Mage asked me to bring this to you. You should need it. Just as he was thinking about it, Modu suddenly explained. Luo Bai didn't answer, just took the hanging ring and put it on his hand. He felt the difference the moment he put it on his hand. Before, he had to put in a lot of effort to concentrate, but with the hanging ring, his attention seemed to be focused instantly, saving him a lot of time. What a treasure. Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh. If I had given it to him earlier, he would probably learn twice as fast. It's called the hanging ring, and it's one of the must-have magic weapons for mages. It can help us focus better and travel through the multi-universe. Modu briefly explained the use of the hanging ring. Although Luo Bai knew it already, he still expressed his gratitude. Please make a special trip to deliver it. It's not troublesome. Modu replied calmly and introduced himself. I am a disciple of the Supreme Master and the Great Mage of Kamatage. Now you can be regarded as the Mage of Kamatage. In the future, maybe we will meet often, just call me Modu. Although there is no strict hierarchical strength differentiation in Kamatage, there are still general titles. For example, Mage Apprentice, Mage, Temple Mage, Archmage, etc. Generally speaking, only the top ones in terms of strength are called Archmages, and Modu is one of the Archmages of Kamatage. Luo Bai knew this, so he was even more curious about other things at this time. With Ancient One's character and strength, it was impossible for her to forget to give the Xian ring, unless she didn't want to give it at all. Since he didn't give it before, why did he suddenly ask Modu to give the hanging ring again? Thinking of this, Luo Bai asked tentatively, did the Supreme Mage say anything else? Modu obviously understood what he meant and smiled and said, just now, a portal appeared in Kamatage, transporting a man named Obadiah to the Supreme Mage. Obadiah? Etc. So he sent Obadiah to Kamatage? And sent it to the Ancient One? Luo Bai was a little embarrassed and asked sheepishly, then what? He called the Supreme Mage a bald man and wanted to take action, so he was exiled by the Supreme Mage. Modu briefly explained the situation. Luo Bai was stunned to hear this. Good guy? He only dared to say in his heart that the Ancient One was bald, but Obadiah actually had a big smile on his face. Tisk tisk. Where was he exiled to? Will he come back? Luo Bai continued to ask. Modu shook his head and replied calmly, I'm traveling to the multi-universe. Luo Bai. It is not good to offend anyone but the Ancient One. Tisk tisk. Obadiah, you sent Kamatage, right? Just as he was thinking about it, Modu suddenly asked. In an instant, Luo Bai's thoughts were pulled back. Yes. But it was an accident. I didn't expect him to be sent to Kamatage. Luo Bai explained. Modu was not surprised and even expressed his understanding. I heard from the Supreme Mage that you haven't learned magic for a few days and you don't have a hanging ring. It's normal for this situation to happen. It should be much better after you have a hanging ring. Modu said. Before Luo Bai could answer, he continued to ask, by the way, what step have you learned now? I just learned teleportation magic. Luo Bai replied. After hearing this, Modu nodded and said, it seems that you are not very proficient in using teleportation magic. How long have you been practicing? Not sure, probably a few days. Luo Bai said. Although he knew Luo Bai was extremely talented early on, his answer still shocked Modu. A few days. Such a niche word. Now learning magic is calculated in days. How did you get this talent? It's so good. Modu couldn't help but sigh. Probably because I have better luck. Luo Bai thought for a while and answered honestly. How lucky? Modu was stunned and said half-jokingly, then how lucky do you have to have such a unique talent? Okay, Luo Bai replied half-jokingly. Mordo didn't answer. The mission of the Xian ring sent to him was also completed. I'm leaving first. If anything happens, you can come to Kamatage to find me. After finishing speaking, Modu planned to leave. Luo Bai stopped him and asked curiously, Modu, didn't the Supreme Mage ask you to take me away too? Luo Bai learned Kamatage's magic, and Ancient One also gave the Xian ring. Normally, doesn't he have to go to Kamatage to continue his studies? But Modu didn't seem to intend to take him away, which was unreasonable. The Supreme Mage asked you to first learn the magic in the complete collection of the Supreme and take this opportunity to practice outside and gain some experience. Modu explained. Luo Bai suddenly realized. Does this mean he has been released? But anyway, he can learn it himself, so why not learn it? What's more, only here can you practice actual combat, and only through actual combat can you quickly improve your strength. After thinking about it like this, he didn't hesitate anymore. After sending Modu away, Luo Bai once again devoted himself to learning magic. With the hanging ring, it would be much easier for him to concentrate, and he would learn magic faster. Luo Bai knows some basic magics, such as teleportation and magic shields, almost after seeing them, and can master them quickly. After Luo Bai knew most of the basic magic, he started learning the advanced version of magic, which lasted all night. It wasn't until the arrival of Tony Stark the next morning that he stopped for a moment. Hey Luo Bai, did you sleep well last night? I have some good news for you, do you want to hear it? I know you'll want to hear it, you're famous. Have you read the latest newspapers and news? The two of us were in the news and it was the front page. How about Iron Man vs Mysterious Man? Doesn't it sound pretty good? To be honest, I actually think the title Iron Man sounds pretty good. I really like the title everyone gave me. Tony Stark is happy today. His little mouth was like a machine gun, and he kept talking as soon as he entered the door, giving Luo Bai no chance to talk. He muttered for a long time, until he realized that Luo Bai hadn't said a word and finally couldn't help but ask, why don't you speak? Aren't you happy that you were on the front page of the news? Happy. It's just that you're too excited, so it seems like I'm not that happy. Luo Bai couldn't help but smile in response. Only then did Tony Stark realize that he was too excited just now, and he quickly made up for it in embarrassment. I'm happy for you. You know, celebrities like me are often reported by major news, and I'm used to it. Really? But I didn't even have a chance to interrupt just now. Luo Bai continued to complain. Tony Stark became even more embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this. Do you want to know what everyone thinks of you? Let's see, he said as he took out a newspaper. Luo Bai took it and checked it, and saw 4 big characters New York Crisis, printed on the most conspicuous front page. In fact, even without reading it, Luo Bai knew its contents. Before the birth of Iron Man, most citizens of New York City did not know that super abilities existed in the world. But after last night's fuss, people discovered that things were not simple. The New York media, government, and even citizens are paying great attention to this matter. Some people think the emergence of super ability people is cool, while others are worried about it. In fact, this was a normal reaction, so Luo Bai didn't pay much attention to it. What really concerned him was that the name he was called in the newspaper was Mysterious Man. Why do people call you Iron Man and give me the title of Mysterious Man? Luo Bai couldn't help complaining. Probably because people haven't realized that you can use magic. Tony Stark explained. Luo Bai said nothing because he could not refute. Although the newspaper published a photo taken by a drone, his face and the way he looked when he released the teleportation magic were clearly visible. But it is obviously impossible for the media to identify him as a mage through such a photo. After all, most people, like Tony Stark, do not believe that magic really exists in this world. Thinking about it, Luo Bai became a little more accepting of the title Mysterious Man. But he was still a little curious. Tony, did you come to me specifically just to tell me that I was on the news? Luo Bai asked. Tony Stark shook his head, took out his sunglasses from his pocket and put them on while saying, of course not. I'm here to take you to a press conference. Press conference? Luo Bai was a little curious and couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Tony Stark smiled and said excitedly, you saved New York yesterday, and you can also do magic. You should be known to the whole world. And I have held a press conference through Stark Industries, at which I will announce the thing about me as Iron Man. And I also want to introduce you to the people of New York. There are mages in New York, which is a cool thing. It seems to be because he has a good relationship with Luo Bai and because he is a mage. Tony Stark now wanted to introduce him through a press conference. With the influence of Stark Industries, if Luo Bai agrees to attend the press conference, he may become popular and become a very influential superhero. But as a result, his identity will be completely exposed. Thinking that he still had to grow up, Luo Bai refused this kind offer. Forget it, I still think this kind of life is purer. This made Tony Stark a little curious and couldn't help but ask, don't you want everyone to know that you are a mage? If I can use magic, I will definitely want everyone in the world to know. After all, this is really cool. Luo Bai shook his head and explained, it feels great to be famous, but it also brings a lot of troubles. Trouble? What trouble? Tony Stark was puzzled. If it were anyone else, he might not be so confused, but if it were Luo Bai, he wouldn't understand. After all, Luo Bai is a mage, and he can send people thousands of miles away with just a raise of his hand. What kind of trouble would a person with such strength have to worry about? There are a lot of troubles. I won't be able to explain them clearly for a while. You will know by then. Just as he was wondering, Luo Bai gave the answer. Just this answer, Tony Stark felt that saying it was equal to not saying it. Okay, although I don't know why, I respect your decision. I will hold a press conference later, so I'll leave first. Without further persuasion, Tony Stark said goodbye. After he left, Luo Bai couldn't help but think while looking at the newspaper in his hand. He didn't expect that he would get so many benefits after accidentally joining the battle last night. Not only did he get a hanging ring, he also showed his face in New York. Although being famous is a good thing, it also gives Luo Bai a greater sense of crisis. After all, being famous means that he may be targeted by more villains. At present, it seems that he can only work harder to learn magic. While thinking, Luo Bai continued to return to the room and learned magic. He didn't know how long he had been studying, but he didn't stop until he finally finished learning all the white magic Luo Bai in the complete collection of Supreme Masters. After learning magic, Luo Bai didn't waste a moment, opened the portal and came to Kamataj Mahal. The Ancient One was discussing academic issues with the mages from afar, while Modu was listening. At this moment, a portal suddenly appeared and attracted the attention of the 3 people. If an unknown portal had appeared before, Modu might have been nervous, worried about whether Kamataj had been invaded. But after experiencing the last incident, he was no longer so nervous. Especially after seeing Luo Bai walking out of the portal and confirming his guess, he even had a smile on his face. Hey, we meet again. Modu took the lead in saying hello. Luo Bai also responded politely, yes, we meet again. Are you practicing teleportation magic? Although the hanging ring can help you position yourself better, it is only an auxiliary magic weapon after all. But don't worry, you have only practiced for 2 days. It's always difficult to practice at the beginning. There will be some troubles, just practice more and it will be fine. Modu comforted with a smile. He seemed to have misunderstood, thinking that Luo Bai had opened the wrong door again. So he comforted Luo Bai very patiently. In fact, he was not the only one who misunderstood, even the Ancient One also misunderstood. Just when he was thinking about giving him a reminder to help him improve faster, he didn't expect to hear Luo Bai say in the next second, it was a little unsatisfactory before, but it became much smoother after the suspension ring. Modu was stunned and asked, so, you teleported here on purpose? Yes, I came to see the Supreme Mage. Luo Bai explained. Do you have anything to do with the Supreme Mage? Modu asked. Luo Bai nodded and said with a smile, I'm here to return the book. I have already finished studying the contents of this Supreme Complete Collection. As soon as these words came out, there was an instant silence in the main hall. Mordo, Ancient One. Huh? Study? Finished studying? It's only been a few days, you said you've finished studying. Both Mordo and Ancient One were silent, and the expressions on their faces were quite wonderful. No, it's only been a few days. There are more than 100 kinds of white magic, you said you have learned them all. After a full 5 seconds of silence, Modo asked, you mean, you know all the magic in this Supreme Complete Collection? There was disbelief in his tone, and he even thought that he had heard wrongly. Until Luo Bai nodded and said, yes, I can do it. Only then did Modu dare to make sure that he heard correctly. He turned his head silently and looked at the Ancient One. Ancient One didn't say anything, she just took the Supreme Complete Collection and read it roughly. After reading it, she couldn't help but think. I was given the wrong book. There are indeed more than 100 kinds of white magic recorded in it. Learned everything in such a short time? How did you do it? Although Ancient One was surprised inside, she didn't show it too obviously at this time. She invited the mage who came to ask for advice and exchanges to go out, and then she started talking seriously with Luo Bai. Have you mastered all the magic above? Ancient One asked seriously. Although it is indeed incredible that Luo Bai can learn all the magic in the complete collection of the Supreme in such a short period of time, considering his high talent, it is understandable that he can learn it. Maybe learning and being able to master it are two different things. It's not that Ancient One has to be wordy, but if you don't lay a solid foundation, it will be difficult to learn from it. Luo Bai knew this well, so he replied, quite skillful. It is incredible that he can skillfully control more than 100 magics, but his top talent requires enough time to learn all the magic in the complete collection of Supreme Masters. After all, what is recorded above are several types of basic magic such as space magic, defensive magic, and energy magic. Once you have mastered the basic theory, learning is quite quick, typically difficult to get started and quick to learn. As for high-level magic, there was none in the magic book linked to a Waishan emperor, so he came to Karmataj to learn some more powerful magic. Ancient One naturally understood why he came here, but it was not that easy to learn high-level magic. It's not that she doesn't want to give it, but if she doesn't have enough practice and experience, she might not be able to understand it. But she didn't explain it directly. She just kindly reminded, although the magic in the complete collection of Supreme Masters is basic, it can also exert great power if you master it skillfully. You need to practice more. Luo Bai nodded to express his understanding. I understand. Ancient One nodded and said, now that you have learned all the contents in this book, you can go to the library and have a look in the future. There may be the books you want there. Kamataj's library, that's a great place. There are many magic books stored there. It can be said to be a treasure house that gathers all the white magic books. If Luo Bai could get in there, wouldn't he want to learn whatever he wanted? Modu, please take him to the library and return this book. Just as he was thinking about it, Ancient One began to make arrangements. Modu nodded and responded politely, then Supreme Mage, I'll leave first. When Luo Bai saw this, he quickly said, I'll leave first too, Supreme Mage. Then the two left the main hall. As soon as he walked out of the main hall and came outside, Modu suddenly stopped, suppressed his smile, and said seriously, you can't learn magic quickly and quickly. As the Archmage of Karmataj, Modu manages all new mages and is naturally responsible for every beginner. Although Luo Bai is very talented, it is hard for him to believe that Luo Bai has mastered all basic magic in such a short time. He was worried that Luo Bai was eager for quick success, so he couldn't help but remind him, magic is not as easy to learn as you think. Being too anxious will only be counterproductive. Every mage wants to become stronger, but there is no shortcut to learning magic. I followed the Supreme Mage and trained many mages. Many of them wanted to contact more advanced magic after learning magic for a few days or a month, but in the end they failed because they could not understand it. Among them some people have even considered learning black magic. Although Karmataj is free, black magic is forbidden to be learned in Karmataj, because learning black magic will cost you huge amounts of money, even your soul. I hope you will never get involved in this stuff. Modu persuaded him earnestly. Although he meant well, he was worried that Luo Bai would learn dark magic because he was anxious to become stronger. But from a listening point of view, it doesn't always feel that comfortable. I think I am already very proficient in the magic recorded in the Supreme Complete Collection. Luo Bai said. His attitude became much tougher. Modu smiled and asked, then let's practice. Although the mages of Karmataj do not need to undergo tests such as assessments, they often practice in actual combat. You can roughly tell how strong a mage is by practicing. Luo Bai knew that although he was highly talented, it was still difficult to defeat the Archmage at present. But he had to prove his strength, and he was willing to just test it. Then give it a try. Luo Bai agreed. Seeing that he agreed, Modu couldn't wait. After all, he really wanted to see if Luo Bai had mastered all basic magic as he said. However, considering that Luo Bai was a novice after all, he still planned to let Luo Bai take some steps. You go first. Modu said with a smile. Luo Bai took action as soon as he finished speaking. He clenched his fists with both hands, released the magic shield, and then attacked Modu. Magic shield, as the name suggests, is a shield made of magic energy. This shield not only has a defensive effect, but is also a very sharp weapon that can cause damage to enemies. Although this is only a very basic melee method, Moto was still a little surprised to see Luo Bai using the magic shield so skillfully. While using his magic shield to resist Luo Bai's attack, he sighed, "It's amazing that you can control magic energy so skillfully." If Luo Bai had been training for half a year, Modo would think it was normal to have such an effect. But it has only been half a month since he was able to release it so powerfully, which is really not easy. However, it is a sigh of relief. With Luo Bai's current strength, it is still too difficult to defeat Modo. Even Modo didn't find it difficult to deal with it. He could even deal with Luo Bai's attack while talking leisurely. What else can you do? Although it was just a small discussion, Luo Bai shouldn't take it too seriously. But as a man, how could he hope that he would lose? It was too ugly to lose. Seeing how easily Modo responded to his moves, Luo Bai's desire to win was completely ignited. Luo Bai knew very well that it was difficult to defeat his opponent when the strength was greatly different, but this did not prove that there was no way. Although Kamatage's mage likes to use melee magic. But come on, why is he fighting in close combat now that he is a master? Magic must look like magic. Thinking of this, Luo Bai stopped attacking. Seeing that he suddenly stopped attacking, Modo asked a little strangely, "Why did you stop? You must have only mastered this one magic, right?" Luo Bai shook his head and said, "Of course not." After saying that, he cast magic again, and now Modo finally understood that he was using magic to retrieve objects. Object retrieval magic includes some basic principles of space magic, which is similar to portal but slightly different. Modo didn't stop him. After all, in his opinion, even if Luo Bai really gets something, it will be difficult to beat him. What's more, this competition is to see if Luo Bai really masters all the basic magic, and the magic of retrieving objects is also one of the basic magics. At this time, Modo was even more curious about how far Luo Bai could use the magic of retrieving objects. Object retrieval magic? For a mage, a good magic weapon can help the mage win the battle. This is a very smart approach. With your current ability, you cannot control many magic weapons. Modo said with a smile. This is not sarcasm, but the truth. There are indeed many treasures in the Marvel world. Some powerful treasures can even instantly enhance a person's strength. But the more powerful a treasure is, the more powerful it is usually required to master it. Not to mention whether the magic weapon Luo Bai obtained is really powerful, whether he can control it is the key to the problem. Luo Bai naturally knew this. So even he himself had no idea what he would get, it was all about fate. If he wanted to defeat Modo, he could only use the artifact. He actually has some understanding of the artifacts in the Marvel world. For example, the Infinite Rough Stone is a very powerful artifact. But it is very difficult to control the power of infinite rough stones. Even Thanos struggled to use the Power Stone back then, not to mention Luo Bai's small body now. He probably wouldn't be able to use it even if he got it. There is really no need to risk your life in a small competition. After thinking about this, he temporarily gave up his plan to get the Infinite Rough Stone. Fetching magic requires imagining the location of the artifact in your mind, so that you can open the door to space and get the desired treasure accurately. But because the time was too short, Luo Bai couldn't think of any other artifact besides the Infinite Rough Stone that could help him turn the tide of the battle, so he could only follow the arrangements of the Goddess of Luck. The magic unfolded, and Luo Bai put his hand into the space door. At this time, Modo had not yet realized that the next situation would exceed his expectations. Actually, Karmatage has many very good magic weapons. Can I, FK? Modo originally wanted to say that there were many magic weapons in Kamatage's magic weapon room. If Luo Bai really needs it, don't bother, he can take some out for him to use temporarily. As a result, in the next second, there was an extra hammer in Luo Bai's hand. It was Thor's hammer? Momentarily, Mo Duran was stunned. He, who was always strict, couldn't hold back and cursed. It's not surprising that he was like this, it was really because he was too speechless. Thor's hammer is the weapon of Thor, the son of Odin. Why did Luo Bai bring it? How did you get Thor's hammer? Mordo exclaimed, his square face turned into an oval face in an instant. Kamatage detects all movements on the Earth, and there are many books in the library recording knowledge about the Earth and even the multi-universe. There's no way Mordo doesn't know what Thor's hammer is. It was a hammer made from a star, and it was endowed with the power of Odin, the father of the gods. How can Luo Bai fight with this thing? How is this different from asking him to fight Odin? Modu was stunned. Luo Bai was also stunned. He was a little surprised, but more surprised. Yes, why did he forget that there is Thor's hammer? This thing has the bonus of Odin's spell, and no one who is not recognized by Thor's hammer can lift it. This means that as long as you are recognized, it is easy to pick up Thor's hammer. The most important thing is that this thing is quite powerful. With the blessing of Odin's power, Modo can be mastered by every little mage. Looking at Thor's hammer in his hand, Luo Bai felt confident. You can continue, Luo Bai said with a smile. Modo fell silent, the silence was deafening. After a while, Modo complained, this thing is made of stars. It's just for everyone to learn from each other, so there's no need to be so serious, right? I just want to prove that I have indeed mastered basic magic. Luo Bai shrugged and spoke helplessly. Modo smiled and responded with a slightly embarrassed tone, you are indeed very skilled in mastering it. My Waishan Emperor. Thor's hammer is Thor's exclusive weapon. The Thors are in Asgard, not in the same dimension as Earth at all. Not to mention how Luo Bai got Thor's hammer. If you want to get this thing, Luo Bai must master the magic of interdimensional space. That's not elementary magic, it's completely an advanced version of space magic. Many mages who have practiced for 4 or 5 years may not be successful. This guy has been practicing for such a short time and then reached out to Asgard? How did you do it? You mastered retrieving objects across latitudes in such a short period of time. Motu couldn't help but ask. He was not the only one who was surprised at this time, the Ancient One was also surprised. These two people made such a big noise outside the main hall. Ancient One is not deaf, so he naturally knows about it. She didn't show up because she wanted to see how far Luo Bai had mastered magic. But she didn't expect that Luo Bai could do this in such a short period of time. It seems that there is nothing wrong with the future. He is really the Supreme Mage. Ancient One opened his eyes wide with surprise. It's incredible, but Ancient One believed it. There is nothing wrong with the future, it is her who is wrong. Thinking of this, Ancient One walked out and interrupted the discussion between the two. Luo Bai, come in for a moment. Modu, wait outside the door. The sudden arrival of Ancient One surprised both of them. Luo Bai was a little puzzled, but Modu was more thankful. Fortunately, the Supreme Master saved him and saved his face. Otherwise, if he, a great mage, is defeated by a novice mage, how will he teach the newcomers if the news spreads? Modu immediately responded gratefully, yes, Supreme Mage. Then he stood aside and waited obediently. Luo Bai walked into the temple again with a confused expression. What's wrong with the Supreme Mage? Luo Bai asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Ancient One took off the magic weapon he was wearing from his neck and handed it over. This is the Eye of Agamotto. You must promise me that from now on, you will protect it with your life. Luo Bai was very puzzled. Isn't this the Time Stone? The Ancient One actually gave it to him? Eye of Agamotto is a magic weapon, which can also be said to be a container. Contained inside is an artifact, the Time Stone. In the Marvel world, there are a total of 6 rough stones, also called gems. They are time, power, space, reality, soul, and the stone of the mind. The 6 rough stones are in different places and guarded by different people. The original stone of time is in Kamatage and is guarded by the Supreme Mage of all generations, so the Supreme Mage is also called the guardian of the original stone. Now that the Ancient One has given the Time Stone to Luo Bai, is it possible that he wants to become the Supreme Mage? Although his talent is high, how long has he been learning magic? He has not received formal training from Kamatage. The Ancient One gave him the Time Stone so easily? Although Luo Bai didn't understand why, he still replied, I will protect it with my life, so this thing is given to me. Yes. The Ancient One nodded and handed over the Eye of Agamotto. Luo Bai took it with some confusion, and then began to study it carefully. The Eye of Agamotto outside is a magic weapon, used to carry the rough stone inside. The rough stone inside is called the Time Gem, and it can control the power of time. Manipulating the power of time requires a certain amount of magical energy storage, which is still a bit difficult for you now, but with your talent, it should only be a matter of time before you learn it. To open the Eye of Agamotto, you need to use a spell. This is to ensure the safety of the Time Stone. The spell is very complex and has been created by the efforts of the Supreme Mages of all ages. I will tell you the spell now, but you must not tell other people about the spell. Only you and the Supreme Mage after you will know this spell. Ancient One patiently explained the function of rough stones and how to use them. Considering that the Eye of Agamotto requires a spell to open, she decided to tell Luo Bai about the spell. But before she could say anything, Luo Bai used magic to match her gestures. Along with a green light, the Eye of Agamotto was instantly opened. Ancient One, Luo Bai. The two stared at each other for a full minute, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Luo Bai could clearly see Ancient One's shocked eyes and gradually widening mouth. How did you open it? I don't know how long it took before Ancient One finally came back to his senses and asked. Luo Bai said with some embarrassment, Supreme Mage, I want to say that I am blind, do you believe it? Ancient One said nothing, but the expression on his face seemed to say, do you think I believe it? Although I know this is hard to believe, Luo Bai is really blind? Knowing the plot, he knew very well that a spell was needed to open the Time Stone. Because of this, he started tinkering with the Eye of Agamotto as soon as he got it, thinking about how to open it. Unexpectedly, he actually opened it. Not to mention that his luck is unlucky, but he was actually able to fall under a spell? Supreme Mage, I'm really confused. Actually, I've always been very lucky. Luo Bai explained sincerely. Ancient One frowned slightly and asked with a slightly confused tone, luck, good. She does know that it is lucky to have a girl with super abilities among the mutants. Can you fall under Agamotto's spell just by being lucky? Ancient One didn't quite understand it, but she thought that Luo Bai had to be informed of the spell in the first place, so she didn't want to delve into it further. It's okay if you know how to do it, go ahead. There is the information you want in the library. Ancient One regained his composure, with a calm tone in his tone. Seeing that she did not pursue the case, Luo Bai was extremely happy. After putting the Eye of Agamotto on his body, he planned to leave the temple. After walking a few steps, Ancient One suddenly stopped him. You should return Thor's weapon to him. Asgard and Karmatage have never been in contact with each other, so it's better to live in peace. Luo Bai nodded and immediately expressed his understanding. You already have the rough time stone, why does Luo Bai still need this broken hammer? Thinking of this, he immediately used teleportation magic to send the hammer back. After finishing everything, Luo Bai left. After he left, Ancient One stared blankly at his back and couldn't help complaining. How lucky are you? Can you get the right spell? The Ancient One is wondering. In the distance, there was someone more puzzled than Ancient One at this time. Asgard. Thor sat at the dining table and couldn't figure it out. I have such a big hammer, how could I not see it? Where did my hammer go? Thor roared loudly, and his anger made him throw the wine jar to the ground. No, can you believe it? He was drinking with his good friends just now. While he was drinking, his hammer disappeared. Thor, could it have been stolen? Asked a friend on the side. Impossible? Only I can lift that hammer? It can't be stolen. Thor replied firmly. But you tried to summon it so many times just now, but the hammer didn't even come out. My friend couldn't help but remind him. Most artifacts are identified by their owners, as is Thor's hammer. In the past, if Thor stretched out his hand to summon him, the hammer would fly to him no matter where it was. But now Thor's hammer doesn't respond. Not only Thor's friends were surprised, but Thor was also surprised. I could recall it before. Why can't I recall it all of a sudden? Thor muttered. At this time, he was very curious about where his hammer went. I have to look for it, Thor said, getting up and going to find the hammer. At this moment, a small yellow circle suddenly appeared in the space. Someone noticed this and shouted, "Look, what is that?" In an instant, everyone's eyes were directed towards the yellow circle. But before they could study it carefully, they saw a hammer suddenly thrown out of the circle. Thor quickly caught it with his hands. At first glance, good guy, isn't this my own hammer? Hammer? This is my hammer, Thor shouted excitedly. The people around him cheered too. Everyone is happy for Thor to get the hammer back, including himself. But while he was happy, Thor realized something was wrong. Wait, what happened to that yellow door just now? Teleportation, Thor asked. It looks like teleportation. A friend on the side agreed. Thor frowned. Good guy, someone is brave enough to reach out to Asgard? Does any of you know what happened with the teleportation just now? Thor asked. But everyone shook their heads. After all, I don't know who sent the hammer and then disappeared without even showing his face. And few people have seen this kind of power. This doesn't seem to be caused by Asgardians. Someone reminded. Thor frowned. He also discovered that the power just now definitely did not come from Asgard. Someone could actually reach out to Asgard without anyone noticing, and almost take my hammer away. I must find this man. Let's go to Heimdall and ask about the situation. He has the eye of Heimdall that perceives all things. He must know who invaded Asgard just now. I must find this person, Thor said as he led a group of friends toward the Rainbow Bridge. Kathmandu, Kamal Taj. Luo Bai was in a good mood after getting the original time stone, with a smile that couldn't be hidden on his face. Moto, who was leading the way, seemed to be aware of his joy. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but say, "You seem to be in a good mood. It seems that the Supreme Mage has told you some good news." Luo Bai nodded and replied, "Well, there is good news." Moto did not ask further. After all, he was still thinking about the previous trial at this time. Although the previous trial was stopped halfway, he was really convinced by Luo Bai. It only took a few days to practice to such an extent. It was really scary. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Moto immediately explained, "I admit that I had some doubts about you before, but I just didn't expect that your talent is so good. This somewhat surprised me, and I didn't mean to target you." Modo took the initiative to seek peace, which surprised Luo Bai. In fact, he doesn't have to be like this, but from this point of view, he is quite sincere. Luo Bai was not a petty person, so he immediately replied, "I don't take it to heart." Mordo shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "I can say without exaggeration that you are the most talented mage I have ever seen. I used to think that no matter how fast you were, it would take you a month to finish. Nothing happened. To think that you could finish it in just a few days is so damning." Although he knew that Luo Bai was talented, he never expected that he would be so talented. Why are the gaps between people so big? Moto was a little helpless. At this moment, Luo Bai suddenly asked, "By the way, what time does Karmatage usually start training?" Moto was a little confused and asked, "Why do you ask this?" Luo Bai replied, "Training. Don't new mages have to go through systematic training?" Moto shook his head and said, "You don't need to train now." Luo Bai was a little confused and quickly asked, "What do you mean no training?" Moto explained, "After completing the introductory course, a mage can basically move freely. Like you now, you can choose to go to the library to read books and learn more magic, or go out to practice. There is no hard requirement to stay here." "Meaning that I can move freely from now on?" Luo Bai asked. "Yes. If you encounter a bottleneck that cannot be broken through, you can ask me or the Supreme Mage for answers. There are 3 temples in Karmatage. If there is danger, the temple will recall all the mages. From the temple, you can go straight back to Karmatage," Mordo explained. Luo Bai frowned and complained helplessly, "So I am completely self-taught. After all, I am also a disciple of Karmatage, and I also got the time stone. Why do I feel like I have been left alone?" Moto smiled and said, "With your talent, it's probably hard for anyone to teach you for a few days." This is not a sarcasm, but the truth. With his talent, he will probably graduate from school after just a few days of study. What's more, the training content is relatively systematic, and the content learned every day is also very fixed. If he really trains with the mage, his learning progress may be delayed. Who knows how quickly he learned? Modu was helpless. After all, he has been studying magic for half his life, and he is also a mage at the level of an archmage. This was the first time he met a novice mage that he couldn't even teach. Okay, the library is here. Without thinking any more, Modu reminded him. The two stopped outside a building that looked very inconspicuous and even somewhat shabby from the outside. Through an old iron door, the two entered the library. As soon as I walked in, I saw a mage sitting at the table. The mage also noticed them and stood up. This is the administrator of the library. If you want to borrow books, you need to register with him, Modu introduced. Looking at the mage in front of him, Luo Bai was a little curious. After all, in his impression, the library administrator seemed to be the king. But think about it carefully. In the plot, Wang only took office after the previous administrator was killed by Cassius. So it is normal for the administrator not to be the king at this time. Okay, if you want to borrow books in the future, you can come here. By the way, are you going to live in Kamatage in the future? Just as he was thinking about it, Modu suddenly asked. Luo Bai thought for a while and asked, can I not live here? You have now learned teleportation magic. With your talent, you will learn it for a few more days. Is it possible that I can stop you and prevent you from getting out? Modu asked. It seems to make sense. The room is ready for you. This is the address. You can go there later. But you already have a villa. I don't think you will stay in the dormitory. Modu continued. Luo Bai smiled and replied, that's not necessarily the case. After all, Kamatage is much safer than outside. He only knows some introductory magic now, so he might as well stay here and learn more magic before going out. Okay, I'll leave first. If you have any other questions, you can come back to me. Modu said goodbye and left. After he left, Luo Bai began to search for books in the library. The books in the library are divided very carefully, and there are various types of magic books classified into space, time, etc. Luo Bai picked one book from each category, and then he unexpectedly found the magic book, the Book of Wei Shen Emperor. There are two sacred books in the Marvel world, which record all the magic in the world. One is the Book of Emperor Wei Shen and the other is called the Book of Darkness. They respectively record the white magic and black magic of the Marvel world. It's just that Kamathaj explicitly prohibited the study of dark magic, so naturally the Dark Book of Darkness could not be found in the library. But for now, the books he borrowed are enough to study. 13 books in total. I don't know, I thought he was preparing for the college entrance examination. Luo Bai sighed. After registering with the administrator, he returned to the dormitory according to the address, and then started reading books. The first thing Luo Bai studied was the Book of Emperor Wei Shen. After all, this book contains all white magic, and learning the magic in it can help him greatly increase his magic energy storage. It will be relatively easy to learn high-level magic such as time and space later. It's just that the intensity of magic in the Book of Wei Shen Emperor is obviously higher than that in the Supreme Complete Collection. After looking through it roughly, Luo Bai found that it recorded the multidimensional transmission secrets of the secret door, also known as the portal, as well as the ring of Grigator, the mirror space, the sacred sword of Emperor Wei Shen, and the soul's out-of-body experience, gravity control, and many other advanced magic learning methods. There is even a method to enter the Supreme Dimension on the last page, and it is suggested that after entering the Supreme Dimension, you can receive the blessing of Emperor Wei Shen. All in all, it looks quite complicated. But, it's difficult, but you still have to learn. Luo Bai could only start the hard learning mode. Although Luo Bai understands the theory, it has a certain basis. But because his training time was too short, the magic energy in his body was not very powerful yet. Most of the white magic in the Book of Wei Shen Emperor requires powerful magical energy to control, which adds a lot of difficulty to his practice. The first magic that Luo Bai learned was called Iqin's Journey. Its function is to be able to duplication into countless selves and release magic at the same time, and each duplication has the same strength as the main body. The stronger the magical energy contained in the body, the greater the number of duplications. After several days of practice, Luo Bai was barely able to split 2 duplications. Although he learned quickly enough, he was still in a hurry when it came to energy storage. Unless he can get the blessing of Emperor Wei Shen or those ancient gods. The so-called blessing, simply put, means giving strength. Generally speaking, it is difficult to obtain blessings. It's described on the last page of the book. Simply put, that is, you must at least have the ability to enter the Supreme Dimension before those ancient gods will notice you. Otherwise, why would others give you blessings for no reason? It is impossible for Luo Bai to enter the Supreme Dimension with his current strength. I have no choice but to take my time. Luo Bai sighed and was about to practice magic again. At this moment, a golden light suddenly shone between his pupils, covering his eyes. Before he could react, he felt as if he had fallen into chaos. And the end of chaos is a golden light. In the golden light, 3 huge amounts of heads appeared in front of his eyes. The 3 heads were like a mountain, so big that Luo Bai couldn't even see their whole faces. Luo Bai was a little overwhelmed by the sudden change. Although he didn't know what was appearing in front of him, Luo Bai could still feel the oppression, a strong sense of oppression. For a moment, Luo Bai even forgot to think. Until a voice rang in my ears, talents beyond ordinary people are rare. Then another voice sounded, my child, you have an unusual future. Another voice echoed, you deserve to be blessed. Three heads said 3 different words. After he finished speaking, before Luo Bai even came back to his senses, the golden light became brighter and brighter, so bright that it stung his eyes. Luo Bai closed his eyes subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, the 3 heads disappeared, along with the strange space. He returned to the dormitory, Kamataj's simple dormitory. Everything was as psychedelic as a dream, but Luo Bai clearly felt that he was much smoother, as if someone had forcibly transmitted waves of magic energy, and the magic energy in his body had increased by huge amounts. This is a blessing? Good guy? He was actually chased by Emperor Weishan to give him a blessing? Emperor Weishan is not an ancient god, but the collective name of 3 ancient gods. These 3 ancient gods are the Almighty Ohit, the All-Seeing Agamotto, and the Old Hogs. The 3 of them form the Trinity of Gods, Emperor Weishan. Therefore, in Luo Bai's memory, the image of Emperor Weishan is 3 heads. The 3 heads combine what they say. Luo Bai can 100% confirm that he has been blessed. He originally thought that in order to receive Emperor Weishan's blessing, at least he would have to wait until he had the ability to enter the Supreme Dimension. Unexpectedly, he was chased and blessed by Emperor Weishan. Luo Bai is so excited. Feeling the sudden surge of powerful energy in his body, he couldn't wait to start training. And at the same time, in the main hall, Ancient One, who was sitting quietly meditating on the multi-universe, suddenly opened his eyes. Kamataj was created by the Ancient One, and it can also be said that Kamataj is her dimension. This also means that she can detect anything that happens in Kamataj immediately. Even if others didn't notice the abnormality of Kamataj just now, she could still feel it because she was so familiar with it. That was a blessing from Emperor Weishan. Blessings be upon Kamal Taj. Moreover, Emperor Weishan came here specifically. Even without asking specifically, Ancient One could guess that the only person to whom the blessing could be given was Luo Bai. It's incredible that Emperor Weishan specially came to bless him. Ancient One couldn't help but sigh. In her impression, ancient gods like this have never actively given blessings. Not to mention taking the initiative to come and bless you. Those who can receive blessings from Emperor Weishan are usually those who have gone through trials, that is, only those who have entered the Supreme Dimension can receive blessings. But this time Emperor Weishan actually came over on his own initiative? It seems that his talent alarmed Emperor Weishan. Ancient One muttered again. Emperor Weishan is in charge of all white magic. Once someone learns white magic, they will know it. After all, the power is borrowed from them. Presumably they realized that Luo Bai's talent was too strong, so they came to bless him. It's reasonable, but unexpected. But that's fine. With Emperor Weishan's blessing, Luo Bai can grow faster, and soon she will be able to leave with peace of mind. Just as he was thinking about it, Modu came over. Supreme Mage. Modu shouted as soon as he entered the door. Is something wrong? Ancient One asked. Modu nodded and answered very seriously. A group of people dressed very strangely came to Kathmandu. They are now everywhere asking about the location of Kamataj. It seems that they are here with bad intentions. Ancient One didn't say anything, but he already understood in his heart. Thor should have come looking for him. I heard that Thor had a very bad temper, just like Odin back then. Luo Bai took his hammer, so it was normal for him to find it. Supreme Mage, do you need me to handle it? Seeing that she didn't speak, Modu asked again. Ancient One shook his head and said, don't worry, they will go back if they can't find it. If they don't go back, I will go and have a look. Finding Kamataj is not easy. It would be even harder if the Ancient One didn't want to. So much so that Thor searched for it in Kathmandu for 3 full days, but couldn't even find a door. Thor, did we make a mistake? I feel like we have asked all the people in the city and no one knows where Kamataj is. Could it be that this place doesn't exist at all? Heimdall can't go wrong. But didn't he also say that he couldn't see who specifically held the hammer, and could only roughly guess that it came from Kamal Taj? It's really strange. Heimdall has the eye to perceive all things. How can there be a place that he can't see? Thor's friends were talking a lot, but Thor was extremely irritable at this time. 3 days of searching. 3 whole days? I didn't even find a door? Is there really such a ghost place? Thor complained loudly. As far as the earth is concerned, there are places that they can't find. Why does he feel like this place doesn't exist at all? Among the 9 realms, the earth is already the weakest existence. I don't think there is any so-called magic holy place in this place. I think we should go back, Thor. One of the friends complained. Although not willing to do so, but after searching for so long and unable to find it, Thor believed that there should be no magical holy land on earth at all. There was no way. Thor could only go back cursing. Thor and his party left Kathmandu. Upon noticing this situation, Modo immediately ran to report, Supreme Mage, those people have left. Ancient One was not surprised and simply replied, I already know. Seeing that she knew that Modo didn't mention anything more, he just changed his report to another thing. Supreme Mage, I have something to ask. Is there anything else? Ancient One asked. Modo replied, Luo Bai hasn't gone out for a long time. He has been staying in the dormitory during this time. He should be studying. Ancient One guessed. It should be so. He borrowed a lot of books and went to the dormitory a week ago. Modu said, with a bit of worry on his face. Ancient One didn't understand, so he asked, you look a little worried, is there something wrong? Master Modu. Modu thought for a moment and then spoke hesitantly, I just went to the library to check his borrowing records. What books did he borrow? Ancient One asked curiously. Modu quickly gave a reply, the Book of Emperor Weishan, the compilation of time, the concept of space, etc., and so on. Ancient One nodded and replied calmly, they are all very profound ancient books. Seeing that there was no expression on her face, Modu was a little surprised. Supreme Mage, aren't you surprised that he borrowed these books? Without waiting for Ancient One to reply, he continued to talk about his worries. I know that Luo Bai's talent is indeed very high, but after all, he has just studied for a short time. I can't understand many of the books. I'm worried that he will waste his time. Modu's worries are not without reason. Normally, a mage learns step by step. Start learning basic magic, then intermediate magic, advanced magic, and finally learn the complete collection of white magic. The corresponding books include the Supreme Complete Collection, A Brief History of Secret Techniques, the Complete Collection of Secret Techniques, and the Book of Weishan Emperor. It is not until the mage masters all white magic that he will study magic like time, space, and multidimensionality. But Luo Bai didn't borrow the two middle books at all, which meant that he skipped the basic stage of mage preparation and went directly to the final stage. Modu was naturally worried. In fact, this situation has occurred before. Some mages who are eager for success want to learn more powerful magic, so they borrow a lot of books that they don't understand. They study for more than half a year but make no progress at all, which is a waste of time. When encountering this kind of situation before, Modu would directly remind it and correct it in time. But due to Luo Bai's special situation, he couldn't make his own decision, so he came to seek the Ancient One's advice. Supreme Mage, do you need me to remind Luo Bai? Modu asked. Ancient One shook his head and said, no, let him learn by himself. If he doesn't understand, he will naturally ask. Without asking, it proves that he can learn. Although Ancient One is also a little worried. But thinking about the fact that the Weishan Emperor came after him to bless him a few days ago, the Ancient One felt that maybe he should believe Luo Bai. Thinking of this, the Ancient One said, his talent is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Let him do whatever he wants. If he asks, just answer. Don't deliberately control him. Luo Bai's talent is different from ordinary people, so maybe you can really help him by leaving him alone. Modu seemed to understand this, and replied, okay. After reporting all the situations, Modu left the main hall. He originally wanted to go to the training ground to see how other mages were training, but out of worry, he couldn't help but go to the mages' dormitory to see Luo Bai's progress. Walking to the door of Luo Bai's dormitory, he hesitated and knocked on the door. Soon, Luo Bai opened the door a crack. As soon as he opened the door, Modu smelled a scent, which was the aroma of food. Are you eating? Modu asked. Luo Bai nodded and said, yes. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat some? Modu shook his head and asked, can I go in and sit down? Of course. Luo Bai invited warmly and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Modu was stunned. Good guy, this is not a dormitory? This is obviously the canteen. At this time, I saw a round table placed in the center of the not-so-large room. There is a large pot of red soup boiling on the round table, and there are vegetables next to the pot. There are all kinds of meat, vegetables, and seafood. If you look closely, there is an open magic book on the table. What are you eating? Modu asked confused. Luo Bai held the bowl and replied while eating, hot pot. I've heard of it, but where did you get these things? I've never seen you leave the dormitory. Modu asked confused. Luo Bai calmly replied, I got these with the Ring of Grigadar. The Ring of Grigadar is simply the magic of retrieving objects. As long as you think about it in your mind, you can get the items and weapons you want. Modu knew, but he really didn't expect it. Is this how you learn secret arts, and use them? Modu couldn't help but complain. Kamitage's magic is also called secret technique or secret method, but the names are different, so don't pay too much attention to it. I still have so many books to learn and I don't have time to go out, so I just wanted to save some trouble. Luo Bai explained. Now that you know how to use magic, things that can be solved with magic can naturally be solved with magic. Although Modu wanted to continue complaining, he still held back when he thought of the purpose of his visit. How are you studying? Modu asked. It's okay. Luo Bai replied. Good. After hearing his reply, Modu was already complaining crazily in his heart. Please, you borrowed a bunch of magic books that even I can't understand. You actually said your studies were okay. I've learned all these decades of magic in vain, right? Although he was already very upset, Modu still tried to stay calm and asked again, which book are you studying now? This is the Book of Emperor Weishan. Luo Bai pointed to the half-opened magic book on the table. How are you studying? Modu asked again. Luo Bai shook his head and said, it's not bad, I've learned half of it. Modu, half? It's only been a little over a week, and you're telling me that you've learned half of it? You've learned half of it in 1 week. Unable to hold back, Modu asked in surprise. Luo Bai frowned slightly when he mentioned this, and said with a somewhat helpless expression, well, this book is quite difficult to learn, and it will probably take a lot of time to learn it all. After finishing the study, I still have 12 books to learn, and I don't know how long it will take to study. I can't stay in the dormitory forever. Luo Bai was really helpless. After all, when he saw that there were still more than 10 books to study, his eyes darkened. But Modu couldn't understand him, and even thought he was irritating. Please? The Book of Emperor Weishan alone is enough for mages to study for most of their lives. Luo Bai actually wanted to learn all the 13 books he borrowed in a short period of time. No, he hasn't learned everything yet. Annoying, really annoying? At this time, Mo felt very aggrieved. If he continues to chat with Luo Bai, he will doubt his life. He suddenly felt that the Supreme Mage was right. A special mage like Luo Bai should be left alone. With his talent, even talking to him makes me feel unworthy. I just came here to see you and see if you have any problems. Since you are practicing well, I will leave first. Motu said, turning around and leaving. He couldn't stay in this place for a second. But before he could take 2 steps, Luo Bai suddenly stopped him. Master Motu, I really have a question to ask. Motu stopped, with confusion on his face. You still have problems. What difficulties have you encountered in practice? Modu asked in surprise. Luo Bai shook his head and responded, that's not true. I just wanted to ask if Kamathaj's magic book can leave here. No. Motu replied, in order to ensure the safety of the books, all books cannot leave Kamathaj. Why do you want to go out? Well, I have to go out for some things. Luo Bai responded. I don't know where Tony got his mobile phone number, but he actually sent him a text message saying that he was in an emergency. Considering that he couldn't learn these more than 10 books in a short time, he decided to go to New York first. He went to New York and returned to New York, but he couldn't leave behind his studies, so he might have to read these books in New York later. But now it doesn't seem to work. Kamathaj's book is not allowed to leave this place, which proves that it is impossible to take it away secretly even if the fetching magic is used, which gives Luo Bai a headache. You can memorize the content in the book so that you can practice even if you don't take it out. Motu suggested. Remember the contents of the book? Photographic memory? This ability, he really doesn't have it. He is just lucky, not full of buff. How is it possible to have more photographic memory abilities? Thinking of this, Luo Bai sighed helplessly, I can't remember so much content. Motu was silent for a while, and then replied after a moment, most of the books in the library are very precious. Although they can be borrowed, they are not allowed to be damaged. It is difficult to guarantee the integrity of the books if they leave Kamathaj, and they may even be damaged, lost. So normally it's not allowed to be taken out. However, there are always mages using the Ring of Gregator to take books out of the library, which makes it difficult for me to handle. Although I also reprimanded them, they returned the book intact, so I couldn't punish them. I also specifically asked the Supreme Mage how to handle this matter. But the Supreme Mage believes that mages are free and should not interfere too much. Think about it, who can control the mage? You think so, Luo Bai? This matter is really distressing. Modu said, with a look of distress on his face. But if you look closely, you can easily see a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Combined with his smile and what he just said, Luo Bai suddenly had an epiphany. Good guy? What Modu means is that although it is not possible on the surface, it is not that no mages have done this secretly. As long as the book can be returned intact, no one will pursue anything, not even the Supreme Mage. So he was hinting to Luo Bai, you can take it out secretly? No wonder Cassius was able to steal books from the library later. Kamathaj was really too free. Thinking of this, Luo Bai spoke righteously, Master Modu, this situation must be prevented. Kamathaj's book is so precious, it would be bad if it was lost. I think so too, so you won't do this, right? Modu asked. Of course not. Master Modu, you must believe in my character. Luo Bai said quickly. Of course I believe you. Okay, I'll leave first, then you study hard. After finishing speaking, Modu left, and before leaving, he gave a few pretentious instructions. As soon as he left, Luo Bai began to clean up the dormitory. Although he had promised Modu just now that he would never take the book out. But anyone with a discerning eye would know that the two of them were talking nonsense. Modu had already hinted so clearly, it would be wrong of him if he didn't appreciate it anymore. So, wait until the dormitory is cleaned up. Luo Bai held the book and opened a portal to Stark's villa. Looking at his huge villa, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh. Although Kamal Taj is nice, who wouldn't want to live in a villa? I don't know what Stark wants from me, Luo Bai muttered. He walked up to the study on the second floor and put away the magic book. After putting it away, he was about to call Stark to ask what happened, but the next second he heard movement outside the door. The movement was actually not that big, it was just the sound of gurgling water coming from the bathroom. The bathroom is at the end of the corridor on the second floor, still some distance from the study. But because of his magic practice, Luo Bai's 5 senses were already different from ordinary people, so he could still detect even the slightest sound. This made Luo Bai a little strange. Why is there the sound of water in the bathroom? Could it be that there was a burglar in the house during his absence? His idea is not unreasonable. The public security in Country M is not good to begin with, and break-ins and thefts often occur. What's more, with such a big villa, it's normal for him to be targeted by thieves. Luo Bai frowned at this thought. Such a thief, how dare he steal from Master Fa's house? Tired of living? While thinking about it, Luo Bai walked towards the bathroom. At this time, he was very vigilant and was ready to take action at any time. He never expected that when he walked to the bathroom door, he saw a slim woman who was all wet and only wearing a bath towel. At this time, the woman was wiping her green hair with a towel in her hand. She seemed to notice someone approaching, and she immediately turned her head. Luo Bai didn't give her time to react, and immediately released the magic, Sidorak Crimson Chain. The Crimson Chain of Sidorak, the white magic recorded in the Book of Emperor Weishan. After use, it can summon crimson chains to imprison the enemy. If it is strong, it can summon countless crimson chains. Although Luo Bai's strength could only summon 4 chains for the time being, it was enough to restrain the woman in front of him. The moment Luo Bai used magic, 4 crimson chains appeared out of thin air from all directions and instantly restrained the woman. The woman seems to be no ordinary person, and she wants to use her ability on Luo Bai. Luo Bai frowned and immediately opened the mirror space to surround the entire villa, forcefully pulling the woman into his space. At this time, the woman finally became honest. As if she had never seen such an ability, the woman was very surprised and said, "What kind of ability is this? Where am I? Why do I feel like I am disconnected from everything around me?" But Luo Bai didn't answer. He just asked in a cold voice, "How dare you steal Master Fa's home?" "Steal? Master?" After extracting several keywords, the woman quickly asked, "So you are not sent by the Mutant Association to arrest me? You are the owner of this villa?" Luo Bai did not answer, but asked, "Do you think you are qualified to ask me any questions now? If you break into someone else's home without the owner's permission, you can't beat the owner of the room." Judging from the current situation, women are indeed not qualified to ask questions. It seemed that she finally saw the current situation clearly. The woman quickly apologized and said sincerely, "I'm sorry. If you have anything to ask, just ask." Luo Bai put his hands behind his back, looked at the woman and asked, "You just mentioned the Mutants Association, so you are a mutant?" The woman nodded and replied sincerely, "Yes. What's your name and why are you at my house?" Luo Bai asked again. The woman was finally able to explain. "My name is Lorna. I'm really not a thief. I think you must have misunderstood. I know it was wrong of me to break into your house, but I really had no choice. I hid in your house to avoid being hunted. I just want to hide in your house for 2 days and then leave. I really didn't steal anything. You can check the room, really." Lorna explained with sincerity in her eyes. Hearing her say his name, combined with her appearance, Luo Bai knew that she was not lying. Lorna, mutant. Nickname, Polaris. She is the daughter of Magneto and inherited her father's ability to control the magnetic field to create fields. The most iconic thing is the long green hair. Mutant, long green hair. Luo Bai had already roughly confirmed in his heart that the woman in front of him was indeed Polaris. Combined with her explanation just now, it is not difficult to guess what happened. In the Marvel world, mutants have always had a very low social status. Mainly because mutants have very powerful abilities, and this ability threatens humanity, so governments everywhere are very repulsive to mutants. The government had no way to kill powerful mutants, so it could only manage them, so the Mutant Association appeared. The Mutants Association is an organization specifically responsible for managing mutants. They will capture the mutants and then control them. They say they control them, but they actually mean surveillance and research. Therefore, once captured by the people of the Mutant Association, the mutants will inevitably face torture that is worse than life. Because of this, most mutants are unwilling to be captured. After all, who wants to be tortured? The same must be true for Polaris. In order to avoid capture, Polaris accidentally broke into his villa. Seeing that there was no one in the villa, she wanted to stay for 2 days and wait until it was safe before leaving. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, I met Luo Bai and came back. Reasonable, but inexcusable. Although you may have broken in unintentionally, it is wrong for you to break into someone else's house privately. And you are still taking a shower in my house? You really don't see anyone outside. Luo Bai couldn't help complaining. Polaris was a little embarrassed and said hurriedly, "In order to avoid being caught, I haven't taken a shower for a long time, so I borrowed the bathroom for a while. I'm really embarrassed." If an apology is useful, what else should the police do? Luo Bai frowned and continued to question. Hearing him say the word police, Polaris was a little anxious. "You can punish me, you can do whatever you want me to do, but please don't hand me over to the police. Once they find out that I am a mutant, I will be handed over to the Mutants Association," Polaris said eagerly. Seeing her like this, Luo Bai said in a deep voice, "You still made demands. You know, your current behavior, even if I shoot you, is self-defense. According to the laws of country M, homeowners can indeed shoot burglars, and it is legal and reasonable." Polaris apparently understands, too. "If you really want to kill me, I can accept it. But please don't hand me over to the Mutants Association," Polaris said. It can be seen from her words how scared she is of the Mutants Association and would rather die than be captured by the Mutants Association people. But think about it, it is better to die directly than to be tortured to death. There has always been a saying that says, scholars can be killed but not humiliated. Luo Bai could understand what she meant. Seeing as her apology was sincere, she is still a girl. Although Luo Bai was annoyed with her for breaking into his villa privately, he really didn't hate her enough to kill her. Thinking of this, Luo Bai took back the crimson chain and cancelled the mirror space. The surroundings quickly returned to normal. Seeing that he did not launch another attack, Polaris asked with some surprise, "Won't you kill me? Your behavior is certainly hateful, but since it is your first offense and the circumstances are excusable, I will not be cruel," Luo Bai said. "Thank you." Polaris thanked him quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai continued, "However, I don't intend to let you go just like this." Polar Star was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became tense. "Are you still going to hand me over to the police?" Polaris asked. Without waiting for Luo Bai to speak, she continued, "Please don't do this. In fact, we mutants are not all as bad as advertised. I have been hunted for as long as I can remember, but I have never used my ability to harm anyone. I just want to survive. You don't know how they treat us mutants. Almost all the mutants in the Mutants Association suffered inhuman torture. Many of my friends never even came out again. Polaris said. From her words, Luo Bai heard something was wrong. In his memory, Polaris' personality should be similar to that of her father, and he tried to resist the Mutants Association and established the Mutants Underground Organization for this purpose. Why does it feel like she has no intention of resisting now? Could it be because we haven't reached that timeline yet? Thinking of this, Luo Bai asked, "How old are you?" 18 years old. Polaris replied. 18 years old, no wonder. Polaris is just coming of age. However, he was still a little confused and asked, "I remember that Professor X was not trying to negotiate with the government to let mutants and humans live in peace. You could have gone to Professor." Polaris sighed and said, "I wanted to save my friend, but failed." Luo Bai suddenly realized that he had nothing to ask at this point. But Polaris was still a little nervous. "So, how are you going to punish me?" Polaris asked. "I'm in need of a housekeeper. Since you came to my door yourself, you can be my housekeeper. For 3 months, you will be responsible for helping me clean the room, look after the house, and cook," Luo Bai said. Polaris was obviously stunned after hearing this. She thought about all the punishments Luo Bai might give him, but she never expected that Luo Bai would let him work as a cleaner. Polaris was confused, and it took a long time before a single word came out of his mouth. "Why, you don't want to?" Luo Bai asked back. Polaris quickly shook his head and said, "No." Then it's settled. "Oh, by the way, from now on, your scope of action is only on the first floor. You can't go to the second floor. If you are discovered by me, you know the consequences. Also, you will have no salary for these 3 months," Luo Bai said. Polaris was stunned again. "No salary, still have to cook? I still have to lose money to subsidize my co-authorship." Thinking of this, Polaris couldn't help but ask, "The money to buy groceries? You have to figure it out yourself. After all, this is punishment, and I didn't invite you here." Luo Bai shrugged and complained helplessly. Polaris, okay. To be honest, Polaris is somewhat reluctant to be a housekeeper. After all, she is Magneto's daughter, and she has a strong rebellious spirit in her bones. Short name, Rebellion. If it weren't for the fact that she had done something wrong first and couldn't beat Luo Bai, how could she be so talkative and willing to be the cleaning lady? But now, there is no way. No matter how reluctant she is, she will do this free coolly. But before that, Polaris felt that she had to explain some situations in advance. That, I have something to say. After some hesitation, Polaris spoke. "Say it," Luo Bai replied. Polaris seemed a little embarrassed, and after a moment she replied, "I may be a little abnormal sometimes. In fact, I have been diagnosed with mental problems since I was a child. Sometimes I get rage, and sometimes I have extremely depressed and quiet. Bipolar disorder, right?" Luo Bai asked. Polaris replied uncertainly, "Maybe it's the name. I didn't remember it specifically. But when I'm emotionally disturbed, I often can't control my ability. I hope you can still exercise some restraint when working, otherwise I will have to lock you in a little dark room," Luo Bai replied seriously. Polaris was stunned and asked in confusion, "What does the little dark room mean?" Considering that it would be troublesome to explain, Luo Bai responded perfunctorily, "You will understand what it means by then." Luo Bai looked serious. Although he doesn't look very old, he may not even be much older than Polaris. But I don't know why Polaris just thinks he looks old and heavy, and seems to be particularly difficult to get along with. It is also for this reason that Polaris is always a little cautious when talking to him. Then, can I ask, what is your name? I mean, what should I call you in the future? Polaris asked. "Master Luo Bai," Luo Bai responded. Hearing the word mage, Polaris was confused. Mage? Is he the one who often appears in TV dramas, the kind of mage who uses magic? Polaris asked. Mutants, biologically speaking, refer to mutated human races resulting from genetic mutations. So most mutants are either born with certain abilities, or they inherit them. In the Marvel world, these people are usually called human deformities, which are very different from mages. What's more, mages generally don't like to show up in public, so Polaris, like most people, has never heard that mages exist in this world. Hearing Luo Bai say that he was a mage, Polaris' eyes instantly lit up. As if she had found a new world, she continued to ask without waiting for Luo Bai's answer, "So the red chain and the inexplicable space you created just now are all magic, right?" At this time, the expression on Polaris's face was a bit surprised, and she looked like a curious girl. Luo Bai felt that these questions were difficult to explain clearly in a short while, so he simply gave up answering them. "You put your clothes on first," Luo Bai said. Only then did Polaris remember that he seemed to be wearing only a bathrobe. Although it is indeed not good for a woman to dress so revealingly in front of strange men, Polaris doesn't seem to take it too seriously. "Isn't this wrapped in a bathrobe? Master Luo Bai, can you tell me what a mage is like? When I was a child, I watched TV and it seemed that a mage could turn people into frogs and curse others. Is this true?" Polaris continued to ask. Luo Bai didn't say a word and left speechlessly. He went straight to the study and continued to sort out the magic books. While sorting out the book, Luo Bai was thinking about what had just happened. To be honest, Luo Bai didn't expect that he would be able to pick up housework for free just after returning home. He had been thinking before that it was really inconvenient for such a big villa to have no housekeeper. After all, he didn't have time to stay here every day to tidy up. Unexpectedly, Polaris arrived at my door by itself. Although she looks a bit younger, her work may not be so reliable. But she is a mutant? She also has the ability to control magnetic fields, so ordinary people can't defeat her. It's hard to find a housekeeper like this who can not only look after the house, tidy up the room, but also pay for cooking. There is no other way. Who gave him good luck? Thinking of this, Luo Bai was in a good mood, and after finishing sorting out the magic book, he sent a message to Stark. He didn't forget that he came to New York this time because of Stark. About 15 minutes later, Stark appeared outside the villa. As soon as the door opened, Stark walked in as unobtrusively as before. As he walked, Stark said, "Luo Bai, where have you been these days? I've been looking for you." Stark walked over to the sofa and prepared to sit down as usual. But before he sat down, he noticed something was wrong. There is one more person in the room. And she is still a girl. She looks like she is underage. Who is this? Stark couldn't help but ask. "My new housekeeper." Luo Bai responded calmly. Now Stark wasn't calm anymore. "What the hell? Your new housekeeper? Are you serious?" Stark asked in disbelief. Luo Bai nodded and replied affirmatively, "Yes." Stark still couldn't believe it. "Come on, this girl looks unfinished. Whose minors come out to do housework? Why not do something else?" Thinking of this, Stark continued, "I'm actually not that conservative. You seem to be an adult and you're old enough to fall in love. And I won't say anything, so you don't have to hide it from me. Or, she's a minor? If that's the case, I have to talk to you about this. You should be an adult after all." I have to say that Stark is quite clever sometimes. These words made Luo Bai silent. Fortunately, Polaris opened his mouth to explain in time. "Hello, Mr. Stark, my name is Lorna Dane, and I am the new housekeeper hired by Master Luo Bai. Stark is a celebrity in Country M, on TV, newspapers, and magazines. He can be found almost wherever you can brush your face. There are very few people in New York who don't know him, so Polaris naturally knows him too." Because of this, Stark wasn't curious as to why Polaris knew him. What he was curious about was that Polaris was really the housekeeper hired by Luo Bai. He looked at Polaris with puzzled eyes for a long time, and then asked after a moment, "My child, do you have any difficulties? If you are really in trouble, I can actually help you. You should still be in college at this time?" Polar Star shook his head and said, "I don't have any difficulties. I volunteered to be Master Luo Bai's housekeeper." Stark was completely speechless. He looked at Luo Bai with envy, jealousy, and hatred and asked, "So, where did you kidnapped such a beautiful beauty? At such a young age, you are willing to give are you a housekeeper?" Luo Bai did not respond, but asked, "Tony, did you forget that you came to me if you have something urgent?" Only then did Stark finally remember the purpose of his visit. "Oh, by the way, I mean I have something urgent to come to you. To be honest, Luo Bai, I have been very depressed during your absence, really very depressed. I think I may not live long." Stark said, his expression dimmed instantly. "Can't survive? What do you mean?" Luo Bai asked confused. "Why don't you want to live even though you are so good?" Polaris on the side was also frightened by these words. He couldn't help but ask, "You have appeared frequently in the news and newspapers recently. You are rich and famous. Why do you suddenly say such things?" Stark sighed and said, "A lot of things happened during your absence. I just look happy, but in fact I am not happy for long. There is a problem with my arc reactor." "Arc reactor?" Luo Bai remembered it when he mentioned it. "Are you poisoned by palladium?" Luo Bai asked. Hearing what he said, Stark's eyes lit up as he was still very depressed. "You know what's going on with me?" Stark asked. "Looking at your symptoms, they look quite similar." Luo Bai pointed at the veins on Stark's neck. It was obvious that they were different from ordinary people. Seemingly seeing that Luo Bai knew about palladium poisoning, Stark asked happily, "Then do you know how to deal with it?" "To be honest, I can't think of how to deal with it. I have tried many methods, but none of them are ideal." Stark could clearly feel that his health was getting worse, and his smart butler Jarvis kept reminding him that his health was very bad, but there was nothing he could do. Although he has been working hard on research, he has never been able to solve the problem of palladium poisoning. There are only some ways to alleviate such symptoms. "Did you see this?" Stark asked. He took out a huge kettle filled with a green and inexplicable liquid. "Did you see this? Chlorophyll juice? I eat this stuff every day. To be honest, this stuff tastes really bad." Stark sighed, turning into a bitter look. Luo Bai understood and said, "I am very sympathetic to your experience. Do I need sympathy? No, I need a solution. Do you have any good ideas?" "Luo Bai, I want to hear your opinion. There is nothing Ethan can do." Stark complained. Since the terror incident, the only people Stark can trust are Ethan and Robin. But he was right to ask Luo Bai. After all, after understanding the plot, Luo Bai really knows how to solve the problem of palladium poisoning. "Are there still some missile fragments in your heart that have not been removed?" Luo Bai asked. Tony nodded and replied, "Yes. I should be able to help you solve this problem." Luo Bai replied, and then opened the Eye of Agamotto. Aiming at Stark's heart, Luo Bai tried to use reverse flow. Since Luo Bai just got the time stone and hasn't used it much, his hands will inevitably shake a little when he uses it for the first time. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and Stark's heart was quickly restored to its original state. The moment his heart recovered, Stark felt a difference. He seemed to be alive again. Feeling the changes in his body, Stark asked in surprise, "Oh my god, Luo Bai, how did you do that?" "It's just a little bit of magic." Luo Bai responded with a smile. Cool. Stark became excited. But soon he remembered something again, so he couldn't help but said, "Luo Bai, I am very grateful to you for saving my life again. But I am worried about the materials for the arc reactor." Stark used palladium as the core material of the arc reactor, which led to his poisoning. Although his heart has returned to normal now, he still has to replace the core material of the arc reactor. "Only, my suit has been upgrading, and it requires powerful energy to drive it. With the current technology, I really can't think of what materials should be used to rebuild an arc reactor." Stark replied with a sigh. Luo Bai thought for a while and asked, "Tony, is your relationship with your father not very good? Why do you suddenly ask this?" Stark asked confused. Luo Bai explained, "Don't you want to replace the materials of the arc reactor? Your father may have a solution." "My father?" Stark complained in confusion, "But he has been dead for a long time." "What I mean is that your father once researched a new technology that can solve the material problem of the reactor," Luo Bai explained. "New technology? His father? Why don't even I know that my father has researched new technologies, but you know?" Stark asked, his face full of confusion. "This question. I am a mage after all, it is normal to be able to predict the future," Luo Bai replied with a smile. Although this explanation may be far-fetched in other places, it happens that Luo Bai is a mage, so his explanation is reasonable. "Predict the future? Are you mages so awesome?" Stark complained in shock. After finishing his rant, Stark looked hesitant, as if he was thinking about something. "I remembered this when I mentioned it. I recently met an organization called SHIELD. They seem to have some of my father's things. I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. is also related to my father," Stark said. The full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. is the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. It is a special force of the International Security Council specially designed to deal with various bizarre incidents. To put it simply, it was founded by the government of Country M and is used specifically to manage people with super abilities. Although the original intention and purpose of its creation are good, it is still managed by humans, and it is still managed by agents. So Luo Bai doesn't particularly like her in terms of actions and handling style. Especially the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Luo Bai was even more disgusted. Although some of his actions are good, his starting point is also to benefit mankind. But his thoughts seemed very wrong to Luo Bai. What's more, the combat power in S.H.I.E.L.D. is very impressive. Such a bastardized organization cannot manage people with super abilities at all. According to Luo Bai's understanding, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top management has basically been eroded by hostile forces, so it's okay not to mention it. But in Stark's case, S.H.I.E.L.D. can really help. S.H.I.E.L.D. can indeed help you in this matter, Luo Bai explained. "By the way, they want me to join the Avengers," Stark complained. "Are you going to join?" Although he already knew the answer, Luo Bai still asked symbolically. Sure enough, he heard Stark's affirmative answer. "I have this idea. To be precise, I have joined now. They said that the Avengers were created to save the Earth. This is very consistent with my thoughts. By the way, they seem to have plans to let you join. Why do they know about me?" Luo Bai asked confused. Stark explained, "Do you remember that we dealt with Obadiah together before? S.H.I.E.L.D. used the Sky Eye to observe the situation at that time and knew about your existence. They asked me about you. I said you were a mage." "That's right, but I have no interest in joining the Avengers." Luo Bai simply refused. "Actually, I guessed that you would refuse, because in my opinion, you are a very low-key person. In fact, I have rejected them for you before, but they said they wanted to see you and were standing outside the door. Do you want to see them?" asked Stark. His words made Luo Bai hesitate. If he goes by what he thinks in his heart, Luo Bai definitely doesn't want to see him. But considering Nick Fury's character, he will definitely try his best to see himself. In order to avoid subsequent trouble, Luo Bai thought it would be a good thing to make it clear now. Since they are here, let them come in. Luo Bai relaxed. Stark didn't say anything, just took out his phone and sent a text message. Soon there was a knock on the door, and Polaris immediately ran to open the door. The door opened, and a sexy short-haired beauty appeared outside. There was also a bald man standing next to the beauty. Yes, another big bald head. It's just that this time it's a braised egg head. Knowing that the people coming belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., then their identity is not difficult to guess. That braised egg head must be Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. As for the one next to him, he should be the Black Widow, whose full name is Natasha Romanoff. Both of these two are outstanding agents of SHIELD. Nick Fury is even known as the King of Agents. As an agent, you must have received long-term professional training. He has a thorough grasp of human nature and so on, especially an agent of Nick Fury's level. Because of this, he always has some confidence in him, confident that he can persuade anyone. As soon as he entered the door, Nick Fury walked to the sofa and sat down with a very serious expression. Then he briefly introduced himself. Hello, my name is Nick Fury. I think Tony has already told you some general information. Since Luo Bai didn't want to waste any more words, he directly replied, as I said, I have no interest in the Avengers. Nick Fury didn't seem surprised and didn't even mention it. He changed the subject. I heard Tony say that you are a mage. Yeah. Luo Bai nodded. Nick Fury said with emotion, although it's hard for me to believe that there are mages on Earth, I really can't explain how you made Obadiah disappear out of thin air. Can I ask someone like, are there many mages like you on Earth? Luo Bai frowned and said, this question of yours is not polite. Nick Fury seemed to understand. He explained, you know, most of the people living on the Earth are ordinary people. S.H.I.E.L.D's responsibility is to protect and manage the Earth. So I must eliminate all factors that threaten the Earth. So you think, mages are a threat to the Earth? Luo Bai asked. Nick Fury shook his head and said, I'm not sure. If you are really a mage, then you have stronger strength than humans. Like a mage or someone with super ability, if they are born one day, they will destroy the Earth. It's hard for humans to resist this plan. When superpowers appear, some humans may think it's cool, but some humans are also worried that the existence of superpowers will pose a threat to humanity. It's obvious that Nick Fury is such a human being. Luo Bai could understand his worries, but being questioned made Luo Bai somewhat dissatisfied. However, he did not argue too much. He just smiled and asked Nick Fury, if the mage really intends to harm the Earth, do you think you can deal with it? The Avengers is the answer. Nick Fury responded seriously, everyone in the Avengers will protect the Earth and prevent any evil forces from threatening the Earth. So you think those with super abilities who are unwilling to join the Avengers will pose a threat to the Earth? Luo Bai asked back, with a meaningful smile on his face. Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, and then replied, yes. Luo Bai said nothing, but the smile on his face gradually disappeared. His silence silenced Nick Fury. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became terrifyingly solemn for a moment. Seemingly noticing something was wrong in the atmosphere, Natasha Romanoff on the side spoke, I don't think Luo Bai will be detrimental to the Earth. After all, he helped Stark before and solved the last crisis. Natasha Romanoff is also an agent, so she naturally sides with Nick Fury. Although Luo Bai knew that the two of them were most likely acting. One is a white face, the other is a bad face. But from a listening perspective, Luo Bai is more acceptable. I think you can talk more than him, so why are you not the king of agents? Luo Bai asked. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and complained half-jokingly, maybe it's because he is older than me. In our line of work, experience is very important. Then you are at a huge disadvantage. Luo Bai replied half-jokingly. The two of them made fun of each other, which made Nick Fury's face even darker. Agent Romanoff, watch your words and deeds. Nick Fury scolded. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said nothing. It was Nick Fury who noticed something was wrong. You know I'm the king of agents. Nick Fury asked. You must know that all the information in S.H.I.E.L.D is top secret and cannot be checked by ordinary people. The personal information of agents like them is even more top secret among top secrets. How did Luo Bai know that he was the king of agents? You've investigated me? You shouldn't be able to investigate my information. Nick Fury was puzzled. At this moment, he looked at Luo Bai with more and more doubts. Luo Bai smiled brightly and responded casually, of course I know. I even know that you were an army colonel during World War II and only joined S.H.1.E.L.D after the war. How do you know these things? Nick Fury asked, his expression becoming serious. Luo Bai did not answer directly, but asked, Nick Fury, do you really think that S.H.I.E.L.D is well protected and airtight? Is it possible that S.H.I.E.L.D is actually completely different from what you imagined? What do you mean? Nick Fury asked again in confusion, his expression becoming more serious. Luo Bai still did not answer directly, but just said, you think that everything can be under your control and plan, but in fact, everything has been out of your control a long time ago. I don't believe that you can protect the Earth. So I don't want to join the Avengers at all. His words were already very direct. It could be said that they were direct and even a little ugly. It's no wonder Nick Fury's face gets darker and darker the more he hears it. But Nick Fury can't even find the words to refute. After all, judging from the current situation, he has lost this game. Nick Fury tried his best to find no information about Luo Bai, but Luo Bai seemed to know him well. So from this point alone, he has already lost. He knew very well that it was impossible to persuade Luo Bai to join the Avengers, but he still wanted to struggle. The Security Council will not allow the existence of super ability people who are out of control, not to mention that there is almost no information about you on a global scale. You are not willing to join the Avengers. Have you thought about how to face doubts in the future? Nick Fury asked. This is not a threat, but more of an advice. After all, no matter how powerful Nick Fury is, he still has to listen to what is said above, which is the Security Council. But Luo Bai was not worried at all. Tony has been pursued before and faced opposition at United Nations meetings, but do you think Tony cares? Luo Bai asked. Stark quickly echoed, I don't care at all, just think of those people as farting. Since then, Nick Fury has been completely speechless. Okay, then I wish you good luck. I hope you won't mind what I said today. After all, I just want to ensure the safety of the Earth. Nick Fury said. Although some of what Nick Fury said today is indeed not pleasant to hear, considering his starting point, it was a good one. In addition, Luo Bai didn't want to have too much entanglement with S.H.I.E.L.D, so he didn't care too much. I've always been very lucky, Luo Bai said casually. The things that should be discussed have been discussed, and the things that should be solved are almost solved. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff are also planning to leave. As for Stark, he also planned to leave because he was anxious to deal with the poisoning. Just as the three were about to leave, Nick Fury received a phone call. After answering the phone, Nick Fury's eyes became serious. Trouble is coming. Tony, I think we need your help this time. Stark's agreement to join the Avengers does not mean that he approves of SHIELD. It is simply because the Avengers are related to his father. He doesn't like Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D from the bottom of his heart, not to mention that his palladium element matter has not been resolved yet, so he is very upset. Honestly, there's never a time when you can't find me without trouble. Stark responded coldly. After speaking, he looked at Luo Bai and complained, to be honest, I don't really like S.H.I.E.L.D style of doing things. I was recruiting bodyguards before, and Natasha Romanoff came to apply. It was only later that I found out that she turned out to be SHIELD, sent here specifically to get close to me. Don't you think it's very annoying? Stark said while rolling his eyes at Nick Fury. Nick Fury quickly retorted, Tony, I think you should understand that we are here to help you. Stark snorted and replied, you can come to me directly, but it is difficult for me to accept this method. What's more, since you are here to help me, you should know that my current situation is very bad. Nick Fury didn't seem to want to continue talking about this matter with him, so he changed the subject. Let's not talk about the past, but we really need your help this time. Hulk is out of control. Hulk? Luo Bai frowned. After all, this name is very familiar to him. Isn't it the famous Hulk? During his absence, Banner actually joined the Avengers? Hulk is out of control? That would be too troublesome. Just as he was thinking about it, Stark suddenly spoke. At this time, his expression became serious, and he must have known that this matter was very troublesome. He thought for a moment and then said, where is he now? Things around S.H.I.E.L.D are pretty bad right now. He's doing massive damage. Nick Fury explained. Stark understands the destructive nature of the Hulk. He originally didn't plan to help, but now he became nervous. Then let's go over and take a look now. Luo Bai, I'm leaving first. He said goodbye to Luo Bai anxiously, then left with Nick Fury and others. As soon as they left, Polaris couldn't help but start complaining. This man named Nick Fury is really unpleasant to talk to. Indeed. Luo Bai responded perfunctorily and looked at the time. He didn't expect time to fly by so quickly. He always felt like they had just chatted for a while and it was already dinner time. Time flies so fast, it's almost time. Go prepare dinner. Luo Bai instructed. Polar Star, who was still complaining at first, changed his expression instantly when he heard the words prepare dinner. She asked hesitantly, Master Luo Bai, are you really going to let me cook dinner? Luo Bai nodded and replied, of course, this is what we agreed. Polaris smiled awkwardly and responded, I know, I'll do housework for you to apologize. It's just, I've never cooked before, and I'm afraid you'll find it unpleasant. Luo Bai fell silent after hearing what she said. After all, Polaris is only 18 years old and has just come of age, so it's normal that he can't cook. It is indeed a bit embarrassing to ask someone who has never cooked before to cook. As Polaris says, even if she is willing to do it, Luo Bai may not dare to eat it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, then you can buy it outside. Polaris was relieved to hear that she didn't have to cook dinner. Okay, I will go to the nearby supermarket to buy some food and come back. Polaris agreed repeatedly and then went out. At this time, in the study room, Luo Bai has opened the Book of Emperor Weishan and started studying. Stark's matter has been resolved, and Luo Bai's purpose of coming to New York has been completed. But he is not in a hurry to return to Comitage now, mainly because he finds that he still has too little actual combat experience. When learning magic, you can't always bury yourself in reading. It's best to learn and practice at the same time, so he plans to stay in New York for a while. After all, there are many situations in New York, and there are always practical opportunities when you stay here. But Luo Bai didn't expect that the opportunity for actual combat would come so quickly. While he was reading, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the number and saw that the caller was Stark. Didn't he just leave not long ago? Why did he call me again? Luo Bai muttered and answered the phone as he spoke. As soon as the call was connected, a very confusing voice came from the other side. Cries for help, smashing sounds, police sirens, all kinds of sounds were mixed together, and those who didn't know thought Stark was on the battlefield. Before Luo Bai could ask about the situation, Stark's intermittent voice sounded. Luo Bai, can you hear me? I need your help. Can you come over here? I'll send you the location. The situation is very urgent now and I don't have time to explain too much. Hulk is so awesome. Luo, sis. Along with a burst of electricity, the communication was cut off. Combining Stark's phone call and the previous conversations between several people in the villa, it is not difficult for Luo Bai to guess that Stark is dealing with the crazy Hulk at this time, and the situation is very bad. Luo Bai was not surprised by this result and this call for help. After all, according to Luo Bai's understanding, Among all the members of the Avengers, Hulk's combat power is already very top. Not only does he have far more Superman-like strength, speed, endurance, and recovery abilities, but his abilities also increase with his anger level. It can be said that the angrier Hulk is, the stronger he will be. With Stark's current technology, it can be said that there is absolutely no chance of subduing Hulk, but he actually agreed to Nick Fury to help before. It is really courageous. It's fine now. Realizing that he couldn't defeat him, he came to ask Luo Bai for help. Although in a head-to-head fight, Luo Bai cannot defeat Hulk. But he is a mage? What kind of strength and speed does the mage fight for? What he fights for is magic? So he is still confident against Hulk. Thinking that he really needed practical experience, and the current emergency situation, Luo Bai still planned to go and have a look. Raising his hand to cast the portal magic, Luo Bai quickly arrived at the accident place based on his positioning. As soon as Luo Bai walked out of the portal, he saw a huge green giant not far away, shaped like a boulder, standing in the middle of the road and roaring angrily. Pedestrians around had never seen such a terrifying giant, and they were so frightened that they screamed and ran for their lives. Stark, wearing the iron suit, would be thinking of ways to attack him from the side. In addition to Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police department also dispatched combat forces. Machine guns and bullets kept firing at Hulk. But this attack is like scratching an itch for Hulk. It won't hurt him at all, it will only make him angrier. He waved his hand and punched Stark. This punch accidentally sent Stark flying to Luo Bai's feet. "Hi Tony, are you okay?" Luo Bai greeted. Stark raised the steel mask, revealing his entire face. At this time, he was frustrated and exhausted. "No, I'm not good at all. This guy is too strong," Stark complained. Stark was anxious at this point. Although he had indeed seen Hulk's strength, he never expected that Hulk would be so difficult to deal with. His attacks were of no use to Hulk. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police also deployed a lot of force, but they still couldn't stop Hulk. This Hulk is unbelievably powerful. Fortunately Luo Bai came. "Luo Bai, I'm very grateful that you are willing to come and help me. If it weren't for the fact that there is no other way, I wouldn't bother you," Stark said, standing up from the ground with difficulty. Luo Bai nodded to express his understanding. "I know." As soon as he finished speaking, Stark looked embarrassed and asked, "You should be able to deal with this big guy, right?" "Of course, otherwise why would you call me for help?" Luo Bai asked. Stark quickly explained, "I know you can teleport people away using magic. But what I mean is, can you subdue him? In fact, he is also a member of the Avengers, but because some situations, so he lost control. The situation in the middle is very complicated, and we don't have time to discuss it in detail now. I will explain it to you in detail." Perhaps due to time constraints, Stark was unable to fully explain the specific situation. So what he expressed was very vague, but fortunately Luo Bai understood it. "You mean, just subdue him, right?" Luo Bai asked. Stark nodded, "Yes. Don't hurt him, he is actually a good person. That's simple," Luo Bai replied confidently. Although he believed in Luo Bai's strength, Stark was still worried that he underestimated the enemy. "I know you are a mage and very powerful, but you still have to be careful, he is not easy to deal with at all," Stark warned. Luo Bai didn't say a word and just walked straight towards Hulk. At this time Hulk is being besieged by the police and SHIELD. A large number of police cars and helicopters almost surrounded Hulk, and the entire street has been closed. The people who should be evacuated have almost evacuated. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to control Hulk within this range. Although they have done it, the power of the bullet is still too small for Hulk. Instead, Hulk's power was too much for them to handle. Helicopters were shot down by Hulk one after another, and the ground was full of scattered parts and collapsed ground. The current situation seemed to have reached an uncontrollable point, which made Nick Fury, who was observing all this from a safe position, frowned. He doesn't want to hurt Hulk, but if he continues like this, Hulk will be wanted around the world. The Avengers are now very short of people, and he finally persuaded the Security Council to agree to the existence of the Avengers. If the Security Council makes excuses because of this matter, what should we do? Just when he had a headache about what to do, a figure suddenly appeared in the encirclement. "It's Luo Bai? Why is he here?" Nick Fury couldn't help but ask. It should have been Tony who contacted him. He seems to have a good relationship with Tony. Natasha Romanoff guessed. Is he planning to face Hulk like this, without any weapons? Nick Fury said in surprise. He never imagined that Luo Bai would have such courage and dare to face Hulk directly without any weapons. Natasha Romanoff on the side was also a little surprised and couldn't help but echoed, "It's dangerous for him to do this. Do you need me to take him out?" Nick Fury said nothing, frowning as if thinking. Although he didn't quite believe what kind of mage Luo Bai was or what kind of magic he possessed. But judging from the current investigation and Stark's evaluation, Luo Bai does have good abilities. In that case, why not let him try? What if he can really control Hulk? Thinking of this, Nick Fury quickly replied, "No, let him try. You go and ask those people to stop attacking temporarily. Don't hurt Luo Bai." Natasha Romanoff nodded and went to make arrangements. Soon she came back and continued observing with Nick Fury. Hulk had obviously noticed Luo Bai at this time. After the street was blocked, almost no one could be seen in the vicinity. Most of the armed forces hid behind police cars or on helicopters and attacked with weapons and guns. Suddenly, a man walked towards him, and Hulk's attention was naturally attracted. Hulk is angry. Anger made his veins bulge and controlled his consciousness. Now he has completely lost the ability to think. The moment he saw Luo Bai appear in his sight, Hulk stared at him with bloodshot eyes, and when he raised the car parked on the roadside, Hulk's intentions are already obvious. Everyone can imagine that he will throw the car in his hand towards Luo Bai next. According to the behavioral logic of normal people, when you see Hulk lifting the car, you should take countermeasures. But what surprised everyone was that Luo Bai seemed to have no intention of hiding or fighting back, but continued to walk towards Hulk. His move confused Natasha Romanoff, who asked doubtfully, "Isn't he going to hide?" Although Nick Fury was curious, he did not speak and continued to observe. He wanted to wait and see if Luo Bai would make any move next. But until Hulk threw the car in his hand towards Luo Bai, he didn't make any move at all. At this moment, Nick Fury couldn't understand it at all. What does he mean? Nick Fury couldn't help but mutter. At this time, not only he didn't understand, but Stark, who had the best relationship with Luo Bai, didn't understand either. "Luo Bai, what are you doing? Use magic," Stark shouted anxiously. But the moment he finished speaking, he saw the car thrown by Hulk flying towards Luo Bai like an arrow from the string. Then like a shooting star, it passed by Luo Bai. For a moment, everyone was stunned. A question mark of huge amounts of money pops up in my mind. No? Is this okay? Everyone was silent. The silence was deafening. Even Hulk, his eyes seemed confused for a moment. I don't know how long everyone was silent before Nick Fury finally came to his senses and couldn't help complaining. "By the way, does Hulk have bad eyesight? I saw that he smashed the helicopter upside down very accurately. I never thought his eyes were so bad before." Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but respond. Stark couldn't help but cursed. "Oh, FK. Why was he so accurate when he hit me?" If anyone said Hulk had bad eyesight, Stark would be the first to refuse. After all, during his confrontation with Hulk just now, he was hit so many times that his suit was almost scrapped. Why did Luo Bai throw it so crookedly when he hit it? This is not fair. At this time, everyone was a little confused and even a little surprised that Hulk would throw the car sideways at such a close distance. But Luo Bai himself was very calm and not surprised at all. He didn't hide, naturally because he firmly believed that he was lucky. As a man favored by the goddess of luck, how could he be hit so easily? Thinking of this, Luo Bai swept the dust from his clothes and continued walking towards Hulk. Such actions seemed to irritate Hulk. Watching as he smashed the car, he missed Luo Bai. Hulk roared again, "Hulk!" He actually raised his clenched fist and punched Luo Bai. In full view of everyone, Hulk raised his clenched fist and ran towards Luo Bai. This scene frightened everyone. Anyone who has fought against Hulk knows very well how powerful Hulk's punch is. Let's put it that way. Put a bus in front of Hulk, and he can destroy the bus without any effort. He punched the ground with a punch, and the entire ground was shattered. It is impossible for normal people to bear such terrifying power. If anyone were to see Hulk running towards him at this time, he would definitely be prepared to fight back or temporarily dodge to avoid the punch from hitting him directly. But what surprised everyone was, Luo Bai still seemed to have no intention of taking action. He even stopped and stood there, putting his hands behind his back. This mysterious operation shocked everyone. What is he doing? Why is he putting his hands behind his back? Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Nick Fury on the side was not calm. Isn't he planning to take action yet? He doesn't think that Hulk's fist will miss, right? Hulk smashed a car at him before, so forget it if he didn't hide. After all, there was still a distance between the two of them, so it was okay for the car to miss Luo Bai. But now Hulk is rushing towards him, there is no way he can miss it. Luo Bai still doesn't take action now, which is really unreasonable. So much so that Nick Fury once began to doubt whether Luo Bai was really as powerful as the rumors said. Can he really handle Hulk? Nick Fury couldn't help but complain. Natasha Romanoff frowned and answered with some uncertainty. Looking at how calm he is when facing Hulk, he should be confident. Hulk's strength is obvious to all. If Luo Bai was not sure at all, how could he dare to face Hulk directly? Although Nick Fury also understands this truth, he can't figure out why Luo Bai hasn't taken action yet. Is it possible that he is not calm now, but is frightened? Nick Fury speculated. It's not unreasonable for him to be so suspicious. If that were the case, wouldn't Luo Bai be dead? Seeing the distance between Hulk and Luo Bai getting closer and closer, Natasha Romanoff asked anxiously, "How about I save him now?" "It's too late," Nick Fury said. "Hulk is so fast, how can Natasha Romanoff make it in time now? It might be too late if Stark in his suit flew over now." But Stark didn't move. Maybe he believed that Luo Bai really had the strength to deal with Hulk. Maybe I guessed wrong. Luo Bai is really sure that he can defeat Hulk, Nick Fury muttered. He looked nervously at Luo Bai, who was standing motionless. Everyone present was as nervous as him. People watched Hulk running towards Luo Bai in a menacing manner, getting closer and closer. Almost everyone is guessing what kind of move Luo Bai will use to receive Hulk's punch in the next second. But what everyone didn't expect was that Luo Bai hadn't waited for him to take action. I saw Hulk running. He hadn't even reached Luo Bai yet. Just listen to a bang, followed by a loud noise. The entire ground began to collapse. Hulk, who was still very aggressive at first, was gone the next second. He was gone. Everyone only heard Hulk. Then he watched Hulk fall into the hole. The entire scene was momentarily silent. Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, Stark, Luo Bai. At this time, not to mention that others were confused, even Luo Bai himself was confused. When Hulk ran towards him just now, he stood still and was ready to take action. He was ready to slap Hulk when he got close and knock out Hulk's soul. Don't look at it. Hulk is very powerful and can withstand beatings, but he has almost no magic resistance. Luo Bai struck down with a palm, and Hulk's soul left his body. That's pretty much it. What Luo Bai didn't expect was that the ground collapsed just as he was about to take action. Then Hulk just fell into the hole without any precaution or warning. You said it was a coincidence or not? The entire ground collapsed, but the position where Luo Bai was standing did not collapse. In this situation, Luo Bai didn't need to think about it to know that the goddess of luck must have shown her power. It's better now. Originally, I wanted to show off, and even laid out the POS, but goddess of luck took action. This is really, hey. Luo Bai sighed and turned to look at Stark. At this time, Stark opened his mouth wide, obviously stunned. I don't know how long it took. Stark finally came back to his senses. He asked with a bit of surprise in his eyes, did you use any magic just now? Why didn't I see you take action at all? Stark thought it was magic. But the fact is that Luo Bai didn't have time to take action. Do you believe me when I say that I didn't have time to use magic just now? Luo Bai asked back. Stark was stunned and asked with some uncertainty, you mean, the collapse of the ground was not caused by your magic? No, Luo Bai replied. Stark's eyes became even more confused, and he couldn't help but ask, then why did the ground suddenly collapse? Luo Bai thought for a moment and said, maybe it's just a coincidence. You know, besides being good at magic, I'm also very lucky. Good luck? With good luck, you can make the ground collapse. Stark didn't believe it and asked with great suspicion, then can you explain why the ground collapsed? Luo Bai thought for a while and said, is there a possibility? Because Hulk hammered the ground too hard before, but this road is a slag project. When he ran just now, the ground it couldn't bear it, so it collapsed. Stark. Although this explanation sounds correct, but isn't it a bit too coincidental? Stark couldn't help complaining. Luo Bai thought for a while and said, there is no way, you know how good luck is. Stark was silent. After a moment of silence, he replied with 2 words, awesome. This is really awesome. To be honest, he really didn't believe it. He would rather believe that Luo Bai used magic to cause the ground to collapse than that it was because of good luck. After all, the former can explain a little bit. It is normal for some people with super abilities in this world. But the latter, please? How can anyone believe that he was so lucky that the ground collapsed? Such a massive collapse, so you really didn't use any magic? Stark asked. Before Luo Bai could respond, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff came over. As soon as the two approached, Nick Fury shouted angrily with a dark face, Tony, are you sure that Luo Bai can really do magic? It was too dangerous just now. If it weren't for the quality of this road, it couldn't withstand Hulk's attack. It caused the ground to collapse. I can't imagine what would happen if Hulk hit it with his punch. Stark was stunned and turned his head to look at Luo Bai in shock. No, bro, you're a little too lucky. To be honest, Stark was a little confused at this point. He really didn't expect that Luo Bai had just defeated Hulk just by pure luck. Are you sure that the collapse of the ground was an accident? Still in disbelief, Stark confirmed with Nick Fury. Nick Fury was a little confused by his question, and asked in confusion, why do you ask so much? Stark replied in surprise, don't you think this is all too coincidental? Nick Fury was silent. In fact, he was very shocked when he saw this situation at first. Seeing Hulk almost hitting Luo Bai, at this moment, the ground actually collapsed. At first, he had doubted whether the ground collapsed because of Luo Bai's use of some ability. But he didn't see Luo Bai take action at all. Because of this, he sent someone to investigate the situation. S.H.I.D.L.D may not be good at other things, but when it comes to gathering intelligence, S.H.I.D.L.D is absolutely professional. Soon S.H.I.D.L.D found evidence. I just got the information and found that there is a problem with the quality of this road. You know that Hulk's strength is different from ordinary people. So I analyzed that such a large collapse of the ground should be caused by Hulk's attack and the ground it has something to do with poor quality. Nick Fury explained. To be honest, Stark actually didn't believe Nick Fury's words. But considering that Luo Bai said the same thing before and denied that he used magic, he had to believe it. Believe it, that's the scariest thing. He couldn't imagine that there could be someone so lucky in this world. And he's also a mage? Mage's luck is incredible, do you dare to think about this? Seriously Luo Bai, your luck is really shocking. After coming back to his senses, Stark sighed. Nick Fury was very curious when he heard what he said, and asked puzzledly, does this have anything to do with luck? Stark quickly asked, don't you think? This is all too coincidental? If it's not because of good luck, do you have any other explanation? At this moment, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff suddenly realized something was wrong. Because the situation was urgent, the two of them didn't think carefully at all. Now imagine that Luo Bai's luck was incredible. Just now, Hulk was about to rush in front of him, and at this critical moment, the ground actually collapsed. Thinking about it this way, the collapse of the ground saved Luo Bai's life. After thinking about the whole thing, Nick Fury couldn't help but sigh, you are really lucky. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but joke half-jokingly, you are indeed very lucky. It seems that the goddess of luck likes you very much, Luo Bai. Before Luo Bai could answer, Nick Fury spoke again, although you were lucky enough to escape, good luck will not always favor you. What you just did was too dangerous. Danger? Luo Bai felt strange and couldn't help asking, why is it dangerous? Hulk's power is not something ordinary people can bear. You were almost attacked by him just now, Nick Fury said. Considering that he was also caring about himself when he said this, Luo Bai calmly explained, even if the ground doesn't collapse, I can still control Hulk. It's just that the goddess of luck took action before me. Nick Fury didn't say anything, but there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. It wasn't that he doubted that Luo Bai had no ability at all. After all, he had dealt with Obadiah before. It's just, Hulk and Obadiah are not on the same level at all. So Nick Fury is wondering if Luo Bai can't beat Hulk at all. Of course, although he had some doubts in his heart. But he didn't say it directly. After all, Hulk should have been solved now, and there is no need for him to offend Luo Bai. Thinking of this, Nick Fury said, okay, now that the matter is settled, let's get Hulk. Nick Fury originally planned to ask someone to bring Hulk back to Shield, but before he finished speaking, he heard a roar, Hulk. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. Hulk is still awake. Before everyone could recover, Hulk jumped into the air from the cave submerged in rubble. Then, he landed vertically in their direction. Come on, that's Hulk. If it is hit, it will be disabled even if it is not dead. Seeing this scene, everyone panicked. Run! Natasha Romanoff shouted and ran away frantically. Nick Fury and Stark also hid quickly, but Luo Bai didn't run away. He just stood there and looked up at Hulk, feeling extremely happy. He thought he didn't have to take action today, but he didn't expect that the goddess of luck still left him a chance to fight. Luo Bai thought to himself while gathering energy around him. The moment Hulk landed in front of him, he raised his hand and slapped his hand. The silent palm contained all the power that Luo Bai had practiced during this period. This palm struck directly into the depths of the soul. It was so shocking that time seemed to have stopped all around. As expected, the sound of Hulk hitting the ground did not sound. Stark, Nick Fury and others realized something was wrong after running halfway through. They stopped and turned their heads. But he saw Luo Bai slap Hulk on the chest. With this palm falling, Hulk's soul was knocked out of his body. At this moment, everyone was shocked. No, are you serious? The soul leaving the body with this slap, is it a real operation? Generally speaking, ordinary people cannot see the soul. But as a mage, it is quite simple to let ordinary people see the soul. In order to prove that he really defeated Hulk, Luo Bai used a little magic while taking this palm. This completely exposed Hulk's soul to the public eye. Okay, now it should be completely solved. While everyone was confused, Luo Bai clapped his hands and said lightly. This sentence brought back everyone's thoughts. In the end, it was Stark who took the lead and asked, am I right? Luo Bai, is this the soul of the Hulk? Stark pointed at Banner, who was floating in the air and stunned. Banner is the Hulk's real name. Or, the Hulk when he's awake. In fact, before becoming the Hulk, Banner was just an ordinary famous physicist. During an experiment, he was accidentally exposed to a large amount of radiation from a gamma bomb he made, which caused physical mutations. In this way, the Hulk was born. It can also be understood that the radiation gave Banner an extra personality, the Hulk. So in essence, the soul in the Hulk is still Banner. The soul that Luo Bai punched out with one palm was Dr. Banner when he was awake. Banner, whose soul was photographed at this time, was obviously a little confused. No, where did this palm come from? Ascended to heaven? What's going on? Can someone explain it to me? Looking at his ethereal soul floating in the air, Banner couldn't help but ask. But he was not the only one who was confused. Everyone except Luo Bai was almost confused. They also want to ask what the hell is this? They saw Luo Bai slap Hulk. How come Hulk turned into a soul? Everyone was stunned and looked at each other for a long time. After a moment, Stark spoke first. Robin, can you explain to me what's going on? Stark asked. Confusion was written all over his face. Luo Bai was calm and answered nonchalantly, obviously, this is magic. Of course Stark knows it's magic. He had indeed seen Luo Bai use magic before, but the situation was different. Luo Bai used teleportation magic before, and there was no way for Stark to intuitively see the difference in combat power. But just now Stark saw the difference, and was very shocked. Although I have seen you use magic before, you know, I have never been exposed to magic after all, mostly on TV. I thought mages would use abilities like divination and curses. You. Stark complained. But halfway through the complaint, he fell silent. After all, he said too much, which really made him appear too ignorant. Thinking of this, Stark changed the subject and asked, are all mages as powerful as you? I mean, is there any more powerful wizard than you? Luo Bai nodded and said, of course. After hearing the affirmative answer, Stark fell silent. After a moment, he said with emotion, seriously, Nick Fury, I suddenly understand you now. Stark has great faith in Luo Bai's character. After all, the two of them had lived and died together, so he firmly believed that Luo Bai would stand on the side of justice no matter what. But Luo Bai is not the only mage in this world. Previously, Nick Fury has been emphasizing how humans should deal with mages if they have evil thoughts. When he first heard him say this, Stark didn't think it was anything. But it wasn't until he saw Luo Bai's strength that Stark finally panicked. Please, how can humans survive if all mages are like Luo Bai? Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help but explain, to be honest, if all mages had such a powerful ability like you, I can't imagine how dangerous the human situation would be. Luo Bai. Stark meant no harm, and Luo Bai certainly knew that. Human beings will instinctively feel fear when encountering an existence that is too powerful, and Luo Bai also knows this. So he comforted Stark and said, "Don't worry, most mages will protect the Earth and humans." Hearing what he said, Stark breathed a sigh of relief. That's really great. He couldn't imagine it. If the mage wants to be the enemy of human beings, what will human beings do? Fortunately, mages will not be enemies of humans. Just as Stark was rejoicing, Luo Bai suddenly spoke again, but not all mages will protect the Earth and humans. Mages are also divided into good and evil. What the hell? Evil mage? Come on, isn't our situation terrible? Stark couldn't help but ask. That's not true. With the Supreme Mage here, no evil mage dares to attack the Earth without fear of death. Luo Bai said. Supreme Mage? Hearing this unfamiliar title, Stark asked curiously, what does Mage Supreme mean? The most powerful mage on Earth, other mages call him the Supreme Mage. Luo Bai explained. So the Sorcerer Supreme will protect Earth? Stark asked again. Luo Bai nodded and said, every Supreme Mage will protect the Earth. This is their duty. Thank God. Stark sighed. Fortunately, the strongest mage is not a villain, otherwise what would happen? Nick Fury must have heard the conversation between the two. Although he remained silent, it was not difficult to see his shock and panic from the expression on his face. At this time, Nick Fury was already swearing in his heart. Oh, shit. Farkey? Mage? Magic? There are really mages on Earth, and there is magic. No, no one said the Earth was so dangerous. Is this scientific? This is not scientific. Although Nick Fury was complaining crazily in his heart, he still pretended to be very calm on the surface. Seeing that Luo Bai and Stark were almost finished talking, Nick Fury weakly interjected, sorry, can I ask a question? Luo Bai responded expressionlessly, what are you asking for? Are there many mages on Earth? Nick Fury asked. Luo Bai did not answer, but asked with a smile, you ask this, which proves that you already believe that there are mages on Earth. Nick Fury is a little embarrassed, after all, he has always expressed his doubts about the mage. Now that he was slapped in the face, Nick Fury could only reply awkwardly, this is incredible, it has completely subverted my understanding. I don't want to believe it, but your behavior just now makes me have to believe it. Luo Bai smiled and continued, Nick Fury, you have always believed that you can master everything. So now do you think you can master the mage? Nick Fury was silent. He knew that Luo Bai was fighting back, the nonsense he had said before. Indeed, as an ordinary human being. It's just that his ability is slightly better than that of ordinary people. How dare he say that he can manage mages? Nick Fury was silent. Seeing him like this, Stark was very sympathetic and complained, to be honest, Nick Fury, I admire your courage. I didn't expect to dare to provoke the mage. Nick Fury became even more silent and couldn't help but complain. Please, who knew Luo Bai was really a mage? Although Stark complained about Nick Fury, from the bottom of his heart, he actually wanted to understand the mage. Actually, I have always wanted to ask you about mages before, but you have been away for a while, and I have been confused myself recently, so I didn't have time to ask. Taking this opportunity, I also want to ask about mages on Earth. How much? Stark asked. Luo Bai calmly replied, not much. If you want to learn magic, you need a certain talent, but people with high magic talent are not common. How many people are trained like you? Stark asked again. Luo Bai thought for a while and answered honestly, not much. In magic, the higher the talent, the more you can learn. You know that I have always been lucky, so my talent is quite high. I also learn much faster than the average person. Good luck. Stark asked puzzledly, is there any direct connection between good luck and high magic talent? Of course there is. A magic prodigy like me who has a talent that is rare in 1,000 years, how can I do it without any luck? Luo Bai said. Stark frowned and complained, I always feel that you are praising yourself in disguise. Of course not, what I said is all true. Luo Bai said. Okay, so how long have you been studying magic? Stark asked. I don't remember, maybe half a month or a month. Luo Bai thought for a while and answered. Half a month? Since Stark had never learned magic, he couldn't understand how terrifying it was to learn Luo Bai's level in half a month. He just frowned and couldn't help but ask, you can learn it like this in half a month? Is magic so easy to learn? Fortunately, his words were not heard by the other mages of Karmatage. Otherwise, most mages would probably remain silent. Of course, Luo Bai didn't explain anything. After all, he didn't think it was necessary. During the moment when the two were silent, a weak voice floated over. Everyone, please take a look at me. Can you take care of me first? The soul is still wandering outside the body. Banner was a little helpless. Why did these people ignore him while they were chatting? After being reminded like this, everyone finally remembered Banner. Dr. Banner, I'm sorry for forgetting you. But you should know that we just encountered something incredible. Stark said quickly. Banner nodded and complained wildly, of course I know. Aren't I the person involved? So are you feeling okay now? Do you feel any discomfort after being out of the body for so long? Stark continued to ask. Banner answered very seriously, actually, there is nothing uncomfortable. I just feel a little scared, so can you put me back? Are you sure Hulk won't show up if we let you go? Stark asked again. Banner thought for a while and said seriously, I think there is a high probability that it will not appear again. After all, it is too scary. After a brief exchange between the two, Stark introduced Dr. Banner to Luo Bai. Luo Bai, you saw it. In fact, Dr. Banner lives in the Hulk. This matter is very complicated. Let me explain it to you briefly. Stark said, then explained what happened. It was roughly when Luo Bai returned to Comatage that S.H.I.L.D. discovered Dr. Banner in Brazil who had been mutated by gamma-ray radiation. Considering that S.H.I.L.D. was short of people, Stark went to invite them. In this way, Dr. Banner joined the Avengers as the Hulk. In fact, Dr. Banner is a world-famous physicist and a genius doctor in nuclear physics. Before he became Hulk, he was very approachable and gentle. But after becoming Hulk, he will be as uncontrollable as before. Stark explained with. Luo Bai, who understands the plot, naturally knows this. He didn't ask any more questions, just said hello to Dr. Banner. Hello, Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner was still a little panicked at this time, and looked at Luo Bai with evasive eyes. Seemingly worried that Luo Bai would take action again, he quickly explained, I'm sorry for causing trouble to everyone. In fact, I have been communicating with Hulk well during this period and trying to control my emotions as much as possible. But today I don't know what happened, but Hulk suddenly appeared. I'm so sorry. Before Luo Bai could answer, Nick Fury spoke seriously, Dr. Banner, you promised me that you would control Hulk's appearance. If S.H.I.L.D. hadn't discovered it early this time and dispersed the pedestrians in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. I'm sorry. Dr. Banner said guiltily. Banner failed to control Hulk and let Hulk escape. At first glance, it seems that this is indeed Banner's reason, but Luo Bai doesn't think so. He chuckled lightly and interrupted the conversation between the two. Nick Fury, I don't think Dr. Banner is at fault this time, Luo Bai said. Nick Fury was stunned. If it were before, he might have argued with Luo Bai, but after seeing Luo Bai's strength, Nick Fury's attitude was obviously much better. Why do you think so? Nick Fury asked in confusion. Luo Bai smiled and then said, Stark told me just now that Dr. Banner had planned to live in seclusion in the mountains after knowing his situation. It was you who specially went to Brazil to invite Dr. Banner to join SHIELD. And before that, you knew Dr. Banner cannot fully control the Hulk. Since you know all the situations, you should have countermeasures. You should also consider that Dr. Banner will lose control. He will run out of S.H.I.L.D., proving that S.H.I.L.D.'s security work is not done well, right? Follow Dr. Banner, what does it matter? Luo Bai explained rationally. As soon as he said this, Nick Fury was stunned. It seems, that's indeed the case. Originally, if Dr. Banner stayed in the deep mountains and forests, even if he turned into Hulk, no one would be injured, let alone such economic losses. But S.H.I.L.D. invited him to New York and asked him to join the Avengers. Since it was the person called by S.H.I.L.D., then S.H.I.L.D. should indeed bear full responsibility. At this time, the expression on Nick Fury's face was a little awkward. Okay, I admit it. This is indeed S.H.I.L.D.'s negligence. I'm sorry, Dr. Banner, I shouldn't blame you. With a sigh, Nick Fury made a rare apology. Before Dr. Banner could speak, Luo Bai continued, don't you think you should thank me? Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, but soon he understood what Luo Bai meant. Indeed, you helped S.H.I.L.D. and the Avengers resolve this crisis. On behalf of everyone at S.H.I.L.D. and the Avengers, I would like to express my great gratitude to you. Nick Fury expressed his sincere thanks. But Luo Bai frowned and asked dissatisfiedly, is that all? Nick Fury. Of course he understood what Luo Bai meant, but he really didn't expect it. Didn't you say that a lawyer's duty is to protect the Earth, and he still needs to be paid for it? Nick Fury couldn't help complaining. Luo Bai shook his head and quickly denied, please. The purpose of the mage's protection of the Earth is to prevent multi-universe and other dimensional creatures from invading and destroying the Earth. Hulk, this is an internal incident of your S.H.I.L.D. It has something to do with the destruction of the Earth. What's the matter? This is not within the scope of my responsibilities. I will come here to help, just for Tony's sake. But I am not familiar with you SHIELD, so you can't give me any benefits. Nick Fury was silent again. He took a deep breath and asked after a moment, then what reward do you want? Luo Bai thought for a while. With Nick Fury's personality, he would probably not give it to someone who was too valuable, so why bother getting into trouble when the time comes? So he shrugged and said helplessly, give me some hard work. Although Luo Bai has won $3 million before, he is not too short of money for the time being. But who would mind having too much money? However, Nick Fury was a little confused and couldn't help but ask, you are a mage, why do you need money? Masters are human beings and have living needs, why don't they want money? Luo Bai couldn't help but say. Before joining Comatage, Luo Bai indeed thought that the mage did not need money. But later he discovered that mages also need money, but the way mages make money may be different from ordinary people. Of course, ordinary people may not understand this. I thought you mages could conjure money. Nick Fury couldn't help but say. Luo Bai smiled and responded, of course, the mage can even evacuate the New York bank. Do you want to see such a situation? Of course not. Nick Fury said. Although both of them were joking, he roughly understood what Luo Bai meant. Sighing, Nick Fury said, I will ask someone to send you the money later. So Dr. Banner, can you let his soul return to the body? Of course. Luo Bai said. The moment he raised his hand, Dr. Banner's soul returned to his body. With the return of his soul, Dr. Banner returned to his original state. Oh my god, friends. I'm finally alive. Seeing that he was still standing well, Dr. Banner shouted excitedly. But at this time Nick Fury couldn't be happy at all. To be honest, he was the one who suffered the most in this accident. The public facilities damaged by Hulk require S.H.I.E.L.D. to spend money to repair them, which is a lot of money. The key is that he also needs to pay Luo Bai S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding. I don't know if it's enough. At this time Nick Fury suddenly felt regretful. Okay, why are you provoking Luo Bai? Why? To be honest, Nick Fury is losing so much that his wife probably has to pay for it. SHIELD. The name sounds awesome, like an important organization. But in fact, this organization is not favored by the government at all, and because of the establishment of the Avengers, there have been voices of resistance from the top management. Nick Fury withstood strong pressure and relied on his smooth tongue to finally launch the Avengers plan. I didn't expect to encounter such a big problem right after starting up. It's better now. Road construction, Luo Bai's reward. Nick Fury's heart was bleeding when he thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. would suddenly have to spend such a large sum of money. The senior management will definitely not reimburse him, so he seems to have no choice but to sell weapons. Of course, there is another way to borrow money from Stark. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's head hurt badly. I'm leaving first. Nick Fury said with a dark face. After saying that, he left without looking back, for fear that he would have to spend a lot of money if he stayed again. After Nick Fury got in the car, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but exclaimed, Luo Bai, you are so interesting. I have worked with Nick Fury for so long, and this is the first time I have seen him so frustrated. As the king of agents, Nick Fury can always make others speechless and take advantage of him. I didn't expect that I would suffer such a big loss here in Luo Bai. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff continued, you may not know Nick Fury. In his career as an agent, he has almost never suffered a loss. In the past, he was the only one who took advantage of others. I didn't expect that you could get compensation from him. I am very optimistic about you. Seeing her like this, Luo Bai couldn't help complaining, you seem to be very happy. Natasha Romanoff nodded and said, of course, which worker wants to see his boss happy? Natasha Romanoff is the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is Nick Fury. So it is no exaggeration to say that Nick Fury is Natasha Romanoff's immediate boss. No migrant worker likes his or her boss, and Natasha Romanoff is no exception. Seeing that the boss was unhappy, she naturally became happy. At this time, Natasha Romanoff smiled so brightly. But after she reminded him, Stark realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Didn't Nick Fury pay me too? He invited me to join the Avengers. Logically speaking, he should also pay me some money. Stark muttered. Although Stark is not short of money, he doesn't care much about money. But after being reminded by Luo Bai, he realized something was wrong. After all, it was Nick Fury who invited him to join the Avengers. Not only did he get no benefit at all, but he also helped Nick Fury run around here every day. Just as he was thinking about it, Luo Bai explained, since Nick Fury invited you to join the Avengers, it stands to reason that he should pay you. Stark was speechless and couldn't help but complain, seriously, not only was I not paid, I even provided weapons to SHIELD. If you care, you can talk to him about this issue. Although you may not be short of money, you can also order other things. Luo Bai suggested. Stark shrugged and said, I really should talk to Nick Fury. He still has to give me my father's things. My palladium poisoning problem has not been solved yet. After saying that, Stark looked at Natasha Romanoff and asked, are you going to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Take me with you. Natasha Romanoff nodded and responded, of course, I have to take Dr. Banner back. The matter is resolved. Natasha Romanoff and others planned to leave, while Luo Bai planned to go back and continue learning magic. Before leaving, Natasha Romanoff suddenly invited Luo Bai, nice to meet you, Luo Bai. If you are free, maybe we can go have a cup of coffee together later. Luo Bai didn't think much and just replied casually, let's talk about it later. Then he opened the portal and returned to the villa. When Luo Bai returned to the villa, he found that Polaris had returned from the supermarket. At this time, she was sitting on the sofa, watching TV, and eating a burger. Seeing Luo Bai coming back, she quickly stood up and said, Master Luo Bai, are you back? This is the dinner I brought back for you. Polaris said, pointing to the food on the coffee table. Very good, fried chicken and burgers. You just bought these. Luo Bai frowned and couldn't help but ask. There are also milk, bread, and some frozen foods in the refrigerator. Polaris explained. Luo Bai was silent. Seeing his silence, Polaris hurriedly asked, Master Luo Bai, don't you want to eat these? Can I make you pasta or a lettuce salad? Oh, by the way, there is also pizza, do you want to eat it? Luo Bai became even more silent. Although he is not opposed to eating fried chicken burgers and pasta, but from what Polaris said, it seems that he plans to eat these for the next few months. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, are you planning to let me eat these for the next few months? Any questions? Polaris asked cautiously. Luo Bai sighed. How could he forget that this is New York? It seems normal to eat these, but I can't eat this for several months. I need to eat rice. If you don't know how to cook it, you can go to an outside restaurant and buy some. Luo Bai said bluntly. Rice? But, Master Luo Bai, I don't have that much money, Polaris answered honestly. Luo Bai. He had forgotten that this was country M. The prices of the things he just mentioned are indeed frighteningly high, and even if you don't have some assets, you can't even afford them. People are almost unwilling to take us mutants into work, not to mention that I am still a wanted criminal. If I am discovered by the Mutants Association, I will probably be arrested. Just as he was thinking about it, Polaris complained helplessly. Then where did you get the money when you fled? Luo Bai asked. My friends and I can make some money through some channels. Well, it's not a legal channel, but we always have to live. But the Mutants Association has been looking for us very diligently recently, so we haven't dared to act recently. Polaris responded. Okay, Luo Bai sighed. Although he said before that Polaris would solve the problem of eating by himself. Let's solve it, it's solved. It's just that Luo Bai really can't get used to eating these things. In order to make his stomach feel more comfortable in the future, Luo Bai relaxed, I will pay for the food in the future, but I only care about my share, and you pay for it yourself. After all, letting her work as a housekeeper is punishment, and Luo Bai can't provide her with 3 meals a day and also provide food and accommodation. Polaris didn't have any objections. He nodded and agreed readily, okay, the money is in the box sent by Natasha Romanoff. You can get it yourself later, Luo Bai said. Polaris sighed while eating her hamburger. It could be seen from the expression on her face that she was helpless. While eating burgers, Luo Bai briefly communicated with her. What are you going to do after 3 months? Continue to hide? Luo Bai asked, taking a bite of the burger. Of course Polaris understood what he meant. Although it seemed a bit cheating for Luo Bai to let her work here for free, to a certain extent Luo Bai was helping her. After all, Polaris still has a place to live now, but when the agreement between the two is cancelled in 3 months, she will have no place to live. Thinking of this, Polaris replied, my identity is destined to give me no choice. Luo Bai shook his head and analyzed carefully, you can't say that. In fact, you can go to Professor X. Being an X-Men is at least better than hiding in Tibet. Polaris refused on the spot, I will not go back to Professor X again. The Mutant Association has killed many of my friends, and I can no longer serve them. The Mutants Association is nominally an association for the control of mutants founded by high-level government officials. The X-Men founded by Professor X are, to put it bluntly, cooperating with the government. So in essence, both the X-Men and the Mutant Association are controlled by the government, and Polaris is naturally unwilling to go back. And when he mentioned this matter, Polaris didn't know what he thought of and became extremely excited. She was uncontrollable when she was excited, and the metal objects in the villa were ready to move because of her mood swings. Especially the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, which shakes violently and looks like it is about to fall at any time. Seeing this situation, Luo Bai half-jokingly reminded, if the items in the house are damaged, you also have to pay compensation. Hearing the word compensation, Polaris's eyes instantly became clear. She is so poor now that she has no money to compensate her. Instantly, the room became quiet. Polaris' mood has also become much more stable. Seeing that her mood had stabilized, Luo Bai continued to ask, then do you plan to compete with the Mutants Association in the future? Polaris nodded and said firmly, yes. Although I can't compete with them with my current ability, I will work hard to become stronger. One day, I will help mutants regain their social status. At least there is no discrimination like ordinary people. After saying that, she took a strong bite of the burger. Luo Bai didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his heart. Sure enough, although he met Polaris earlier, the character's personality will not change. Polaris has a leadership spirit that does not want to be squeezed in her bones, so she will still follow the path in the plot and grow up quickly. But there is one thing to say. The Mutants Association has indeed gone too far. If they were simply controlling mutants, they wouldn't be so resistant. Mainly because the Mutants Association really doesn't treat mutants as human beings. There must be resistance under strong pressure. No matter when, this sentence still has gold content. Why are you asking me these? Just as he was thinking about it, Polaris suddenly asked. She was very curious as to why Luo Bai asked these questions. After all, these seemed to have nothing to do with Luo Bai, nor did they have anything to do with her doing housekeeping. I'm just asking. Luo Bai replied while eating his burger. Originally it was just a casual chat during mealtime, but unexpectedly, Polaris seemed to have some misunderstanding. Master Luo Bai, are you concerned about my future? Suddenly, Polar Star asked. When she asked this question, Luo Bai was stunned. Before Luo Bai could reply, Polaris continued, I'm surprised. I always thought you were quite serious, but I didn't expect you to care about me. Luo Bai actually wanted to say that he was really just asking casually. But considering that this was too straight, I didn't bother to explain and just half-jokingly complained, am I so serious? Polaris raised the corner of his mouth, smiled faintly and said, it's not so easy to get along with you when you think of me as a thief. The situation is different. Who would be approachable to a thief? Luo Bai said. That's right. Polaris nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, a piece of news came on the TV. Big news? A green giant appeared on the streets of New York today. Special forces immediately evacuated the crowd. In the end, the green giant was subdued by a mysterious man. The host's voice came from the TV. News comes every day, and Polaris is not an age that likes to read news. But the person who appeared on the screen quickly attracted her attention. At this time on TV, except for the Hulk, the figure of a young man is particularly eye-catching. Thinking that he had seen it wrong, Polaris couldn't help but point to the picture on the TV and asked, Master Luo Bai, is that you on the TV? Luo Bai looked at the TV while eating his burger. Good guy. It's really him. I didn't expect it to be photographed. Luo Bai muttered. After hearing what he said, Polaris confirmed. The person on TV is really Luo Bai. So when I went to the supermarket to buy things, you went to save the world. Polaris frowned and couldn't help but complain. She asked why she didn't see Luo Bai when she came back. Luo Bai actually went to deal with the Hulk? It's not a big deal to save the world, it's just a little trouble. Luo Bai explained. As soon as he finished speaking, the TV showed Luo Bai taking out the Hulk's soul with one palm. Polaris's eyes widened in an instant. OMG? This is a news channel, there shouldn't be any special effects, right? You took out the soul with one palm. Polaris said in shock. This is simply too exaggerated? Although Polaris was surprised, Luo Bai was very calm. Actually, this is just a relatively basic control magic. For people without magic resistance, it is easy to do. More basic magic? No, this magic is still basic. Thinking of this, Polaris said with some fear, fortunately you thought I was a thief and didn't use this trick. Otherwise, I can't believe I can still live in this world. Luo Bai didn't say much. After all, explaining these things is quite troublesome for people who don't understand magic. He just watched the reports on TV and couldn't help but think about it. Unexpectedly, his duel with Hulk was reported in the news. Wouldn't he become famous? With this thought, Luo Bai turned on his phone and found that almost the entire internet was talking about him. Some people say he has super ability, and some people say he is a mage. In short, he became popular and gained a group of fans, and his fans gave him a nickname, Soul Mage. Soul Mage? This nickname doesn't sound as good as Supreme Mage. Luo Bai complained while looking at the comments from netizens. Polar Star was a little confused and asked, what Soul Mage, Supreme Mage? Nothing. Luo Bai replied lightly, but he was thinking in his heart. Being famous is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. After all, there are many powerful mages on the earth, which also means that he may receive more attention, so he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Luo Bai quickly finished his burger and then stood up and said, I'm going to the study. If someone comes to deliver something later, Lorna, please remember to collect it. Luo Bai returned to his study and continued to study the book of Emperor Wei Shen. Although he hardly used magic in the actual battle with Hulk, after all, mages with super ability who have no magic resistance have an advantage in dealing with them. However, he was not completely without gains. At least his actual combat experience and magical energy were slightly improved. Not a huge help, but useful. In the subsequent process of learning magic, Luo Bai absorbed it quickly and understood it more thoroughly. After a whole night of study, he had thoroughly learned all the contents of the Book of Wei Shen Emperor and started to study time compilation. Although Luo Bai had used the time stone before, he had not systematically learned how to use the full power of the time stone. It's time to get better at it. Time compilation. The title seems like a book about studying time, but in essence it is a magic book that teaches you how to control time. This book records the understanding of time magic by the supreme mages of all ages. It includes the basic concepts of time, the impact of timelines on the universe and multi-universe, basic theories of time and time magic. Although there is a lot of content in the book, in fact, to put it simply, the whole book is analyzing the original stone of time. Most of the supreme mage cannot control time independently, they need to use the power in the time stone. Through this artifact, mages can learn time-related magic. The time magic recorded in the book includes time acceleration, time reversal, predicting the future, time stopping, etc. There is also a clearly marked sentence on the first page of the book, the time stone contains infinite power, and no one can fully understand it. The meaning of this statement is self-evident. Roughly speaking, although the supreme mage of all ages have used the time stone, so far, no one has fully understood the energy and profound meaning contained in the time stone. Therefore, people who use the original time stone can further analyze the energy contained in the time stone through their own understanding. After roughly reading the theoretical analysis and basic introduction to the time stone, Luo Bai took out the Eye of Agamotto and controlled the time stone. With concentration, green light lit up in Luo Bai's hands. This green light is the power of time in the time stone. Luo Bai found a random chair in the house and began to experiment. Moving your palm clockwise speeds up time. Chairs will take on a future look. Moving your palm counterclockwise is the passage of time. The chair will fall back to its original shape, possibly even to its previous appearance. Since Luo Bai is new to learning and is not familiar with the power of time, he sometimes fails. So he was so focused that he didn't notice the knock on the door at all. At the same time, Polaris had been knocking on the door for a full minute. Although she kept hearing noises in the house, she waited for a long time before Luo Bai opened the door, which made her very confused. Why is it that people are in the house but they don't open the door? Polaris muttered. She tried twisting the door lock. Unexpectedly, the door was unlocked and was opened instantly. But before she could observe the situation inside the door, she saw a green light coming from it. After that, a mini version of Polaris appeared in front of Luo Bai's eyes. That's right. The North Star suddenly appeared, but Luo Bai didn't notice it at all. So while practicing time magic, Luo Bai accidentally turned her into a child by going back in time. Although Polaris was quite cute when he was a child, who will be his housekeeper now that he has become a child? Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, why did you come up here? Didn't I tell you not to go to the second floor unless there are special circumstances? Little Polar Star opened his big, watery eyes and asked as if he couldn't understand what he was saying, brother, what are you talking about? Where are you here? After hearing his answer, Luo Bai remembered the explanation in the book. If you use time magic to change a person's time, such as going back to the past, then that person's memory will also stay in the past. To put it simply, Luo Bai accidentally changed Polaris back to her childhood, so her memory also stayed at her childhood. This also means that Polaris does not remember the previous things as a child. Luo Bai tried to use time magic to return Polaris to its current appearance, but he tried many times without success because he was not very proficient. On the contrary, it was his strange behavior that made little Polar Star a little confused. Brother, what are you doing? What does this gesture mean? Polaris asked, looking at him with those big innocent eyes. Luo Bai was silent. After trying for a while he decided to give up for now. I plan to practice first and then restore the backward time on Polaris' body after I have completely mastered the time magic. Thinking of this, Luo Bai patiently persuaded, Lorna, this is eldest brother's room. You are staying here with me now. You can go down and play by yourself first. Then eldest brother will come and play with you later, okay? Polaris seemed quite obedient when she was a child. She nodded obediently after listening to Luo Bai's words and said, okay, big brother. After finishing speaking, little Polar Star went downstairs. But soon she ran upstairs again. Big brother, there is a big sister downstairs looking for you and saying that she must see you. Little Polar Star said. You must see me? Luo Bai stopped what he was doing and went downstairs. When he got downstairs, he realized it was Natasha Romanoff. At this time, Natasha Romanoff was sitting on the sofa, and there was a silver box on the coffee table. Judging from the appearance, it looks very much like the money box in the TV series. Luo Bai guessed that she was here to give money. Sure enough, the next second Natasha Romanoff said, this is the reward Nick Fury promised you. It's a total of 300,000. Do you want to count it? No need. Luo Bai continued to ask curiously, just give the box to Lorna. Is there something wrong with calling me down? Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, she said the same thing, but I insisted that you get it yourself. After all, you promised to drink coffee with me, right? At this moment, he finally understood why Polaris suddenly went to the study to find him. The relationship was because of Natasha Romanoff. Although Natasha Romanoff did ask him to have coffee, he didn't take it seriously at the time and thought it was a joke. I thought you were joking, not to mention that I didn't agree to it at the time. I just said we'd see when the time comes. Luo Bai said. Natasha Romanoff smiled and didn't say much. She just asked curiously, I didn't expect that you have a daughter at such a young age. After speaking, she looked at little Polar Star. Luo Bai knew that she had obviously misunderstood, so he explained, she is not my daughter. That's. Natasha Romanoff didn't understand. Luo Bai didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say, this matter is very complicated, and some situations have arisen. In fact, this girl is Lorna. This little girl is the North Star? Natasha Romanoff was completely confused, frowning, and said, I don't understand what you mean. Luo Bai didn't explain much, but he suddenly remembered something. Lorna is now a little girl who needs care and needs some peace and quiet. Natasha Romanoff just happened to show up, or else. Thinking of this, Luo Bai suddenly had an idea in his mind. He smiled and asked Natasha Romanoff, you came to me today to ask me for coffee. Not entirely, there's something else. Natasha Romanoff said. Luo Bai quickly interrupted her, we'll talk about it later, I have something to do now. If you want to meet me for coffee, can you take care of Lorna for me for now? I'll go have coffee with you after I finish my work. Natasha Romanoff was silent. After a while she asked, how long do you need? Not sure, about an hour or more. Luo Bai explained. Natasha Romanoff pondered for a moment and didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, she smiled and agreed, okay, I think you are so young and have no experience in taking care of children, so I will help you, but remember when you are done. An agreement between us. Of course, Luo Bai said with a smile, and then went upstairs to continue practicing magic. This practice lasts a whole day, and Natasha Romanoff never expected it. In this way, she was tricked by Luo Bai into being a nanny for a whole day. Luo Bai learned this from morning to night, and it was not until early in the morning that he finally walked out of the study. As soon as he walked downstairs, he heard Natasha Romanoff's helpless voice, 17 hours have passed since the last time I saw you. So what on earth were you doing in the study during this time? Luo Bai didn't answer, but just asked, you didn't leave, have you been taking care of Lorna? Of course. Natasha Romanoff said, I'm waiting for you to go have coffee with me, but I feel like I'm more like a nanny now. After Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, she pointed to Lorna, who was already asleep on the sofa. This was obviously telling Luo Bai that she had been taking care of the child all day today. Luo Bai was a little embarrassed and said hurriedly, "I was practicing magic before and I forgot the time. I'm sorry. That's the bad thing about learning magic. Because I am so focused, I often lose track of time." In fact, Luo Bai had completely mastered the control of the energy of the time stone before, but because time magic was so interesting, he kept learning. He hadn't thought about Polaris until just now, so he went downstairs to have a look. He thought Natasha Romanoff had left long ago. After all, she is quite busy as as.h.i.e.l.d agent and often has tasks to do. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff was still there, which made him very curious and asked, "Don't you have any tasks today? You stayed at my house all day." "Mission? My mission today is to drink coffee with you," Natasha Romanoff answered half-jokingly. Needless to say, Natasha Romanoff still has a good temper. Although she was accidentally kept waiting all day, she didn't seem to be angry. In fact, Luo Bai also knew that maybe she was sent by Nick Fury to persuade her to join the Avengers. However, considering that he did agree to Natasha Romanoff, Luo Bai was still relieved. "I don't know if there is any coffee at this time. The coffee must be out, but you haven't eaten anything all day. How about we go get something to eat together?" Natasha Romanoff asked. "Okay, but you have to wait for me," Luo Bai said. "Should we have to wait another day?" Natasha Romanoff asked half-jokingly. Although her tone sounded like a joke, in fact Natasha Romanoff was really worried. "Luo Bai, it's really not easy to wait. That won't happen very soon," Luo Bai said with a smile. Then he raised his hand and cast time acceleration magic on Polaris. A small green magic circle lit up in Luo Bai's palm. As his palms rotated, the body of Polaris, which was originally just a child lying on the sofa, grew rapidly. It wasn't until she finally returned to her original appearance that Luo Bai stopped casting spells. As for Natasha Romanoff, who witnessed all this with her own eyes, the expression on her face became so wonderful that it could no longer be described as just shock. "Okay, you can go," Luo Bai said calmly. His words brought back Natasha Romanoff's thoughts. The next second, Natasha Romanoff's exclamation sounded throughout the living room, "OMG, I saw that right. You turned a little girl into Lorna." Luo Bai shook his head and corrected, "No, she was originally Lorna." "Then why did Lorna look like a child?" Natasha Romanoff continued to ask. "She broke into the study while I was practicing magic in the morning. I didn't pay attention, and then she became like this," Luo Bai explained. "Morning?" Natasha Romanoff was stunned and suddenly remembered. No wonder she said that Lorna didn't come down after she went up, but a little girl came down instead. Emotions have become like this? What magic is this? It's incredible," Natasha Romanoff asked in surprise. Although she had seen Luo Bai's strength before, she was still shocked. How can a normal person not be surprised when seeing magic? Perhaps because she was too surprised, she continued to ask before Luo Bai could speak, "Did you just use magic to control time? So you mages can control time at will? Can I ask what else your mages can't do?" Natasha Romanoff asked several questions in succession. In fact, as an agent, she is usually very calm and emotionally stable. But now she really can't calm down. So much so that her voice was so loud that it woke up Polaris. When Polaris opened his eyes, he suddenly found Luo Bai and Natasha Romanoff standing in front of him, somewhat confused. She quickly sat up from the sofa and asked puzzledly, "Why did I fall asleep?" Luo Bai replied calmly, "You have to ask Natasha Romanoff about this. She took care of you for a day." "Take care of me for a day?" Polaris was stunned for a moment, and the expression on his face became more and more confused. "I feel like there are suddenly a lot of memories in my mind. It seems that I came to this place when I was 10 years old, and I was taken care of by Natasha Romanoff for a whole day," Polaris muttered. Speeding up time will not change Polaris' original memory, so Polaris still remembers everything he has experienced. It's just that she just woke up, and the memory in her mind is not comprehensive yet. It was Luo Bai who reminded her that memory is not from when you were 10 years old. To put it simply, you suddenly broke into the study this morning. I was practicing magic and didn't pay attention, so you were tricked. Going back in time made you change back to how I was when I was 10 years old. Being reminded by Luo Bai, Polaris completely remembered it. "Yes, that's right," Polaris exclaimed, and then said, "Natasha Romanoff came to you at that time and said that she must see you. That's why I went to the study to find you. I didn't mean to go to the second floor." Polaris was a little panicked at this time. After all, Luo Bai said at the beginning not to go to the second floor unless there are special circumstances. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Polaris will explain in a hurry. But looking at Luo Bai, it seemed that he already knew everything. "I understand. But next time, don't open the door to the study at will. Of course, this has something to do with me. I will remember to lock the door," Luo Bai said. "I just heard movement in the room, but I didn't see anyone opening the door, so I was a little worried. But I won't be so reckless next time." Polaris apologized quickly. "God, who dares to open the mage's door? Fortunately, this time I just changed back to my childhood. What if I turn into a frog next time?" Curiosity arose at the thought of the North Star. She couldn't help but asked cautiously, "So is it true that the mage can turn people into frogs just like what they show on TV?" Luo Bai was convinced of these people's thinking. Does a mage have to turn people into frogs? Luo Bai didn't answer, but said helplessly, I'm going out with Natasha Romanoff now. You clean up the room. After saying that, he looked at the stunned Natasha Romanoff and asked, okay, you can go. Natasha Romanoff finally came to her senses at this time. The two walked out the door together. The two walked out of the villa and got into Natasha Romanoff's car. But until she sat in the driver's seat, Natasha Romanoff's head was still buzzing and she couldn't react. She took a few deep breaths to try to calm down, and then started the car. There was a brief silence in the air, but it was quickly broken by Natasha Romanoff. You can actually control time. Can you control the time of the entire Earth? Luo Bai didn't answer, but asked, I'm surprised that you waited for me all day, but I thought you came to me with a mission. Luo Bai's attitude was obvious, he didn't want to talk more. So Natasha Romanoff did not continue to ask, but just followed Luo Bai's words and replied, it seems you guessed it. Nick Fury did ask me to persuade you to join the Avengers, but I know you won't agree, so I'm totally here to come to you today. It's my own intention. I'm very interested in the mage. To be honest, I think you are very powerful. Natasha Romanoff is smart. He knew what Luo Bai was avoiding, so he said it in one sentence. She also knew that most boys like to hear compliments, so she praised Luo Bai as soon as she came up. Of course, these compliments came from her heart. If you don't mind, maybe we can be friends. Natasha Romanoff continued. Luo Bai would not refuse such a simple request, but he also reminded, of course I don't mind, but I won't make any exceptions because of my friends. Natasha Romanoff nodded to show her understanding. Don't worry, I won't trouble you too much. It's just that occasionally we can make an appointment to have a meal or have some coffee, if I have time. Luo Bai replied with a smile. Natasha Romanoff smiled and said nothing. After a brief silence, she suddenly asked, do you mages have any opponents? Luo Bai was a little puzzled and asked, why do you ask that? I'm just curious. You are so powerful. You can change time and control people's souls. Do mages like you really have any opponents? Natasha Romanoff asked. Of course there will be, Luo Bai replied. I heard you mention the Mage Supreme to Stark before, the most powerful mage on Earth. Will the Mage Supreme also have an opponent? Natasha Romanoff continued to ask. Luo Bai smiled and replied, of course, this universe is bigger than you think. Natasha Romanoff looked extremely serious when she heard this. She asked these questions not because she was asking for information, but because she was worried. Natasha Romanoff has always known that the Earth is not safe, and she also knows that the dangers facing the Earth are far more terrifying than imagined. Because of this, she is worried that there will be powerful beings on the Earth that cannot be subdued. Luo Bai is already so powerful, but there will be a Supreme Mage who is even more powerful than him. But even the Supreme Mage will have opponents. It is unimaginable what kind of powerful and terrifying enemies the mages will face. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff quickly said, I'm not asking you for information, I'm just worried about the situation of mankind and the Earth. I understand. But you don't have to worry about this, because it's useless if you worry. Luo Bai replied straightforwardly. This is not a mockery, but a fact. With S.H.I.D.L.D strength, what's the point of worrying? Is it possible that they can deal with Doma and those dark mages? Luo Bai should be more worried about this than Natasha Romanoff. The Ancient One gave him the Time Stone, obviously to make him the Supreme Mage. Shouldn't the Supreme Mage be able to deal with those dark mages in Durham? To be honest, I have always known that the Earth is dangerous. It was not until I met you that I realized that the situation on the Earth may be more dangerous than I thought. Although I have not seen those terrible enemies with my own eyes, your appear, listening to your description makes me believe that S.H.I.D.L.D cannot solve the crisis in the universe. I can understand why you are unwilling to join the Avengers, because what you mages have to face may be existences that humans cannot even imagine. I admire you very much, and I am very grateful to all the mages who have always protected the Earth and mankind. But I still want to ask, can you deal with those terrifying existences? Natasha Romanoff said. Her tone was sincere. It's like an old friend is caring about you and saying to you, can you really solve those difficulties? Do you need me to help you? Although this old friend may not be able to help you at all, he may be able to provide emotional value by listening to your complaints. It's just that Luo Bai doesn't really need emotional value. Of course, no problem. After all, I am a man favored by the goddess of luck, Luo Bai replied half-jokingly. Natasha Romanoff was stunned. She thought Luo Bai was joking, so she replied half-jokingly, then I hope the goddess of good luck will always look after you and keep you going smoothly. I think it should be possible. Luo Bai said with a smile. Their chat soon came to an abrupt end when they arrived at the restaurant. No, more accurately a hotel. Luo Bai was stunned at that time. Why did you open a hotel instead of going to eat as promised? Just as she was thinking about it, Natasha Romanoff spoke. There is a restaurant on the top floor of this hotel. It is usually open 24 hours a day to receive guests, and the food is also very good. It is difficult to find a restaurant that suits your taste at this point, so I will bring you here. Do you want to try this? What she said was reasonable, so Luo Bai was not picky. Then go try it. Luo Bai said. The two got on the elevator and soon arrived at the top floor restaurant. The restaurant is not crowded and the environment is very good. The two found a seat with a sofa. As soon as they sat down, Luo Bai noticed something was wrong. Because at this time, a book was lying quietly on the sofa inside. This book is very special, it looks very worn. There are several red letters printed on the cover. What's weird is that these red letters look scary and particularly glaring. As a mage, Luo Bai also saw at a glance that there was a faint black air on this book. Although he couldn't understand what the letters on the cover meant, Luo Bai still felt the strangeness of this book. It's like a magic book, but it's not like the magic that Luo Bai is exposed to today. It's more like a black magic book. In fact, Luo Bai already had a vague guess in his mind, so he picked up the magic book and opened it to take a look. Unexpectedly, he guessed correctly. Damn, this is really a black magic book? And it's also a long-lost divine book, the Dark Divine Book? Asked Luo Bai how he knew. All he could say was that the book was strange when he turned the first page. I found a row of words written in Chinese on it. Congratulations to you, lucky man. When you get this book, you already have supreme ability, because its name is the Book of Darkness. Book of Darkness. A mysterious magic book containing powerful black magic. It was created by Sithorn, the god of black magic, one of the 4 ancient gods. The magic recorded in this book is completely opposite to the Book of Weishan Emperor. Moreover, the corrupting influence of the Dark God Book is strong and can induce people to use the spells recorded in it. Although the magic recorded in it is powerful, however, there is no moral restriction on the use of these spells, and everything is centered on achieving the goal. To be honest, Luo Bai never expected that he would pick up a Book of Darkness when he ran out for a meal. You know, Karmatage explicitly prohibits the use of black magic. If the Ancient One knew about this book, would he still have it? Although the Time Stone is on his body now, it is still easy to deal with him with the Ancient One's strength. Looking at the book in front of him, Luo Bai fell into a dilemma. The Book of Darkness is very corrosive and will make people want to read it. At this time, Luo Bai couldn't help but want to look down. Ancient One comes to mind. His hands were already shaking. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff interrupted his thoughts. You take a book with you when you go out. One sentence brought Luo Bai back from his thoughts. Luo Bai knew that the power in the Dark God Book was very powerful, but he also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible to control the corrosive nature of the book. Without saying a word, Luo Bai opened the portal and threw the book away. Of course, he didn't throw it away either. Instead, it shrank into the teleportation space. The book left his sight, and Luo Bai finally regained his composure. Sorry, I was distracted just now, Luo Bai said. Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, it doesn't matter, but you'd better eat well while eating. After eating, you can go back and study magic slowly. Luo Bai nodded, but at this time he was a little absent-minded. He knew very well that a long time ago, the ancient god Sithorn, who had fallen into a demon, was forced to exile to other dimensions in order to avoid being devoured by the God Eater. Before escaping, Sithorn wrote all his evil deeds and spells on indestructible parchment, creating the Book of Darkness. This Dark God Book is the hope Sithorn left on the earth before his exile, as a channel to influence the earth and release energy. To put it simply, it is what Sithorn uses to recruit believers. Luo Bai knew before that all magic in the Marvel world is borrowed. In other words, borrowing the power of an ancient god. If you learn white magic, you need to borrow the power of Emperor Weishan. Although Emperor Weishan may let you pay it back, the price won't be that high. But if you learn the Book of Darkness and borrow power from Sithorn, the price will be high. What this ancient god wants is the soul. As for why these ancient gods borrow power, it involves the issue of believers. Although it is not stated explicitly in ancient gods, in fact all gods in the Marvel world basically need believers. Believers can provide power to the ancient gods. Sithorn, as an old god, is no exception. Therefore, this Book of Darkness can be understood as being left by Sithorn in order to find believers. Anyone who learns the contents of the Book of Darkness will become a believer in Sithorn and dedicate the most important thing, the soul, to provide strength to Sithorn. Therefore, this book can ensure that users can understand it no matter which country they are from. The Book of Darkness is said to be a magic book, but in fact it can also be understood as a magic weapon created by Sithorn, so this book has autonomous consciousness. This means that it may choose its own host. Obviously, Luo Bai has a high probability of being selected. But Luo Bai really didn't understand why he got this book. After all, as long as you learn, you have to sacrifice your soul. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like you can learn. Could it be that Lady Luck was sure that he would not be affected? This is not Luo Bai's random guessing. After all, although the Dark God Book is corrosive and can make people corrupt, but to put it bluntly, whether it is black or not depends entirely on the reader. When the will is too strong, a book cannot control your consciousness at all. It is said that learning black magic will make you blacken and become an evil mage. But look at Ancient One herself, she also absorbed black magic. It's not like there's nothing wrong with it. As for why the Ancient One absorbed black magic, it's not because white magic isn't powerful enough. Or maybe it's because people like Wei Shandy are still too conservative. They borrow people's power, a little at a time. Unlike Sithorn, the power given to you is enough to destroy the world and even give you more lifespan. The Ancient One has to protect the earth and deal with Doma and many dark magicians. What if I don't absorb some black magic power? This made Luo Bai suddenly feel that maybe the arrival of this Dark God Book was not a bad thing for him, but a good thing. Maybe it would allow him to improve his strength. Luo Bai was thinking in his mind. But because he was thinking too seriously, he didn't notice that Natasha Romanoff had called him many times. Seeing that he still didn't respond, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but raise her voice. Luo Bai, This time Luo Bai came back to his senses. What are you thinking? The food is getting cold. Natasha Romanoff said helplessly. Luo Bai shrugged and said sheepishly, something happened suddenly, so I just thought a little more seriously. Seeing his serious expression, Natasha Romanoff was a little worried and asked, is the earth in trouble? That's not true, but I encountered some trouble. Luo Bai said. Should it be said or not, this matter is quite troublesome for Luo Bai. He is now torn between learning and not learning. I know I may not be able to help you, but if I can listen, if you are really confused, maybe I can enlighten you. Natasha Romanoff said softly. As an agent, she is really good at comforting people. But for this matter, it would be better for Luo Bai to find Ancient One than to find her. That's not necessary. Let's eat quickly. I have something to do later. Luo Bai rejected his kindness. At this point he just wanted to eat quickly and go find the Ancient One. Although Luo Bai is learning magic very quickly now, he is not so strong that he doesn't need to eat at all, so he is really hungry now. Hungry and anxious, Luo Bai ate quickly. This made Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but said, I can see that you are very anxious, but before you leave, I want to ask you something. Luo Bai asked while eating, what's the matter? About yesterday, a hammer suddenly fell from the sky. Do you know what happened? Natasha Romanoff asked. A hammer fell from the sky? Thor's hammer. Luo Bai blurted out and guessed. Thor's hammer? What do you mean? The Thor you are talking about cannot be the son of Odin recorded in the Norse mythology books, Thor. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help complaining. Just tell me that there are mages in this world. You don't want to tell me that there is Odin in this world, right? Everyone from the fairy tale is here? Do you have any photos or something to show me? Just as he was thinking about it, Luo Bai asked. Natasha Romanoff nodded, then took out her phone. This is it. It landed in a small town in Mexico. Carlson has already taken people there, and now S.H.I.E.L.D. is studying it. I want to know if this thing will be harmful to the Earth. Because when it landed, it caused huge amounts of energy fluctuations. Natasha Romanoff said as she handed over the photo. After taking a look, Luo Bai confirmed. This is the hammer of Thor, so Thor has been exiled by his father now. Do you know what this is? Seeing him looking at the photo without saying anything, Natasha Romanoff asked again. Luo Bai came back to his senses and replied calmly while eating, it's just an ordinary hammer. You don't need to study it too much. It won't have much impact on the Earth. A regular hammer? That's it? Come on, the power of this hammer when it lands is not small. Now there is a huge amounts of pit where the hammer landed. Does this tell me this is just an ordinary hammer? Of course, for a mage like Luo Bai, it is indeed possible that this is just an ordinary hammer. Natasha Romanoff felt relieved when Luo Bai said there was no threat. That's good. We are also worried about whether this is a warning and provocation from a certain race outside the universe to the Earth. Natasha Romanoff explained. That's not the case. Okay, Miss Natasha Romanoff, I'm leaving. Luo Bai finished his dinner quickly and then waved goodbye. This stunned Natasha Romanoff, who originally wanted to speak. She originally thought that if she went to Luo Bai today, she could have a good chat with Luo Bai. Unexpectedly, the two of them chatted for less than half an hour. Are you leaving so soon? To be honest, I'm quite reluctant to leave. Natasha Romanoff spoke with some reluctance. She seemed to want to keep Luo Bai, but Luo Bai was very anxious now. Then just look forward to our next meeting. Luo Bai said. As a yellow circle appears, the portal opens. But in the blink of an eye, Luo Bai disappeared. This scene attracted the attention of the guests in the restaurant. What happened just now? I saw someone suddenly disappeared. I think I saw that yellow circle just now. Wasn't that something that was reported on the news before? It's the Soul Mage. Oh my god, I was eating in the same restaurant as the Soul Mage just now. Damn it, I didn't even ask him for an autograph. Instantly, there was a lively discussion in the restaurant. Listening to the discussion around her, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but smile. He is really a mysterious Soul Mage who comes and goes without a trace. Natasha Romanoff muttered. Luo Bai left, and she had no interest in eating. Get up and pay the bill. At the same time, Luo Bai had arrived at the main hall of Kamatage. What a coincidence, Ancient One happened to be meditating. Sensing movement, Ancient One opened his eyes. She wasn't surprised when she saw Luo Bai coming. She just got up and poured 2 cups of tea. Master Luo Bai, do you have any problem coming to me? Ancient One said. She handed over one of the cups of tea, and then picked up a cup of tea herself. Yes. Supreme Mage, I have a very important question to ask now, Luo Bai said. Ancient One was not nervous and said calmly, don't be anxious, sit down and talk. Then she guided Luo Bai to sit down. After both of them were seated, Ancient One asked slowly, did you encounter an unsolvable problem? Luo Bai nodded and said, yes, Supreme Mage. Ancient One answered calmly, magic is also called secret art because it contains endless mysteries in the multi-universe. It is normal to encounter problems. You may be able to be patient and feel it, and the energy will guide you. But my problem, it seems that energy can't guide, I have to make my own choice. Luo Bai couldn't help but say, I would like to know what choices you are facing, Master Luo Bai. Ancient One asked. Only then did her eyes show some curiosity. Looking at Ancient One's sincere eyes, Luo Bai took a deep breath. Then he released the teleportation magic and took out the Dark God book sealed in the teleportation space. Supreme Mage, this is the choice I face. Luo Bai said. Ancient One. I was confused at that time. Good guy? Isn't this the Book of Darkness? For a moment, Luo Bai saw Ancient One stunned. Ancient One was not surprised that Luo Bai would come to her. After all, learning magic, which mage wouldn't have problems? Although Luo Bai's talent is strong, it is normal for him to encounter obstacles that he cannot break through. Because of his teaching experience, Ancient One remained calm at the beginning. Until he took out the Book of Darkness. Ancient One was confused. I thought you couldn't learn anymore. I didn't expect you to tell me that you were selected by the Book of Darkness. Now the problem is big. Where did you find this book? Ancient One asked. Luo Bai answered truthfully, I was eating in the restaurant, and this book was placed on the sofa. When I saw the book, I realized something was wrong. When I opened it, I realized that it was the Book of Darkness. Luo Bai would give such an honest confession mainly because he believed in leniency in confessing, and he thinks that the Ancient One should understand him. After all, to a certain extent, Ancient One is his master, and Ancient One also has experience in learning black magic, so he believes that Ancient One will give him the correct guidance. Frankly speaking, after coming to the Marvel world, the person Luo Bai trusted the most was the Ancient One. The Ancient One gave him the Time Stone. This alone was enough to make Luo Bai believe that Ancient One really wanted to train him, so he can only seek help from the Ancient One. Perhaps because of seeing the Book of Darkness, Ancient One was stunned for half a second. After all, this book is not so easy to obtain. Ancient One knows very well how many wizards with ulterior motives in the wizarding world want to obtain this Book of Darkness. In order to find it, they do whatever it takes to find it. But you think Sithorn is a philanthropist? Give it to you if you want it? No, as an ancient god. Others also have requirements for choosing believers. Therefore, it is difficult for most mages to find this book despite all their efforts. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai found him. Although this is a black magic book, it must be said that it is also a magical book. Thinking of this, Ancient One fell silent. After a long time, Ancient One said, I don't know how to help you with this matter. There was really nothing she could do about this. Book of Darkness chose Luo Bai, which means that Luo Bai is being targeted by Sithorn. It's the same concept as Emperor Wei Shen coming to give Luo Bai a blessing. Now it's equivalent to Sithorn giving Luo Bai a blessing. Is Luo Bai some kind of blessing body? So many ancient gods are chasing him to bless him? Thinking of this, the Ancient One explained, I can't help you, only you can help yourself. The mage will face many choices in this life, and no one else can interfere with all choices, and can only rely on the mage himself. This is your destiny, you should choose for yourself. But no one can stop Sithorn from watching you. Ancient One let Luo Bai make his own choice, which surprised Luo Bai. Supreme Mage, Karmatage ordered to prohibit learning witchcraft and black magic. Aren't you going to stop me? Luo Bai asked. Ancient One didn't say anything, and she didn't know how long it took before she slowly explained, this is a restriction on other mages, but you are the future Supreme Mage. No one can stop you, not even me. After saying that, Ancient One looked a little serious as if he had remembered something. Before Luo Bai could speak, she continued, what's more, if we want to protect the earth, sometimes we have no choice. There is no choice. This sentence is the helplessness of Ancient One. She also knew very well that the power given by Wei Shen Emperor was weak after all, compared to the black magicians in the universe. The power given by Emperor Wei Shen was too little. But if the Supreme Master wants to protect the Earth, it is not easy to face the threat of the entire multi-universe independently. In the final analysis, human mages are nothing more than accessories to the multi-universe gods. The most important thing is that you choose the right god and stand in the right camp. So the Ancient One chose to pursue eternity. The Ancient One cannot help Luo Bai make decisions because she has never been able to resist multi-universe matters. But after much thought, Ancient One decided to give you some advice. Although I can't decide your future for you, maybe I can give you some friendly advice. That's great. Luo Bai said. Ancient One was silent for a moment. She lowered her head and looked at the Book of Darkness for a while and then asked, have you read this book? I opened it, but I only read one page. Luo Bai answered truthfully. How do you feel? Ancient One asked again. It attracts me and makes me have the urge to keep watching. Luo Bai explained. Ancient One continued to ask, how much do you know about the dark power? Luo Bai thought for a moment and replied, I don't know much. I have the impression that dark magic can devour souls and corrupt people. Ancient One shook his head and explained, it is never the power of darkness that makes people fall, but power. Fundamentally speaking, whether it is the Book of Wei Shen Emperor or the Book of Darkness, what they bring to the mage is power. When possessed of great power, mages will lose control and fall. Therefore, Karmatage prohibits mages from absorbing dark power because most mages' souls are not strong enough to withstand the erosion. You think that the Book of Darkness is corrosive to you and attracts you to look down. This proves that your current soul is not strong enough to resist the Book of Darkness and cannot fully grasp the power within it. The hint of Ancient One is actually quite obvious. She was telling Luo Bai that it was okay to learn but now was not the time. Luo Bai naturally understood this, so he asked, I remember it was recorded in the books that the Book of Emperor Wei Shen and the Book of Darkness restrained each other. Since restraint can achieve a balance. The Ancient One didn't hide it at all, and answered directly, okay. Instantly he understood. Although Luo Bai understands the plot, the magic thing is far from simple. It would be safer to get an accurate answer from Ancient One, so Luo Bai came to ask for advice. Through Ancient One's answer, Luo Bai now fully understood. To put it simply, as long as you completely master all the magic in the Book of Weixin Emperor, and by cultivating a powerful soul through practice, you can completely control the power in the Book of Darkness and use the power in the book for your own use. Presumably Ancient One also absorbed the black magic power through this method. As for the matter of sacrificing one's soul, although Luo Bai understood the secret, he still hoped to get an accurate answer from the Ancient One. After all, this has something to do with his future fate and even his life. Luo Bai must be cautious. Thinking of this, he asked again, Supreme Mage, I still have a question that I don't understand. Ancient One calmly replied, you asked. To put it bluntly, the power of a mage is to borrow power from the powerful gods in the multi-universe, right? Luo Bai said. Ancient One was stunned for a moment and asked, borrow it? Why do you describe it like that? Luo Bai analyzed carefully, the so-called absorbing power from the multi-universe, obtaining the blessing of the ancient gods, and then exchanging it for a price seems to be no different from borrowing. Ancient One smiled and nodded, it's a strange description, but it can indeed be understood in this way. Luo Bai nodded, and then continued to ask, whether you borrow energy from Emperor Weixin or other ancient gods, you have to pay it back. But I want to ask the Supreme Mage, if I borrow some energy from every ancient god energy, how will you repay it in the end? Ancient One was silent. Otherwise, they all think the same thing. After all, Ancient One has actually done the questions Luo Bai asked. She just borrowed a little bit, and she didn't even know how many gods she had borrowed until now. I'm just afraid that I can't pay it back. But she didn't care either. After all, she doesn't need to pay back what she borrowed from other gods. What she has to pay back now is only the Eternal Emperor. There is no other reason. Just because the Eternal Emperor is the strongest existence among them. Thinking of this, Ancient One smiled. She calmly replied, then it depends on who your soul belongs to in the end. After saying this, Luo Bai understood. It seems to be the same as what he predicted. Every god needs believers, so there is a problem of competing for believers among the gods. As for who the believers will belong to in the end, it will naturally belong to the strongest one. So Luo Bai doesn't need to worry too much, although he may dedicate his soul to Sithorn by studying the Dark God book. But as long as he borrows power from a god more powerful than Sithorn, his soul will belong to that god. The cycle continues like this. You can successfully complete the nesting doll. In the end, as long as Luo Bai is strong enough, who will own the soul? This question is really hard to say. Thinking of this, Luo Bai suddenly felt that the Book of Darkness was actually quite good. Wasn't it a good way to help him achieve a leap in power? Supreme Mage, I understand. Luo Bai said quickly. Ancient One nodded and said, go. Then she closed her eyes. Luo Bai didn't stop and drove to New York via a portal. After he left, Ancient One slowly opened his eyes. At this time, she was thinking about how lucky Luo Bai was. Not long ago, he was chased by Emperor Weixin to give him blessings, and now he is chased by Sithorn to give him strength. Luo Bai's magic talent is still so high. In time, I can't even think about it. Originally, she was worried that Luo Bai might not be able to face the enemies in the multi-universe alone soon after learning magic, so she stayed at Karmatage. Looking at it now, I wonder if it's time for her to leave. Otherwise, she should go directly to the Eternal Emperor and give Karmatage to Luo Bai. Anyway, with the two gods Sithorn and Weixin Emperor protecting him, Luo Bai should be able to handle most of the problems. Thinking of this, Ancient One spoke slowly, it's time to leave, but we have to find a suitable opportunity. After saying this, Ancient One closed his eyes. At the same time, Luo Bai, who was completely unaware, had returned to his villa in New York, and sitting in the study, ready to continue learning magic. For Luo Bai, the Book of Darkness is certainly a book that can quickly increase his strength, but without the support of a strong soul, Luo Bai would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, the top priority is to learn all the magic as soon as possible and strengthen Luo Bai's soul so that he can better control the power in the Dark Book. Thinking of this, Luo Bai continued to read the magic book. He locked himself in his room for a whole week. Within this week, Luo Bai finished studying all the magic books he borrowed, and successfully opened the mirror dimension. Although he still cannot completely control the power in the time stone, he can freely use most of the time magic. After thoroughly mastering most of the magic, he began to meditate and start a multi-universe journey. There are many ways for mages to train their souls. In addition to enhancing your own energy, another situation is to embark on a multi-universe journey. The energy contained in the multi-universe is far more powerful than the Earth, so many mages will start multi-universe travel after mastering this knowledge. The universe of the Marvel world can be roughly divided into single universe, multi-universe, super universe and omnipotent universe. In Karmatage, most mages can only travel to a single universe, which simply means teleporting through space within a universe to a designated destination. There are not many mages who can travel to multi-universe, and only a few great mages in Karmatage can barely do it. Of course, given Luo Bai's current strength, he is already very proficient in traveling through the multi-universe. So what he is training now is not his physical body but his spiritual body, also called his soul. The soul travels through the multi-universe. So far, only the Ancient One can do it in Karmatage, and only the Ancient One can do it. After all, the soul is much more fragile than the body. The multi-universe contains too much energy, and ordinary souls cannot withstand the impact of such a large amount of energy. But in order to train his soul, Luo Bai could only do this. Luo Bai was greatly shocked when he tried it for the first time. The soul stayed in the multi-universe for less than a day before it couldn't bear it anymore. He only felt that his whole body was being suppressed by an invisible and powerful force, starting from the Tianling cap to his toes. Every cell in his body was suffering from huge amounts of stimulation, as if his body was about to be torn apart at any time. After enduring the shock for a day, Luo Bai had no choice but to let his soul return to his body. After adjusting to his condition and resting, Luo Bai tried again. After trying again and again for 20 times, Luo Bai finally withstood the pressure, and began to try to move deeper into the multi-universe. The passage of time in multi-universe is somewhat different from that on Earth, so Luo Bai doesn't know how long he has been practicing, until he noticed that there seemed to be some movement downstairs, as if Polaris was arguing with someone. This made Luo Bai a little strange. Polaris should be the only person in this house, right? Who would she quarrel with? Considering that he had been practicing for so long, Luo Bai really planned to relax. He stood up, opened the door and walked down to the second floor. As soon as I arrived on the second floor, I saw Polaris standing outside the door as if talking to someone, and he was very excited. Because of the excitement, the metal in the room kept shaking. Even the ceiling chandelier began to shake. Lorna, what are you doing? Luo Bai shouted. This sound instantly silenced the room. Polaris turned his head, and the anger on his face instantly turned into excitement. Master Luo Bai, you are finally out. Out? After saying this, I don't know when I thought he went in. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. What does it mean finally? Polaris said excitedly, I have calculated that it has been a full month since I last saw you. Luo Bai, 1 month? Has it been so long? Luo Bai couldn't help but ask. Yes, look what day it is today. Polaris said. Luo Bai picked up the phone and glanced at the time. Boy, it's really been a month. No way, the passage of time in the multi-universe is a little different from the passage of time on Earth. Although Luo Bai didn't feel like he had traveled for a long time, a whole month had actually passed on Earth. This is really unexpected. So, have you stayed in the study this month? Polaris asked. Luo Bai thought for a while and said, no, in fact, I will go on a trip later. Travel. Polaris was shocked. Her eyes widened, obviously she had misunderstood. Master Luo Bai, I have been guarding you in the house for a whole month. I dare not leave even half a step, for fear that you can't find me. If you go on a trip, please tell me. I can at least give myself a holiday. Polaris said, a bit aggrieved in his tone. Actually, I didn't know it had been so long. All right. Polaris sighed. Who makes Luo Bai the creditor? She had no choice but to suffer. By the way, has anyone come to see me this month? Just as he was thinking about it, Luo Bai suddenly asked. Polaris nodded quickly, yes. Mr. Stark, Natasha Romanoff, and the Braised Egghead have all come to see you, but I don't dare to disturb you on the second floor, so I told them that you have something to do and can't see anyone for the time being. After the last lesson, Polaris now dare not even take a step up to the second floor, let alone let others go to the second floor. She was afraid that Luo Bai would accidentally turn her into a frog. Luo Bai also understood, and was glad that she didn't let anyone else disturb him, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to carry out soul-strengthening training so smoothly. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but praise, you did a good job Lorna, but who were you talking to just now? Hearing his question, Polaris asked nervously, did I disturb you, Master Luo Bai? That's not true, it's just that I think your situation is not particularly good. Luo Bai said. Polaris didn't seem to want Luo Bai to know who the visitor was. She blocked the door with her body, and then opened her mouth in panic. There is no Master Luo Bai, just a few people asking for directions. Polaris said as he tried to close the door, but a voice sounded outside the door, hello, sir. My name is Charles, you can also call me Professor X. I want to come in and have a chat with you, okay? Professor X? When Luo Bai heard the person announcing his identity, he roughly understood. It is estimated that Professor. He had guessed since he took in Polaris that mutants would come to his door sooner or later. After all, Polaris' identity is too special. With psychological expectations, Luo Bai is not surprised. Since you're here, come in and sit down. Luo Bai said very politely. Polaris was stunned. She didn't seem to expect that Luo Bai would say that, and she was worried about causing trouble to Luo Bai. So he hurriedly said, Master Luo Bai, I can solve it. Luo Bai smiled and replied half-jokingly, if you can really solve it, you won't be treated as a thief when you enter my room. Polaris was silent. After a while, she finally let Professor X in. As soon as Professor X entered the door, Luo Bai saw huge amounts of bald head. Although Luo Bai knew that Professor X was bald, but seeing Cheng Liang's bald head, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain in a low voice, here comes another bald head. Needless to say, he has a pretty rapport with the bald men in the Marvel world. I have only been here for a long time and have already seen several bald heads. His voice was not loud, and Professor X didn't know whether he heard him clearly, but Professor X asked, what? Luo Bai shook his head and replied, nothing. Hello Professor X, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Luo Bai said as he sat on the sofa. Professor X approached him with a wheelchair, and there were several X-men standing behind him. Luo Bai was not particularly sure about the identities of some of the policemen, but one of them, Jean Grey. Luo Bai recognized it at a glance. The red-haired beauty standing behind Professor X is Jean Grey. Luo Bai would pay attention to her entirely because of the power in her, the power of the Phoenix. Because of this, Jean Grey is also nicknamed Phoenix Girl. Speaking of the Phoenix power, Luo Bai has to mention it. No one knows where the Phoenix power comes from. They can only roughly guess that it comes from the original universe, was born at the beginning of all things, is an immortal chaos, eternal but impermanent existence, and is also the sun of the universe. After hearing this description, it becomes clear how terrifying the Phoenix power is. This power is so powerful that it is formidable. The passion of the Phoenix can be turned into the Phoenix's judgment, which can be used to regenerate or destroy everything in the universe, even the original universe. Although listening to the name, many people will think that the Phoenix Force may be just a kind of power. But in fact it is a powerful force with self-awareness. Generally speaking, it is difficult for power to give birth to consciousness. But the Phoenix Force is different. It has had consciousness since its birth and has a very powerful autonomous consciousness, so the Phoenix Force will choose its host independently. The power of the host can better display the Phoenix Force, and in the original multi-universe, Jean Grey is the most suitable host for the Phoenix Force. So, the Phoenix Force approached Jean Grey. Perhaps it is because Jean Grey has not fully grown up yet. Although Luo Bai can feel the power of the Phoenix now contained in her body, it is obviously suppressed. It should be Jean Grey who suppressed the Phoenix power herself, but the culprit who caused her to suppress the Phoenix power should be Professor X. After all, this bald head is not simple. The reason why Professor X was able to become the founder of the X-Men and have so many mutants serve him loyally, not only because he is rich, but also because he is originally a very powerful mutant. He has the ability of telepathy and mind control, and can read other people's thoughts and memories, manipulate other people's actions, and even connect everyone in the world through a brainwave enhancement machine. Although Professor X was not originally a bad guy, he was even called a superhero. But Luo Bai didn't like this bald man. After all, who would want someone to control their own consciousness and read their own memories? This is no different than an invasion of privacy. Hello, sir, I heard Polar Star just called you. Luo Bai, right. Just as he was thinking about it, Professor X suddenly spoke. Luo Bai replied, correction, it's Master Luo Bai. Okay, Master Luo Bai. Professor X corrected the title very politely. Only after that did he explain his purpose. I am Professor, it's not safe for her to stay outside with her status, Professor X said very sincerely. His reason for coming to Luo Bai was not surprising. After all, he had guessed Professor X's purpose early on. Seriously. In fact, there is no need for Luo Bai to conflict with Professor X for Polaris, let alone have any connection with mutants for Polaris. After all, he and Polaris had not known each other for a long time and they had not established a strong emotional bond, so it was not impossible to let Professor X take Polaris back. But it can be thought that this month, the housekeeper of Polaris has been doing his best. In addition, Luo Bai asked before, she has a very strong resistance to Professor X. Perhaps out of compassion, Luo Bai refused, she is the housekeeper I invited. For now, you can't take her away. Invited housekeeping? Professor X was stunned, with a bit of shock clearly in his eyes. Perhaps he didn't expect that with Polar Star's character, he would actually be willing to stay here in Luo Bai as a housekeeper? Is what he said true? He was too shocked, so Professor X turned around and asked Polaris. Unexpectedly, Polaris hardly hesitated and answered very firmly, yes, I am the housekeeper hired by Master Luo Bai, so I can't go back with you. Hearing her answer, the X-Men were stunned. Mystique Raven Darkholm, who was standing aside, immediately began to persuade, Polaris, you have a very strong ability. With your ability, you shouldn't stay here as an ordinary cleaner. Cyclops Scott Summers also expressed confusion, Lorna, are you serious? Are you willing to be a cleaner? Although the social status of mutants is not high, most mutants with strong abilities are actually very arrogant. They think that they have great strength, can do greater things and have a higher status. So the members of the X-Men were shocked by Lorna's choice. Lorna, in your opinion, we X-Men are worse than an ordinary housekeeper. Cyclops asked very unconvinced. His words made Luo Bai very dissatisfied. I don't agree with what you said. Is it embarrassing to be my housekeeper? Luo Bai complained. Come on, he is the chosen mage with extraordinary talent and full luck. Or the future Supreme Mage? How embarrassing is it to be the Supreme Mage's housekeeper? Just as he was thinking about it, Cyclops responded, of course. No matter how you look at it, being an X-Men is better than being a housekeeper. As soon as he finished speaking, he was opposed by Polaris. No, in my opinion, being a housekeeper as Master Luo Bai is much better than being an X-Man. Polaris said, with a firm look in his eyes as if he wanted to join the party. Her firm gaze irritated the X-Men. Please? The X-Men have undergone rigorous training and have been maintaining world peace? Polaris is now saying that they are not as good as X-Men but housekeeping? Can the X-Men not be angry? Lorna, you are simply unreasonable. Cyclops said angrily. Mystique was even more curious and gently persuaded, Lorna, you don't seem like your character. Are you threatened by something? You should be aware of your current situation. The Association and the Secret Service have sent people to hunt you down. Only we can protect you. But now Polaris doesn't like them at all. She just asked Professor X, you said you can protect me, how can you protect me? Professor? Are you actually willing to cooperate with them? How can you expect me to trust you? Polaris was furious. Anger affected her mood and she became restless and irritable. The power in her body was surging wildly, as if she was about to burst out with terrifying energy in the next second. Polaris originally had mental problems. Now being stimulated by them reminds me of bad memories, and my emotions are out of control in an instant. But Professor X is good at comforting people. Seeing that Polaris was about to lose control, Professor X quickly comforted him. Lorna, I know your anger. I know your hatred. They made you lose a lot of friends, so you want to fight back. But I know that you are kind in nature, and you hope that mutants can have fair treatment in human society. And I am also fighting for this. My cooperation with the government is to tell people around the world through the X-Men that mutants are not scary. Mutants will also protect humans. Provoking war will not bring peace. Only by proving to humans that we mutants are no threat can we bring peace and allow mutants to have equal treatment. Professor X gently persuaded him, trying to reason with Polaris. But how could Polaris listen to it now? Do you think what you did will move them? No, they just want to completely control us mutants. They just want us to be their slaves. Polaris responded angrily. Professor X was stunned and asked in confusion, why do you think so? It's not like that. That's not the case. Then why do they study us mutants? And create devices that limit our abilities? They capture us and study us. Isn't this to restrain us and treat us as slaves? Polaris asked in return. Professor X was obviously silent. After all, he is aware of the behavior of these people, so he has communicated with them. I have already been communicating with the senior management. Believe me, this matter will be resolved perfectly before long, Professor X said. But Polaris obviously didn't want to believe it anymore. I have believed you once, but what happened? You didn't save Bella, did you? Polaris scolded, her anger continuing to rise. Seeing that she was almost out of control, I was worried that she might hurt someone. Professor X's eyes darkened and he used mind control ability. He wanted to try to control Polaris and calm down Polaris' emotions. But in rage state, Polaris' ability index skyrocketed, and even she couldn't control her entire mental state. How could Professor X control her so easily? Don't control me anymore. Polaris roared. Green light enveloped Polaris, and her body was slowly rising. Seeing Polaris becoming uncontrollable, the X-Men on the side all assumed fighting postures, as if they were ready to take action at any time. Professor X immediately said, don't do it, I'll try again. After saying that, he was ready to continue using ability to control Polaris. Just now he underestimated the mental state of Polaris rage, so he didn't use too much power. But at this time, Professor X had no intention of leaving any room. Seeing him preparing to use ability again, Luo Bai spoke, Polaris, calm down. 6 simple words can make everything calm in an instant. Polar Star, who was almost out of control emotionally, suddenly lost all his anger when he heard Luo Bai shouting the words calm down. Polar Star has followed Luo Bai for so long and has seen Luo Bai's strength with his own eyes. She knew very well how terrifying Luo Bai was, and she remembered what Luo Bai had said. If she cannot control her emotions and causes bad consequences, she will be locked up in a little dark room. Polaris has never been to the Black Room, but she knows that the majesty of the mage cannot be challenged. Master Luo Bai, I didn't mean it. Polar Star said quickly. I know. It doesn't matter, I'll take care of it. Luo Bai comforted her. The next second. Click 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 click. Small sounds sounded around, like the sound of breaking glass. As the sound sounded, the surrounding environment changed in the next second. Everyone seemed to be in a new world, wonderful and science fiction. This is Luo Bai's mirror space. Mirror space. Karmataj's space magic. The user must have a strong store of magical energy to create it. There are differences in the mirror space created by each mage, because the mirror space is equivalent to a field. In this field, the mage can change everything in the field at will, all based on his own imagination. Since every mage has a different imagination, the mirror space created by each mage will be different. So Luo Bai's mirror space is naturally different from ancient ones. In fact, mirror space is not a very advanced magic in the eyes of powerful wizards, but now Professor X and those members of the X-Men do not understand mirror space. They were only curious and shocked by the sudden changes around them. What is this? Mystique asked in surprise, looking at the surrounding environment. Mirror space, my domain. Luo Bai replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground where Professor X and the others were standing suddenly split open for some unknown reason. Without enough time to react, Professor X and others quickly fell downwards. When they reacted, they discovered that they had already reached an altitude of 10,000 feet and were descending rapidly with their faces on the ground. And underneath is the ground, the cement floor. At this moment, everyone panicked. Falling from an altitude of 10,000 meters, even if they are mutants, there is no way they can survive safely. Because of this, they are now somewhat eager to find a way to get a buffer. But there is no way. Everything around seemed unreal. They can't catch anything. They can't catch anything. They were about to fall to the ground. Unexpectedly, they were about to fall to the concrete floor. The ground is cracked. And then, they experienced the same thing again. He fell from the sky again. X-Men, oh my god. Professor X, I'm convinced. Amidst the shouts of several people breaking down, they fell in the air for who knows how long, and the last few were finally caught firmly by a stone step. Oh, shit. Can you believe it? I just fell for 10 minutes. For a moment, I thought I wouldn't live long. It wasn't until they stopped falling that a few people finally recovered and couldn't help muttering. But Professor X said nothing at this time, because he was just stunned. No, he is a disabled person after all. Has anyone ever considered his feelings? Professor X broke down and shouted in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be calm. He knew that everything they had experienced just now was probably caused by Luo Bai, just when he was trying to find Luo Bai. Luo Bai and Polar Star appeared in front of them in a suspended state. I said it. Lorna is my housekeeper now, you can't take her away. What's more, she doesn't want to leave with you now. Professor X, you are so old. It's not good to bully a little girl. Luo Bai said calmly. Before Professor, the fall just now made Cyclops feel angry, as if he was threatened. At this time, he obviously wanted to take action. He asked Professor X, seemingly for advice. Professor. In fact, Professor X felt very aggrieved. Anyone would probably not be able to bear the pressure of falling from a high altitude for a full 10 minutes and possibly dying at any time. But Professor X knew that they could not conflict with Luo Bai because he knew Luo Bai. In recent news reports, he saw Luo Bai fighting against Hulk, so he knew that Luo Bai had certain strength. Thinking of this, Professor, using your ability to control other people's minds and read other people's memories is not polite behavior. Luo Bai also spoke very gently. But Lorna lost control of her emotions just now. I just wanted to comfort her. I was worried that she would lose control and hurt others. Professor X defended again. However, Luo Bai's attitude was very firm. She is the housekeeper I invited, and she is in my house. I'm sorry Master Luo Bai, I was too impulsive just now. I shouldn't have done anything in your house. Luo Bai thought there might be a conflict next, but he didn't expect Professor X to apologize very quickly. But, if anyone else stood in Professor X's position, they would most likely admit their mistake faster than him. After all, at this time, Professor looking down is the bottomless sky. After experiencing the 10-minute fall from high altitude, Professor X really didn't want to try it again. God knows how scary it was just now. For a moment, he even thought about how to distribute the inheritance. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Another reason is that Luo Bai has been reported in the news. Now Luo Bai is red and purple, and his popularity remains high. If the X-Men took action here, it would definitely be on the front page within half a day. If the media then writes the mutant X-Men provoke the superhero Soul Mage, then all Professor X's previous efforts will be scrapped. For two reasons, Professor X did not dare to offend Luo Bai easily, so he chose the friendliest method and took the initiative to apologize. Seeing his sincere attitude, Luo Bai made no further move, and calmly issued an order to expel the guests. You must have seen Lorna's attitude, so please come back. Professor. Master Luo Bai, Polaris' identity is very special. Currently, she is still a wanted criminal. The Association and the Secret Service will definitely send people to arrest her. If it really comes to that point, what will you do? Professor X asked. Although he often uses his ability to invade other people's brains, Luo Bai has also shown that Professor X is kind and gentle in nature. So he asked these words as a kind reminder. Luo Bai did not answer his question, but asked, what crime did Polaris commit? Professor, she's a mutant, and potentially a threat. Hearing this answer, Luo Bai chuckled and continued to ask, Charles, do you think this charge is reasonable? Professor, in that case, why do you treat her as a criminal? Luo Bai asked. I never thought Lorna was a criminal. Professor X quickly denied. Luo Bai smiled and asked, then why did you bring all the X-Men? X-Men, an organization established to protect world peace. Their dispatch means that world peace may be destroyed. In order to bring Polaris back, Professor X brought almost all the members of the X-Men with him. Doesn't this explain everything? Thinking of this, Professor X fell silent. Seeing his silence, Luo Bai continued, if you really don't think Polaris has committed a crime, you should stop those people from pursuing Polaris instead of taking Polaris back. You just asked me what I would do if someone from the association came to ask for someone. In fact, I also want to ask you, Charles, if Polaris comes back to you and asks for someone, will you give it or not? Luo Bai's words and his questions hit the nail on the head. At this point, Professor X realized. I understand what you mean. Mr. Luo Bai, I'm sorry that we disturbed you today. If the X-Men and my actions and words are inappropriate, please forgive me. Professor X spoke sincerely. It seems that he has figured it out and plans to go back. Although the two parties did have some unpleasantness before, fortunately Professor X's attitude was very good, so Luo Bai did not intend to pursue it. I hope there won't be another time. Luo Bai reminded. As he finished speaking, the surrounding scene returned to normal. Seeing the tens of thousands of feet in the sky beneath their feet turn back into floor tiles, Professor, I think there won't be a next time. After all, it's not good to disturb you too much. Professor X responded. After finishing speaking, he looked at the X-Men behind him and said softly, let's go back. After saying that, the group left with the X-Men. Before leaving, Jean Grey unexpectedly looked back at Luo Bai. This glance had no clear meaning. After Professor X and his party left, Luo Bai sat back on the sofa. At this time, Polaris looked panicked and his eyes flashed, as if he was worried about something. Luo Bai couldn't help but comfort, Lorna, it's okay. They have left. As soon as he finished speaking, Baizing suddenly explained, Master Luo Bai, I didn't mean it just now. You don't want to lock me in a small dark room, do you? Small dark room? After she reminded him, Luo Bai remembered that he had indeed said this before. Is this what Lorna is worried about? Please, no. He just said this casually. Does Polaris still remember it? This guy must have a very good memory. Thinking of this, Luo Bai sighed and comforted, of course not. You are acting in self-defense, I understand. Thank you, Master Luo Bai, Polaris said. Her tone was calm and unwavering, and there was no trace of happiness at all, and the expression on her face was still solemn, as if she was still worried. Before Luo Bai could ask, Polar Star couldn't help himself. She suddenly raised her head and apologized to Luo Bai with a guilty look on her face. Master Luo Bai, I'm sorry. I have caused you trouble. Luo Bai understood why she apologized, but he didn't take it to heart at all, so he replied casually, if it's troublesome, I won't keep you as a housekeeper. He knew the identity and situation of Polaris early on, so he naturally chose to keep Polaris because he didn't care at all. But Zhuxing still felt guilty and uneasy, so he couldn't help but said, what professor, I like trouble. But I might still cause trouble for you later. Her identity destined her life to be unstable, and everyone close to her would be affected by her. Although on the surface, Luo Bai and Polaris have an employment relationship. But after this period of getting along, Luo Bai was not only an employer but also a friend in Polar Star's heart. She was worried that her identity would always cause trouble to Luo Bai, so she had the idea of leaving. In this short period of time, Polaris thought a lot, and even staged an emotional drama in his heart. However, Luo Bai didn't quite understand her concerns. After all, he made it clear that he didn't care about the trouble, but Polaris still said so. This made Luo Bai couldn't help complaining, you don't want to deny it and run away, right? We agreed for 3 months, and now you only work for 1 month and want to run away. Of course not. Polaris quickly explained, Professor. Luo Bai replied nonchalantly, then when they come next time, just go outside and kill them all without letting me know. Me. Polaris was confused. After a moment, she couldn't help but reply, but I can't beat them. Luo Bai shrugged and replied seriously, you just need to practice more. Vegetable? Do I have the ability to control the magnetic field? What a waste. Me? Well, I am indeed pretty good. Polaris has a very strong character, and such a strong character means that she cannot accept others calling her bad. Especially when these words came from Luo Bai, the mage she respected very much. This made Polaris even more difficult to accept. After hearing this, she who was still in a very low mood suddenly became rebellious. A pair of light green eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. But she was still unconvinced. Unfortunately, Lorna couldn't refute. After all, she is really good now. She can't deal with the X-Men, and she can't deal with the Mutant Association, so how can she be useless? Thinking of this, Polaris took a deep breath and responded with almost gritted teeth, Master Luo Bai taught me that I am indeed quite good. Seeing her stiff expression, Luo Bai raised his eyebrows and asked, why, you seem unconvinced. The little girl got into a mood and lowered her head and replied firmly, no. Luo Bai laughed and complained, the 4 basic natural forces of the universe are the strong force, the weak force, the electromagnetic force and the universal gravitation. You have the ability to control the magnetic field, but in the end even these people can't handle it. Isn't that good enough? Polaris. People are going to be peed off. Although she had never dared to refute Luo Bai, she was so angry that she couldn't help but refute, that's because I have a mental illness, so it's difficult to control my ability. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai asked, but you have never practiced, have you? You know that you are a mutant and in a very dangerous situation, why don't you train your ability well? Polaris was speechless for a moment. After all, what Luo Bai said is right, why don't you practice cooking more? Thinking of this, Polaris suddenly looked firmly and said, I will train my ability well in the future. Next time I will deal with them before they come, and I will never cause you any trouble. Luo Bai smiled faintly and responded jokingly, you still have to work, don't practice it because no one in the family will do it. Okay, I understand. Polaris responded. At this time, all the worries in her heart had disappeared. Although Luo Bai just said that she was good, she was a little unconvinced. But then I thought about it, and Luo Bai was actually doing it for her own good. After all, mutants are in such a difficult situation now. How will she live her life if she doesn't train her ability well? Is it possible that he really plans to hide away for the rest of his life? After understanding this, she felt even more grateful to Luo Bai. Master Luo Bai, I know you said that you hope that I can become stronger. Thank you for protecting me in front of Professor the determination to become stronger. After saying that, before Luo Bai finished speaking, she asked again, Master Luo Bai, do you have anything else to do now? If there is nothing else, I want to practice my ability first. Go. Luo Bai waved his hand. Polaris walked into the room and closed the door before starting to train his ability. While practicing, she kept mumbling, I must practice hard. Let's see who dares to challenge me in the future. When Polaris said this, his voice was not loud, but Luo Bai still heard it. After all, he had been training for a month and had made qualitative improvements in all aspects. It's normal to have better hearing. Hearing Polaris's complaints, Luo Bai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Needless to say, it is actually quite good to have someone to accompany you in a different world. It's just that his rest time has come, and it's time to continue practicing his soul. Luo Bai planned to go back to the study, but unexpectedly the doorbell rang at this time. Just as he was about to open the door, the next second he felt a force surge in the room and the door was opened. Polaris, like her father, can control magnetic fields and metals, so it's easy to open a door with ability. But she had never used it before, so Luo Bai almost forgot that she still had this skill. This skill is good and very practical. Luo Bai nodded in praise. The next second I heard a familiar voice outside the door. That's weird, why is there no one? From this voice, it was obvious that the person coming was Stark. He seemed to be confused as to why no one opened the door for him today, but the door opened by itself. He walked into the room with curiosity and saw Luo Bai sitting on the sofa. Stark's brows stretched. The confusion turned into excitement, and Stark cheered excitedly. Oh my friend, I finally see you again. Where have you been this month? Going on a trip. Luo Bai said. Travel? Where did you go? Stark asked. Luo Bai thought for a while and then replied, go to the universe. At this time, the expression on Stark's face was very wonderful. Well, the life of a mage is indeed beyond our understanding. Stark shrugged and spoke helplessly. Others are traveling and at least they are still on Earth. Luo Bai tourism, no one is on Earth anymore. No wonder I can't see anyone else. Of course, Stark didn't pursue this matter too much. He just sat down on the sofa and asked curiously, where is your housekeeper? Where did he go? In the room. Luo Bai explained. Stark nodded, and then shouted, Miss Lorna, could you please get me a drink? As soon as he finished speaking, Stark saw a green, aurora-like light emerging from the room. The green aurora surged towards the dining table. Stark was stunned when he saw this, and couldn't help but ask, what is this? As he asked, he looked along the green light, until he saw green aurora open the refrigerator door, take out a can of Coke and put it on the table in front of him. Stark finally realized something was wrong. OMG. Shit, did I see a ghost? Luo Bai, what magic did you use? Stark was so shocked that he couldn't help but ask several questions in succession. Luo Bai understood his shock, so he responded calmly, it's not me, it's Lorna. Lorna. Stark didn't understand. Luo Bai explained, in fact, she is a mutant and can control magnetic fields and metals. She is working hard in the room to practice her ability. What the hell? Can you control magnetic fields and metals? Seriously? Stark was stunned. He originally thought that Luo Bai was lucky enough to find a young, beautiful, and obedient girl to be his housekeeper. Unexpectedly, the housekeeper Luo Bai was looking for had such a powerful ability and could control the magnetic field. Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help complaining, friend, your luck makes people a little jealous. Can you find one for me next time? Stark was truly envious. Why can't he find such a good-looking, obedient, and powerful housekeeper? Thinking of this, Stark said very sincerely, Luo Bai, I think the relationship between us should be good. You won't refuse such a small request from me, right? Looking for a housekeeper similar to Polaris? To be honest, this is quite difficult. Tony, you are too difficult for me. Luo Bai couldn't help complaining. Is it difficult? Stark asked in surprise, you just need to ask Polaris if she has any female friends who want to do housework? Polaris is so good, her friends should not be much different, right? Luo Bai thought for a moment and then spoke hesitantly, that's what I say, but Polaris' identity is actually quite special. Special. Tony frowned and couldn't help but ask, what's so special? I just said that she is a mutant. Luo Bai said. Mutants? I don't know about mutants, but I've heard of them. Stark muttered. Mutants have not been alive in this society for more than a day or two, and mutants have been in the news before, so Stark knows more or less. I heard that mutants are a group of special humans whose genes have mutated. They have very powerful humans and do evil everywhere. For example, the Magneto incident that made the news. Stark explained. Seeing that he had some misunderstandings about mutants, Luo Bai explained, actually, mutants are not all bad people. They are just like humans, they have good and bad. Of course, I understand it very well. Although the news has been preaching that mutants are evil before, I have never believed it. You know, those congressmen like to do this. When I created the Iron Suit, they also said that I would destroy the world. Peace. Stark shrugged and complained indifferently. Stark has always been very dissatisfied with the top management of Country M, mainly because he was publicly criticized by members of parliament. He knows those people's urine habits very well, and with an obedient housekeeper like Polaris, Stark has always maintained a neutral attitude towards mutants. But he didn't understand how harsh those people were towards mutants, so Luo Bai couldn't help but remind him, you also know that the higher UPS have been squeezing mutants, so if you hire mutants as housekeepers, you will run into a lot of trouble. For example, just now, the X-Men came to the door. They said that Polaris was a wanted criminal and wanted to take her away. The wanted? Stark didn't understand and quickly asked, what crime did Polaris commit? She is a mutant, this is the crime. Luo Bai said helplessly. When Stark heard this, he immediately became angry and cursed angrily, these bastards, they convict Polaris just because she is a mutant, and they are wanted all over the world. This is really infuriating. Luo Bai nodded and said, it's indeed quite irritating. That's why I said it might be very troublesome if you hire mutants. Stark understood roughly why. In fact, it was originally a joke that Stark asked Luo Bai to help him find a housekeeper, but after hearing the current situation of Polaris, Stark became a little serious. You just said that the X-Men came to see you before and wanted to take away Polaris, Stark asked. Yes. Luo Bai nodded. What happened next? Stark asked. Obviously, he was driven away by me, Luo Bai said. Stark was not surprised and just replied calmly, that's good. But to be honest, Polaris is still a wanted criminal. With such a title, there will be many people who will come to trouble her in the future. Of course Luo Bai knew this, so he asked, do you have any good ideas, Tony? Although Luo Bai is not worried that someone will cause trouble in the future, the status of wanted criminal is indeed quite troublesome. It would be nice if it could be properly resolved. However, it would be too much for a mage to interfere in this matter, and Stark is obviously more suitable. And, Stark seems quite happy to help. The issues between mutants and humans are too complicated and I may not be able to solve them. But if we just want to solve the problem of Polaris, it's not troublesome. We can let Nick Fury go for a run. I helped him so much in the Avengers, so it should be easy for him to solve this matter. Besides, Nick Fury wants to win over you, and Polaris is your man, so he will be happy to help with this matter. Stark replied. Hearing that he agreed so readily, Luo Bai smiled and said, I'll bother you then. Otherwise, those people would come to my house every day, which would give me a headache. Stark waved his hand and said, do we still need to express our gratitude for our relationship? Luo Bai smiled. The problem of Polaris was solved, and he no longer thought about it. Now he was more curious about why Stark came. By the way, why did you come to see me today? Luo Bai asked. Only then did Stark remember that he had something else to do. Actually, I've come to see you several times to thank you, Stark said with a smile. Hearing what he said, Luo Bai understood, it seems that your poisoning problem has been solved. It's been solved a long time ago, as you said. I found the new technology, Stark said. When new technology was mentioned, Stark was obviously stunned for a while. He thought of his father, so he felt a little disappointed at this time. I rarely mentioned my father because I rarely saw him. In my opinion, he didn't love me. He was always busy and rarely accompanied me. But after I watched the video he left, I found out that he has been doing great things. Stark sighed. Luo Bai understood very well but he didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only respond with a smile, as long as you are healthy. Thank you, Luo Bai. Not only did you help solve the problem of poisoning, but you also made me understand a lot of things again. Stark thanked him sincerely. Luo Bai smiled and responded half-jokingly, why are you so sentimental now? Stark shrugged and said, indeed, I have felt it too. I have become very anxious and insecure recently. So I found you. I feel that only you can give me a sense of security. Seriously. If it were a beautiful woman, even if Polar Star said such words to Luo Bai now, Luo Bai would be happy. But now Stark is sitting on the sofa and saying this to Luo Bai, and Luo Bai feels very strange. It's hard for me to talk to you like this. Luo Bai couldn't help complaining. Of course Stark understood, and he quickly said, please Luo Bai, don't get me wrong. I'm just a little scared. I don't know if I can protect the Earth. Do you understand this feeling? When I face more and more enemies, most of the time, I always have some worries. It seems you are in trouble again, Luo Bai said. Stark shook his head and explained, that's not true, but I did get into trouble a while ago. A man named Ivan Vanko had a fight with me on the racing track, but I solved it. It's just that I was watching after seeing the technology he developed. I felt a sense of crisis. I came to your house today, and I was even more worried after seeing Polaris's ability. Whether it's you, Hulk or Polaris, you all have extraordinary powers. I can be called a superhero, but compared with you, I feel my own strength is too weak. Although I don't like Nick Fury, he's right. The Earth is in danger, and I'm already thinking about whether I can really protect it. Stark sighed. At this moment, Luo Bai finally understood that Stark came here today to seek comfort. No, wait. Why did he become a spiritual mentor inexplicably? In the past, there was Natasha Romanoff who was worried about the Earth, then there was Polaris who doubted himself, and now there is Tony. Luo Bai feels that he can become a superhero teacher. In the future, a class will be open to train the growth of these superheroes. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but smile and comfort. Tony, I don't think you need to worry too much. You can do better. I don't know what I have to do to get better, Stark said helplessly. He is already working on upgrading his steel suit. But the enemies he encountered were far more powerful than he knew. Now he doesn't know what to do to get better. Luo Bai can also understand this. After all, technology develops slowly, and Stark has the latest technology in Country M. But he also needs to explore and research step by step. If he is alone, he will have to go through a long research process. During this process, many existences will appear on Earth that subvert Stark's knowledge. It's perfectly normal for him to fall into self-doubt. Now that Stark has come to find him, Luo Bai thinks that it is not impossible for him to give him some guidance. For Luo Bai, the advantages of cultivating several powerful superheroes outweigh the disadvantages. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, do you have a rough plan for the upgrade content of your suit? Stark nodded and said, of course. The previous suit could not withstand high-altitude icing, so I improved it. The suit was too clumsy, so I changed the material. When I fought with Yvonne, although I won the battle, but I find the current suit to be too stupid. The Mk5 I made before was a portable armor. During the battle, I found that the villains would not wait for you to transform before fighting you. Moreover, the Mk5's defense was also very poor, and the suit was scrapped after the fight. So I researched the current suit Mk6 is produced. It is made with new technology and new energy. But to be honest, I'm still not satisfied. I asked Ethan about it, but Ethan didn't have any better suggestions. After finishing speaking, Stark sighed. Now Luo Bai finally understood. So you want to upgrade your armor, but you don't know how to upgrade it, right? Luo Bai asked. Stark nodded and said, yes. With the current level of technology, Mk6 is the pinnacle of what I can make. I don't know how to upgrade Mk6. Luo Bai understood very well. Now Stark's armor is only Mk6, which has reached the pinnacle of Earth's technology. To upgrade further, Stark must break through today's technological skills on his own. This is a major reform, and it is normal for Stark to be confused. Although Luo Bai knew that he would create more powerful suits in the future, even nanosuits. But with the current level of technology, it is simply unrealistic to make a nanosuit. After all, technology is the same as learning magic. Need to explore step by step. Certainly. If you can get other people's advice and guidance, it will be more effective. Thinking of this, Luo Bai gave appropriate hints. I probably understand your confusion. So now you don't know where you should upgrade your suit, right? Luo Bai asked. Yes. Technology and materials are limited in many aspects. I don't have much actual combat experience, and I don't know what situations I may encounter in actual combat. Stark said. Luo Bai asked back, have you ever thought that automation may be your next upgrade direction? Automation, what do you mean? Stark asked in confusion, isn't my current suit automated enough? In my opinion, it's not enough. Automatic assembly, remote control, automatic tracking of weapons, etc. Stark, actually I think there are many areas where the suit can be improved. And what you need is not a suit, but a lot of battle clothes. Luo Bai said. Automatic assembly, remote control, automatic weapon tracking? Upon hearing this, Stark's eyes lit up instantly. Luo Bai, you understand me so well? What you just said is exactly what I need. Luo Bai, you are simply a genius. Stark spoke excitedly. But after a moment of excitement, he fell into deep thought again. What you just said can indeed solve all the problems I am facing now, but it seems a bit difficult to achieve. Stark thought for a while and answered seriously. In fact, it's normal for Stark to say this. In Luo Bai's memory, starting from Mk7, Stark's Iron Legion, also known as the suit, has been fully upgraded. It also means that after this, Stark no longer has to stand in the suit and wait for it to be put on. He can control the suit automatically through remote control, and remotely control the suit to fight automatically. Although this is just a small change, it is a huge amount of technological innovation. In the plot, it took Stark a full year to complete this technological innovation. But Luo Bai told Stark about this technology a year ago. It's perfectly normal for Stark to find it difficult to complete. But since Luo Bai would propose it, he naturally understands some of the technologies used in Mk7. It is quite difficult to complete with current technology. I have some ideas. For example, you can use the new 4.5 mm diameter movable eyeball technology, biometric scanning technology, etc. Of course, these are just some of my personal suggestions. Luo Bai said. Stark was stunned. At this time, he was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, do you still understand technology? Luo Bai complained helplessly, mages are also scientific, and occasionally do research on technology. What, you mages still talk about science? Stark was stunned again. Of course, we have to believe in science, don't we? Luo Bai responded seriously. Stark was silent. No, you, a mage, make me believe in science? Me? To be honest, I'm speechless. Stark couldn't help complaining. If someone else said believe in science, Stark would think it was normal, but when a mage told him to believe in science, Stark couldn't accept it. This made Luo Bai couldn't help but retort, this is not unbelievable. All the magic books I read now tell me that magic is closely related to science. If you are technically competent, I will recommend that you study magic suits. Magic suit. As the name suggests, it is to create a suit that can use magic. It's not that this is impossible to achieve, it's just that it's probably very difficult to do with the current technology. Stark naturally understood, so he frowned. After a moment, Stark replied half-jokingly, I try my best. But I must at least be able to do magic, right? Luo Bai responded half-jokingly, if you are interested, you can learn it. The Supreme Mage said that as long as you have a certain amount of magic talent, anyone can learn it. I'm more interested in the automated armor you mentioned now, Stark responded. It's not that Stark isn't willing to learn magic. But with his technology, it would be difficult for Stark to make a magic suit even if he learned magic. Stark knows this very well, so he can only take it one step at a time. It is still necessary to automate the suit first. But at the same time, Stark did have such an idea in his mind. So after thinking about it, Stark asked again, if I want to learn magic in the future, will you be willing to teach me? Luo Bai smiled and said, of course, if you have magic talent. Stark nodded and said, how cool, you have become my teacher now. So are you still confused now? Luo Bai asked. Not at all, you make me feel safe. Stark responded seriously. Luo Bai was a little helpless. He couldn't stand Stark saying such things, so he kept silent. Fortunately, with the problem resolved, Stark is now eager to leave. Having said that, thank you very much for today. Your suggestions have given me great inspiration. I plan to go back and make a new upgrade to the suit now, Stark said excitedly. Luo Bai could understand his urgent mood now, nodded and said, go. Stark didn't hesitate and left immediately. After he left, Luo Bai stretched and planned to continue studying in his room. Just then Polaris came out. Why did you come out? Luo Bai was a little curious. Polaris pointed to the clock on the wall and responded, it's dinner time, I'll come out and see what you want to eat. Luo Bai raised his head and glanced at the time, it was true. But now he is not hungry. Mainly because this month of training was very effective. The power of the soul makes it almost difficult for Luo Bai to feel hungry anymore. This is because Luo Bai's strength has been improved by huge amounts. These abilities allow him to surpass the physiological needs of ordinary humans. He is now no longer dependent on food or diet to stay alive or enhance his ability. In fact, Luo Bai was no longer so dependent before, and now he is basically in a cut-off state. Thinking of this, Luo Bai explained, I'm not very hungry. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. By the way, the money is in the box sent by Natasha Romanoff. Go get it yourself. Seeing that he was going upstairs again, Polaris asked, are you going up to practice magic again? Yes. As before, don't let anyone come and disturb me, Luo Bai reminded. Polaris nodded and responded, I understand. Don't worry, I won't let anyone disturb you. Polaris has always done well, so Luo Bai is very relieved. Without further conversation, Luo Bai went up to the second floor and started his multi-universe trip again. This trip was much easier than the last. Luo Bai sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Souls easily enter the multi-universe. Although it seems from the current situation that Luo Bai can go deeper, considering that there are too many bosses in the multi-universe, he still does not dare to move forward rashly. After quietly absorbing the energy of the multi-universe for a while, Luo Bai saw, Ancient One? No, more accurately the soul of the Ancient One. Apparently the Ancient One noticed him too. Supreme Mage, what a coincidence. Luo Bai took the lead in saying hello, Ancient One. She didn't answer, but there was obviously a bit of surprise in her eyes. I don't know how long it took for her to finally come back to her senses, and then asked, are you able to do this? Although the two have not seen each other for a month, Luo Bai's talent has probably mastered most of the magic. But Ancient One never expected that he would be able to achieve soul travel now. No, it's too exaggerated. How long have you been learning magic? Your soul has traveled here? No wonder Ancient One was a little confused at this time. Luo Bai was still calm and explained calmly, I think your suggestion is right. Only the soul is strong enough to fight against the dark power, so I have been training my soul recently. Ancient One. You must know that even Ancient One himself spent a lot of time completing soul travel, but Luo Bai could easily complete it within a month. At this time, Ancient One felt that it was time for him to retire. Thinking of this, Ancient One asked, how is your mastery of time magic? I have basically understood the understanding of time by the supreme masters of the past generations. However, I am still understanding the original stone of time. Luo Bai explained. The time stone contains a lot of power and the mysteries of the universe, and it will be difficult to understand it in a short time. It has taken so long for the supreme mage of all generations to fully understand it, so it is normal for Luo Bai to be unable to understand it for the time being. But being able to penetrate the understanding of the supreme mage of all ages is already powerful enough. Thinking of this, Ancient One asked again, so, you are already planning to learn the Book of Darkness? I have this plan, but I probably won't touch it now, Luo Bai said. The Ancient One nodded and then said, I am very happy that you have fully adapted to the role of a mage and are already starting to plan your future. I see more possibilities in you. Luo Bai smiled and responded, actually, I thought, Supreme Mage, that you would stop me from learning the Dark Book, but you didn't do that. The Ancient One also laughed, and then said, sometimes people always break the rules and pursue what they think are higher ideals. You are not the first person to break the rules. Luo Bai was stunned. Before he could speak, Ancient One spoke, I don't want to get energy from dark space, but sometimes we have no choice. This sentence represents the Ancient One's admission that he obtained power from the dark space. Although Luo Bai knew about this, he didn't expect that Ancient One would take the initiative to tell him. Since Ancient One herself prohibited other mages from absorbing dark power, she had never told anyone about it. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to say it today. Luo Bai asked in surprise, why did you tell me this? Ancient One responded, because you are good at flexibility, but most people in Kamatage are not good at flexibility. Master Modu is not very good at it. He is very stubborn, so his stubbornness will eventually lead him to extremes. This was a reminder, and Luo Bai understood it. But he didn't know why Ancient One suddenly said such words. It sounded like he was explaining something. Do you know Domo? Just as he was thinking about it, Ancient One suddenly asked. Luo Bai nodded and responded, yes. There are records about him in the books, the ruler of the dark dimension. He gave up his body and became the ruler of the dark dimension. He has always wanted to devour the planet and make the entire universe a dark dimension, including the Earth. So the mages on the Earth are fighting against it. Domo is very powerful, so I have to get power from the dark space to extend my lifespan to deal with it. Although we have stopped him from invading the Earth many times, we can't really kill Domo, Ancient One said. In fact, What she said to Luo Bai also knew that Duomomo was indeed quite strong. If you want to kill it, maybe you have to destroy the entire dark dimension. Luo Bai said half-jokingly. Destroying the entire dark dimension is a very difficult assumption to realize. It can even be said to be a dream, which made the Ancient One couldn't help but half-jokingly responded, if you can do it, I will be proud of you. Luo Bai, at present, it seems that it is not possible. Your future has unlimited possibilities, so you have to believe in yourself. Ancient One encouraged. Luo Bai was silent. Although he also believes that his future has unlimited possibilities, it is still too early to tell him that he will defeat Domomo. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, at least you have to wait for me to develop for a while. At this moment, Ancient One suddenly said with a serious expression, I think you may not have much time to develop, because I don't have much time. I think I may not be able to survive. Luo Bai was stunned and asked in surprise, Supreme Mage, what do you mean by this? Ancient One replied calmly, I mean, you may have to face everything by yourself next. Facing everything by yourself? Luo Bai completely understood. Ancient One is planning to retire? But, it shouldn't be. Supreme Mage, this timeline is wrong. You should not leave at this time. Luo Bai said. The Ancient One smiled and replied seriously, from the moment you arrived, the universe has been changed. Haven't you noticed that the timeline has been rewritten a long time ago, and you are an exception? It's not just mages. An exception not only in the world, but also in the entire universe. You learned too quickly, so my existence no longer has any meaning. Do you think I am ready to face death? You will find out how much I want to extend this moment indefinitely, but my lifespan was originally stolen, and your growth means that it is time for me to leave. Luo Bai. Is it because I am too strong? Luo Bai was a little confused. The plot has just reached the point where Ancient One is planning to retire, which makes him quite speechless. But if you think about it carefully, the plot has indeed sped up a lot since his arrival. He had been practicing magic before and didn't pay attention to the time. Thinking about it this way, the Ancient One is right. His arrival has indeed changed the entire Marvel universe. This is normal. After all, he is a time traveler, so it would be strange not to be changed. It's just that Ancient One's retirement was too sudden. Thinking of this, Luo Bai asked very impolitely, Supreme Mage, can you really not stand it anymore? Ancient One was silent, but her expression told Luo Bai, she really couldn't survive it, she was going to die soon. Although the two of them don't have much contact, there is still some affection between them. Without the support of the Supreme Mage, the Ancient One, Luo Bai would not have progressed so fast in such a short period of time. So from the bottom of my heart Luo Bai is very grateful to Ancient One. But now that Ancient One said that he was going to die soon, Luo Bai couldn't feel sad at all. Come on, Ancient One is the Supreme Mage. How can she die so easily? All mages have souls. The soul of the Ancient One has long followed the Eternal Emperor, so she only died physically but her soul still exists. To put it bluntly, she is retired. Of course, it would not be easy to see her in the future. After all, you have to go to the Eternal Emperor to find her. If you want to go there, Luo Bai will probably have to practice for a while. Death gives life meaning and lets you know that life is extremely short and there is not much left. But I believe Master Luo Bai, you will do better than me. Just as he was thinking about it, Ancient One suddenly spoke. Luo Bai came back to his senses and couldn't help but sigh and asked, Supreme Mage, how long can you last? I must be mentally prepared. It would be nice to be able to hold on for a few more days, or let him absorb more power in the multi-universe. Luo Bai thought so in his heart. But the next second I heard the Ancient One reply, now, 1 second you told me you were leaving, and the next second you left? Me? Is it so sudden? Luo Bai couldn't help but ask. The Ancient One shook his head and replied, it's not sudden, everything has its traces. It was inevitable that I would appear here and meet you today. In fact, the reason Ancient One will go on a soul journey tonight is because she feels the call of the Eternal Emperor. She was a little strange at first. After all, since she decided to follow the Eternal Emperor has not summoned her a few times. Counting this as the second time, a full century has passed since the last time. The sudden call of the Eternal Emperor made the Ancient One feel strange, but she had to answer the call. Until she saw Luo Bai appear, she finally understood why the Eternal Emperor summoned her. This is telling her that it's time for her to leave the Earth. She has lived on Earth for a long time, and she is really reluctant to leave now. But she had no choice. Okay Master Luo Bai, I'm leaving. Congratulations on becoming the new generation of Supreme Mage. Ancient One expressed congratulations to Luo Bai at the last moment. Luo Bai also responded, thank you, former Supreme Mage. Nice to meet you, Ancient One Mage. But before he could finish his words, Ancient One's soul disappeared. He wondered if the Ancient One heard it. But looking at the colorful universe, Luo Bai's heart suddenly felt empty. Although with his current ability and his lucky plug-in, he can still stand alone even without the Ancient One. But the Ancient One was the one who appeared when he was at his weakest and helped him the most. Just like a friend, if you suddenly leave, you will inevitably feel a little disappointed. But soon Luo Bai adjusted his mentality and continued to train his soul. Only this time he didn't practice for long. After all, Ancient One died so suddenly, he must go to Kamatage to have a look. Thinking of this, it didn't take long for Luo Bai to let his soul return to his body. As soon as he took back his soul, Luo Bai felt the noise. There is a conversation downstairs. I must see Master Luo Bai, this is very important. You really can't go up to the second floor. I'm sorry, but I can only do this. As the sound ended, the quarrel stopped. Luo Bai frowned and stood up and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Luo Bai saw a strange face, a middle-aged man. Before Luo Bai could speak, the visitor introduced himself. Hello, Master Supreme. My name is Wang. You must go back. The Ancient One Master is no longer here. King. The Archmage of Karmatage is also the steward of the Supreme Mage. The reason why I say this is mainly because Wang and Motu are different. Wang was born into an ancient family, which began to serve the Supreme Mage after meeting the Ancient One. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that the king is the steward of the Supreme Master. Now that Wang Hui calls himself Supreme Mage, it seems that Ancient One has long realized that he is running out of time and has explained some situations. At least he told the king that he was now the Supreme Mage. I know, I'm planning to go back. But where did you throw the North Star? Luo Bai said. Although I only heard two people talking just now, it is not difficult to judge from the conversation and the current situation that he probably gave away Polaris. Sure enough, after he asked this question, the king replied with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, Supreme Mage, the situation was urgent just now, and she kept refusing to let me come here, so I can only take special measures. Wang said and then opened the portal with his mind. The moment the door was opened, Polaris fell out. Fortunately, Luo Bai caught her quickly with quick eyes and hands. But it was obvious that she was still a little confused when she came out. I was in free fall just now, Polaris said in shock. Luo Bai expressed his understanding, I understand. Only then did Polaris finally react. Master Luo Bai, I tried my best to stop him just now, but this person insisted on going to the second floor? It was him who just made me free fall for 2 minutes. Polaris said angrily. It can be seen that she is very angry now, so angry that she is about to explode. Luo Bai quickly comforted her, that's too much. Wang, I think you should apologize to her. After all, I told her not to let anyone come up and disturb me. Sorry, the situation was urgent just now. Wang Dang even apologized. Although Polaris was a little angry, it was hard to say anything. It's obvious that Wang is a mage and she can't defeat him. Besides, he seemed to know Master Luo Bai. Thinking of this, Polaris could only wave his hands and said helplessly, Master Luo Bai, is there anything else you need me to do? Not yet, but I may have to leave for a while. Luo Bai said. Polaris was a little surprised, but she didn't ask any more questions and just replied, okay, I will take care of my home during this time. Luo Bai nodded, and then he opened the portal with his mind. When he saw this operation, Wang was stunned. Did you just use your mind to open the portal? Is this weird? Didn't you just use your mind to open it? Luo Bai asked back. Wang opened his eyes wide and answered seriously, I have studied magic for most of my life. As far as I know, you have not been studying magic for long. Luo Bai, but I have great talent. King, you are awesome. Wang was very depressed at this time. Although magic talents vary from person to person, he also heard from Ancient One that Luo Bai's magic talent was very high. But, this is too high. Who can beat him? It took him half a lifetime to practice to open the portal with his mind, but he learned it so quickly. Thinking of this, the king couldn't help but sigh, no wonder Master Ancient One chose you, you are indeed outstanding. Luo Bai didn't answer but just passed through the portal and came to Karmatage. At this time, everything was normal with Karmatage, and there didn't seem to be any difference. After closing the portal, Luo Bai asked, did something happen that made you come back to me in such a hurry? Wang explained seriously, Master Ancient One said that you have not stayed in Karmatage for too long, so there are many things that are not clear yet. I need to inform you of these things. The Earth is not safe now, and outsiders will invade the Earth at any time. So I must ask you back as soon as possible. A catastrophic disaster may occur at any time. Countless races in the multi-universe are thinking about the fertile planet Earth, especially Domo. The Ancient One is dead, and no one can guarantee whether Domo will take advantage of it. It was very necessary and urgent to find Luo Bai, so the king was in a hurry now. However, Luo Bai was relieved to learn that the Earth was not in danger for the time being. He glanced around the current Karmatage. Although he had been here several times before, his mentality was obviously different this time due to the change in status. This state of mind is difficult to describe, but fortunately he calmed down quickly. Lead the way, Luo Bai said. Wang nodded and led him forward. Since Luo Bai had good hearing, he inadvertently overheard the conversations of several mages on their way to their destination. Why did the Supreme Mage die suddenly? I heard he fell to death. Fall to death? How is this possible? It seems that a powerful dark force invaded the Earth at night. The Supreme Mage went to resist and was fatally injured, so he fell to death. To be precise, he was killed by the dark force. Dark power? Is it Domo? Unclear, but very powerful. Karmatage's magic circle is not even detected. This is too scary. The enemy can now evade the monitoring of the magic circle. Yes, the Earth is getting more and more dangerous now. The enemy is getting stronger and stronger. We have to improve our strength as soon as possible. I really can't believe that the Supreme Mage left us like this. It's time for you to change your name. Now we should call her the Ancient One Mage, because the new Supreme Mage is here. It is said to be a genius mage. When Luo Bai heard this, he stopped listening because he was shocked. Too shocked and unbelievable, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, Wang, did the Ancient One mage fall to death? To be precise, he was seriously injured after resisting the dark force, and then fell to death. Wang answered seriously. Luo Bai. He was silent, the expression on his face was very wonderful. Ancient One's soul now follows eternity, so her physical body has been abandoned. She will create a reasonable death to announce her departure, and at the same time announce the arrival of the new Supreme Mage. In the original plot, the death created by the Ancient One was while fighting the rebel Cassius. After being stabbed, she fell from a tall building and died. But that will happen at least a year later. Cassius is not rebelling now, and there is no Blacken. Luo Bai thought that Ancient One would at least announce his death in another way. But he didn't expect that Ancient One didn't even bother to replan, but used the exact same routine. He even made up an unknown dark force that even the temple can't detect. For a moment, Luo Bai could already imagine what the Ancient One would do with his poor acting skills. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, can I ask what dark force the Ancient One mage was killed by? I don't know. The Ancient One mage is fighting against the dark forces outside the earth. The temple has not even detected it yet. Wang answered seriously. Luo Bai was silent. Okay. Ancient One or Ancient One. Retire as soon as possible if you can, without even changing the script. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, that must be a terrible evil god or a black magician, otherwise the temple would not be able to detect it. The earth has always been dangerous, and what we have to deal with is far more terrifying than imagined. The incident of the Ancient One mage tells us that the detection circle may need to be upgraded. Wang said, with a very solemn expression on his face. Luo Bai didn't say anything more and just followed Wang. Soon the two of them walked into a dark space, and Modu stood in the center. You are here. Seeing the two people arriving, Modu took the lead in saying hello. The king nodded and then walked towards the magic platform in the center. He said as he walked, magics have always been protecting the world from magic. Agamotto, the first supreme mage, considered the first person to understand the mysteries of the universe, he founded the mage on earth, lineage, and created the Eye of Agamotto, as well as the three major temples in the current city. As Wang spoke, he looked up at the shining spherical object spinning above his head, which was the earth. The simulated earth in the temple is gathered together using magic. There are many dangers that can be detected through this earth. Look around, there are stone doors with symbols printed on them. They are portals to different temples. Through these doors, you can reach the city where the temple is located. This door leads to Hong Kong, this door leads to London, and finally this door leads to New York. The three temples form the protection network of our world today, also known as the detection circle. The temple protects the world, and we protect the temple. The temple is very important to Kamatage. It can detect and protect the earth. It can be said that it is the first level of protection of the earth. Creatures from other spaces, invaders from multi-universe, etc. are all possible to destroy the temple. Wang continued to introduce. As he finished speaking, a magic protective array appeared in the location of the three temples simulating the earth. The protective array spread outward until the three temples were connected, and the protective array covered the entire earth. I understand. Luo Bai nodded. He almost understood the connection between the temple and the entire earth. Seeing that he knew almost everything, Modo quickly made a list. This is the list of mages of Kamatage so far. I checked and there are no omissions. This list was obviously specially formulated for Luo Bai. After all, Luo Bai had just become the supreme mage, so he must first know the names of all these mage. After taking the list and looking at it, Luo Bai nodded. I will write it down. As soon as he finished speaking, Modo handed over several pieces of information. It records Kamatage's existing magical weapons, existing books in the library, etc. Almost everything that needs to be explained is explained. After standing there and listening to Wang and Modo's explanation for about half an hour, Luo Bai finally couldn't help but ask, is there anything else? The two thought for a long time, and after confirming that all the questions were answered, they replied, it should be gone, Supreme Mage. Luo Bai nodded. He was about to go to the magic weapon room and the temple to take a look when Modo replied, I might have to trouble you to go to the training ground at about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. After all, you are the new Supreme Mage, and you have to let all the mages get to know each other. Good. After explaining the work at hand, Modo left. Supreme Mage, I still have something to do, so I will leave first. If there is anything you don't understand, the king will tell you. Modo said. Go. Luo Bai nodded in response. After he left, Luo Bai felt a headache looking at the thick stack of information in his hand. He knew that after becoming the Supreme Mage, he would definitely conduct a comprehensive study on Kamatage, but he did not expect that there would be so much information. No wonder Dr. Strange spent most of his time reading books after becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. There are so many books about Kamatage. These materials are as thick as books. Seemingly seeing his distress, Wang stepped forward and explained, Kamatage has been around for a long time. It may take you some time to understand the Supreme Mage, but you can ask me many things, and I will help you answer most of them. Doubts. Although it was the first time he met Wang, Luo Bai, who understood the plot, trusted him very much. Then I'll trouble you, Wang. Luo Bai said. Wang waved his hand and said, this is what I should do. Do you have anything else to explain? Luo Bai nodded and replied, it's true. Take me to places like the temple and the magic weapon room. Wang said nothing and took Luo Bai through the gate of the temple. As he walked, the king explained, each temple has a temple protector, and their duty is to protect the temple they guard. The original temple protector of the New York temple was the ancient one, and now it is temporarily guarded by Master Daniel. The protector of the London temple is currently Master Silazaya, and the protector of the Hong Kong temple is me. Before becoming a librarian, Wang was indeed a protector of the Hong Kong temple. This is not surprising to Luo Bai. Supreme Mage, do you have any thoughts about the temple guardian mage? Just as he was thinking about it, Wang suddenly asked. Luo Bai didn't say anything, but was thinking. In fact, he knew very well what the king meant. Now that Luo Bai has become the Supreme Mage, he must protect the temple. This means that unless there are special circumstances, he will basically stay in the temple to guard it. Certainly. Luo Bai also made this mental plan. After all, he has now become the Supreme Mage. It's impossible to live in the villa and not care about anything like before. Thinking of this, Luo Bai replied, I will guard the New York temple for the time being. After all, I don't know much about Comitage. The previous arrangements of the Ancient One Master should not be changed for the time being. I will make arrangements after I understand it clearly. After all, New York is the most chaotic place. The other mages probably can't handle a lot of chaos. Luo Bai's best choice is to guard this place. Okay, this is the New York temple. Wang said. While they were speaking, the two had already arrived at the New York temple. Soon, a mage came over. When he saw him, the king greeted him and began to introduce, Master Daniel, this is the current Supreme Master. Master Luo Bai. Daniel shouted respectfully, Supreme Mage. Then he began to look at Luo Bai, with a bit of surprise and astonishment in his eyes. It seemed that Daniel was so surprised that he forgot that this was not polite. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai smiled and said, Master Daniel, you seem to be curious about me. Only then did Daniel realize his rudeness and quickly explained, I'm very sorry, Master Supreme. I didn't mean to be rude to you, but I was a little surprised. Why are you surprised? Luo Bai asked friendly. Daniel smiled, a little embarrassed to say, you look very young. Luo Bai guessed what he would say. After all, Luo Bai is indeed the youngest among the great mages. With such appearance and age, it is normal for Daniel to be surprised when he becomes the Supreme Mage. Besides, Luo Bai rarely stayed in Comitage, so most mages didn't know him, let alone seen his strength. Daniel would be surprised to be understood. But anyway, Luo Bai is also the Supreme Mage now, so it's a bit rude to say such things to him. So Wang was very surprised and rebuked, Daniel, this is the Supreme Mage? You can't be so rude. I'm sorry, I was just too surprised. Daniel apologized again. But Luo Bai smiled and replied, I understand your surprise. With my age and qualifications, it is really surprising to become the Supreme Mage. Although Dr. Strange's qualifications are not very high, he encountered the Domo invasion as soon as he became the Sorcerer Supreme. He drove away Domo and proved his strength. Although it seems that the wizards of Comitage are all kind at present, it does not prove that everyone has no idea about the position of Supreme Wizard. Thinking of this, Luo Bai felt that he might also need to show his strength, so as to be able to stabilize the mages of Comitage. After all, strength is always the only criterion for testing. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled and continued to ask, how long has Master Daniel been learning magic? Daniel smiled and replied, I almost forgot, 30 or 40 years. I can't remember exactly. Luo Bai nodded and said, Master Daniel must have a very deep understanding of magic. Maybe we can communicate when we have time in the future. But now I want to visit the temple more, okay. Of course, I'm more than happy to show you the way. Can I show you the second floor first? Daniel asked. Luo Bai nodded, and then followed Daniel to the stairs. There is a huge amount of stairs in the center of the New York temple. You can go to the second floor by walking up this staircase. As the leader, Daniel walked up the stairs first. After he went up the stairs, Luo Bai and Wang walked up. As soon as Luo Bai walked up the first step, Daniel noticed something was wrong. Because the originally good stairs suddenly started to move on their own. Right? You heard that right, you just move by yourself. Just like an elevator, moving upwards one floor at a time. As an archmage, it is impossible for Daniel not to know why. This is space magic. Is it Luo Bai, the newly appointed Supreme Mage? Etc.? At such a young age, has he already mastered magic to this extent? Daniel was confused. In fact, Luo Bai could understand his confusion. After all, there are not many mages in Comitage who can use space magic flexibly. In fact, Comitage's mage combat power is not particularly high. In the plot, Cassius can only use it because he has absorbed the power of darkness, so being able to use space magic is already very powerful in Comitage. Because of this, it is very easy to show off in front of these archmages. Looking at Daniel's confused expression at this time, Luo Bai knew that this wave of pretense had a good effect. When several people took the elevator to the second floor of the temple, Daniel didn't even react. It was Luo Bai who reminded him, here we are, Master Daniel. Take us to visit. Only then did Daniel come back to his senses. At this time, his eyes looking at Luo Bai were very clear and admiring. Okay, Supreme Mage. Please follow me this way, Daniel said, and then walked to the front to lead the way enthusiastically. Seeing him leaving, Wang whispered in Luo Bai's ear and asked, do we have to go upstairs like this? Luo Bai shrugged and said, I don't want to either, but I am the new Supreme Mage after all. I have to show my strength to convince these senior mages. Wang nodded to express his understanding. I know, I just thought the way you went upstairs was cool. Luo Bai smiled and said, I'll show you something cooler next time. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone heard a crisp voice. It sounded like glass breaking. Not waiting for everyone's reaction, a red cloak flew in front of Luo Bai, blocking its way. Luo Bai was stunned. Wait, isn't this the ancient artifact, the levitation cloak? Just as he was thinking about it, the king's voice sounded in his ears. It seems that this artifact has chosen you, the Supreme Mage. You know, it has been placed here for an unknown period of time, and it has never chosen its owner. You are really lucky. Levitation cloak, magic artifact. It is said to be an ancient artifact and one of the most famous clothing and equipment. Luo Bai knew about this cloak. It not only allows people to float in the air, but also allows them to participate in battles according to the owner's wishes. It can even protect the wearer from certain physical and magical attacks. Of course, it can also change its appearance. The most important thing is that it has autonomous consciousness. To put it simply, the levitating cloak will choose the one it is satisfied with to become its master. Obviously, it has chosen Luo Bai now. In fact, Luo Bai was still a little curious the moment he saw the floating cloak appear. After all, in the original plot, it chose Doctor Strange as its master, and it became Doctor Strange's exclusive prop. Unexpectedly, the cloak chose him now. Is this the charm of the top power of luck? Supreme Mage, it seems that this cloak likes you very much. Just as he was thinking about it, Daniel spoke. Luo Bai came back to his senses, looked at the floating cloak and responded, it seems that I am quite lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, the floating cloak flew over and draped it over Luo Bai's body. Then it became as quiet as an ordinary cloak and made no more movements. Seeing this, Luo Bai continued, okay, let's continue to visit the second floor. Daniel nodded and continued to lead the way. There are many rooms on the second floor of the New York Temple, including study rooms, bedrooms, etc. Of course, what attracted Luo Bai the most were the various magical instruments placed on the second floor. These windows display various magic items from the multi-universe. This is the Dragon Fang Sword, this is the Axe of Angarum, and this is the Cosmic Cauldron. Daniel introduced them one by one. Luo Bai was stunned, looked at one of the objects that looked like a holy grail and asked, is this thing called the Cosmic Cauldron? Yes. Daniel replied. Why is it called this name? What does it do? Luo Bai asked, then picked it up and observed it. Daniel on the side explained, it is an artifact used by mages to predict the future and reveal the secrets of the universe. Mages usually need to use spells to activate it, but there are very few mages who can use it well. Because predicting the future is not that easy. Daniel was explaining, and the next second he saw that Luo Bai had already used it. For a moment, Daniel was stunned. No, he hasn't said what the spell is yet. Why did Luo Bai start to activate? Somewhat puzzled, Daniel couldn't help but ask the king on the side, Wang, have you told him the activated spell? Wang shook his head and said, no. Then how did the Supreme Mage activate the Cosmic Cauldron? Daniel asked. Wang frowned and replied helplessly, this ghost knows it. Daniel. The two fell silent. At this time Luo Bai had finished the trial. The conclusion drawn is that there is no time rough stone that is easy to use. The function of the Cosmic Cauldron is not like a time stone that can directly show you the future. It is more like a prophetic magic weapon that can predict the future. No wonder Ancient One didn't use this magic weapon much, but gave it to other mages. But for ordinary mages, this magical weapon is indeed very good. Thinking of this, Luo Bai put the magic weapon back to its original position. When he turned around, he realized that both Daniel and Wang had confused expressions on their faces. Luo Bai was a little strange and couldn't help but ask, why do you all have this expression? At this time, Wang Cai finally asked, do you know how to use this thing? I don't know. Luo Bai shook his head and said, this is also my first time seeing this thing. Then how do you know the spell? Wang asked again. Luo Bai answered very seriously, you guessed it. What the hell, guess? In an instant, Wang and Daniel opened their eyes wide at the same time. Magic spells, are they so easy to guess? Wang couldn't help complaining. Luo Bai didn't say anything, he just looked at Wang's shocked expression and couldn't help but think. With the blessing of luck, isn't it easy to guess the password? I also guessed the spell in Agamotto. Certainly. He just thought about it and said nothing more. After completely visiting the temple, Luo Bai continued to speak, okay, I almost understand the situation of the New York Temple. Master Daniel, I have already planned to protect the New York Temple in the future. The meaning of his words was obvious. Daniel also said very wisely, next, the New York Temple will trouble the Supreme Mage. I will leave first. Daniel said and left. Seeing him leave, the king asked, do you need me to do anything else, Supreme Master? Luo Bai shook his head and responded, it's not necessary for the moment. I will go to the training ground at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You go and do your work first. Thank you, Wang. You are too polite, Master Supreme. Wang said, and then left the New York Temple. After the two left, Luo Bai walked into the study and looked through the books in the study and the information handed over by Modu. Since Luo Bai is now very proficient in time magic, he can already use time to accelerate reading and learning. There was a wall full of books and information, and it only took Luo Bai less than half an hour to read it. After reading it, Luo Bai had a general understanding of the temple and the magic circle. Each supreme mage will integrate his magic with the magic circle that simulates the earth. In this case, no matter where the person is, the soul is. The supreme mage can feel the situation on the earth immediately and monitor everything about Kamatage. Integrating the magic circle is not very difficult. Luo Bai succeeded after trying it once. A successful connection is equivalent to Luo Bai owning a simulated planet. As long as he wants, he can feel and observe everything currently happening on the earth at any time. Of course, not all places can make perfect observations, and observations may be hindered in some places. After all, the magicians of Kamatage are not the only ones on earth who can do magic. At present, the only city where Kamatage is located can be clearly observed and completely unhindered. This is understandable. After all, Kamatage is the center of the magic circle. The closer to the center, the better the observation. After establishing the connection with Kamatage, Luo Bai had a plan in mind, which was to learn the Book of Darkness. Even though the earth seemed quite peaceful before, in fact, the peace of the earth all comes down to the Ancient One. As the most powerful mage on earth, the existence of Ancient One has actually shocked many bosses. But now that the Ancient One is dead, it won't be long before this news spreads throughout the universe. This also means that the earth will soon become uneven. The timeline of the universe has long been changed due to Luo Bai's arrival, so Luo Bai cannot believe the timeline in his memory. He needs to be prepared to deal with the next crisis that may occur on the earth, and the best way is to improve his power. Thinking of this, Luo Bai took out the dark divine book sealed by himself, and then opened it to study. Due to the soul that had been trained for a long time before, although the corrosive effect of the dark god book on Luo Bai is still there, it is not as strong as it seemed at first. After roughly reading through the Book of Darkness, Luo Bai almost understood the contents. The magic in the Book of Darkness is roughly divided into 6 major types. They are, how to enter the evil dimension, how to become a vampire and a werewolf, how to control human will, how to summon Sithorn, how to absorb spiritual energy and how to absorb dark power. The magic here is very extreme, and if he learns some magic, he will definitely be out of control. So Luo Bai chose 2 relatively peaceful magics, how to absorb spiritual energy and how to absorb dark power. These 2 magics actually have a certain connection. To put it simply, their practice methods are almost the same. And their practice methods are also very simple and straightforward. To put it bluntly, they teach you spells so that you can learn to absorb the power of darkness. And these dark powers are not limited to Sithorn, it all depends on how the user uses it. Simply put, as long as you learn all the dark forces are powerful enough. In every dimension, you can basically absorb dark power. After understanding it, Luo Bai opened the mirror dimension and started trying it. Since Luo Bai has a very deep foundation in magic, he quickly mastered the method and began to absorb dark power. At the same time, Domu in the dark dimension, Mephisto and others in the demon space. At the same time, I felt something was wrong. How do you feel? Someone robbed your home. At the same time that Luo Bai learned to absorb the power of darkness, powerful dark power began to flow into his body uncontrollably. This force is huge, and it rushes in like a rough sea in an instant. This forced Luo Bai to temporarily stop absorbing and begin to adapt to this power. To be honest, Luo Bai was a little confused just now. It was obviously the first time for him to learn the Book of Darkness, and he had just learned to absorb the power of darkness. But at the same time he learned. He felt as if he had been pressed on some unknown switch. At that moment, he absorbed a lot of dark power at the same time. The dark power comes from all directions and various dimensions, and is so powerful that it is beyond control. Even if Luo Bai continued to absorb it, he would doubt whether his current body could still carry this huge power. Although Luo Bai can also understand, dark power is difficult to control to begin with, let alone Luo Bai absorbing so much dark power from all dimensions in just an instant, so it is normal for him to feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, after some adjustments, Luo Bai quickly integrated this power. After recovering, Luo Bai tried to absorb the dark power again. This time he had a little more control and didn't dare to be as reckless as the first time. But he didn't know if the goddess of luck was too favoring him. Luo Bai could feel that the dark power was still flowing into his body uncontrollably. In an instant, his body was once again filled with dark power. And at the same time, as the master of the dark dimension, Domo can clearly feel that the dark power in his dimension is being absorbed again. At this time, Domo was very irritable. There is no end, flickering in his dark dimension once or twice. What do you think of his dark dimension? The power is something you can absorb if you want? Oh, here we go again. It's really annoying. Duomo cursed. In fact, Domomo doesn't care about giving others the power of the dark dimension, because while giving others power, he can also control that person's soul, thereby completing all his purposes. But only if he takes the initiative to give it. Obviously things are different this time. The power of the dark dimension was not given to him, but someone was actively absorbing it, and the source was still on the earth. Being able to actively absorb the dark power in his dimension proves that someone on Earth has mastered the method of absorbing the dark power. But this shouldn't be the case. But this is the dark dimension? Absorbing dark power across dimensions? The Ancient One is dead. Just with the poor magic skills of those mages on Earth, can they absorb dark power across dimensions? Duomo felt strange, but he was not in a hurry. After all, do you really think that the power of his dark dimension is so easy to absorb? Since you have absorbed his power, then hand over your soul. The soul that comes to your door? Then become my believer and fall into the dark dimension. Domu roared. He controls the dark power in his own domain, and wants the Earth Mage who has absorbed his dark power to become his disciple. He wanted to trace the consciousness of the Earth Mage through the power of darkness, and bewitch the Earth Mage to completely degenerate into his slave. But at this moment, Domomo felt another dark force collide with him. That dark force seems to come from hell. It's Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. No, it was fine. Why did he suddenly appear? Could it be that he also took a fancy to the soul of this Earth Mage? Domomo thought to himself. At this time, Mephisto also felt the power of Domu. Mephisto. Demons from extra dimensions, also known as Hell Lords. Mephisto was also very angry after feeling that the dark power of the Hell space was absorbed. How could Mephisto accept the initiative to absorb the power in his space without permission? Since you have absorbed it, you have to pay a price and dedicate your soul. So, Mephisto planned to turn the human who absorbed his power into his disciple. The two signed a contract and asked the man to dedicate his soul. But when he tried to control the man's consciousness through the source of power, Mephisto felt an obstacle. It seems that Domu from the dark dimension is doing the same thing at this time. Mephisto was stunned and couldn't help but mutter, Domu? Did he also take a fancy to this person's soul? Mephisto knows very well that in the multi-universe, the weak has always been the strongest, and he may not have a chance of winning in a fight with Domomo. So after feeling Domu's power, Mephisto chose to retreat, and he temporarily gave up the man's soul. After feeling Mephisto's retreat, Domomo was obviously very satisfied. He is just a little Hell Lord, how dare you compete with him for followers? Domomo thought to himself, trying to invade consciousness again. But at this moment, Domomo felt hindered again. Domomo, no, how much dark power has this guy absorbed? Are they all vying for his soul? I want to see who it is this time. Just as Duomomo was thinking, the next second he felt a familiar force. Sethorn? The Book of Darkness is so famous. Even Domomo has absorbed dark energy from it to make himself stronger. How could he not know who Sethorn is? That's the creator of the Book of Darkness and the origin of all black magic. He's a big daddy. Although Sithorn was forced to exile to other dimensions a long time ago, but he's just gone, not dead. Who knows when he will come back again? So when he perceived Sithorn's power, Domu was obviously stunned. He did not dare to move forward, because once he moved forward, it would mean that he would compete with Sithorn for believers. To be honest, the risk is quite high. After all, no one has seen Sithorn's full power. Even though he had studied the Book of Darkness and absorbed Sithorn's power, the power he absorbed was insignificant to Sithorn. And not just him, the Hell Lord Mephisto also absorbed Sithorn's power. It can be seen that Sithorn is very powerful, and the chance of winning if he really wants to snatch Domomo is not great. But Duomo was unwilling to give in. The power of his dark dimension was inexplicably absorbed by someone, and he couldn't take that person's soul. This is not fair. Not fair? Just when Duomo was struggling, another force came out and blocked him. Different from the power of black magic, it is a holy golden power. It's white magic, it's actually the Trinity god Wei Shandi? Did Emperor Wei Shan also take a fancy to this human mage, and gave him a blessing to become a disciple? At this moment, Duomo was completely confused, and several questions popped up in his mind. No, can anyone tell me who this mage is? So many ancient gods want to accept him as a disciple? Is there anything special about him? Damn it! You ancient gods, can't you stay in peace and contentment? Duomo cursed. Because of his anger, the entire dark dimension has now become extremely riotous. Although he is indeed not short of this believer, he is really unwilling to do so. What's more, the fact that this earth mage can be favored by many ancient gods proves that there must be something in his soul. This made Domu even more determined to conquer Luo Bai's soul. But now he can't join the fight. Competing with so many ancient gods, he has no chance of winning now. I originally thought that if the Ancient One died, he would be able to devour the earth without restraint. Unexpectedly, Ancient One would take on such a disciple. He is going to devour more planets and turn those planets into dark dimensions to increase his power. Sooner or later, his soul will be mine. Duomo roared angrily, and left the stage while roaring. At this time, a Hell Lord quietly broke through the defense. Mephisto, I just want to collect a soul. I can't do it. I really can't do it with so many ancient gods. Luo Bai had no idea that the ancient god, the god of dark dimension, and the lord of hell were competing for his soul. He just closed his eyes and continued to absorb the dark power pouring into his body. He didn't stop until he was sure that his body could no longer carry any more dark power. Because of this first experience, Luo Bai adjusted very quickly this time. All the dark power was quickly absorbed by him. At the moment of absorption, Luo Bai's pupils turned black and red. As his mood calmed down, his pupils gradually returned to normal. This power, Luo Bai muttered in surprise, then looked at his body. He feels surprised because he can feel how powerful he is. This feeling is difficult to appear when practicing white magic. Although Luo Bai could feel that he was making progress every day before, the improvement was very weak. After mastering the time stone, he indeed felt that his strength had been greatly improved. But compared to now, it's not a concept at all. In just half an hour of practicing black magic, Luo Bai's strength has skyrocketed. If not everyone likes black magic, even the Ancient One would have to borrow a little bit of the power of black magic. I can only lament that it still gives too much. Although black magic is good and can make people stronger, Luo Bai also knows the meaning of enough is enough. For now, that's about it. It's not too late to practice again when the soul and mind are stronger. So, Luo Bai started his soul journey again. This soul journey was very short, because the king came at 6 o'clock in the morning. Supreme Mage, you have to go to the training ground. Wang reminded. Luo Bai adjusted his condition and walked out of the study. After passing through the stone door of the temple, he entered Kamatage. On the way to the training ground, Wang took the initiative to ask, Supreme Mage, are you still used to staying in the temple? Is there anything that needs to be added? Luo Bai shook his head and replied, it's good. If there is anything missing, I will get it myself. It's not just a casual matter for a mage to take something. Wang understood, so he didn't ask any more. He just reminded, there are quite a lot of mages coming today, including temple protecting mages and mages practicing outside. There are also several mages with whom the Ancient One had a good relationship who have gone to the training ground. Are you all here? Luo Bai was stunned and couldn't help complaining, so many people are here. Wang shrugged and replied, everyone wants to see what the new Supreme Mage looks like, so it's not surprising that so many people come. That's true. Luo Bai nodded to express his understanding. Just as he was about to ask more questions, he felt something strange. Someone broke into Kamatage. With the magic circle around, normally few people can break into Kamatage easily. Of course, if the intruder also knows magic, that's a different matter. So obviously, the person who broke into Kamatage is also a mage. Wang also felt something unusual about the magic circle, and he spoke anxiously, Supreme Mage, someone broke into Kamatage. I feel it too. Luo Bai replied with a frown. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Wang mutter, strange. I just felt abnormal energy fluctuations, why can't I feel it now? It seems that this mage is very powerful. Luo Bai explained. Then what should we do? Should we gather all the magicians of Kamatage? Wang asked. No, because I can feel that she is currently in the training ground. Luo Bai replied. Although Wang couldn't feel the energy fluctuations that broke into the mage, he could feel it. The abnormal energy comes from the training ground. Training ground? This mage broke into Kamatage and went straight to the training ground. Could it be that this mage just wanted to come in and get to know you? Wang guessed. As the new Supreme Mage, it is normal for the Earth's mages to be curious. But Luo Bai felt that things might not be that simple. Of course, he could not guarantee 100% the purpose of this mage's coming. So after thinking about it he replied, let's go to the training ground first. Kamatage, training ground. By the time Luo Bai and Wang arrived at the training ground, the mages had already started training. Moto guided the students in their training, while the more experienced mages stood aside and watched. Seeing Luo Bai coming, Modu came over and said hello, Supreme Mage, King. Yeah. Luo Bai nodded. Before he could speak, the senior mages standing aside came forward to greet Luo Bai one by one. Luo Bai and the others chatted politely for a few words, and then began to watch the training of the sect mage. Of course, this is only on the surface. In fact, Luo Bai was looking for the mage who broke in. Through energy fluctuations, he quickly found the uninvited guest. At this time, the mage was hiding among the entry-level students, practicing with them. Supreme Mage, have you found the intruder? Wang asked in a low voice as soon as he found it. Luo Bai nodded and responded, the third row is fourth from the left. Following the prompt, Wang quickly saw the intruder. This made Wang even more confused. She broke into Kamatage pretending to be an apprentice? It's too easy to be exposed. Moto takes these apprentice trainings every day, and it will soon be obvious that she is not Kamatage's mage. Wang couldn't help but say. In fact, Luo Bai didn't know why. The only way to explain it is, maybe the mage didn't want to hide it at all. To be more precise, she might just want Luo Bai to notice her. Just as he was thinking about it, Modu discovered something was wrong. Among the apprentices was a new face that he had never seen before. Who are you? Modu stopped and stood in front of the intruder and asked, why have I never seen you before? The intruder smiled sinisterly, and then answered, my name is Agatha. Kamatage's library contains information about many mages. This includes Agatha. She is one of the most powerful witches on Earth, and her strength is terrifying. So the moment he heard the name Agatha, Modu's expression changed. Agatha? Witch? What are you doing here at Kamatage? Mordo asked. Ha 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 ha, of course I'm here to see who the Ancient One has chosen to be the Supreme Mage, Agatha smiled. As she spoke, the powerful black and purple magic power enveloped her whole body, and soon Agatha returned to her original witch appearance. Although after regaining her appearance, Agatha looked like a middle-aged woman in her 40s. But in fact Agatha is a 10,000-year-old witch. She used some special methods to delay her aging, which made her look young. Otherwise, she will probably appear as a classic old witch. After all, she also has a nickname called the Old Witch. Agatha's appearance shocked all the mages present. Because everyone knows that her purpose is definitely not that simple. In fact, she is definitely not a kind mage, because her philosophy is very different from Kamatage's philosophy. In the eyes of many magicians in Kamatage, Kamatage is absolutely not allowed to learn black magic. But Agatha doesn't care so much. As long as it helps her, Agatha will learn. Because of this, Agatha was classified as an evil witch by the magicians of Kamatage. Since it is evil, it cannot have no purpose. Thinking of this, Motu shouted, "All mages, prepare for battle." In just a moment, all the magicians of Kamatage put on their fighting postures and set up their magic circles, ready for war at any time. Luo Bai knew that with Kamatage's current strength, even these mages combined could not defeat Agatha. So he immediately gave the order, "Moto, you take the mages to continue practicing." Motu was stunned. "Continue practicing?" Mordo was a little worried and said, "Supreme Mage, Agatha is an evil witch. She must not have good intentions when she comes to Kamatage." Luo Bai calmly replied, "I understand, she won't disturb you." As his words fell, the mirror dimension instantly opened. The powerful force instantly enveloped the entire Kamatage, isolating the entire space. As the mirror dimension opened, only Luo Bai and Agatha were left in the entire space. Mirror dimension? Yes, yes. It's really good that you can reach such a level at such a young age. I thought there would be no one left after Ancient One left, but I didn't expect that such a good talent like you would be left behind. Looking at the mirror dimension surrounding herself, Agatha smiled and spoke. There was no trace of fear on her face, more of a careless look. She glanced at the mirror dimension with disdainful eyes, and then continued to taunt, "Child, you don't think that this mirror dimension can control me, do you? Then you think that I am too weak." Luo Bai shook his head and replied calmly, "No, I opened the mirror space just to prevent Kamatage from being affected." The words fell before Agatha could react. Luo Bai recited a spell silently in his mind and cast the form of Ikeen. In just a moment, countless duplications appeared and filled the entire mirror dimension. Then he controlled all the duplications and released the Ring of Ragator. At the moment of release, a red circular magic shield appeared on the hands of countless duplications, and those duplications followed Luo Bai's body and attacked Agatha. Seeing that he was the first to attack, Agatha quickly responded and started a fierce battle with Luo Bai's duplication. How about saying that Agatha is a 10,000-year-old witch? It was easy to deal with Luo Bai's tens of thousands of duplications, and he even had time to say, "These melee magic spells of your Kamatage pose no threat to me at all. Don't you have the Book of Darkness? Come on, kid. Use the power of the Book of Darkness to deal with me," Agatha said with a strange smile. Seriously, if Luo Bai hadn't understood the plot and knew that Agatha could absorb magical energy, he might have been fooled. As one of the most powerful witches on Earth, Agatha must have some abilities. Although the book does not record Agatha's specific abilities, Luo Bai, who understands the plot, does. Agatha can not only resist most magical attacks but can even absorb magical power. So to deal with her, melee magic is much more useful. Of course, the reason why Agatha can be so strong is inseparable from one key. That is, she has also studied the Book of Darkness. And from her tentative words just now, Luo Bai could roughly guess. The purpose of her coming to Kamatage today was to take away the Book of Darkness. Thinking of this, Luo Bai replied while attacking, "It seems that you already know that the Dark God book is with me." Mentioning the Book of Darkness, Agatha was obviously excited. "Of course, that is my book. I have always treasured it, but I don't know why it suddenly disappeared one day when I went back. I searched for a long time and finally found it. It turns out that it was stolen by you." "Steal? No. I picked up that book. What's more, that book isn't yours either," Luo Bai replied calmly. "Agatha, what the hell did you pick up? This book has been sitting with me for hundreds of years, and you told me you picked it up?" Of course Agatha would not believe that Luo Bai had picked up the Dark God book. After all, ever since she obtained the Book of Darkness, she has kept this book in a secret room and rarely takes it out. Luo Bai must have used some magic to steal the book from the secret room of her house. Thinking of this, Agatha said angrily, "That book has been kept at home all this time, how could you pick it up?" Luo Bai calmly replied, "The Dark God book has its own consciousness, and it is normal for it to leave. You should think about why the Dark God book gave up on you." Agatha became even more angry after hearing what he said. Because what Luo Bai said is true, the Dark Book has its own consciousness and will choose its own host. Once the Dark Book selects a host, no one can stop the change. Agatha knew that the departure of the Dark God Book meant that she had been abandoned by the God Book, but she was unwilling to do so, so she came to find him. "It has been with me for hundreds of years, and I am its owner. It must be you who stole it using dirty means. You Karmatage mages keep saying that you are not allowed to practice black magic, and you also call me an evil witch. Unexpectedly, you have the idea of my dark divine book. It is really disgusting." Agatha snapped. She cursed very filthy, which proved that she was angry. Originally, she could still calmly deal with Luo Bai's numerous duplications, but since he hit her in anger, the movements of her hands have obviously slowed down. Seeing this, Luo Bai quickly continued to complain, "You have been studying the Dark God book for hundreds of years and you don't know that it has its own consciousness? No wonder the Dark God book doesn't want you. Tisk tisk tisk." After saying this, Agatha's defense was completely broken. "All I can think of is what Luo Bai said, the Book of Darkness doesn't want you anymore, the Book of Darkness doesn't want you anymore." The words echoed in her mind like a curse, making Agatha extremely irritable. "You obviously stole it. Damn it, come out," Agatha said angrily. Taking advantage of her rage, Luo Bai controlled all the duplications and transformed into the sacred sword of Vishanti and chopped them off at the same time. Agatha, who was in rage state, had no time to react before she was hit by countless sacred swords and fell to the ground instantly. Only then did Agatha finally realize that Luo Bai had deliberately angered her just now, just to distract her. A little clever, but of no use. Do you think you can hurt me with this little power? Agatha shouted. As her volume increased, a black-purple power burst out from her body, spreading around like a powerful shock wave. The powerful power allowed Luo Bai's countless duplications to be resolved, leaving only the true body. The moment the real body appeared, Agatha released her witchcraft. The moment the witchcraft was released, countless purple rays of light wrapped around Luo Bai's body like vines, controlling his entire body. Agatha had strong practical experience, so she gave Luo Bai almost no chance to struggle. After taking control of Luo Bai, she immediately used magic to control Luo Bai's will. Fortunately, Luo Bai released time magic at this time, quickly making time flow back to the second before he was controlled by Agatha. With the activation of time reversal, Luo Bai successfully got rid of his restraints. Before Agatha could react, Luo Bai once again released countless duplications and at the same time released Cedarak's scarlet chain. Countless scarlet chains emerged and tied up Agatha in an instant. It was then that Agatha finally realized something was wrong. Wrong? She remembered that Luo Bai was clearly under her control before, so why did the situation reverse in just the blink of an eye, and she didn't even realize what was happening? Could it be? Looking at the eye of Agamotto worn on Luo Bai's neck, Agatha suddenly understood. I didn't expect you to have learned the time magic. I underestimated you, kid. Agatha said in surprise. Luo Bai calmly replied, there are still many things you don't know. Really? Then what else do you want? Agatha said casually. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. Then in just a blink of an eye, she appeared behind Luo Bai, and behind Luo Bai's body. Agatha's power is indeed beyond Luo Bai's imagination. Luo Bai used the form of Ikeen to release countless duplications. Unexpectedly, Agatha found his true form in an instant. The scarlet chains had no effect on her either. Even though the scarlet chain is the strongest magic chain among white magic, Agatha can also do witchcraft. It's easy to escape from the scarlet chain. Almost in the blink of an eye, Agatha appeared behind him. Luo Bai instantly felt a chill on his back, and he wanted to use magic to move to other places to get rid of Agatha. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai discovered that he seemed to be unable to use white magic and black magic anymore. Don't waste your efforts, child, look around. Agatha said. Only then did Luo Bai notice that some weird and strange purple characters had appeared around him. These characters were connected to each other to form a barrier, trapping Luo Bai. After seeing these talismans, Luo Bai roughly understood them. It turns out that just now, Agatha set up a magic barrier through these spells. This is a kind of witchcraft that Agatha created herself by combining the power of the Dark God book. Simply put, it forms an enchantment through spells. Only the same magic and witchcraft set by Agatha can be used in this magic barrier. Other than that, other witchcraft and magic will be temporarily invalid. Even Chaos Force becomes unusable once it is restricted by a spell. Agatha is the most powerful witch on Earth. Her witchcraft is indeed something, but it doesn't seem to be difficult for Luo Bai. Seriously. In fact, your strength is very good. If you study for a while, you may become a very powerful mage. Unfortunately, you did not study long enough and you are still far behind me. So now that the game is over, you should return the book to me. Just as she was thinking about it, Agatha spoke. As she spoke, she unleashed her witchcraft. It was obvious that she wanted to control Luo Bai and let Luo Bai take out the Book of Darkness on his own. But she failed. Because a powerful ball of magical energy attacked Agatha. Although this magical energy was quickly absorbed by Agatha, Agatha was still confused. Wait, did she read that right just now? Why does Luo Bai know her witchcraft? You know witchcraft? Agatha asked confused. Luo Bai shook his head and responded, no, I just learned it. Agatha was stunned. Just learned? No, you are learning now. To be honest, Agatha was a little confused at this time. Just now, when Agatha was about to use witchcraft to control Luo Bai's consciousness, the floating cloak draped on Luo Bai suddenly rushed towards her, and then controlled her hands. Taking advantage of this moment, Luo Bai released a magic energy ball towards Agatha. Agatha can absorb magical energy, and any magical energy cannot harm her and will even be absorbed by her in the opposite direction. Because of this, the magic energy ball caused no physical harm to Agatha. But Agatha's heart was shocked. This place has clearly been cursed by her. This means that except for her own witchcraft, no magic or witchcraft can be used in this barrier. But Luo Bai just released a magic energy ball on her, and said that he had just learned it. That is to say, during the short period of time when the two of them were fighting, Luo Bai learned her witchcraft? Damn, you're learning now? Is this reasonable? How is it possible? How could you learn it in such a short time? Agatha shouted in disbelief. Luo Bai said calmly, of course it's because of my high talent. Otherwise, why would the Dark Book choose me? Highly talented? Good, good, good. Agatha admitted that she did have a talent for learning magic and witchcraft. Besides, the magic energy ball is just a simple witchcraft. Once you learn it, you'll be fine. Thinking of this, Agatha snorted coldly and responded disdainfully, so what if you learn this? Do you think you can defeat me like this? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Luo Bai ask back, who said I only learned this one witchcraft. Before she could react, what did Luo Bai mean by this? Luo Bai suddenly released his witchcraft, and then the surrounding spells disappeared. At this moment, Agatha opened her eyes wide. Wait, did she read that correctly? You cancelled my spell. Agatha asked in surprise. Luo Bai asked back, is this strange? Agatha finally panicked now. She wanted to break free from the entanglement of the levitating cloak, and at this moment Luo Bai released his witchcraft. Black-red light spread around, and a new spell appeared in the mirror space the next second. Luo Bai restricted the use of magic. This means that in this enchantment, Agatha can no longer use magic. How is it possible? How is this possible? Agatha said in surprise. She looked at the black and red characters appearing all around, and watched as those characters were connected and eventually formed a barrier to surround her. Agatha could no longer remain calm. She opened her mouth so wide that her CPU was almost burning. No, I have studied witchcraft for most of my life. Have you read it again? You make me look funny like this, you know? Agatha looked dumbfounded at the talisman barrier set by Luo Bai. Even if she couldn't believe it, she still had to believe that Luo Bai had actually learned her witchcraft. Horrible, really terrible, but she didn't understand. I have never cast a witchcraft to cancel a spell, how did you do this? Agatha asked in a panic. Even if you can really do it, you will know it after watching it once. But she never showed the method of cancelling the spell from beginning to end. How did Luo Bai do it? Just when she was depressed, Luo Bai said casually, of course I realized it. Enlightenment? Enlightenment? It means that you just drew inferences. Not only did I learn how to create a spell barrier, but I also figured out how to cancel the spell barrier? Agatha took a deep breath, holding in a mouthful of old blood and almost spit it out. What a person who realized it on his own. Simply astonishing. But it's not impossible to think about it. After all, Luo Bai had learned the black magic in the Dark God book, and Agatha had also learned it. Agatha's witchcraft is combined with the Book of Darkness. If Luo Bai can realize it, she can also understand it. Where's the spell? No matter how good your talent is, you can't figure out the spell. Agatha said angrily. Most witchcraft requires spells to be released. Agatha's witchcraft is no exception. Please, she created those spells one by one. The fact that Luo Bai can understand the spell is ridiculous. Just as he was thinking about it, Luo Bai spoke. Spell? I just guessed it casually, and it's not difficult to guess. So, not only did you learn my witchcraft after just one look, but you even guessed the corresponding spell by guessing? Agatha's defenses were completely broken. This person is not cheating, can you report it? Agatha originally thought the Ancient One was dead. She could easily take out the Book of Darkness from Comatage, so she sneaked into Comatage today. But she never expected that she would meet such a god. You can learn the magic by watching it once, and the spells can be guessed by luck. No, how can we fight this? Although it feels very embarrassing. As the most powerful witch on earth, she was defeated by a newly minted mage after living for such a long time. But now, Agatha had to admit defeat. No wonder Ancient One left with peace of mind and let you take over Comatage. I gave up the Dark God book. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bai spoke, I think you made a mistake. It's not that you gave up on the Dark God's book, but that the Dark God's book gave up on you. Agatha sighed, and then admitted, you are right. Well, I admit that your understanding is amazing, but I lost. My child, untie the spell, I will leave Comatage now. Agatha thought that after admitting defeat, she would be fine as long as she left Comatage. Hearing her say this, Luo Bai smiled. Intruder, let's finish asking the questions. Luo Bai said. Agatha was stunned and realized something was wrong. Intruder? What do you mean? As the current manager of Comatage and the Supreme Mage of the Earth, I have the authority to execute you for trespassing on Comatage. Luo Bai said. As his voice fell, Luo Bai unleashed his dark power. The black light instantly enveloped Agatha. Because of the spell, Agatha was now unable to release any magic at all. Before Agatha could respond to what Luo Bai wanted to do, the next second, Luo Bai began to absorb Agatha's power. Absorb the power of darkness. This is the black magic that Luo Bai just learned from the Book of Darkness. Although Agatha is a witch, because she also learned the Book of Darkness, the power in her body is also the power of darkness. In fact, under normal circumstances, Luo Bai cannot absorb Agatha's dark power. But now Agatha's magic is restricted, and without power, she can only watch as Luo Bai absorbs all her power. This also means that from this moment on, Luo Bai has mastered all of Agatha's witchcraft and power. You absorbed all my power. After absorbing it, Agatha spoke in disbelief. She didn't expect that Luo Bai would absorb all her power. Due to losing her strength, Agatha now turned into the appearance of a gray-haired old man. This made Agatha very angry and shouted, you are the Supreme Mage? If the magicians of Comatage know that you learn dark power and do this, have you ever thought about the consequences? I never thought about it. I only know that those who invade Comatage and the earth, whether they are mages or other creatures, will have to pay a price. So you are exiled, Agatha Witch, Luo Bai said as he opened the interdimensional portal. He banished Agatha. While in exile, the magic cloak returned to him. Agatha had all her power drained and was exiled to the multi-universe. With her current ability, staying in a multi-universe would be very risky, and she might be swallowed by some evil god with her belt and soul. Of course, Luo Bai didn't care about this. After all, she broke into Comatage without invitation and was seen by so many mages. If she is not punished, who in the mages world will take Luo Bai seriously? It was inevitable that she would be exiled, but I have to say that her coming here also brought a lot of benefits to Luo Bai. one of the most powerful witches on earth. Her knowledge and witchcraft are areas that Luo Bai has never touched before, so they will be of great use after being absorbed. After taking some time to digest the knowledge he had learned, Luo Bai closed the mirror space. As soon as the mirror space was closed, Wang and Moto came over immediately. Supreme Mage, where is Witch Agatha? Wang asked, looking a little worried. Luo Bai smiled and reassured the two of them. She has been exiled to the multi-universe by me, and there is a high probability that she will not come back, so you don't have to worry. Hearing Luo Bai say this, both of them opened their eyes wide at the same time. You know, Agatha has been practicing witchcraft and studying magic for hundreds of years or even longer. Although Luo Bai has outstanding talent. But how long have you been learning magic before you can defeat Agatha and banish her? Is this any different from a newbie jumping up a level to fight a mini-boss? No wonder Wang and Moto had shock written all over their faces at this time. It can be seen from their eagerly moving lips that they seem to have many questions to ask. But due to Luo Bai's current status as the Supreme Mage, it was difficult for the two of them to ask more questions. So after hesitating for a moment, Moto finally said, since the Supreme Mage has taken care of it, I will continue to lead the apprentices to practice, and I will ask the Supreme Mage to supervise. Luo Bai nodded and responded, go ahead, I'll watch from here. After speaking, he walked aside and began to supervise the mage training. Wang quickly followed and stood beside Luo Bai. The two of them stood there for 5 minutes, but Su couldn't bear it anymore. Wang finally couldn't hold back and spoke, Supreme Mage. I heard that Witch Agatha is one of the most powerful witches on earth. She must have been learning witchcraft for hundreds of years. Wang didn't dare to continue talking about this. After all, it would be rude to ask further. But Luo Bai understood what he meant. Are you curious about how I defeated her? Luo Bai asked. After hearing what Luo Bai said, Wang Cai finally dared to let go and complained, yes. She has been studying for hundreds of years, and she still can't beat you. But I'm very talented. I learned the witchcraft she unleashed just once by watching it. Luo Bai shrugged and answered helplessly. When he said this, Wang suddenly understood. Think about it. Now there is a person standing in front of you and learning all your magic after just one look, and he also uses your magic to attack you. You learn while beating him, and the more you beat him, the stronger he gets. It's really hard to beat this. Thinking of this, Wang couldn't help but complain, are you so talented? Can you learn it after just one look? Luo Bai was a little surprised and couldn't help asking, of course, otherwise how could I become the Supreme Mage? I thought the Ancient One Mage told you, but you don't know. Wang was silent. He had heard that Luo Bai was very talented. But I've never heard that Luo Bai's talent is so high. He can learn everything after just one look? Okay. Wang was completely convinced. It would be great if I had this talent. Wang muttered. I can't help but think, if I had this talent, I could wake up from my dreams with a smile. Luo Bai smiled and expressed. If you want to have such a talent, you must first have top luck. For example, like me, I am favored by the goddess of luck. Of course, these were just the emotions he expressed in his heart, he did not say them out loud. Instead, he continued to supervise the mage training. The supervisor was supervising, and suddenly the phone vibrated. Thinking that nothing happened now, Luo Bai took it out and took a look. Only then did he realize that Stark had sent him a text message. The text message stated that Stark had produced the latest suit MK7, and hoped that Luo Bai could come and see if there was anything that could be improved. Luo Bai couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he saw this text message. How about Stark being a genius? Luo Bai just gave him a general direction and suggestions, but he didn't expect Stark to upgrade his suit and create MK7 so quickly. He thought that he really had to go to New York to tell Polaris about his move. Luo Bai replied, okay, see you at the villa tonight. In fact, what Luo Bai has to do today is quite simple, it is nothing more than to let all the mages know him. So after supervising the mage training in the morning, he received several foreign mages in the afternoon. These mages are all admirers of the Ancient One mages. Although they did not study at Kamatage, they have all received more or less help from the Ancient One. Maybe they didn't know much about Luo Bai before, but after learning that Luo Bai banished Agatha Witch, they showed such respect to Luo Bai. Especially after exchanging their understanding of magic, witchcraft, and occult arts with Luo Bai, several mages instantly transformed into Luo Bai's admirers. After all, Luo Bai is not only talented but also very hardworking, and his understanding of magic and multi-universe is completely different from theirs. It is normal for them to believe Luo Bai. After seeing off the last mage who came to communicate, Luo Bai finally had some free time. I'm finally done with my work. I didn't expect that being the Supreme Mage is quite tiring. Luo Bai stretched out and couldn't help but complain. Wang, who was standing aside, quickly explained, after all, you have just taken office, so you can just wait for a while. Supreme Mage, if you are tired, take a rest first. Luo Bai shook his head and said, I can't rest for now, I have to go to New York to deal with some things. Wang didn't ask any more questions and just replied, since you have something to do, go ahead. Master Moto is in charge of Karmatage. If something happens, I will go to you as soon as possible. Luo Bai nodded and was about to open the portal and leave. Suddenly he seemed to remember asking the king, King, do you remember the mage who protects the temple now, right? Yes. Are there many problems in the temple? If not, I will leave the library to you in the future. Library? Although he didn't know why Luo Bai suddenly asked him to be a librarian, Wang still agreed. Okay, I will take over the library work now. After saying this, Wang was ready to leave. At this moment, Luo Bai suddenly stopped him. Wang, if you find any abnormal situation, remember not to act rashly, just come to me directly. Luo Bai's words were a reminder, more like a warning that something might happen to the library later. As the Mage King, he immediately understood the meaning. His expression immediately became serious, and he said firmly, I will remember the words of the Supreme Mage. If something happens, I will go to you as soon as possible. Don't worry about me doing the work. Luo Bai felt relieved and started teleporting to New York. New York, Luo Bai's house. Polaris was sitting on the sofa, eating a burger and watching TV. At this moment, she suddenly saw a yellow circle appear out of thin air, and her eyes lit up instantly. She quickly stood up from the sofa, and the next second she saw Luo Bai walking out of the portal. Master Luo Bai, are you back? Do you want dinner? I'll cook it for you. Polaris said excitedly, putting down the burger in his hand and planning to cook. Seeing what she said, Luo Bai asked half-jokingly, didn't you say you can't cook? Polaris said with some embarrassment, while you were gone, I studied on my own online for a while. Luo Bai was stunned. Polaris actually learns to cook. Seeing that he didn't answer, Polaris quickly explained, although it may not be that delicious, I have tasted it myself and it tastes pretty good and is edible. Luo Bai suddenly laughed when he heard her say that. To be honest, I'm quite surprised. Accident? What happened? After all, when I punished you by making you a housekeeper, I saw that you were quite reluctant. And you were only allowed to be a housekeeper for 3 months. I didn't expect you to go out of your way to learn how to cook for me, Luo Bai said. With Polaris' temperament, he probably has never even entered the kitchen. It was beyond Luo Bai's expectation that he would go out of his way to learn how to cook. Polaris could also understand his surprise, so he quickly explained, at the beginning, it was because we were not familiar with each other. But you helped me a lot during this period. You let me live in the villa, and encouraged me to work hard to practice my powers and help I drove away Professor. Luo Bai remembered this when he mentioned it. What did Stark say? Luo Bai asked. Mr. Stark said that I am free. The association has cancelled my global wanted order after discussing with various countries. I am very grateful to you, but I don't know how to repay you. I can only help you cook and do odd jobs. Polaris replied a little sheepishly. After she finished speaking, her face turned red, and it was obvious that she was really embarrassed. But her reaction pleased Luo Bai. It is good to know how to be grateful. Proving that Luo Bai's help was not in vain. But those were just easy things, and Luo Bai didn't think about asking for anything in return, and he didn't want her to feel so burdened. After thinking about it, Luo Bai responded comfortingly, although letting you be a housekeeper is a punishment for breaking into my house. But you have done a good job during this period, so I am willing to help you. You don't need to have such a big psychological burden. When he said this, Polaris became even more embarrassed. That. Master Luo Bai, I'll go cook for you first. Polaris said and wanted to go to the kitchen. At this moment, Luo Bai stopped her. Wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Polar Star stopped, lowered his head and asked softly, does Master Luo Bai have anything to explain? I can't talk about an explanation. It's just that I plan to move, and I may rarely come here in the future. Luo Bai said. Move place? Polaris raised his head and asked hurriedly, where are you moving to? I'm going to pack things right now. Do you have anything to bring? Just tell me and I'll pack it for you right away. Luo Bai was stunned when she asked him this. You want to go with me? Luo Bai asked. Of course, I am your housekeeper. Polaris replied firmly. But we only agreed for 3 months. Luo Bai replied. Polar Star didn't care and answered seriously, Master Luo Bai, if you don't mind, I can always be your housekeeper. Luo Bai was silent. When he didn't speak, Polaris continued, I don't need a salary, and I can make money on my own now. I haven't used your money during this time. Polaris said as he took out a box from the room. It's the box that Natasha Romanoff sent before. After opening it, Luo Bai found that there was no shortage of money inside. Luo Bai was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, you have never touched the money. I used some before, but I returned them all. Polaris explained. This made Luo Bai curious and couldn't help asking, where did you get the money? Mr. Stark helped me find a job. Although I didn't want to trouble him, I couldn't keep using your money, so I went. Polaris answered seriously. Luo Bai suddenly realized that it was Tony who helped. Just as he was thinking about it, Polaris continued to speak, Master Luo Bai, if you don't mind, I can always be your housekeeper. I have listened to you and trained my ability well, and I won't bother you again in the future. You see, I am no longer a loser and I can control my ability. After saying that, Polaris used his ability. I have to say that after this period of practice, Polaris' ability to control the magnetic field has improved a lot, and now she can basically release her ability easily. This made Luo Bai feel gratified and couldn't help but praise, very good, I believe you will become very powerful in the future. Polaris was very happy to receive the compliment, and she quickly asked, then can I move with you? Not for the time being. Luo Bai refused. After all, he was moving to the New York temple. That is the temple of Karmatage, and non-magicians cannot enter. Even if Luo Bai was moved by Polaris' sincerity and agreed to let Polaris stay as a housekeeper, It is impossible to agree to let her go to the New York temple, unless Polaris has the magic talent to be a mage. But now Polaris can't even understand her own ability, so don't let her have so much contact with it for the time being. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled and said, although I have moved, it's not like I won't come here. The matter of opening a portal goes back and forth very quickly. While I'm away, you can take care of the villa here. Okay. Polaris agreed happily. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai took out a piece of paper and handed it over. This is my phone number. If you need anything, call me. Polaris took it and quickly took out his mobile phone to save the number. At this moment, the doorbell rang outside the door, and Luo Bai knew that it was Stark who was coming without even thinking about it. Sure enough, when the door opened, Stark appeared in front of Luo Bai. Oh, my friend Luo Bai. I miss you so much. Stark spoke enthusiastically as soon as he entered the door. Seeing how excited he was, Luo Bai smiled and replied, you look like you are in good condition. Stark replied excitedly, of course. After listening to your advice, I went back to upgrade the iron suit and succeeded. Let me show you? Stark said, then yelled, Jarvis. Following Stark's shout, a steel suit flew over from a short distance away. After infrared scanning, it was automatically put on Stark's body. In less than a minute, Stark's transformation was successful. How is it? Are you handsome? Stark asked proudly. Luo Bai nodded and praised, cool. Would you like to come to my home and have a look? Let's study it together? I'm now thinking about how to upgrade the suit. I think the magic suit proposal you mentioned is very good. How about we study it together? Stark asked. Luo Bai replied half-jokingly, it's still early for research. Stark spread his hands and replied with a smile, okay, I was just joking. In fact, I am planning to research the anti-Hulk suit now. You know, Dr. Banner is not very stable at the moment, so I want to hear your opinion suggestion. Luo Bai was about to agree, when he suddenly felt a strong energy wave appear on the earth. Wait Stark, there are special circumstances. Luo Bai said. Stark was confused and asked, what's going on? I felt an abnormal energy fluctuation just now, Luo Bai muttered. Stark was stunned and asked anxiously, why didn't I feel it? Is something happening to the Earth? Is there a multi-universe biological invasion? I'm not sure, let me take a look. Luo Bai said. He ran the time gem to check the situation, and Luo Bai discovered that the abnormal energy fluctuation just now came from the Tesseract. To put it bluntly, Tesseract is a rough space stone. Since the 6 infinite stones in the Marvel Universe are very powerful, so powerful that ordinary people cannot directly bear their power, each stone will basically have a container to carry it. Tesseract is the container that holds the original space stone. In fact, the Tesseract has been on Earth since more than 90 years ago and is in the custody of SHIELD. It's just that it hasn't performed well all this time. Simply put, it's in an inactive state. Just now, Luo Bai suddenly felt that the Tesseract inspired powerful energy, which can only prove that S.H.I.E.L.D. is studying it. In fact, this is not surprising. After all, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, has always wanted to master all the super abilities on Earth, so he needs powerful weapons. The weapons on the Earth can no longer satisfy his desires, so he wants to absorb energy from the universe. Tesseract is the best ingestion object. The space stone inside is very powerful. If you can absorb energy from it, you can research weapons. Nick Fury is estimated to be able to fulfill his ambitions and goals. But in Luo Bai's opinion, it was too stupid for him to do so. Because Nick Fury couldn't control Tesseract at all, he didn't even know what Tesseract was before he started researching it. If the original stone in Tesseract becomes out of control, can he pay for his actions? This is not Luo Bai's unfounded worry. Based on the original plot, due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s continuous research on the Tesseract, the original stones in the Tesseract continue to stimulate spatial fluctuations. So Loki, holding the Mind Scepter, could easily feel the specific direction and location of the Tesseract. Instigated by Thanos, Loki came to Earth with the Psychic Scepter. In the end, alien invasion was created, triggering the New York War. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. is researching the Tesseract, it is undoubtedly sending a signal to Loki and Thanos. Luo Bai just looked at the future through the time stone and found that Loki will come to the Earth in 3 days. This made him frown. Seeing that he didn't speak and looked serious, Stark couldn't help but become nervous. Robin, what happened? Stark asked. Withdrawing the magic, Luo Bai briefly explained the situation. Since it involved too many terms that he had never heard of before, Stark was a little confused after listening to it. I'm sorry Luo Bai, I didn't understand what you just said. You said that S.H.I.E.L.D. is studying the Tesseract and wants to absorb energy from it to make weapons. Can you first explain to me what the Tesseract is? Stark asked. You can understand it as a powerful weapon from the universe. Human technology cannot fully understand its power, let alone control it. Luo Bai explained. Now he understood. After understanding, Stark was very angry, so Nick Fury is studying a cosmic energy that even he can't control? Damn Nick Fury! What on earth is he doing every day? Why does he always like to study such dangerous things? At this time, he obviously did not realize the seriousness of the problem, so Luo Bai couldn't help but remind, this is not the key to the problem Tony, the key is that his current behavior will bring danger to the Earth. If left alone, what will happen outside the Earth? Creatures will invade the Earth. Extraterrestrial creatures? Hearing this, Stark couldn't stand it anymore. Shit. Nick Fury told me that he created the Avengers to protect the Earth, but what did he do? We'll talk about the suit later. Luo Bai, let's go to S.H.I.E.L.D. right now. I have to go beat him up. Stark cursed. He has a quick temper. Knowing that Nick Fury was doing something dangerous, he flew to S.H.I.E.L.D. without saying a word. But Luo Bai stopped him. Don't be impulsive, Tony. What do you mean? Stark said anxiously. Luo Bai, we have to stop him quickly. Luo Bai shook his head and said, it can't be stopped anymore. I can feel the space fluctuations released by the Tesseract, and powerful creatures in the universe can also perceive it. The location of the Tesseract has been exposed for now. Then we don't care. Stark asked anxiously. Of course I care, but it's not yet time. Luo Bai said. Now that the location of the Tesseract has been exposed, Loki will come with the Psychic Scepter in 3 days to snatch the Tesseract. Then why not Luo Bai wait until then to take action and grab the Cosmic Magic and the Spiritual Scepter? After all, the Spiritual Scepter that Loki brought was embedded with the original Spiritual Stone. He himself took the initiative to deliver the rough stone to his door, so Luo Bai had no reason not to want it. Instead of being snatched away by Thanos and triggering a global population crisis by snapping his fingers, he might as well take them all back and use them for himself. With this thought, Luo Bai comforted Stark, Tony, trust me. I will take action when the time is right. Although Stark was anxious at this time, but thinking that Luo Bai is a mage, and the Earth is protected by the Supreme Mage, he's a little wiser. If something happens to the Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme will help, right? Stark asked. Before Luo Bai could answer, he continued, we are friends, so I won't hide it from you. My ability is limited after all, and I'm not sure whether I can defeat creatures outside the Earth. You are already so strong, if the Supreme Mage can take action, I will feel much more at ease. Luo Bai certainly understands his worries. In order to reassure him, Luo Bai reassured, of course. The Supreme Mage already knows about this. That's good. Stark breathed a sigh of relief, but he still seemed a little worried. After a moment of silence, he asked, do you need me to do anything? As long as it can ensure the safety of the Earth, I can do anything you want. Luo Bai thought for a while and then replied, it really is. What? If S.H.I.E.L.D. contacts you, please remember to call me immediately. Nick Fury's actions have seriously harmed the Earth and he should be punished. Stark was stunned. It suddenly dawned on me. Mission impossible? Okay, I've seen similar movies. I didn't expect that I would be a spy one day, but I'm very happy. Don't worry, if S.H.I.E.L.D. contacts me, I will definitely call you. Stark said. I casually made an okay gesture. Luo Bai smiled and then changed the subject and asked, by the way, you asked me to help you see how to upgrade the suit. Let's go to your villa and have a look. Meanwhile, the SHIELD building. At this time, agents led by Coulson sealed the basement tightly. Dr. Selvig and a group of researchers are studying Tesseract. The energy fluctuations have increased. Dr. Selvig. Turn off the power now. The power is turned off but the power of the Rubik's Cube continues to radiate. Dr. Selvig. Dr. Selvig, we have lost control of the Tesseract, it seems to have activated itself. As the research deepened, Dr. Selvig and the researchers were completely unable to control the Tesseract. Sensing the seriousness of the matter, Coulson immediately called Nick Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. was unable to control the Tesseract, but accidentally activated the Tesseract. The energy is constantly being released, becoming more and more out of control as time goes by. The Tesseract seems to have a consciousness of its own, and it begins to do whatever it wants. Upon learning of this situation, Nick Fury rushed back to S.H.I.E.L.D. as soon as possible after handling the matter at hand. 3 days later he returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. But at this time Tesseract has completely let itself go. It automatically opened the door to space, and Loki descended on the Earth. It wasn't until Loki snatched away the Tesseract with the Mind Scepter that Nick Fury realized the seriousness of the matter. At this time, Luo Bai's words came to his mind. Do you think you can control everything? No, you can't control anything. Nick Fury was very reluctant, but now he couldn't think. The fact that the Tesseract was snatched away will inevitably become a hidden danger to the Earth. He can only ask people to help him find the Tesseract. Although based on the current situation, Luo Bai should be able to solve this matter perfectly. But he didn't dare to ask Luo Bai for help at all, so he could only run to find other people. At this time, Stark Industries is at the top. Stark and Pepper were drinking and chatting. Tony, I remember that your suit has been successfully upgraded, right? Why do you seem so bad these days? Pepper asked with concern. Stark said nothing but took a sip of wine. 3 days ago, Luo Bai told him that aliens were about to invade the Earth. Although he knew that with the Sorcerer Supreme and Luo Bai on Earth, everything would be fine, but Stark was still worried. He became anxious because of worry. But he didn't dare to tell Pepper. After thinking about it, Stark smiled and responded, it's nothing serious, I just feel a little tired. You haven't had a good rest for a long time in order to study the suit. Tony, you should rest. Pepper comforted. But Stark couldn't sleep right now, all he could think about was aliens. At this moment, Jarvis's voice came from the mobile phone. Sir, my program has been rewritten. As Jarvis's voice fell, Coulson's voice rang out, "Stark, we need to talk now." "Coulson? Someone from S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Upon hearing this voice, Stark instantly became excited. "I have wanted to find you for a long time. Wherever you are, I will come to you now," Stark said. As soon as he finished speaking, Coulson appeared at the door. Stark immediately sent a message to Luo Bai using a secret program. After the message was sent, Stark put down his phone and looked at Coulson. Seeing him alone, Stark asked, "Where is Nick Fury? Why didn't that guy come? The director has other things to do." Coulson replied with a smile. "Something else? Harming the Earth?" Stark asked. Coulson was obviously confused and asked, "I don't understand what you mean." "You don't have to understand, you just need to call Nick Fury over now," Stark said angrily, with a very serious look on his face. Coulson saw something was wrong with him, but because the situation was urgent, he didn't ask any more questions and just replied, "If you are in a hurry to find him, I will tell him. But before that, I hope you will take a look at this information. I have just implanted it into your phone." After explaining everything, Coulson left. Stark frowned and opened the information sent by SHIELD. Just as Luo Bai said, S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed researching the Tesseract. And now the Tesseract has been snatched away by an alien visitor named Loki. Seeing this information, Stark could no longer calm down, and flew directly to Luo Bai's apartment. Fortunately Luo Bai is in the apartment today. "Thank God, Luo Bai, you are in the apartment today," Stark said hurriedly as soon as the door opened. "I received the message and guessed that you were coming to see me, so I specially waited for you here," Luo Bai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark anxiously explained the current situation. "You are right. Nick Fury is really studying the Tesseract. Now an alien visitor named Loki has snatched the Tesseract. This is very dangerous for Loki." "I know," Luo Bai replied. He used the time stone to check the future timeline before, and he knew everything that might happen. So he is not too worried at all now, but Stark is very worried. The alien visitor named Loki seems to have a very powerful ability, which S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot resist at all. "Do you know him?" Luo Bai nodded and responded, "I know Loki. He is an Asgardian and the son of Odin." Stark was visibly stunned when he heard the name Odin. "Odin is the father of the gods mentioned in the storybook?" Stark asked in disbelief. After hearing Luo Bai's affirmative response, the expression on Stark's face was quite wonderful. The fact that there are mages on Earth is amazing enough. Now you are telling him that Odin in mythology lives in the universe? Stark was obviously a little confused. He couldn't help complaining, "I think I may need some time to digest it." As soon as he finished speaking, Polaris brought a cup of coffee. "Thank you, Miss Lorna. This cup of coffee was delivered just in time," Stark complained. After taking the coffee, Stark took a sip, but the expression on his face was still shocked. I don't know how long he waited for it, before he finally asked, "Luo Bai, I would like to take the liberty of asking. You asked, who is more powerful, the Sorcerer Supreme or Odin?" "I don't know this either." Luo Bai was a little helpless. He has never fought Odin, so how does he know who is better between him and Odin? Hearing Luo Bai's explanation, Stark felt even more uncertain. "You said Loki is Odin's son, so now he comes to Earth and snatches the Tesseract. Is this what Odin means?" Stark couldn't help but ask. Luo Bai shook his head and said, "That's not true, Odin doesn't know about this." "That's it," Stark muttered, and then asked, "Can the Sorcerer Supreme deal with Loki?" "This is quite easy," Luo Bai responded. That's good, that's good. He's too dangerous to be left on Earth." Stark breathed a sigh of relief. He took another sip of coffee, and after finishing it Stark continued to ask, "So what are your plans?" "There is a plan," Luo Bai said. "What's the plan? Do you need my help?" Stark asked. Wait for what?" "Wait until Loki comes to me. He invades the Earth privately and needs to be judged," Luo Bai said. Stark was confused and retorted in disbelief, "How could he come to you for trial on his own?" Luo Bai didn't answer, but used his mind to activate the magic of retrieving objects. It opens with a small yellow circle. Luo Bai put his hand in. Then, he took out a scepter and a blue square energy box. Seeing these two things, Stark was a little confused. "What is this?" Stark asked. "The Tesseract and the Mind Scepter," Luo Bai said. "Stark. He will be here soon," Luo Bai said. Stark shrugged helplessly. "Awesome? It seems that my worries are a bit unnecessary." At this time, Loki looked at his empty hands, confused. "No, where is my Tesseract? Where is the Mind Scepter? Where are my two big things? Why did he suddenly disappear? Who is it? Who just took my stuff?" Loki was furious when suddenly he noticed a note on the ground. There is a line written on it, "I accept the rough stone you sent to my door. To express your gratitude, please come to me here." Next is a line of address, and the last message is the Supreme Mage. Loki was furious when he saw this line of writing. "What did I give you as a gift? You are robbing. It's a robbery? Mage Supreme? Damn it, Mage Supreme, just wait, I'm going to find you now," Loki shouted angrily. Loki was furious at this point. After snatching the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D., he took the Mind Scepter, the Tesseract, and a large group of researchers to an abandoned factory. In order to achieve his goals, Loki needs to find a way to activate the power in the Tesseract. To put it simply, it means developing a device through which the powerful power in the Tesseract can be activated to open a cosmic portal. Once the cosmic portal is opened, the Chidori can come from distant planets to invade the Earth in batches. When the Earth was completely occupied, he became king. This is why Loki came to Earth to snatch the Tesseract. He wants to become the master, the king of the Earth, but he never expected it. When the technicians were studying the device, he just traveled to the Chidori planet as a soul to discuss the plan to invade the Earth with the Chidori. When the soul comes back, MD, things are missing? The Tesseract and the Psychic Scepter are both gone? The most important thing is that the person who took them left a note very arrogantly. This is a provocation. A naked provocation? Supreme Mage, right? Okay, when I find you, I will make you pay the price. I will stab you through the chest with my knife, cut you into pieces. Loki growled angrily. No, what kind of person is this person? How dare you call yourself the Supreme Mage in front of his 9th term First Mage? What happened? Dr. Selvig was angry and couldn't help asking. When Loki broke into S.H.I.E.L.D before, he not only took away the Tesseract, but also used the Mind Scepter to control the consciousness of Dr. Selvig and S.H.I.E.L.D Agent Hawkeye and others, allowing them to research the device to activate the Tesseract for him. Just now when Dr. Selvig was researching, the Tesseract suddenly disappeared. Not knowing what happened, Dr. Selvig asked. Loki didn't explain, because he was now red and warm. He just took out the crumpled note and asked Dr. Selvig, where is this address? Loki is an Asgardian and rarely comes to Earth, so it's normal that he doesn't understand Earth. Dr. Selvig opened the note and glanced at the address above, and quickly gave an answer. It's not far from here. Do you want to go here? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now, tell me the coordinates immediately. Immediately. Loki rage. Dr. Selvig was startled. He quickly took out his mobile phone to search the map, and soon gave the coordinates. After hearing the exact coordinates, Loki disappeared. When he reappeared, Loki was already outside an apartment building. Glancing at the apartment address he confirmed. The address is correct, the damn Supreme Mage is inside. I learned that the Supreme Master lived here. Loki gritted his teeth and muttered, I found you? Supreme Mage, you are finished. He was about to break down the door. At this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There was a familiar force approaching him. Loki's expression changed and he quickly turned around. He found a bright thing, like a shooting star, heading towards him. That thing is. Snap. There was no precaution at all, and he didn't even wait for Loki to react. A hammer hit Loki without warning. At that point Loki was face down. He fell straight to the ground. On his back lay a large hammer that gleamed in the dark. It was his brother Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer? Loki. Is it so accurate? What the hell? Loki felt short of breath and vomited out a mouthful of old blood. He wanted to get up, but the weight of Thor's hammer on his back made it hard for him to breathe. Thor, he yelled. The next second Thor appeared in front of him. Oh, my brother, long time no see. I'm sorry to see you in this way. How are you now? Thor showed a strong smile. Loki. Almost? He was almost able to kill that Mage Supreme with his own hands. But he never expected to die before leaving the army. Before he could even walk through the door, he was knocked down by Thor's hammer. At this time, Loki's anger level is full. Thor, can you take that damn hammer back? Loki yelled. Thor shook his head and said casually, in order to prevent you from escaping, I think this is better. Shit. Loki, who was being suppressed, blushed angrily and couldn't help but curse. Seeing Loki so angry made Thor feel so happy. He really understands his younger brother. I thought I would encounter some trouble when I came to look for him this time, but I didn't expect it to be solved so easily. Looking at Loki who was unable to move, Thor asked, where is the Tesseract Loki? Loki became even more angry when he heard the words Tesseract. But it was also at this time that Loki calmed down. He knew exactly how to deal with his brother. This stupid big guy, he won't give in if he uses force. So in order to escape, Loki acted weak. I'm also looking for the Tesseract, Loki said. Also looking? Have you lost the Tesseract? Thor asked. A man who calls himself the Supreme Mage stole the Tesseract and my scepter. If you had come a little later, I would have found him. Loki said, with helplessness and anger in his tone. Although the expression on Loki's face was sincere at this time, Thor didn't believe his lies at all. Do you think I would believe you, Loki? Thor said. His younger brother is known as the god of trickery. Thor has deceived himself so many times since he was a child that he has lost count. He can tolerate some small things. But thinking about what Loki did to him when he was exiled to Earth by his father, Thor couldn't bear it at all. Do you think I will be fooled by you again? I even thought you were dead before, but I didn't expect that you are not only alive and well, but also present on the Earth. Thor said angrily. When Thor was exiled to Earth, he was deprived of all abilities by his father Odin. His good brother not only nearly caused his death on Earth, but also led the giants of Jotunheim to invade Asgard. Although his brother later joined him in taking down the giants of Jotunheim. But half of Asgard was destroyed as a result, and even the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed. In the end, Loki also fell off the broken Rainbow Bridge and disappeared without a trace. He once thought that Loki would die after falling from the Rainbow Bridge. Unexpectedly, Loki not only lived well, but also traveled to the Earth to make trouble. After his father Odin found out, He used great power to teleport him to Earth, just to let him bring back Loki and the Tesseract. Now Loki says that the Tesseract was snatched away by some supreme mage? Have the Tesseract and the Psychic Scepter in hand. Loki, the 9th term #1 mage, couldn't defeat that supreme mage and had his things taken away. Having been lied to so many times, Thor now doesn't believe anything he says. Loki, my father and I both thought you were dead. My father even asked everyone in Asgard to mourn you. As a result, you are not only alive but also present on Earth. You really don't stop at all. Thor complained. When mentioning this matter, Loki seemed to remember something and asked, he told you my life experience, right? I said it. But so what? We were all raised by him. Thor said. It seems that Thor doesn't care at all that he is the son of the king of giants of Jotunheim. This is also true. Loki knew very well that his brother valued fraternity. Thinking of this, Loki played the emotional card. I know, my brother. Just because we are brothers, I didn't lie to you. The Tesseract has really been taken away. You put the hammer away, and I will take you to find the Tesseract. Perhaps it was the word brother that touched Thor. Thor finally chose to believe it. He removed the hammer from Loki's back. Loki finally regained his life. He moved his limbs, and Thor beside him spoke, take me to the Tesseract. I hope you didn't lie to me this time. I won't lie to you this time. Loki said. On the surface, he showed a harmless look, but in fact, he already had his own little plan in mind. He was preparing to take Thor with him to the Supreme Mage's house to settle accounts. At this moment, only a roar was heard, Hulk. The next second, a huge green creature rushed out. Before Loki and Thor could react, Hulk grabbed his foot. He was thrown to the ground like a piece of clothing and started a series of smashings. Loki, no, what the hell is this? Why did it suddenly come out? And, Thor is right next to him? Why don't you hit him? Why? Snap, 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 snap. The sound of hitting the ground kept ringing in the silent night sky. For a moment Thor was stunned. He just stood aside quietly, watching his brother Loki being hit by the leg by the green giant who suddenly rushed out and smashed him to the ground. The expressions on his face are quite rich. It wasn't until the green giant stopped that Thor came back to his senses. Looking at his brother lying in the smashed hole, Thor couldn't help but ask, Loki, are you okay? Loki didn't answer, obviously confused. Upon seeing this, Thor continued to ask with concern, although you were hit 56 times just now, you will be fine, right? Only then did Loki finally react. Thor, you just stood there and looked at your own brother like this? He was hit 56 times. Loki asked angrily. Thor spread his hands and replied helplessly, it was too sudden, I didn't react. Although his answer was very reasonable, the smile that inadvertently raised at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Thor didn't react at all, he just didn't intend to help. Thor, Loki yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, Hulk on the side also shouted, Hulk. For a moment, Loki fell silent. He looked up at Hulk who was staring at him eagerly. Loki's eyes became extremely clear. Seeing this, Thor finally couldn't help but reveal his true nature, and responded with gloating, Loki, I have never seen you so well behaved. Loki. He really couldn't understand. Thor was obviously standing next to him, and he was much bigger than him. Why did this giant come up and hit himself instead of Thor without saying a word? This isn't fair. Of course, Loki couldn't think too much at this point. Because the Hulk is standing next to him and staring at him. Loki didn't dare to speak, let alone look at Hulk. He could only stare in horror and lie peacefully on the ground. After watching the fun, Thor finally remembered to ask about the origin of the green giant in front of him. Who are you and why are you here? Thor asked, holding the hammer in his hand tightly. Before Hulk could answer, a woman wearing a black tights came out and answered for him. His name is Hulk, and he is a member of the Avengers. Thor frowned and looked at the woman and asked, who are you? My name is Natasha Romanoff. Your brother Loki stole the Tesseract from Shield. He needs to hand it over. Natasha Romanoff said. Shield. Thor had seen it before when he came to Earth, so he had heard about it. Hearing that she also came for the Tesseract, Thor frowned and immediately retorted, there is no way I will let you bring the Tesseract back to S.H.I.E.L.D. After speaking, Thor's eyes became sharp. Seemingly sensing Thor's hostility, Hulk also became angry. Hulk. Hulk yelled, looking directly into Thor's eyes. Are you two together? Very good. I just want to try this big guy's strength. Thor said. After saying this, Thor launched the first attack, throwing Thor's hammer at Hulk. Hulk didn't escape and was hit hard on the head. Hulk shook his dazed head, and when he woke up, Hulk became even angrier. Hulk. He roared angrily and punched Thor with his fist. Boom! This punch directly knocked Thor away. After Thor landed on the ground, Hulk rushed over and stepped on him. Without giving Thor a chance to react, Hulk smashed Thor in the face. Punch after punch, Thor was stunned. Fortunately, Thor summoned Thor's hammer. The huge force of Thor's hammer smashed Hulk away, and then Thor finally regained his strength. Thor sobered up a lot after being beaten, and he seemed to realize that the green giant in front of him was quite powerful. But before he could think about it, Hulk rushed over and the two of them fought again. The scene became quite chaotic for a while. And chaos is exactly what Loki wants to see. Spotting Thor and Hulk fighting, Loki knew his opportunity had come. He stopped pretending to be dead and climbed up from the hole in the ground. He planned to take this opportunity to go to that Supreme Mage's house to snatch back the Tesseract. At this moment Natasha Romanoff stopped him. You want to run away? Stupid mortal, do you think you can stop me? Loki shouted angrily. He conjured up a knife and started fighting with Natasha Romanoff. It's obvious that Natasha Romanoff is no match for Loki. Fortunately, Loki didn't seem to want to tangle with her anymore, so he didn't hurt her. After breaking free from her entanglement, he rushed directly into the apartment. Natasha Romanoff wanted to stop him, but Loki had already broken in. Just when Natasha Romanoff was about to chase Loki in, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Why does this apartment that Loki entered look familiar? Natasha Romanoff was a little unsure and stepped back to look at the house number. Good guy, isn't this Luo Bai's house? For a moment Natasha Romanoff was silent. Right now, a black car sped over and stopped on the side of the road. Soon, Nick Fury and Captain America walked out. As soon as the two came out, they saw Hulk and Thor fighting, and the fight was a chaos. Knowing he couldn't be stopped, Nick Fury approached Natasha Romanoff to learn about the situation. Natasha Romanoff, what's going on now? Nick Fury asked. Only then did Natasha Romanoff notice Nick Fury and Captain America. When I arrived with Dr. Banner, I saw Thor and Loki. There was some incident just now, and Hulk and Thor got into a fight. Natasha Romanoff explained. Nick Fury glanced around and asked, where's Loki? Why didn't you see him? He went in, Natasha Romanoff said. Got in? Nick Fury asked in confusion, where did he go in? Natasha Romanoff pointed to the apartment in front and replied seriously, enter Luo Bai's house. Nick Fury glanced at this familiar place and fell silent for a moment. Captain America was a little confused when the two of them suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Who is Luo Bai? Captain America asked. A very strong mage. Natasha Romanoff answered. Mage. Captain America's expression was a bit incredulous. Natasha Romanoff nodded and responded, yes. Can he take care of Loki? Do we need to go in and help? Captain America continued to ask. Natasha Romanoff thought for a moment and replied seriously, I don't think I'll need help. I can only mourn for Loki now. Tell me, where are you going? Go to Luo Bai's house? Aren't you looking for someone to kill someone? Wish yourself luck. Natasha Romanoff thought to herself and sighed. At this time, Luo Bai apartment. Luo Bai, Stark, and Polaris were sitting on the sofa chatting. There's so much noise outside, don't we really need to go out and take a look? Stark asked worriedly, looking towards the door from time to time. No, they will all come in the end anyway. After all, the Tesseract is with me. Luo Bai responded calmly. But now Hulk is here too. You know, Hulk gets out of control when he fights. Stark said nervously. As soon as the words fell, a bang sound was heard. The door was knocked open. The next second, Loki appeared in front of everyone like this. Seeing Loki appear, Polaris immediately became alert. She stood up and stared angrily at Loki. Besides Stark, he was also alert. Loki obviously also noticed the three people in the room. After scanning around, he shouted angrily, where is the Supreme Mage? Luo Bai responded calmly, I am. In an instant, Loki returned his gaze to Luo Bai, thinking of the bullying I suffered along the way. First he was robbed of the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter, then he was hit with a hammer by Thor on the way here, and then he was hit hard 56 times by Hulk. For a moment, all Loki's anger and grievances surged into his heart. You are the Supreme Mage? Okay, stupid mortal, how dare you challenge the god of Asgard? I am? God? I must. Loki roared while conjuring two knives to attack Luo Bai fiercely. But before Loki could finish his words, he entered the portal in the next second, enjoying the free fall. Loki, TM. Obviously, Loki didn't take the so-called Supreme Mage seriously at all at first. In his opinion, it is more than enough for him to single out a human mage. But before he could finish pretending, the next second the person was gone. Tell me, what a good mage. Why do you have to play close combat? Luo Bai shook his head and couldn't help complaining in his heart. Just as he was thinking about it, Polaris beside him asked, Master Luo Bai, where has he gone? Luo Bai replied calmly, it's in free fall. Free fall? Hearing these four words, the expression on Polaris' face changed obviously. After all, she had experienced free fall before, and Wong had used it on her before. Although she only fell for a few minutes, it was a purposeless free fall in endless darkness. It's true, top-level torture. That experience was so tortured that Polaris didn't want to think about it anymore, so she fell silent. But Stark was so shocked that he couldn't calm down. He was shocked not because Luo Bai opened the portal, but because Luo Bai just said that he was the Supreme Mage. Wait, Luo Bai, are you the Sorcerer Supreme? Stark asked. Luo Bai nodded and gave an affirmative answer, yes, Stark. Fortunately, he always thought that the Supreme Mage and Luo Bai were two people, but he didn't expect that they were one person. Then why didn't you tell me that you were the Sorcerer Supreme? Stark couldn't help but ask. Luo Bai replied sincerely, you didn't even ask. You said you have only learned magic for a few months, how do I know you are the Sorcerer Supreme? Stark couldn't help but complain. Luo Bai shrugged and replied with some helplessness, actually, I only became the Supreme Mage recently. It was too sudden, so I didn't have time to tell you. So you only learned magic for a few months and then became the Sorcerer Supreme, the most powerful mage on Earth? Stark asked in disbelief. Luo Bai thought for a while and replied, absolutely. Stark didn't understand. How did you do that, bro? As long as you have good talent, you also need a little bit of luck. Good talent and a little bit of luck? Stark didn't understand, but was shocked. No, a while ago you said that you were just a novice mage. In the blink of an eye you become the supreme mage? Certainly. Although Stark was a little shocked at this time, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, he doesn't understand things in the wizarding world, and he is more worried about Thor and Hulk outside the door. Okay, but the fight between Thor and Hulk is so big, are you really afraid that they will destroy your house? Stark asked. Luo Bai shook his head and replied, I'm not worried at all. With his luck, even if Country M is in ruins, his family is probably still there. Really? I don't know how long it took, but it finally became quiet outside. After a while, Nick Fury, Cap, Dr. Banner, and Natasha Romanoff walked in, along with Thor. Judging from their status at this time, it should be because they had a fight just now and all the people reached a friendly peace consensus. Otherwise, how could Thor be so calm at this time? As soon as they entered the door, they saw Stark. Nick Fury was a little strange and couldn't help but ask, Stark, why didn't you come out to help just now? You are also a member of the Avengers. Now that the Earth is in danger, you are hiding here in Luo Bai. Stark might feel better if he didn't speak. But now he not only spoke, but also came to question Stark. In an instant, Stark's anger surged up. Help? Help for what? Help you get the Tesseract back, and then let you build weapons of mass destruction to endanger the safety of the Earth. Stark said sarcastically. His words confused everyone. Tony, I don't understand what you mean. Dr. Banner asked. Stark sneered and revealed everything he knew. Do you know what Nick Fury is doing? He's using the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction on Earth. During the research process, S.H.I.E.L.D. was unable to control the power of the Tesseract, which caused the Tesseract to send a signal to the universe. That's why Loki found the location of the Tesseract and came to Earth to cause chaos. The more Stark spoke, the more excited he became. Dr. Banner was shocked when he said this. He asked in disbelief, Nick, is what Tony said true? Seeing that the situation was somewhat unfavorable to him, Nick Fury immediately retorted, the Earth is in danger now. We need certain means to protect the Earth, otherwise once the Earth is invaded, it will be invaded by Loki like it is now. The Earth is in danger. Is this why you research weapons of destruction? Stark asked. Tony, don't forget how you made your fortune. Nick Fury yelled angrily. Seeing that Nick Fury didn't refute, Dr. Banner understood everything. Nick Fury, that's not what you said when you asked Natasha Romanoff to ask me for help. Dr. Banner said. Just a few hours ago, Natasha Romanoff came over. She said that Loki had obtained the Tesseract and planned to rule the Earth, and that the Earth was now in danger. Banner actually didn't want to come because he knew he couldn't fully control Hulk yet. Worried about the safety of the Earth, Banner finally compromised. But he never expected it. Nick Fury asked him for help because he wanted to use them to take back the Tesseract and then research weapons of mass destruction. So Nick Fury is just taking advantage of them? Thinking of this, Dr. Banner became a little emotional. At this time, Thor seemed to understand the cause and effect. Use Tesseract to make weapons? Do you know how dangerous Tesseract is? By doing this, you are undoubtedly declaring war on the entire universe on behalf of the Earth. I absolutely cannot let Tesseract stay on Earth. Thor said angrily. Nick Fury snorted and asked, Declaration of war? Your brother Loki came to the Earth to rule the Earth. Isn't this a declaration of war on the Earth? It was you who studied the Tesseract and sent signals to alien civilizations, so Loki appeared. Even if Loki didn't appear, your actions would attract creatures from other planets. Stark said angrily. On the sidelines, Captain America asked, are we going to let these people from the Divine Realm take away the Tesseract? What if they use the Tesseract to make weapons? Luo Bai was used to the Avengers quarreling as soon as they got together. Listening to their quarrel made Luo Bai's head grow bigger. Seemingly seeing that his face was not looking good, Polaris on the side immediately shouted angrily, shut up, everyone, you have disturbed Master Luo Bai. After hearing the name Luo Bai, several people finally calmed down. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Luo Bai started to complain, you came to my place just to quarrel in front of me. Being reminded like this, Thor remembered that he was here to find his brother. How could I almost forget about this? Where is Loki? Thor asked. Luo Bai didn't answer, but opened the portal with his mind. As soon as the portal opened, Loki faced the ground. A pop sound appeared on the floor. The next second, Loki's roar like a pig was heard throughout the room. I just free-falled? For 70 minutes. Loki was furious. 70 minutes, nearly 70 minutes of free fall. Do you know how he survived this period? The more he thought about it, the angrier Loki became. He got up from the ground, glared at Luo Bai and yelled, you think you are so powerful, are you really the supreme mage? You are a second-rate amateur mage. Loki shouted while clenching his swords and attacking Luo Bai fiercely. Luo Bai closed his eyes, and the mirror dimension opened. As the dimension opens, the surrounding scene is completely changed in the next second. The villa became 10,000 meters high in the sky, and everyone stood on a suspended stone platform. The surrounding houses and various buildings are rotating in a spiral. The scene in front of me is majestic and majestic. Before Loki could get close, Luo Bai moved the stone platform in front of him, and the stone platform disappeared. Ah! There was a sad cry. Loki stepped on the air and fell face first to the ground from a height of 10,000 meters. Loki was falling fast, very fast. That speed is comparable to riding a jumping machine. But in the blink of an eye, he was about to fall face first to the ground. Fortunately, at the last second, he stopped. Stopped at the original position. It's just lying face to the ground, lying in midair. In front of him stood Luo Bai. Can you be more honest now, Loki? Loki asked. Loki's front feet had just been locked into the portal and fell freely for 70 minutes. The back foot experienced another experience of jumping off a building at an altitude of 10,000 meters. How could he come down now? Is that all you know? Loki roared. Okay, I admit that I was a bit gentle before. Luo Bai sighed helplessly. As soon as he closed his eyes, Loki started the continuous jumping machine experience. He kept falling rapidly from high altitude, and then stopped when he was about to land on the ground. Before he could take a breath, he fell again in the next second. So after going back and forth nearly 10 times, several members of the Avengers were stunned. They saw Loki flash before their eyes, appearing quickly and then disappearing again, accompanied by Loki shouting again and again, "Ah, shit, ah." To be honest, I don't know if Loki is scared or not, but the people watching were quite scared. I rode on a jumping machine once when I was very young, but I have never been on a jumping machine with a height of 10,000 meters. I doubt that I could have a heart attack if I did it a few more times. Polaris couldn't help complaining. Thor, is he really your brother? Why do you look so happy now? Nick Fury asked. He looked at Thor in disbelief. At this time, Thor had no intention of helping at all, and instead felt a little gloating about his misfortune. This makes Nick Fury feel weird. Your brother is like this, but you can still laugh even if you don't help? Just as he was thinking about it, the next second he heard Thor's cheerful response, "We are cousins." In fact, he was adopted. I can't even hide the smile on my face. If we're not brothers, can we just ignore him like this? Natasha Romanoff asked. You don't know, he actually always wanted to kill me. When we were 8 years old, he turned into a snake. When I picked up the snake, he changed back and stabbed me. Things like this still happened more than once, Thor complained. After listening to Thor's story, everyone was stunned. Oh, that's really terrible. No wonder you are so happy now. Dr. Banner sighed in shock. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki's roar came to his ears, "Thor, help me. Hey, right away." Thor responded, and then continued chatting with the Avengers. To be honest, I hope this time can last longer. I like the way he looks now. I even want to record it. Tony said very enthusiastically, "Do you need my help? I can take pictures with my suit. It would be great if it could." Thor said happily. Then he shouted to Loki, who was experiencing the jumping machine, "Loki, smile. Loki, G." Thor knew that Luo Bai had no murderous intentions, and at most he was trying to scare Loki, so he didn't bother to care and enjoyed it. But small talk is small talk, and Thor is quite curious about Luo Bai at this time. He glanced at the mirror space around him, and finally set his sights on Luo Bai. "Are there wizards on Earth now?" Thor asked. "The correct term is secret magician," Luo Bai corrected. Thor nodded and then asked, "Okay, wizard. My brother Loki said before that his tesseract was taken away by you, right?" "Yes." Luo Bai nodded. "I came to you to get the tesseract. You should know that it is dangerous to take things and leave them on the earth. I must bring him back to Asgard." Thor explained his purpose straight to the point. Luo Bai knew his purpose very well, so he said, "Son of Odin, God of Thunder. Thor Odinson. I know your purpose, but you have to wait for the time being." After speaking, he looked at Nick Fury. "Nick Fury, you are also here for the tesseract, right?" Luo Bai asked. Nick Fury was stunned. At this time, his eyes flickered a bit, and it was obvious that he was a little panicked. He knew that the probability of bringing the tesseract back to S.H.I.E.L.D was slim, so he quickly explained, "I am indeed here for the tesseract, but I am just worried that Loki will use the tesseract to cause harm to the Earth, and I have no other intentions." Luo Bai smiled and then asked, "Are you using tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction against me?" Nick Fury shook his head and said, "Of course not." Luo Bai didn't answer, just took out the spiritual scepter. The spiritual scepter is embedded with the original spiritual stone. As the name suggests, the Mind Stone has all the abilities related to the mind. As long as it is used properly, it can influence people's thinking, control people's consciousness and gain insight into people's thoughts. Nick Fury is the agent, who is too deep and good at hiding his thoughts. He would not tell the truth without some special means, so Luo Bai took out the spiritual scepter. As the Mind Scepter flashed brightly, Nick Fury uncontrollably spoke the truth the next second. "Of course it's not just because of you. There are mages on the Earth, there are Asgard people outside the Earth, and all kinds of dangerous creatures exist. If you powerful abilities want to destroy the Earth, what should the Earth do? S.H.I.E.L.D needs to take measures. It needs to create weapons that can kill you, so that it can't be controlled by you." After saying this, everyone was stunned. Even Nick Fury himself was confused. Why did he suddenly tell the truth? Nick Fury obviously didn't understand why he said these words, and he was still in front of Luo Bai. He was a little surprised and couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing the doubts in everyone's eyes, Nick Fury knew that he was beyond redemption. He simply said what was in his heart, "Luo Bai, I hope you think about it from my perspective. I don't have that much ability. I would worry about powerful people like you destroying the Earth. Is this wrong? As a person, is it wrong for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to want to protect the safety of mankind? You also know that your ability is not that great. Even if you use the Tesseract to create a powerful weapon, can you guarantee that it will not be taken away? Can you guarantee that you will not have evil thoughts? Luo Bai asked back. Nick Fury was speechless for a moment, as if he hadn't figured out how to retort yet. At this moment, Luo Bai spoke again. Just because you don't have that much ability, you shouldn't touch things you can't control. So what if you use the Tesseract to create weapons? Have you ever thought about it? After being snatched away, these weapons you developed to protect the Earth may become artifacts used to attack the Earth. Stark nodded and answered with great approval. Yes, that's why I closed the weapons department of Stark Industries. But Nick Fury seemed to want to refute something. At this moment, Luo Bai interrupted him. Nick Fury, you question and fear mages. But you never know what mages face? Your behavior this time made me feel disgusted. So I decided to let you face the life of a mage personally and face the enemies that mages face. After Luo Bai finished speaking, he opened the portal with his mind. Before Nick Fury could react, he was teleported away. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Where is Nick Fury? Natasha Romanoff asked. I let him experience the life of a mage. I believe he will be very happy facing those enemies. Luo Bai replied. To face the mage's enemies? Damn it! The mage is so powerful. How powerful is the mage's enemy? It's unimaginable? Natasha Romanoff was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, then can he still come back? Luo Bai thought for a while and replied, it depends on his luck. For thousands of years, the Ancient One and the mages on the Earth continue to fight against the dark forces in order to protect the Earth, and they sacrifice their souls and even their lives. The mages are shouldering the burden to protect the Earth, but now Nick Fury has begun to question the mages and research weapons to suppress the mages' strength. Luo Bai couldn't accept it, so he asked Nick Fury to face the darkness. After settling Nick Fury's matter, Luo Bai looked at Thor. Okay, Thor. Now let's talk about your brother. Luo Bai said. As soon as he finished speaking, he had a thought. Loki fell face first to the ground in front of everyone. Thor, you said you were going to help me, but just now I experienced nearly 40 minutes of free fall. Loki roared. Thor smiled and said, I understand, Loki. It's just that the situation is more complicated now. I have to get the Tesseract back before I can take care of you. Loki? Thor. Loki yelled angrily, the sound deafening. This caused Thor to frown, cover his ears with one hand and gloat. Loki, I still like to watch you fall freely. You were very quiet at that time. Maybe it was because of 2 free falls. Although Loki was still a little angry at first, after glancing at the environment he was in, it was the mirror space that Luo Bai had expanded. Loki finally calmed down. Only then did he suddenly realize that the supreme mage in front of him might not be the second-rate amateur mage he thought, so he decided to change his strategy. Thor, aren't you here to find the Tesseract? My Tesseract was taken away by him, Loki said, looking at Luo Bai. Thor already knew about this at this time, so he responded indifferently. I know, he admitted that he took the Tesseract. Seeing how casual he was, Loki immediately said seriously, you have to get the Tesseract back, you know how dangerous that thing is. Loki's words were righteous and full of justice. If you don't know this, you would think that the person who originally planned to use the Tesseract to rule the Earth was Luo Bai. Fortunately, after being fooled many times, Thor became wiser. He knew that Loki planned to use him to fight Luo Bai and then take advantage of the chaos to take the Tesseract. So Thor answered very seriously, of course I know I want to get the Tesseract back, but before that I have to make sure you can't move. Loki was stunned. He looked at Thor in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his brother had become smarter. Of course, this is just what he thinks. He would definitely not say that on the surface. So he looked at Thor with a very sincere look and asked, I'm your brother, don't you even believe me? Thor seemed a little touched when the word brother was mentioned. Immediately afterwards, Loki spoke again, Thor. He now holds the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter, and has locked us into the space he created. Our current situation is very dangerous. He obviously does not want to hand over the Tesseract. Come out. His stirring up trouble was successful. Perhaps thinking that Nick Fury was using the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction, something was obviously wrong with the expression on Thor's face at this time. Loki knew his brother very well. Seeing that Thor's expression was a little shaken, he continued to fan the flames. I admit, I did want to invade the Earth with the Tesseract before. But Loki originally planned to use his sharp tongue to persuade Thor with emotion and reason. Let Thor and Luo Bai fight first. Unexpectedly, as he was talking, he suddenly spoke the truth uncontrollably. But I can't believe it, Thor, you have become smarter? No, this shouldn't be. You're not. Are you simple-minded and strong-armed? You should rush forward with your little hammer and hit this damn mage. When you fight hard, I will run away with the Tesseract. After finishing speaking, both Loki and Thor were stunned. Thor, who was originally a little moved, now looked at Loki with kind and friendly eyes. What did you just say, Loki? Thor said in disbelief. Loki originally wanted to say, that's not what I meant. The next second, he couldn't control himself and said the truth, isn't it? You go around with your hammer every day to hit people and show off your hammer. Are you the god of hammers? Loki. Thor. It was then that Loki finally realized something was wrong. He turned his head and looked at Luo Bai. At this time, Luo Bai was holding the spiritual scepter in his hand, and the scepter was still shining. Now Loki finally understood why. The reason I was able to speak my mind just now was because of the spiritual scepter? Loki, although you have made many mistakes, I have always regarded you as my good brother. I didn't expect that in your heart I was just the god of hammers. Thor said sadly. Although Loki knew that he shouldn't say anything now, he couldn't control where the mind scepter moved. The next second, Loki blurted out, Thor, of course I regard you as my brother. But this does not affect the fact that you have a simple mind but well-developed limbs. Loki. Before Loki could quibble. The next second, Thor asked Luo Bai, is there a way to make him quieter? Luo Bai nodded and responded, of course. Loki panicked and said quickly, no, no, no. Thor, we are brothers? You can't help outsiders. At this point, he realized something was wrong. He wants to run. But the next second, the levitating cloak rushed towards Loki. Before he could react, he was beaten by the levitating cloak and then tied up and kneeling on the ground. I can't believe I got beat up by a tattered cloak, Loki said in disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, the levitating cloak struck Loki again in the face. Loki was angry, you damn, broken cloak. Just like that, Loki fought with the levitation cloak. Looking at Loki wrapped in the cloak of levitation, Luo Bai replied seriously, okay, he should be able to be quiet for a while now. At this time, Thor was obviously a little frustrated and said helplessly, I can't believe that my own brother would evaluate me like this. Dr. Banner on the side quickly comforted, I understand you, Thor. Thor shook his head and said, no, you don't understand. I have always regarded him as my younger brother. Stark, He only recently discovered that he was adopted, and it is normal to have some emotions. Thor said, it can be seen that everyone feels helpless that Thor has such a younger brother. Of course, it is helpless. Thor has not forgotten the purpose of his coming to Earth. Okay, Luo Bai, the things you should solve have been solved. Should you give me the Tesseract now? I just want to go back to Asgard. Thor said helplessly. It's not impossible to give the Tesseract to Thor. After all, with Luo Bai's luck, even if he gave it away, the Tesseract would most likely come back to him. So he doesn't care much about this matter. What he cares more about is, I can hand over the Tesseract to Asgard. But, should Asgard give the Earth an explanation for Loki's invasion of the Earth? The Ancient One has been the Supreme Mage for many years and has gained a certain authority in the multi-universe. So the Ancient One might be able to ignore Loki's invasion of Earth. But Luo Bai can't. Loki came to make trouble as soon as he took office. He must ask for an explanation. After all, Loki's invasion of Earth is not his fault. Thanos and the people on the Chitauri planet are watching this matter. If Luo Bai didn't have an attitude, the two sides would probably start moving, so he had to ask for an explanation. It's just that Thor obviously doesn't quite understand what this means. Explain? What do you mean? Thor asked. Luo Bai knew that talking to him was useless, so he said, speaking of which, I really should visit the God King. Aren't you going to Asgard? Let me go with you. Luo Bai is going to Asgard too. Thor was obviously stunned for a moment after hearing this. After all, not everyone can go to Asgard. What's more, Thor doesn't know Luo Bai yet, and he doesn't even know his identity. So Thor would definitely not rashly agree to take him to Asgard. What are you doing in Asgard? Although it is indeed wrong for Loki to invade Earth, my father will judge him. Thor said. Luo Bai didn't answer, he just closed the mirror space. Soon everyone returned to the room. At this time Luo Bai opened the portal. Behind the door, it's obviously Asgard. Asgard and the Earth are not in the same dimension, and even Thor needs the help of the Rainbow Bridge or the power of Odin to achieve interdimensional teleportation. Now Luo Bai opened a door directly to Asgard, which surprised Thor. You wizard, you have something. But are you sure you want to go to Asgard with me? If my father takes the blame, I can't protect you, Thor said seriously. Of course Luo Bai knew the consequences of entering Asgard now, but what should he be afraid of if he has a reputation? Thinking of this, Luo Bai calmly replied, let's go. Thor didn't say anything more. He just pointed at Loki who was fighting with the cloak and asked, why don't you take your cloak back first? The levitating cloak will act according to the owner's wishes. So soon, the suspension cloak was taken back. Once the levitation cloak was retracted, Loki couldn't hold it in any longer. I fought with a broken cloak for nearly 10 minutes. Loki roared. The Hulk hit him, but he endured it. He endured being hit by Thor's hammer. He endured the free fall for more than 2 hours. In the end, he actually fought with a broken cloak for 10 minutes. Loki is going to be so angry that he's going numb. Ignoring his anger, Thor picked him up like a chicken. Loki, if it weren't for the fact that you have been miserable recently, I can understand that you are in a bad mood, and I really want to beat you up. Thor said sincerely. Loki, okay, let's go back to Asgard. Thor said, carrying Loki and walking towards Asgard. Loki really didn't want to go back to Asgard, so he was very resistant. Where is your Tesseract? Why are you going back to Asgard if you don't even have the Tesseract? Loki yelled. The next second, he saw Luo Bai also walking through the portal. Loki was confused and asked, he is going to Asgard too. That's right. So you don't have to worry. The Tesseract is in Asgard now, Thor reminded friendly. Loki, he is not willing to give in? Not willing to give in? He originally wanted to use the Tesseract to open the portal and let the Chitauri invade the Earth and help him rule the Earth as king. As a result, the plan failed before it even started. He was even taken back to Asgard. Loki wasn't willing to give in, but if he didn't give in anymore, there was nothing he could do. As the portal was closed, everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. As soon as Thor returned to Asgard, his friends came up to him. "Hey, Thor. You're back. Go and tell my father immediately that I have brought the Tesseract and Loki back." Thor shouted. Someone soon answered, "The God King is already waiting for you in the main hall." Thor seemed to relax because he returned home, and he looked at Luo Bai behind him. At this time Luo Bai was observing everything around him. Speaking of which, this was his first time in Asgard. Although he had seen Asgard in videos countless times, the experience of seeing it in person was different. Whether in terms of technology or in every aspect, Asgard is much more advanced than Earth. Every building here reveals grandeur and majesty, giving people a sense of shock as it reaches the sky. Compared to Karma-Taj, Asgard is really much more impressive. This made Luo Bai wonder whether Kamal-Taj should be renovated. You'd better follow closely, you are not a citizen of Asgard. If you lose track, you will probably be caught as an intruder. Just as he was thinking about it, Thor spoke. He was giving Luo Bai a friendly reminder. Luo Bai naturally knew this. Considering that he couldn't leave the Earth for too long, he said, "Let's go, take me to see the God King." Thor said nothing more. Carry Loki to the main hall of Asgard. At this time, above the Asgard hall, the old God King Odin is sitting on the throne in the center. Next to him are the warriors of Asgard. Seeing Thor bringing Loki back, a group of guards immediately stepped forward and took Loki into custody. "Father, I brought Loki back," Thor shouted. Odin did not reply, but looked at Luo Bai aside. Sensing his gaze, Thor quickly explained, "Father, this is the mage from Midgard. He said he wants to see you." A mage from Earth. Before he could think about it, Luo Bai introduced himself. "I am Kama-Taj, the current Supreme Mage." Kama-Taj Odin knows. He also knew that the previous Supreme Mage, Ancient One, had just resigned, and the current Supreme Mage had just taken office. It's just that he has never seen the new Supreme Mage, and he didn't expect that Luo Bai would come to visit him now. In fact, after taking a look at the current situation, Odin had an idea. Luo Bai is here to settle accounts. Originally, it was known that Loki was using the Tesseract to cause trouble on Earth, which made Odin very angry. Now that he saw that he was personally delivered to the door by the Supreme Mage, Odin became even more angry. He is the God King? He also wants to save face, okay. His own son, albeit an adopted son, Loki. Not only did he cause trouble on the Earth, he was also caught and sent back by the Supreme Mage, the Guardian of the Earth. Where do you want him to put this face? Originally, this matter could be resolved privately. It's fine now. As soon as Luo Bai came, Odin didn't even want to solve the problem privately. Thinking of this, Odin took a deep breath and said very politely, "I know your purpose of coming, and I will give you an explanation. You can wait here first." Luo Bai nodded and stepped aside. At this point, Odin spoke, "Bring up the prisoner Loki." As he finished speaking, Loki was escorted up. At this time, Loki was already full of anger, and he knew that he was not Odin's biological son. Under the double anger, Loki would definitely be unable to speak properly. He. Which scene are you acting in now? Prisoner Loki? Have you already started trying me? Loki asked. Odin took a deep breath and could still calmly ask, "Do you really not know how serious your sins are?" "Sin? Is it sinful for me to rule one of the 9 realms as a god? Didn't you do the same thing?" Loki asked. This is what Loki would say in private. Odin might not be so angry, but this is in the main hall and the Supreme Mage is there. Odin was furious when these words came out, and he angrily shouted, "Loki, you are not a god, you are the son of the king of giants of Jotunheim." Loki immediately retorted, "Then you shouldn't have picked me back up in the first place." Odin angrily shouted, "I really shouldn't have done this? I should have just watched you die." Loki shrugged and said casually, "That's just right, I don't want to live now, I just want to die." Odin, treason? I have been a majestic god king all my life, but when I got old, I was totally disgraced by my own son. Really? Odin took a deep breath and almost died of anger. Seeing the unruly and arrogant Loki in the audience, Odin was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. In fact, Odin doted on his 2 sons. Although Loki has done many wrong things, as long as he can say a few good words, Odin will imprison him for a while at most. Unexpectedly, Loki would be very harsh at this moment, with dissatisfaction written all over his face. The Supreme Mage was watching from the side, feeling that Odin, who had been disgraced, was now in a dilemma. In the end, it was Queen Frigga who spoke generally, "God King, Loki just hasn't changed his identity for the time being, let him live." Thor also quickly begged for mercy, "Father, seeing that he hasn't caused any serious trouble yet, please forgive him." This finally gave Odin a step down. "Loki, if the Queen and your brother hadn't interceded for you, you would have been sentenced to death. Take the prisoner Loki to dungeon, and he will spend the rest of his life in dungeon." Odin handed down the punishment angrily. Although Loki said nothing, the sarcastic expression on his face said it all. He is not convinced, let alone unwilling? Hurry and take him down, I don't want to see him again. Odin yelled angrily. Although on the surface Odin pretended to hope that Loki would quickly enter the dungeon. But in fact, he was just afraid that if he waited a little longer, Loki would say something treacherous. Fortunately, these guards were fast enough and even dragged Loki away. At this moment, Odin finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a traitor? He is truly a traitor? The Supreme Mage is still watching from here. If you say a few nice words, you won't be imprisoned forever. I thought you were a little clever, unlike your upright brother Thor. Unexpectedly, both of them are the same guy? How stupid? Odin was a little helpless at this time. After sighing, he looked at Thor and asked, "Where is the Tesseract?" Thor quickly responded, "Father, the Tesseract is in Luo Bai's body." Luo Bai naturally understood the meaning. He didn't say much, he just took out the Tesseract. Odin gave him a look, and soon a guard came forward to take the Tesseract away and send it to Asgard's treasure house. After all the matters were dealt with, Odin then spoke and retreated from everyone. "You all should step aside first. I want to talk to the Supreme Mage alone." Everyone bowed and left, leaving only Odin and Luo Bai in the main hall. Although Odin is holding the Eternal Spear at this time and wearing golden armor, he is sitting majestically on the throne of God. But it is not difficult to see from his white hair and tired face that the former God King is old and his days are numbered. Also, according to the plot, Odin probably won't live much longer. He will pass away before Ragnarok arrives. This reminded Luo Bai of the Ancient One. The rulers of the old era are slowly getting old or leaving, and the heroes of the new era are appearing one by one. Luo Bai, Karmataj's new Supreme Mage. I have long heard about the departure of Ancient One, and I also know about your existence. I just never had the chance to meet you in person. I didn't expect you to come here in person today. I was just thinking about it. Odin suddenly spoke. At this time, Odin's tone of voice sounded like that of an elder. Yes, after all, he is the apprentice of the Ancient One. In terms of seniority, Odin is almost the same as the Ancient One, so he can be considered the elder. Thinking of this, Luo Bai responded politely, "I didn't want to disturb the God King, but I have to come today. I understand. Loki almost caused a catastrophe by using the Tesseract. Although he is not my biological son, he was raised by me. Now that he has made a mistake, it is also my dereliction of duty. Now that I have punished Loki, I believe that this kind of thing will happen in the future. It won't happen again," Odin said calmly. He also knew that what happened this time was that Asgard was at fault first, plus Luo Bai came from Kamar-Taj and was the Supreme Mage of the Earth. For Ancient One's sake, his attitude was already very polite. Not only did he proactively admit his mistake, he also assured Luo Bai that such a thing would never happen in the future. If other people had heard this, they might have left obediently. After all, Odin is the God King and rules the order of the 9 realms, including the Earth. He is like a king, and other countries in the 9 realms basically bow to him. But the Earth is an exception, and Kamar-Taj is an exception among exceptions. The Sorcerer Supreme doesn't have to listen to Odin. Thinking of this, Luo Bai responded with a smile, "It can be seen that you, the God King, love Loki very much. If other Asgard people do this, it should not be as simple as being thrown into dungeon." Odin was stunned. After a moment, he frowned and asked, "Are you questioning my decision?" Luo Bai was not in a hurry and responded with a smile, "Loki united with the Chitauri army and used the Tesseract to invade the Earth. If I hadn't stopped the planet war, it would have started on the Earth. Kamar-Taj's attitude towards the Earth invaders must be amazing. The king knows that I am sending Loki and the Tesseract back now because I believe that the God King can make a just decision. In fact, I could have handled this matter myself and dealt with Loki as an alien invader. This statement is too threatening." That made Odin angry. He held the Eternal Spear tightly, slammed it on the ground and shouted angrily, "Luo Bai, do you know that the person standing in front of you is the father of the gods and the king of the gods?" The moment he finished speaking, a strong pressure rushed towards Luo Bai. This is the energy emitted by the Eternal Spear, which is combined with Odin's divine power. He was trying to intimidate Luo Bai, but Luo Bai didn't panic at all. His face darkened and he said seriously, "But I am the Supreme Mage, and it is my duty to protect the Earth." The next second, huge amounts of energy burst out from Luo Bai's body. The collision of this energy with the energy burst out from the Eternal Spear immediately caused huge amounts of shock, and the entire temple could not help but tremble. At this moment, Odin noticed something was wrong. Although he doesn't care much about Kamar-Taj and the affairs of the mage world, he still knows about some of the more powerful mage in the mage world. For example, Ancient One, Merlin, Agamotto, etc. are all famous big shots in the wizarding world. As for Luo Bai, he had indeed never heard of this person before. "I only heard about the appearance of this mage when the Supreme Mage was replaced, and he was the successor appointed by the Ancient One." Originally, Odin thought that a mage who suddenly appeared like this would be at most about the same strength as his son Thor. But that moment just now made Odin completely confused. Luo Bai's strength can defeat 10 Thors. No, Ancient One, where did she find such a genius? As a human being, it looks like the file size of a human just coming of age. He actually has such strong strength. His magic talent is incredible. The most important thing is that this guy has a stable mentality. In the face of his pressure, he was neither humble nor overbearing, nor impatient. Although he may still have some youthful recklessness, he is much better than his 2 sons. No, this is unfair. Why are his 2 sons more reckless and more troublemaking than the other? A random heir the Ancient One found could be so good? After all, I am a god king. My genes are not better than human genes. Me? Thinking of this, Odin became even more angry. Comparing people to each other really makes dead man angry? To be honest, my head is getting big when I think about my two sons Odin. Especially after seeing Luo Bai, his head became even bigger. After all, his two sons have lived for such a long time, so why don't they understand how to write the word steady at all? One of them goes around with a hammer to bluff people every day, and will stop eating without a hammer. A man who stares at the throne every day and always wants to prove his strength is okay, so he stabs his brother. Ouch, my heart hurts. I'm so angry, my head is buzzing. Taking a deep breath, Odin finally calmed down. He looked at Luo Bai again. To be honest, if Luo Bai had the temper he had when he was young, he would have taken action as soon as he said the first thing he said. He is the God King? To be questioned by such a junior. But there is no way, he is too old now. In addition, Ragnarok will come in a few years. If he touches Luo Bai now, it will be equivalent to making enemies with the wizard world. He is a dying person who will be gone soon, and then it will be Thor who faces the wizarding world. Thor still needs to grow, and with his strength he will not be able to fight against the wizarding world in a few years. Besides, it was Loki's fault in the first place, and he still kept an open mind towards Loki. Odin had to serve his old age. At this moment, he can no longer be as impulsive as when he was young. He must leave a way out for Thor. Thinking of this, Odin said helplessly, Loki is not bad by nature. He just found it difficult to accept his life experience and was anxious to prove himself, so he committed a crime. After all, it was because he was getting older that the once arrogant God King had learned to be calm. He planned to make things right, so he continued, I know that you are the apprentice of the Ancient One. Although Asgard and Karmatage have not had contact with each other for a long time, I had a pretty good relationship with her before that. I should give you a big gift when you first ascend to the position of Supreme Mage. On the surface, Odin said he was sending a gift, but actually he wanted to use the treasure to make things better. This was already his biggest concession, and Luo Bai naturally knew it. Although it was indeed Loki's fault. However, Luo Bai also stopped him and took away the spiritual scepter, which was considered a little benefit. Now Odin also said that he would give him a treasure, and his attitude was not bad. As a human being, you can accept it when it's good. There is no need to do things without leaving any way out. Thinking of this, Luo Bai was also convinced. Then thank you God King. Luo Bai said. Odin nodded, then stood up and said, I know you have many magic weapons in Karma, but I also have many magic weapons in Asgard. I will take you to the Asgard treasure house to take a look. Except for the Tesseract, you can take whatever you like. Bar. Odin once fought on the battlefield and made great achievements in the 9 realms with a lot of trophies. There were so many trophies that he could hardly remember them all, so that now he had no idea what to give to Luo Bai. Simply let him choose. But for Luo Bai, there really weren't many things he wanted besides the Tesseract. Mainly because the treasures Luo Bai has now are too powerful, not to mention there are a lot of treasures in Kamatage. He himself also has the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone and the Mind Scepter. Among Asgard's treasures, there aren't many that can defeat these 3 things. This gave Luo Bai a headache. What are you standing there for? Seeing that he never responded or followed him, Odin couldn't help but ask. He paused the eternal spear on the ground, as if to remind Luo Bai. At this time, Luo Bai seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, except for the Tesseract, can I really take away what I like? Odin frowned and couldn't help but think. I am the king of gods, can I still lie to you? Besides, God King, why do you think I am so stingy? I haven't rewarded any of those warriors with great achievements in battle, and I have no shortage of them? Thinking of this, Odin responded impatiently, of course. Seeing that he was so impatient, Luo Bai stopped being tactful and pointed at the eternal spear in Odin's hand and said, then let's take this. Odin was visibly stunned. No, you kid actually came up with the idea of my weapon, you are really brave. Thinking of this, Odin's face darkened and he asked, do you know what this is? I know, so I'm afraid you won't be able to let go. Luo Bai responded with a smile. The Eternal Spear, whose real name is Gangnir. Legend has it that the Eternal Spear was built by the dwarfs at Odin's request. Not only is this gun extremely sharp and capable of penetrating any armor, it is also a surefire weapon, which means that once it is aimed at the enemy, it is impossible to escape. It goes without saying how powerful this weapon is. The fact that Odin was able to take it to conquer the 9 realms proved its strength. Although the Eternal Spear did not appear much in the original plot, it does not mean that it is not strong. It's just that Odin is no longer as good at fighting as he used to be, so the Eternal Spear stays with Odin until he grows old. It was precisely because he knew this was Odin's weapon that Luo Bai hesitated at that time. But he wouldn't let Luo Bai take away the Tesseract. Apart from the Eternal Spear, there was nothing else Luo Bai could like. But looking at Odin's expression, it was clear that he was unwilling. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled and said, I know this is your weapon, God King. I thought that since it can be favored by you, it must be good, so I took a fancy to it. Although Luo Bai was a little bolder, his words did sound nice. His words highlighted Odin's strength. It's much better than his 2 sons who only hate him. After all, Odin also wants to save face, and he is happy if he says a few nice words. Smiling, he spoke slowly, you have a good sense. It is indeed an artifact. It's just that this gun has been with me for a long time, and you can't take it away. The meaning of his words was obvious. The Eternal Spear has been an extremely powerful weapon since its birth. The tip of the gun is engraved with runes, and the handle is made of branches of the World Tree. Coupled with the power given to Odin on it, the gun becomes self-aware. Since he has self-awareness, it proves that he owns the gun. Just like most magic weapons in the universe. Once the gun recognizes its owner, it will return to the owner's hands as long as it is summoned by the owner. Most people cannot take it away at all. Even if it is taken away, the effect of this gun cannot be exerted, unless this is the owner's intention. This is why Thor did not use the Spear of Eternity even though he became the king of gods in the end, so that the gun was finally revealed after Odin died. You are a mage, and you also know that most magic weapons belong to their own owners. You'd better change it to a treasure. Odin said. Luo Bai is a relatively determined person, and once he has made his choice, he will not change it. What's more, he was protected by the goddess of luck. Thinking of this, Luo Bai replied, "Why don't you let me try?" Odin frowned, but stopped persuading and just said, "Since you want Gangnir so much, try to see if you can control it. But if Gangnir rejects you, you have no right to continue. Choose another treasure." Okay. Luo Bai agreed immediately. Odin has absolute trust in Gangnir, and he believes that it is absolutely impossible for Luo Bai to take Gangnir away. In fact, when Odin knew that his time was short, he also intended to give this gun to his two sons. Just wanted to see if they could get Gangnir's approval. But even Gangnir didn't recognize his son with his powerful bloodline and genes. A supreme mage, even the Asgard bloodline is not worthy of Gangnir. Seeing him agreeing so readily, Odin couldn't help but feel a little happy in his heart. I thought I would have to spend a treasure to send Luo Bai away today, but I didn't expect that this guy would actually take a fancy to Gangnir. Now it's better, I can let Luo Bai leave on his own without spending any treasures. It's simply not too perfect. So young people, it's better not to be too arrogant, there are many things you can't control. Thinking of this, Odin handed over the Eternal Spear and said, "The Ancient One's vision is indeed very good. You are indeed a born mage. But you are still too young after all. There are many things you." For the sake of Ancient One, he originally wanted to persuade Luo Bai as an elder to give him some advice and help him grow. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Luo Bai took the Eternal Spear. Then the gun of the Eternal Spear lit up with a golden light. Odin fell silent. Etc. Recognize? Acknowledge it? No. Recognize it? Why? Odin was stunned. Gangnir, you have gone too far. Too much. This is really too much. Gangnir, you didn't even look at my two older sons, but now you're interested in the Supreme Mage of Karmataj. In the past, we fought together in the 9 realms and fought side by side. Now you see that I will find a new owner when I get old, right? For a moment, Odin was confused. One of his eyes dilated rapidly, and he could clearly feel that Odin was very angry, with disbelief written all over his face. Although Gangnir is a weapon, he is also a comrade who has fought alongside him for thousands of years. Such a deep relationship, you can just leave. At this time, Odin's expression turned horribly pale. Seeing his anger, Luo Bai knew that it was not appropriate to stay here for a long time. Before he could recover, Luo Bai immediately said, "It seems that I can still control this gun. In that case, I will take this treasure. Thank you, God King." After Luo Bai said a portal, he left, leaving him standing alone in the temple in a mess. After a moment, Odin seemed to remember something and shouted unwillingly, "Gangnir." No response. He shouted again, "Gangnir." Still no response. Very good. So Gangnir really disliked him for being old and ran away with him like this? Odin was silent. Although he was really reluctant, as he said, the magical weapons all recognized their owners. The more powerful the magic weapon, the stronger the sense of autonomy. Gangnir recognized Luo Bai, which proved that it was not Luo Bai who wanted to leave it, but Gangnir chose Luo Bai. Odin was very angry at this time, but he had no other choice. Once a magic weapon recognizes its owner, do you still expect it to listen to you? It's just that Odin is still a little unwilling. He slowly walked to the throne and sat down, looking at the majestic temple in front of him and thinking of his youth. At that time, he was holding the Eternal Spear and riding the battle horse Renir. Every country he went to surrendered. Looking at myself now, my bravery is no longer there. It is said that the Protoss of Asgard become more powerful as they get older, in terms of strength. He should be much more powerful now than he was when he was young, but no matter how powerful he is, he can't prevent the arrival of Ragnarok and his own dying fate. If there hadn't been this damn Ragnarok, how could he be so depressed now? And it's all the fault of those gods who sit in the shadows? That's all, I can't blame anyone for all this. Gangnir's departure is inevitable, it was made from the branches of the World Tree. Yggdrasil must also know the fate of Asgard, so Gangnir needs to find a new master. Odin thought to himself. Although he was in a very sad mood at this time, he seemed to have not recovered yet. But now he has no more time to think, because he senses something is wrong. Something seems to have happened to Asgard. Loki ran away. God King, something big has happened? The prisoner Loki has escaped. Just as he was thinking about it, a guard shouted and rushed into the temple. Before Odin could speak, the guard reported, "God King, the prisoner Loki has escaped. Just now, we escorted Loki back to dungeon and found out that it was just a duplication of his. He himself is now missing." As soon as the guard finished reporting, another guard ran over and said hurriedly, "God King, it's not good. Loki attacked the team escorting the Tesseract." By the time the god of thunder arrived, Loki had already used the Tesseract to open the portal and ran away. I thought Odin would give instructions immediately, but unexpectedly Odin was silent at this time. He sat on the throne and muttered, "It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be." These people may not understand what he is mumbling, but Odin himself knows it very well. In fact, with Odin's current ability, he can completely observe every corner and every detail of Asgard. The moment Loki escapes, he can sense it and take action. But because Odin was distracted after Gangnir left, this gave Loki the opportunity to cause trouble. But that's not the point. The key is that Odin, who drank the fountain of wisdom and sacrificed one of his eyes, gained the ability to predict the future. Although his ability to predict the future is not as powerful as that contained in the Time Stone, he can directly see the future. But he can also foresee the occurrence of a certain major event, and Twilight of the Gods is the future he foresaw. But Luo Bai's appearance was suddenly not in his prediction, and the Tesseract should stay in Asgard. But Loki took the Tesseract away from Asgard again? Why? Odin couldn't understand, but now he didn't have time to think too much. You must know that just now he used Gangnir to send away Luo Bai, but at this time Loki actually took the Tesseract and wanted to cause chaos on the earth. Odin wouldn't dare think about it if Luo Bai caught him again. Can you still keep the treasures in your own treasure house? Quickly, let Thor go to the earth again. Be sure to find Loki before Luo Bai. Odin roared immediately. At this time, Kamatage. Loki and Luo Bai were staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes. I don't know how long it took before Luo Bai took the lead to say hello in a friendly manner. Hi. Loki roared. Why is it you again? Now everyone in Loki is in bad shape. To be honest, Loki was very reluctant. Almost. He was almost able to open the portal with the Tesseract, lead the Chitauri army to invade the earth and become king. But he didn't expect that a supreme mage would be killed on the way, and he would be captured directly back to Asgard. Loki was unwilling to give in, so he snatched away the Tesseract and planned to continue his plan. While evading Asgard's pursuit, he panicked and used the Tesseract to open the portal. He had only one idea in his mind at that time, and that was to go to Earth. But he never expected that as soon as the portal opened, he would appear in front of Luo Bai. Not only did he not expect it, but even Luo Bai didn't expect it. Not long after he returned from Asgard, Loki came again. But looking at Loki appearing in front of him, and the Tesseract in his hand, Luo Bai suddenly realized something. Are you here to give me the Tesseract? Luo Bai asked. Loki, no, look at my surprised look. Like I'm here to give you a Tesseract? But before he could refute, Luo Bai spoke again. Actually, you don't have to go to the trouble of going there in person. Loki realized something was wrong, took the Tesseract and wanted to teleport to the next place quickly. Luo Bai had obviously noticed his actions. Before he could react, a portal sent him away. Then, Tesseract was left alone. By the time Loki came to his senses, others had already arrived at the Asgard temple. At this time his father, Odin, was sitting in front of him. Loki. Odin roared. Loki. Me? No, I found out. Looking at the familiar temple, Odin sitting on the throne and Thor standing aside. Suddenly something dawned on Loki. You must not believe it. When I went to Earth with the Tesseract, I met Luo Bai again. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the Master Supreme. He said, hey, you are here to give the Tesseract, right? Then he took it away. My Tesseract also sent me back to Asgard. Loki shrugged and spoke helplessly. At this moment, Loki's face didn't look as rebellious as when he first appeared in the temple, but looked more helpless. Thor on the side was obviously still a little unresponsive, and asked with a confused look, so you gave the Tesseract to Luo Bai? It's not a gift, okay? I don't know why the damn Tesseract teleported me to Luo Bai. Loki roared. You think he wants to? He is just unwilling to give in and thinks that his plan has not been completed yet. He just wants to complete his plan? So he sent the Tesseract back? Well, good luck to you. Thor sighed. Then he looked at Odin. Loki looked helplessly at Odin. At this time, Odin's face was terrifyingly dark. He didn't say a word and sat on the throne. It can be seen that Odin is really angry at this moment. Not just angry like the first time, but full of rage. Loki, you disappoint me so much. Odin yelled angrily. Loki shrugged and said helplessly, I don't want to either. But you asked me to watch him become king, and I can't do it. People can only see Thor's existence, but I am obviously better than him. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor asked, so, you went to Earth specifically to give the Tesseract to Luo Bai? Loki took a deep breath and shouted, I'll say it again, I'm not going to send the Tesseract. I'm going to rule Midgard, Earth. I want to prove that I am more suitable to be king than you. But the fact is that you sent the Tesseract. Now I have to clean up the mess for you, Thor said lightly. It was visible to the naked eye that Loki had broken his defense. At this time, it was not only Loki who broke through the defense, but also Odin. I sent Gungnir out to clean up the mess for you, and I also left the Tesseract behind. You just sent the Tesseract along with you, right? I didn't even have time to call your brother to catch you, and you were sent back like this? Odin took a deep breath, and it was obvious that he was having trouble breathing at this time. At this moment Thor spoke, Father, how about I go down now and bring the Tesseract back? As soon as he finished speaking, Odin asked, do you think you can bring the Tesseract back? The first time Thor was able to bring back the Tesseract, it was because it made sense. After all, it was Loki who was causing trouble. Asgard came forward to bring back the prisoner Loki, and by the way brought back the Tesseract. Even if Luo Bai is the supreme mage, he still has to sell him face to the God King. But now, people ran away from Asgard and took the Tesseract with them. This is clearly Asgard's lax supervision. Not to mention bringing back the Tesseract, Luo Bai already gave Odin a lot of face before he came to ask for trouble. If Thor goes to Earth again at this time, he will be in big trouble. Such a simple situation, as the future heir to the throne, Thor cannot see clearly? Thinking of Luo Bai, looking at his two sons, Odin's blood pressure was high. Stupid? Reckless? You two stupid guys. Odin yelled angrily. Before the two of them could speak, Odin yelled, Loki, do you think you are smart? You have gone to Midgard, Earth, to cause trouble again and again. Do you know how I have settled the mess for you? Do you think Midgard is as weak as you think? You don't understand anything at all. And you, Thor, god of thunder, my son of Odin, as the heir of Asgard, you only fight and cause trouble every day with your hammer. Why don't you use your brain? War can solve everything? No way. Odin was really angry this time. If you scold both Loki and Thor, then one of them is fierce. Thor was stunned when he heard this. No, Dad. I didn't do anything. Thinking of this, Thor felt aggrieved and said, Father, I didn't do anything. You can't even manage your own brother. How will you manage Asgard in the future? Odin yelled angrily. Thor. No, it's my fault too. Before Thor could react, Odin roared again. Thor, take the prisoner Loki down to dungeon. If he escapes again, you will be exiled with him. Thor. Before Thor could say anything in defense, huge amounts of power erupted from Odin. In this way, both Thor and Loki were shocked out of the temple, accompanied by a loud pop sound. The door of the temple was closed. Outside the temple, Loki stood up from the ground in pain. At this moment, he no longer had any desire to rule the earth. He was more puzzled. He always felt that something was wrong with Luo Bai. Thor, do you think the mage Luo Bai is quite evil? Loki asked as he stood up. He completely didn't notice Thor's darkened face at this time. Seeing that he didn't reply, Loki raised his head. At this time, he finally noticed that something was not right about Thor's reaction. He seemed angry. Loki asked tentatively, Thor, brother. Thor showed a friendly smile and replied, I don't know if Luo Bai is evil or not, but I think you are quite evil. To be honest, if it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have such a big opinion on me. I have been for a long time. I wanted to beat you before. Brother, followed by a sad cry. Loki was beaten up by Thor and then thrown into the dungeon of Asgard. On the other side, Kamal Taj. Luo Bai looked at the tesseract in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. I knew you would come back, but I didn't expect you to come back like this. Say it or not, there is something about the goddess of luck. After saying that, he took another look at the eternal spear in his hand. I went to Asgard in the right way this time, and I gained a lot. With this in mind, Luo Bai planned to return to the temple to study the tesseract and the mind scepter first. Just as he was about to leave, Wang and Moto hurried over. Supreme Mage, are you back? Seeing him, Wang was a little surprised and greeted him quickly. Yes, I'm back. Luo Bai replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Modu hurriedly reported, just now, Wang and I felt that something was wrong with Kamatage. It seemed that someone had broken into Kamatage. I know. It was Loki who came. In order to prevent him from causing trouble in Kamatage, I sent him away, Luo Bai said. After hearing what he said, Wang and Modu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I thought something happened to Kamatage again. Wait, Supreme Mage, why does this thing in your hand look familiar? At this time, the king noticed the eternal gun held in Luo Bai's hand. The more I looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. I seem to have seen it in some book. Wang said. Luo Bai calmly replied, I should have seen it in Introduction to the Universe. Wang nodded and responded, yes. I didn't expect the Supreme Mage to remember it too. You must have read a lot of books. Luo Bai nodded and replied, absolutely. I read it when I have nothing to do. I have read almost all the books in the library. Wang smiled and asked curiously, what is the name of this thing? I can't remember it at the moment. It is the Eternal Spear, Gangnir. Luo Bai said. The next second, both Wang and Moto were stunned. What the hell? Gangnir? Gangnir? Spear of Eternity? Isn't that the weapon of God King Odin? Wang said in surprise. Luo Bai nodded in response, yes. Wang, how come it's in your hands? Luo Bai answered truthfully, it was a gift from the King of Gods. Deliver? Sent? The God King gave you his weapon? No, what's the relationship between you two? Odin has used the Eternal Spear for many years. In the eyes of outsiders, the Eternal Spear represents the supreme divine power. Odin did not leave such an important weapon to the future heir to the throne of Asgard, but gave it to Luo Bai? No, is this reasonable? With his outspoken nature, Wang couldn't help but complain, why did Odin give this to you? Shouldn't it be left to his son? Luo Bai shrugged and responded with a smile, there's no way, this kind of artifact has recognized its owner. You name it, it's a coincidence or not, it recognized me. King. Mordo. The expressions on their faces were wonderful. Maybe they couldn't figure out why Asgard's treasure finally recognized Luo Bai as its owner. After being silent for a long time, Wang Cai asked cautiously, Supreme Mage, I really want to know what Odin's reaction is. He won't send troops to fight, right? Recalling Odin's doubtful look when he left, Luo Bai smiled awkwardly, it won't be a big deal if you hit him, but I see that Odin looks not very happy. Wang said nothing but complained in his heart. If Odin can be happy, there will be ghosts. This is even worse than his wife running away with someone else. After thousands of years of specialized martial arts, he left as soon as he said so. Tisk tisk. Although the expressions of Wang and Mo were obviously a little confused, they still planned to leave temporarily after learning that the intruder had been dealt with by Luo Bai. Now that the intruders have been dealt with, I will leave the Supreme Mage first, Motu said and retreated. The king on the side also responded, Supreme Mage, I will retreat first. Luo Bai nodded, and the two left. Before leaving, Wang glanced at the Eternal Spear, with disbelief written all over his face. After the two left, Luo Bai turned around and went to the New York Temple. After reaching the study room on the second floor, the first thing Luo Bai did was to open the mirror space. After he was ready, he took out the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter. Tesseract. It looks like a square blue crystal box. Since the whole thing looks relatively transparent, you can easily see the blue space stone in the center. As for the spiritual scepter, it looks like an ordinary scepter. There is a soul stone inlaid at the top. In the Marvel world, every infinite stone contains powerful power. These powers require users to spend a long time developing and researching them before they can fully master their powers. So what Luo Bai needs to do next is naturally to study these two rough stones. Luo Bai first studied the space rough stone. After all, he has learned some space magic and space knowledge, so he will be more confident about the space stones. Putting the Tesseract on the table, Luo Bai used magic to analyze its inner energy. After about a day or more, Luo Bai finally mastered the basic theory of space rough stone and some of its concepts. As the name suggests, the space stone controls the ability of the space system. What it can do is not just as simple as opening a cosmic portal. Anything related to space, as long as you can imagine the ability, it can do it. Such as opening space restrictions, twisting, stopping, cutting or reordering space, creating small black holes, etc. Its existence allows the user to ignore physical rules, distance, etc., or magic restrictions. As long as the user has a strong enough ability, it can perform any operation on the space according to the user's wishes. Of course, this is only part of Luo Bai's current understanding of it. If it can be studied thoroughly, maybe it has more abilities that can be developed. After roughly understanding the ability of the space stone and the operation of its energy, Luo Bai conducted in-depth research and exploration on the Mind Stone. This research took about 3 days. No way. Compared with space rough stones, mind rough stones are much more difficult to study. Once you understand it, you will know that the ability of this thing must be related to controlling the mind. Although the Mind Stone is not the one with the most perverted ability among all the stones, it is definitely the one with the strongest sense of autonomy. Its sense of autonomy is so powerful that it can even change people's minds on its own. Simply put, when you try to understand it, it will use its ability to affect your state of mind. If it weren't for Luo Bai practicing magic for such a long time, this guy's ability would really be unstoppable. Fortunately, Luo Bai endured huge pressure and did some analysis on the Mind Stone. The conclusion drawn is that this thing is basically invincible to humans. As long as the user is strong enough, you can use it to connect the brains of all humans to rule the earth. It even enhances the user's mental strength. This is very useful for Luo Bai. After all, there is a spiritual world in magic. After studying the original stone for several days, Luo Bai finally understood the danger and power of this thing. This thing is simply not something that humans can touch or come into contact with. Nick Fury actually wanted to research Tesseract before. Can human beings now have the power? Before humans can understand them, they have conducted reverse research on humans. The autonomous consciousness of these rough stones is so strong that with Luo Bai's current ability, he can only study it up to this point. So he used the space gem to create an encrypted storage space, threw the 2 rough stones in and planned to study it later. The arrival of the 3 rough stones provided Luo Bai with a lot of help. Especially the Mind Stone was of great help to him. What the mind brings to him is not only an enhancement in ability, but also a substantial enhancement in mind. Learning the Dark God book to fight against the devouring power of darkness requires the strength of the heart and soul. So after integrating the certain abilities of the Mind Stone, Luo Bai started studying the Dark Book of Darkness again. In addition, Agatha's ability was absorbed before. This time Luo Bai severely absorbed another wave of dark power. Absorbing and absorbing, Luo Bai found that his soul had entered a darkness. This means, he automatically opened the dark dimension. In fact, the first ability in the Book of Darkness is to teach you how to open the dark dimension. But if the user's ability is not strong enough, it will be useless even if you learn the method. But once the user's ability is reached, the dark dimension can be automatically opened even if you don't intentionally open it. Once the dark dimension is opened, it will be proved. Not only can you access the most powerful dark power, but you can also transform energy into ability through the dark dimension. No, this is my second time learning. This automatically opens the dark dimension? Luo Bai was a little confused. The automatic opening of the dark dimension was something he didn't expect. After all, he had only been studying the Book of Darkness for 2 days. Although possessing the Book of Darkness confers the conditions to open the dark dimension, that is only a condition. The Book of Darkness is essentially no different from other magic books. It is a supplementary type of book, regarded as a source of knowledge and skills for mastering the dark. Therefore, not every user can successfully open the dark dimension. Although it was only a matter of time before Luo Bai's ability opened the dark dimension, he really didn't want to open it now. After all, the opening of the dark dimension means that Luo Bai must have strong control next, otherwise he will become blackened if he is not careful. This was unacceptable to Luo Bai. In his opinion, if he is swallowed by darkness and cannot control his will, it is no different from being a slave of darkness. This is just one of them. The second is that there are many dark bosses in the dark dimension. You can understand that Luo Bai has quite opened a copy called Darkness. Although he can continuously absorb dark energy and become stronger inside, it also means that the master of the dark dimension like Domamo can find him through the dark dimension at any time. According to Luo Bai's original plan, he just wanted to absorb the power of darkness to improve his ability. I didn't expect anyone to pay attention, what a guy. The dark dimension opens automatically. No, Sithorn. How much do you want my soul? You've gone too far, you. I don't want you to forcefully pull people away like this. Luo Bai sighed. Although he was complaining on the outside, he couldn't help but want to explore the dark dimension in his heart. The dark dimension is not as scary as imagined. The whole thing is like a huge and fantastic universe, full of mysterious knowledge that makes people want to delve deeper into it. Of course Luo Bai understands that this is just the surface. If you go deeper, there will be more dangers inside. The good thing about Luo Bai is that he is not greedy. He gave up the idea of going deeper and learned dark magic in the dark dimension on the spot. This study took several days. When he opened his eyes again, he had walked out of the dark dimension, and his soul had returned to his original body. Looking at the familiar New York temple, Luo Bai couldn't help but muttered, "It's not bad." Fortunately, his magic background is deep enough and he is protected by the goddess of luck, otherwise he may not be able to come out of the dark dimension soberly. But I have to say that his trip into the dark dimension was still rewarding. Luo Bai could clearly feel that his strength had increased by several levels now. Of course, Luo Bai also perceived something besides power. That's origin magic power. This actually reminded Luo Bai of something. According to what he knows about the plot, the current user of origin magic power is named Wanda. Speaking of which, origin magic power is a special kind of magic, and its power is very powerful. But its user, Wanda, seems not to understand this power at all so far. Thinking of Wanda gave him a headache. According to the plot in the movie, Wanda obtained the ability to control the origin magic power from the Mind Scepter through human experiments conducted by the Hydra organization. Although the plot has been changed now and the Mind Stone is in Luo Bai, Wanda should not have learned the ability to control the origin magic power yet. But in the end, Wanda will gain the ability to control origin magic power from other channels and activate the powerful magical talents in her body. But the trouble is that Wanda is originally very fragile inside and can easily be provoked to the dark side. Once Wanda is blackened, she has no control over her power at all. It would be very troublesome for a powerful witch like her to fall into the darkness and cause a lot of chaos. Instead of doing this, Luo Bai might as well bring Wanda back and train her while she doesn't understand anything. Thinking of this, Luo Bai adjusted the power in his body, and then started the portal. Hydra base. In the human laboratory, Wanda and Quicksilver are staying in the laboratory. Soon the two of them felt something strange. The surrounding scene began to change, and they seemed to have entered another space. Before the two of them could react to what was going on, a strange man appeared in front of them. Regarding the sudden uninvited guest, the two people's eyes were obviously wary. "Who are you?" Wanda asked nervously. "My name is Luo Bai, and I am the mage of Kamatage." Luo Bai replied politely. Wanda was very wary. She frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Mage, what are you doing here?" "I came here to talk to you and see if you are interested in learning magic," Luo Bai said. "Learn magic?" Wanda was stunned for a moment, with obvious confusion in her eyes. "What do you mean?" Wanda asked. Luo Bai calmly replied, "I think you have a good talent. If you study hard, you should be able to become a good mage." Wanda said nothing, glanced around and then asked, "Is it like you? I think you should be more powerful than this." After thinking about it, Luo Bai replied. Wanda said nothing, but the expression on her face seemed a little shaken. At this moment, Luo Bai spoke again. "Instead of staying here and waiting to be studied by Hydra, why not come with me and learn some abilities? I can guarantee that from now on you will have a stable environment, and you will not have to wandering." Luo Bai knew very well that Wanda's wish was stability. She hopes to have a stable place to live. And it just so happens that this is what Luo Bai can do. However, perhaps it was because of Luo Bai's sudden arrival that she was still a little wary of strangers. "Why can I trust you?" Wanda asked. Luo Bai smiled and replied calmly, "Because I am the Supreme Mage, I will protect the world. I know your past, the missile blew up your family. If you are willing to believe me, I think you should have a stable future." Luo Bai's words obviously convinced her. Looking at the surroundings surrounded by the mirror space, Wanda knew that Luo Bai should not be simple. It's just that Wanda seems to be hesitant at this moment. "Can you avenge me?" Wanda asked. "You mean, Stark?" Luo Bai asked. Wanda nodded. Luo Bai knows this well. After all, missiles manufactured by Stark Industries once blew up Wanda's home. She holds a grudge against Stark because of this. But in Luo Bai's view, this should be a misunderstanding that can be resolved. Thinking of this, Luo Bai replied, "To tell you the truth, I can't avenge you, because the relationship between me and Stark is not bad. But I can lead you to find Stark. It would be better to explain the conflicts between you face to face." "Good. Can I meet Stark?" Wanda immediately agreed upon hearing this. Although Wanda wanted to have a peaceful life in her heart, for her now, Stark's side was the first thing she had to solve. Being able to meet Stark proves that she more or less has a chance for revenge. So Wanda didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Okay, I'll go with you. Wanda agreed immediately. Quicksilver on the side seemed a little hesitant and immediately asked, can we really believe him? He said he could take us to meet Stark. We can try to believe him. Wanda said. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, a portal opened in front of them. On the other side of the portal is the top floor of Stark Industrial Building. At this time, Stark is studying something in his office. Sensing the movement, Stark frowned and tentatively called out, Luo Bai. The next second, Luo Bai walked over from the other side of the portal. Tony. Luo Bai greeted. Seeing him, Stark breathed a sigh of relief and responded with a bit of excitement in his tone, hey, my friend. It's so nice to see you. Luo Bai smiled and asked, how are you doing lately? I'm fine, but SHIELD is in chaos. Stark shrugged. Luo Bai can understand this. After all, Nick Fury was teleported away by him, so S.H.I.E.L.D will probably be in chaos for a while. Just as he was thinking about it, Wanda and Quicksilver also walked over from the other side of the portal. What did you just do? What is this yellow circle? Wanda asked. She obviously doesn't know much about magic now, so it's normal to be curious about all this. Luo Bai smiled and explained calmly, this is a portal, a kind of magic. Wanda nodded and whispered, okay. Only then did Stark notice that in addition to Luo Bai, a strange man and woman were walking through the portal. And the girl seemed to be quite familiar with Luo Bai. This made Stark couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He whispered in Luo Bai's ear and asked, did you hire a housekeeper again? She is not a housekeeper. Luo Bai replied seriously. Stark nodded, wondering if he had misunderstood and immediately asked, does Polaris know about this? Luo Bai couldn't understand what he heard and asked, why does she want to know about this? Stark showed an unclear smile and replied, are you having a good time? Now Luo Bai finally understood. Stark, you misunderstood, she is here to find you. Luo Bai said helplessly. Looking for me? Stark was stunned. He looked at Wanda carefully, and then said firmly, okay, I admit, I was a little too careless before. I also interacted with many girls, such as reporters and news anchors. Popular female stars, but I swear I never know her. She is so good looking, and I will be very impressed if I meet her. As soon as she finished speaking, Wanda spoke angrily, you don't need me to destroy my life and my family. Stark was stunned by what she said. Destroy her life? Her family? I'm not sure I know him now. Wait. Madam, your name is Wanda, right? When did I destroy your family? Stark asked. The next second, I heard Wanda say every word in a hateful tone, your missile destroyed my home. Stark was stunned for a moment. Seeing that she didn't explain clearly, Luo Bai quickly explained, Tony. Do you remember why you closed Stark's weapons manufacturing warehouse before? Stark nodded and responded seriously, I know. She was the victim of that incident, Luo Bai said. Only then did Stark finally come to his senses. He originally thought that Wanda might be a girlfriend or playmate he had abandoned before, coming to ask for an explanation, but it turned out that he had simplified the problem. Before he could speak, Wanda spoke again, we were 10 years old at the time, and a family of 4 was eating dinner. A bomb hit our home. I clearly saw one word printed on the bomb, Stark. After hearing her words, Tony, who was still thinking of joking, fell silent instantly. The expression on his face became serious and a little guilty. I'm sorry, but that wasn't my intention. Stark apologized very sincerely. But Wanda couldn't listen at all at this time. Your bomb killed my parents and took away my childhood. Can you make all this disappear with just an apology? Stark said nothing, but the expression on his face was frustrated. Seeing that Wanda's mood was starting to become a little unstable, Luo Bai spoke up, I have to interrupt. Although the bomb you saw was indeed manufactured by Stark Industries, I don't think the person you should take revenge on is Stark. Wanda frowned, looked at Luo Bai angrily and asked, his missile destroyed my home, shouldn't I hate him? You are his friend, so you are speaking for him. Luo Bai shook his head and retorted, it has nothing to do with this. Let me give you a very simple example. You tell me now that you want to protect the world, and then I taught you magic. But you blacken caused the destruction of the earth. Although I have certain responsibility, but the culprit is you, isn't it? It's your choice that led to the destruction of the earth, and it's you who people will hate. After being explained like this, Wanda suddenly seemed to understand. But she doesn't seem to have turned the corner yet. But if he hadn't made the missile, how could my home be attacked by the missile? Wanda said angrily. Luo Bai continued to persuade, Stark did make missiles and sold missiles. But it was war that destroyed your homeland. Wanda didn't say anything, she seemed to be brainwashed by Luo Bai's words. But she had hated Stark for so many years, and she still felt a little unwilling to do so. Seeing that she was shaken, Luo Bai said, I found you at Hydra's experimental base before. You joined Hydra, right? Yes. The innocent Wanda nodded and spoke righteously, they said they would protect us and the world. Luo Bai smiled and asked, then do you know what Hydra's plan is? Do you really think they want to protect you and protect the world? Wanda was stunned and asked puzzledly, isn't it? Luo Bai did not say anything, but responded lightly, if you are willing to wait, time will tell you. You have also seen that no one has any ill intentions towards you. You can use some time to prove right and wrong. Wanda seemed moved. Her sensitive and kind heart makes her willing to wait. I can wait. You promised me before that you would give me a stable and peaceful life, right? Wanda asked. Luo Bai nodded and said, yes. I originally planned to take you back to Karmatage to learn magic. But I know that the confusion in your heart has not been completely resolved, so you should stay in my villa for now. Polaris should take care of you. With that said, Luo Bai planned to take Wanda away. Quicksilver on the side seemed to be planning to leave with him. Luo Bai stopped her. Although you are related to Wanda by blood, there is another lady in the villa, so I have no intention of taking you with me. Quicksilver. What the hell? Do you mean you want me to go wandering alone? Before Quicksilver could speak, Wanda stood in front of him and said seriously, he is my only relative. Stark on the side obviously saw Luo Bai's distress and immediately said, actually, the apartment next to you is also mine. If they don't mind, let him live there. Sure enough, some people are willful. Thank you Tony, you solved a big problem for me, Luo Bai said. Stark shook his head and said very guiltily, this is a consequence of my own doing. Although you are right, I also have a certain responsibility. I should settle them both. Wanda obviously agreed to letting Quicksilver live next to him as a neighbor. Although she could understand Luo Bai's words, she couldn't say thank you to Stark yet, so she chose to remain silent. Luo Bai didn't hesitate anymore and opened the portal to go to the villa. In the villa, when Polar Star saw Luo Bai, he immediately stood up and shouted, Master Luo Bai, are you back? Yes Lorna, this is Wanda. You can live with her for a while in the future. Luo Bai said. Wanda? Polaris was the one who noticed the strange lady who appeared with Luo Bai and Stark. Polar Star was obviously stunned for a moment, and after a moment she asked, is this Master Luo Bai your friend? She came to learn magic from me, but now there are some problems and she has to live here temporarily. Luo Bai replied. Learn magic. Polaris nodded and quickly introduced himself. Hello Wanda, my name is Lorna Dan. I am Master Luo Bai's housekeeper. Wanda seemed a little cautious towards strangers, but she still replied very politely, hello. At this moment Stark spoke to Quicksilver, shall I take you to the next door first? Quicksilver glanced at Wanda, then left with Stark. After the two left, Wanda glanced around and seemed a little at a loss. Obviously she hadn't fully adapted yet, so she didn't know what to do for a while. Until Luo Bai on the side said, do you need to eat something first? If not, I will take a look at your magic talent first. Learn magic? So fast? Wanda was obviously still a little confused for a moment. But looking at Luo Bai's behavior, she believed that Luo Bai brought her back because he really just wanted her to learn magic. Thinking of this, Wanda said, I'm not very hungry. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bai used the magic of fetching objects to take out a book and said, then take a look at this first. Wanda nodded and took the book. Seemingly seeing that he had nothing to do, Polaris said quickly, Master Luo Bai, I'm going back to the room first. I also have to practice. Polaris has been training for his ability during this time. Remembering how hard she worked when he saw Polaris last time, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, by the way, how have you been practicing recently? Polaris quickly replied, I've practiced pretty well. I'm now proficient in my ability. Look. Polaris said and showed a little bit of his ability to Luo Bai. As a burst of green light lit up on her body, she controlled all the metal products in the room. After the display was over, Polaris asked seriously, how was it, Master Luo Bai? You are more skilled than before. But, is this all you can do now? Luo Bai asked. Polaris thought for a while and then explained, I can also use the magnetic field to fly, and I can also use the magnetic field to perceive some of the surrounding environment. After hearing this, Luo Bai asked tentatively, Polaris, have you ever studied before? Polaris thought for a while and then explained, he taught me some lessons when professor. It was pretty much what Luo Bai guessed. Without saying anything else, Luo Bai used the teleportation magic to take out a pile of books and handed them to her. Don't rush to practice yet, take a look at these. Luo Bai said. Polaris took it with a confused look and glanced at the book. The translation is Magnetic Field Theory and Calculation, Exploring the Magical Magnetic Field, University Physics, etc. There are more than 10 books in total. People who look at Polaris are confused. Before she could react, Luo Bai explained, after reading it, it should be helpful for you to learn your ability. If you don't understand, you can ask Tony. He should know more about this than me. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark came in. As soon as he entered the door, Stark asked, I just thought I heard someone calling my name. Luo Bai smiled and asked, have you settled him down yet? Stark nodded and responded, well, I have asked my people to take care of him. Buy some daily necessities for him. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Wanda, and it was not difficult to see guilt in his eyes. As if because of his conscience, Stark thanked him again very solemnly, I'm sorry for the harm I caused to your family. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just want to do my best to help you. Wanda said nothing, but nodded in response. Stark didn't say anything more, but looked curiously at Polaris holding a pile of books. Why do you hold so many books? Let me see. Stark said while reading. After reading 1 or 2 books, Stark couldn't help but complain, these are some basic knowledge about magnetic fields. What are you doing with these books? Polar Star responded with a confused look, Master Luo Bai asked me to read it. He said it would be helpful to my ability. Now Stark remembered. Yes, it's time for you to take a look. Take a good look and study hard. Stark sighed with emotion. At this moment Luo Bai suddenly spoke. I asked her to ask you if she encounters a problem she doesn't understand. After all, you should be better at this. Ask me. Stark was stunned. After thinking for a while, he hesitated and said, I'm very busy, how about I hire a private female professor to give her a private lecture? Luo Bai nodded and responded, that's okay. Stark immediately picked up his phone and called to make arrangements. After the arrangements were made, Stark returned to the topic, by the way, I was going to find you before. I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Luo Bai asked. Stark didn't say anything. He walked to the sofa and sat down before explaining, didn't you send Nick Fury away? Now the top leaders of S.H.I.D.L.D know about this. They reacted greatly during your absence. You mean the International Security Council? Luo Bai asked. S.H.I.D.L.D is a special force of the International Security Council designed to deal with various bizarre incidents. International Security Council, also known as the United Nations Security Council. In fact, the International Security Council has always maintained an opposition to all members of the Avengers, or to those with super abilities. The fundamental reason for this phenomenon is that Pierce, the minister of the International Security Council, strongly opposed the Avengers. And this minister happened to be from Hydra, so it was understandable that he would object. Just as he was thinking about it, Stark continued, actually, this matter has nothing to do with you. They are opposed to the Avengers. But because you took away the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter, I cannot tell you about this matter. Let's talk. I can roughly guess that the Security Council asked me to hand over the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter. Luo Bai replied calmly. Yes, they held an international meeting. They said that the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter belong to the M government, and Loki must be tried by the Earth Court as a war criminal. Stark explained. Luo Bai didn't say anything, just asked, is the person who proposed this theory the minister of the Security Council, Pierce? Yes. Stark nodded. Luo Bai asked, do you know his true identity? Stark frowned and couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Luo Bai smiled and explained calmly, he is from Hydra. Hydra is in Sokovia and wants to use the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract for human experiments, so of course they have to take away the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter. Wanda was brought back from Hydra's human testing laboratory. What? He's from Hydra? Stark was confused. Hydra Stark knows something about it. After all, Captain America and Hydra have certain conflicts. But the minister of the International Security Council is from Hydra. This is a bit too much. Do they stretch their hands so far? Stark asked in surprise. Luo Bai nodded and reminded again, not only that, most of the agents and senior executives in S.H.I.D.L.D are also from Hydra. So you can call S.H.I.D.L.D Snake Shield. Stark was stunned when he heard this. Snake Shield? Nick Fury is the king of agents? Doesn't he know that there are so many Hydra people in S.H.I.D.L.D? Stark asked confused. Luo Bai smiled and responded sarcastically. He broke into the Snake Shield Bureau and became the director. He can indeed be called the king of agents. Stark. Awesome. Nick Fury, you are so awesome. I really want to know what Nick Fury's expression would be if he knew this situation. The expression on his face should be quite exciting. Stark couldn't help but sigh. Stark might not believe it if others said this, but he believed Luo Bai's words 100%. S.H.I.D.L.D is now full of Hydra people. Even the ministers of the Security Council are Hydra people. Hydra is a villain organization. Their purpose is to reshape the world according to their own wishes, so that Hydra has absolute power and control, and the people are just their slaves. They destroy the order of the world, provoke international wars, and even control the entire human race on Earth. Such an organization not only infiltrated the United Nations, but also S.H.I.D.L.D. Thinking of this, Stark immediately said, the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter must not be handed over. If Hydra were to possess these two artifacts, they would probably be even crazier than what Nick Fury did. Indeed, that's why I don't plan to give it to them. Luo Bai said. Stark thought for a while and then said, but the United Nations has given you a warning. If you don't hand it over, they may take measures. Of course I know you won't care about this. But it is the United Nations after all. If you use force will only cause dissatisfaction among people around the world. Stark was worried. If he considered it from the perspective of strength, he wouldn't worry about Luo Bai at all. But if we look at the international impact, he is still very worried. Luo Bai is the supreme mage after all, and he has been silently protecting the Earth. He would not want to see it at all if he was designated as an international war criminal. Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help but say, I'm worried that the Security Council will do a lot of excessive things. Luo Bai also knew his worries, and he comforted Stark, don't worry about this. I have no intention of using violence to solve this problem. So what are you going to do? Do you need my help? Stark asked. Luo Bai shook his head and said, this is not needed for the time being, and I don't plan to do anything now. We can just wait. What are you waiting for? Stark asked confused. I'll wait until Hydra can't sit still. Luo Bai said. Now that the Mind Scepter and Tesseract are in Luo Bai's hands, Hydra cannot proceed with human trials without these two things. They will definitely take action if they are anxious. Once they take action, their conspiracy is exposed. No matter how you look at it, Luo Bai is now in an invincible position, so he is not in a hurry now. He was more worried about Stark instead. Judging from the current direction of the plot, Stark should encounter some trouble later. Thinking of this, Luo Bai persuaded seriously, you don't have to worry too much about Hydra for the time being. I think you should worry about your own affairs first. Me? Stark asked with some confusion, are you talking about Wanda? I know, of course I know that I have done many wrong things in the past. I will do my best to protect the Earth in the future. Luo Bai shook his head and said seriously, I'm not talking about Wanda, but Killian. Killian? What is this? Stark asked in confusion. Luo Bai replied seriously, your future enemy. Stark was visibly stunned for a moment. He knew that Luo Bai had the ability to predict the future. The two were friends, so Luo Bai gave him advice. But since he is his enemy, he has to deal with it himself. Okay, I know I may face many enemies in the future, but it doesn't matter, I will become stronger. You don't have to worry about me, I can handle it myself. Stark said. Luo Bai guessed that given his character, he would definitely choose to solve his own problems, so Luo Bai didn't say anything more. Okay, I have to leave. I have to go back and make the suit now, Stark said. He took 2 steps forward and then stepped back. Is there anything else, Tony? Luo Bai asked. Stark hesitated, and after thinking for a moment, he spoke, I actually don't want to trouble you, but Loki's appearance made me realize that the Earth may face greater dangers in the future. If in the future, I mean if one day now that I'm gone, can you help me take care of Boss? Pause? Little Pepper? Luo Bai smiled and responded, there will never be that time when you forget that you promised to learn magic from me. A smile appeared on Stark's face, okay, Mage Supreme. After speaking, Stark left. After he left, Wanda, who heard the conversation between the two, said, you and Stark seem to have a very good relationship. It's true. He is one of my few friends. And he has indeed helped me a lot. Luo Bai responded frankly. What do you think of others? Wanda asked after thinking about it. Luo Bai thought for a while and responded, he is very good, but no one is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. Wanda said nothing, but changed the subject and asked, what is this book? The Basic Theory of Magic. It explains the origin and types of magic. For you now, it is necessary to understand these first. Luo Bai gave a rough explanation. Wanda nodded, and then continued to ask, where do I live? Ask Polaris about this. She should be more familiar with it than me, Luo Bai said. Polaris immediately returned to the room and put down the book, and then said to Wanda, I will take you to get to know this place first, and you can choose a room you like. Yeah. Wanda nodded and left with Polaris. Now Wanda seems a little silent, as if she has not yet fully integrated into the life here. But with Polaris by his side, he wasn't worried. After all, the two of them should have a lot in common. Thinking of this, Luo Bai returned to the New York Temple, and then began to study the infinite rough stones. After studying in the dark dimension for a while, he realized something. That is, Sithorn has been giving him strength. Sithorn seems to want the powerful dark power to drag Luo Bai into the darkness. Even though Luo Bai himself wanted to stop, Sithorn seemed to have determined that he was forcing him to give him strength. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Sithorn seems to regard Luo Bai as a medium for him to return to the earth, and wants Luo Bai's soul very much. Therefore, Luo Bai needs to continue to strengthen his mental power and soul. After studying a section of rough stone, Luo Bai embarked on a multi-universe journey again. Since he decided to absorb more energy into the depths of the multi-universe this time, he chose to take his body with him. Facts have proved that his decision was correct. By constantly traveling between universes, he absorbed a large amount of energy and unlocked a lot of knowledge. As far as the universes Luo Bai knows so far, there are roughly his main universe Earth 616, as well as Earth 1610, Earth 199999, and Earth 688b. And there are still many universes that he doesn't know about. Of course, Luo Bai couldn't land and visit the Earth in every universe. After all, the risk is too great. He didn't know how long he had been traveling like this. Luo Bai felt that his spirit and energy had almost reached the limit, so he planned to return. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he suddenly heard a sound that echoed throughout the universe. Immediately afterwards, a group of huge amounts of unknown objects that were so dark that the edges could not be seen rushed towards him. Luo Bai subconsciously wanted to block it, but the speed of the unknown object was too fast. Before he could react, it rushed directly into Luo Bai's body. By the time Luo Bai reacted, the unknown object had already integrated with Luo Bai. Immediately afterwards, huge amounts of hunger instantly enveloped Luo Bai's entire body, along with huge amounts of energy and unprecedented knowledge. Luo Bai was stunned for a moment. Etc. That thing you just entered is the power of the fairy? Wasn't this thing sealed? It escaped again. You even chose me as your host? So I have now reached the Earth 1298 universe? No, I just came here for a trip. Why are you so insistent? I'm so hungry? Luo Bai never expected it. I just traveled around the multi-universe, and finally I was targeted by the power of fairies. Luo Bai had some knowledge of this thing. It is rumored to be an ancient power. Although it is rarely mentioned, anyone who knows about it will know that it is very powerful. Much of the information about fairy power is uncertain, and the information is incomplete due to the small number of times it appears. People only have a general understanding and speculation about the power of fairies, and they speculate that it may have been born during the Big Bang. Its true name and status are unknown, but it is positioned as a celestial element. It has some similar characteristics to the Phoenix Force, and is even more powerful than the Phoenix Force under certain circumstances. It is considered so mainly because the power of fairies has the ability to devour, whether it is planets, galaxies, life, or even other forces. The most outrageous thing is that the power of the fairy can be superimposed on itself after devouring energy. This means that once a certain power is swallowed by the power of the fairy can not only copy all the abilities of this power, but also superimpose all the abilities of this power on its own body. As for the upper limit, according to the current statistics, the devouring and superposition of power by the power of fairies is temporarily undetectable. In other words, it is a bottomless pit, and no one knows how much things and power it can swallow. In addition to the ability to devour, it also has powerful telepathic abilities and the ability to modify reality. Most importantly, the power of fairies is the natural power of wizards. It is not only proficient in all witchcraft, but can also create spells, magic and witchcraft, that have never been recorded. Therefore, the host selected by the power of the fairy will also inherit its characteristics. To be honest, Luo Bai was unexpectedly selected by the power of fairies, but also very happy. After all, goblins only play high-end games. Being able to become the host of the power of fairies means that Luo Bai can become stronger just by eating in the future. Didn't Sithorn want to use him as a medium to come to the earth, so he frantically feeded him the dark power? Now that he is better, with the power of the goblin, he feels that he can eat Sithorn. Originally Luo Bai had to learn black magic, but now he doesn't have to learn black magic. After all, as long as the power of the fairies swallows up the dark power, all the black magic in the dark power can be reproduced one by one, and its accuracy is comparable to copying and pasting. Therefore, the emergence of the power of fairies is definitely an epic enhancement for Luo Bai. Although the power of fairies is very powerful, it does not have no impact on the host. The biggest impact after being possessed by it is that you will feel hungry. This kind of hunger is the kind of hunger that cannot be filled. In other words, no matter how much you eat or how much energy you consume, you will feel hungry. Hungry is only one of them. The second is that the power of fairies has a certain sense of autonomy. It will try to control the host and achieve its goals. For example, now, Luo Bai could feel that the power of the goblin had been trying to control his consciousness. There was always a very strange voice in his mind, swallow, swallow everything, swallow the universe, swallow, swallow them all. This voice is extremely tempting, and Luo Bai is now so hungry that his chest is touching his back. After being bewitched by this voice for a long time, Luo Bai was still a little shaken. I'm really hungry, what should I eat? Luo Bai muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the goblin began to bewitch again, swallow the earth. This sentence made Luo Baiqian sober up. Although he is currently in the Earth 1298 parallel universe, it is not the main universe. But Luo Bai, as the supreme mage, would never be able to swallow the earth. When he thought about it, he immediately retorted, eating the earth is not good. The power of the fairy once again used its consciousness to talk to Luo Bai and said two very simple words, swallow it. At this time Luo Bai suddenly realized something. He must learn to control the power of the fae and learn to adapt to his hunger. Since its birth, the power of fairies has produced a hunger that will never be satisfied, but this hunger is perceptual and does not have any actual impact. To put it simply, even if you don't have enough Luo Bai and the power of the goblin, you won't die, you will just feel hungry. So this hunger can be adapted. Now the power of the goblin uses hunger to want Luo Bai to become its tool to devour the entire universe for it. If Luo Bai doesn't adapt to this sense of hunger as soon as possible, he will definitely become a slave to the power of the goblin and be controlled by it later. Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately closed his eyes and meditated on the spot. As he entered meditation, Luo Bai's consciousness started a fierce battle with the power of the goblin. I don't know how long it took, but the hungry fairy finally gave in. It finally agreed not to try to control Luo Bai's consciousness, and promised to stay in Luo Bai's consciousness. After reaching the peace treaty, Luo Bai returned to the main earth. Although they do not take in food, fairy power, and Luo Bai will not starve to death. But I have to say that it's really uncomfortable to be hungry. So after reaching a friendly cooperative relationship with fairy power, Luo Bai still planned to eat. What the goblin power wants to eat is not human food, but energy. The stronger the energy, the stronger the feeling of fullness will be. Hey, what a coincidence. It happened that an ancient god was feeding dark energy to Luo Bai recently. So after returning to the main universe, the first thing Luo Bai did was to open the dark dimension and go deeper, just as he expected. Although the entrance to the dark dimension doesn't look scary, the deeper you go, the more dark power you get. Demons and unspeakable unknown and terrifying creatures all appeared. Upon seeing this, Luo Bai immediately released the power of the goblin. And at the same time, Sithorn, who was far away in a distant dimension, sensed something was wrong. He felt that the power in his dimension was being absorbed crazily. The dark dimension in the Book of Darkness is also called the demonic dimension, although this dimension is linked to Sithorn. But Sithorn cannot come directly to the earth through this dimension, unless someone can go to the deepest part of the dark dimension and open the summoning array to summon him. Because of this, Sithorn took a fancy to Luo Bai. Sithorn thinks, As long as he can pull Luo Bai into darkness, he can control Luo Bai and achieve the purpose of coming to the earth. So Sithorn has been blessing Luo Bai, and has been giving Luo Bai strength to secretly help Luo Bai practice dark magic. He hoped that Luo Bai could grow up quickly and become a tool that could be used as soon as possible. It's just that Luo Bai's willpower and mental power are very strong, and his character is also very good, so he has never fallen into darkness. This made Sithorn a little anxious. I thought it would take some time before Luo Bai would be bewitched. Unexpectedly, he is now frantically absorbing the power of the dark dimension. Could it be that kid has enlightened? Sithorn was a little excited thinking about this. Sure enough, no one can resist the power of darkness. It seems that Luo Bai is about to fall into darkness, Sithorn thought excitedly. But as he got excited, Sithorn realized something was wrong. Wait, something's wrong. This guy suddenly absorbed too much. The dark dimension in the dark book connects Sithorn's power and consciousness. Sithorn was quite happy at first. Thinking that Luo Bai finally got the idea and planned to fall into the darkness, he began to walk deeper into the dark dimension. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Damn it! How could Luo Bai, a human being, withstand such a powerful dark force? Although human mages can improve their physical fitness through practice and borrowing power, but the human body has its limits. Such a limit has led to the fact that throughout the ages, almost no human beings can withstand the power of gods. Especially ancient gods like Wei-Shan Emperor and Sithorn. Although ancient gods occasionally bless humans, that is, they give humans power. But in fact, the power given to humans by these ancient gods is completely insignificant to the ancient gods themselves. It's not that they don't want to give more power, but because humans can't bear it if they give too much. From this we can see how fragile the human body is. Although all along, Sithorn has continued to give Luo Bai blessings and strength. He even opened the dark dimension, allowing Luo Bai to enter the dark dimension and absorb power at will. But in fact, he didn't care at all about the little power he gave Luo Bai. In Sithorn's view, even if he opens the dark dimension, Luo Bai cannot absorb too much power from the dark dimension. But what Sithorn never expected was that Luo Bai looked like he was cheating today. In the blink of an eye, 1/5 of the power was absorbed. No, 1/5 of the power in the entire dark dimension? This power is equally divided among the mages on the entire earth, and even those mages may not be able to withstand it. Luo Bai could bear it alone. How did he do it? Isn't he human? Absorbing power like this, will the body really not explode? Sithorn was a little confused. Although he was confused at this time, Luo Bai and Fairy Power were extremely happy at this time. Fairy Power was happy because he finally had something to eat. Luo Bai was happy because he discovered that absorbing power could improve his hunger. After the power of the goblin continued to devour the power of darkness, Luo Bai found that he didn't seem so hungry anymore. For example, if he was so hungry that his chest touched his back. So now, Luo Bai feels that he is only a little hungry. This made Luo Bai suddenly realize that although the power of the goblin was not enough, but the hunger problem can be improved. Thinking of this, Luo Bai suddenly became excited. Sithorn is now eager to give him power and has opened the dark dimension to him. If Luo Bai could control himself and plan reasonably, Sithorn's dark dimension can be used as a restaurant for him. To put it another way, if Sithorn discovers something is wrong, he also used other believers to come to Earth to seek revenge from Luo Bai. The worst that happened was Luo Bai used the power of fairies to swallow him up and then go find Domomo. Luo Bai's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought of this. Who are Domo and Sithorn as villains? They are clearly chefs. If he could find more villains with the power to raise fairies, he would be invincible? Thinking of this, Luo Bai took a deep breath, resisting his hunger and planning to leave the dark dimension. But the goblin's power has been starved for a long time, and he obviously doesn't want to leave. Thus, the power of the goblin began a struggle of wills with Luo Bai. Fairy Power, I'm not full. Keep eating. Luo Bai, no, you have to keep it. If you eat it all at once, what will you eat later? The power of the goblin, first swallow the earth, and then go to the universe to swallow other galaxies. Then go to swallow the universe, swallow the transcendent. Luo Bai, have you swallowed them all? You must pay attention to sustainable development of resources. Fairy Power, I'm hungry. I want to eat. After a short period of communication, the goblin power finally compromised and was forcibly pulled away from the dark dimension by Luo Bai. Coming out of the dark dimension, Luo Bai slightly adjusted the power in his body. After the adjustment was completed, Luo Bai finally had time to take a look at the time. Good guy, this time Luo Bai actually left for 5 whole months. Luo Bai had thought that his trip to the depths of the multi-universe might take a longer time this time. After all, he has to travel through different universes, so it will definitely take a lot of time. But what he never expected was that he would travel for 5 months this time. I don't know what's going on with Karmatage and Wanda now. Thinking of this, Luo Bai cancelled the mirror space magic and immediately perceived Karmatage. Karmatage is well managed by Wang and Modu, and everything is business as usual. After learning about this situation, Luo Bai opened the portal and went to the New York villa. As soon as the door opened, he saw Polaris and Wanda sitting in front of the sofa, watching TV and eating pizza. It seems that the two of them get along very well. The two also discovered Luo Bai. Polaris immediately stood up and asked excitedly, Master Luo Bai, are you back? Do you want to eat pizza? Before Luo Bai could open his mouth, the power of the goblin bewitched Luo Bai in his mind. Swallow them both. The fairy power takes a fancy to the power of Polaris and Wanda. In other words, as long as it is power, the power of the fairies wants to swallow it. But how could Luo Bai be bewitched by it? He immediately protested in his mind, shut up. The power of the fairy whispered, eat, eat. Luo Bai was a little helpless. Affected by the power of the goblin, seeing Polaris and Wanda was as delicious as seeing 2 pieces of pork belly. Fortunately, in the end, he suppressed his desire with his super strong willpower. Master Luo Bai, what's wrong with you? Seeing that he remained silent, Baizing couldn't help but ask. Luo Bai came back to his senses and responded with a smile, it's nothing. It seems that you and Wanda get along well. Polaris nodded and spoke excitedly, yes. I talked to Wanda a lot in the past few months when you were away. We talked about almost everything. That's good. By the way, how are you two studying? Luo Bai asked. Polaris nodded and said, Mr. Stark hired a professor for me and will come to give me lectures every weekend. I now have a deeper understanding of my ability. Wanda on the side also said, I have already read the book you gave me. I have been waiting for you to teach me magic. Where have you been these few months? I went to multi-universe and encountered some unexpected situations. Luo Bai said. When Polaris heard this, he asked worriedly, an unexpected situation? Is it dangerous? I can help if necessary. I have become very powerful now. Luo Bai smiled and responded, if I need help, I will ask you for help. After saying that, he took out a magic book and handed it to Wanda. Since you have read the previous magic theory book, let's take a look at this one. Wanda nodded and took the magic book. Wanda is obviously much more cheerful now than she was 5 months ago. I've been hearing Polaris talk about you in the past few months. She said that you are a very powerful mage and a very nice person. It's just that you are usually busy. Now it seems that you are indeed quite busy. Wanda took the initiative to chat with Luo Bai. Luo Bai smiled and was about to reply. At this moment, a news came on the TV. Big news, huge explosions occurred in many places in the center of New York. Tony Stark called out the Mandarin's address to blow himself up. Hearing the name Stark, Luo Bai turned his attention to the TV. Then a scene of Stark being interviewed appeared on the TV. Stark looked serious and angry and said, is this what you want? This is my address, number 1088, Malibu Port Area number 90265. The address Stark read out on TV was the Sea View Villa where he and Pepper currently lived. Stark has always cared about Pepper Potts, and the first thing he thinks of in any situation is Pepper Potts' safety. But now he has told the global audience his home address on TV, and it can be seen from this action that he must be very angry. Master Luo Bai, Mr. Stark may be in trouble. While thinking, Polaris suddenly spoke, he has come to you many times during this period, and he seems to be very anxious. I know. Luo Bai replied calmly. The main reason why he was so calm was that he had already anticipated the current situation. And he remembered that before he left, he specifically reminded Stark to pay attention to this matter. But at that time Stark seemed to want to solve all the problems by himself, so he didn't mention it much. It was not surprising that Stark would look for him now. Thinking of this, he planned to go to Stark to see the situation. Wanda, I have to go out for a while now. You should study this magic book by yourself first. If you encounter any problems you don't understand, I will teach you when I come back. Luo Bai reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanda asked, are you going to find Stark? Yes. Luo Bai nodded in response. Wanda didn't reply, but the smile on her face disappeared. It can be seen that she still has hatred towards Stark, and she doesn't even want to hear any reports about Stark. Seeing that the news about Stark was still playing on TV, Wanda got up with her book and went back to her room. After she left, Polaris whispered to explain, during this period, Wanda mentioned her affairs with Mr. Stark to me. I tried to persuade her, but she could not completely forgive Stark. There was a hint of guilt in Polaris' tone, as if she felt guilty for not convincing Wanda. But Wanda's hatred for Stark has accumulated since she was a child, so how could she easily change because of Polaris's persuasion? Thinking of this, Luo Bai comforted her. This is none of your business, Lorna. Give Wanda some time, I think she will understand. Okay, I'm leaving first. After saying that, he opened the portal and the location was Stark's Sea View Villa. At this time, Stark was doing research in the basement studio of the villa, with a very serious expression on his face. If you look closely, you can see that he is suppressing his anger. Just as Stark was concentrating on his research, he suddenly realized something was wrong. A familiar, yellow circle appeared in front of him. That's a portal? The moment he saw the familiar figure appear, Stark's brows relaxed. The seriousness and anger on his face disappeared, leaving only excitement and joy. Luo Bai, you're finally back. Stark walked over to him with emotion. Compared to his excitement, Luo Bai seemed much calmer. I heard from Polaris that you have been looking for me for some time. It seems that you are in trouble. Luo Bai asked. When Stark mentioned this, his expression became serious. You're right, I did have some troubles. No, it's not me who is in trouble, it's Happy who is in trouble. No, actually it's my problem. But Stark tried to explain what had happened. But because his mind was so confused now, he started talking nonsense. Seeing that he couldn't organize his words well, Luo Bai interrupted him. Tony, you are very anxious now. Stark was silent, then sighed. After a moment, he said frustratedly and aggrievedly. I admit, Luo Bai, I am indeed very anxious. Because Happy is in trouble. He is now lying in the hospital. The doctor said he doesn't know if he can make it. Happy, originally named Happy Hogan. He is Stark's hired driver and bodyguard. Of course, that's just the relationship on the surface. Since Happy once saved Stark's life, their relationship is more like friends than employers. Now that Happy is in trouble, Stark must be very anxious. The most important thing is that as Iron Man, he couldn't even protect the people around him. This made Stark feel guilty. Realizing his current confusion, Stark became frustrated and helpless. You know what, Luo Bai, I am Iron Man, a genius. Now everyone calls me a superhero, and I have crazy fans. But I can't even protect the people around me. That Mandarin keeps launching terrorist attacks, but I can't even find him now. I feel useless, Luo Bai. His tone was full of self-doubt. This made Luo Bai unable to help but enlighten him. Don't think like that, Tony. Everyone will encounter troubles. You can't doubt yourself every time you encounter troubles. You should make yourself stronger in your heart. Stark shook his head and sighed. I want to, but I can't. If I had an ability as powerful as yours, I wouldn't have run into this kind of trouble. But you will encounter new troubles. Luo Bai shrugged and said helplessly. New trouble? Stark frowned and asked in confusion. You will also encounter problems that cannot be solved. Luo Bai nodded and said, of course. In the past 4 months, I traveled to the multi-universe. Then I was targeted by a powerful force. That thing now regards me as its host and forcefully integrates with me. Is this a hassle? Are you sure you're not showing off your good luck? Stark frowned and asked in confusion. Traveling in the multi-universe will bring you power. If this were trouble, he would wish he could encounter it every day. Just as he was thinking about it, Luo Bai spoke up. Of course I'm not showing off. The more powerful the power, the stronger the self-awareness. Just like this thing that has set its sights on me, it is always tempting me in my mind. What is it tempting you to do? Stark asked curiously. The next second, Luo Bai replied, it suggested that I eat you, then swallow the earth, and then swallow the universe. Stark didn't understand, but the expression on his face was shocked. After a moment of silence, Stark finally came to his senses and said in surprise, I don't understand. Luo Bai explained, this thing has a side effect of making the host feel hungry. Don't think that I am acting very normal, but I am actually very hungry now. I have been trying to control this power and use my strong willpower to resist hunger. At this moment Stark was already confused. He almost understood what Luo Bai said. To put it simply, a powerful force that would never be satisfied had entered Luo Bai's body. That power can devour everything, including the entire Earth. The reason why the Earth can still exist peacefully today is entirely because Luo Bai's willpower is strong enough. After understanding this, Stark no longer felt inward-looking, anxious, or self-doubting. He was now beginning to feel a little scared. Luo Bai, are you sure your willpower is strong enough to fight against that force? What I mean is, I probably don't taste that good, and the Earth may not taste good either. Stark complained. Luo Bai thought about it, and then answered very seriously, I'm not sure about this. After all, I am a human being, and it is normal for humans to lose control. Please, I really hope you are God now. Stark sighed. Your friend disappears for 4 months, and when he reappears he wants to eat you and even swallow the Earth. This is scary, guys. Why bother with the Mandarin? Luo Bai's current situation is clearly even more terrifying. At this time Stark was a little confused. He looked Luo Bai up and down carefully, and still couldn't believe that there was a power in Luo Bai's body that could swallow the entire universe, and this power was still bewitching Luo Bai. After all, Luo Bai looked no different now than before, and there wasn't even anything wrong with the expression on his face. Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help but complain, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have been able to tell anything from your current state. A wizard needs strong willpower and mental strength. After all, there are too many temptations in this universe. Luo Bai explained. Okay, you can still talk to me so calmly now. I think you should have learned how to control the power in your body now, right? Stark asked tentatively. Luo Bai smiled and said, of course, I was just joking with you before. You know I have always had good luck, so I was able to control it pretty well. That's good. Stark breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. I almost thought I was going to be eaten. Fortunately, Luo Bai's willpower is strong enough. He is worthy of being the supreme mage. But then again, Luo Bai's luck is really good. Traveling to the multi-universe can also pick up a powerful force. Although Stark may not understand how powerful the power of the goblins is, he can understand this luck. This is like a person walking on the street and suddenly picked up a lottery ticket, then went to cash the prize and found out that he had won 100 million. The government may ask you to pay some taxes when you receive the prize, but the rest is free money. Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help but sigh. Putting aside your strength, I find that your luck seems to be pretty good. It's just that your strength has always been very strong, so I seem to have overlooked the fact that you are very lucky. This is normal. After all, luck is also part of strength. Luo Bai responded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the doorbell suddenly rang throughout the villa. Have you made an appointment with someone? Luo Bai asked. Stark shook his head and explained, no, a few days ago, when I was being interviewed. I gave my address to reporters all over the world on impulse. So it's normal for someone to come to my door. Luo Bai suddenly realized and replied, I remember now. I saw the news about you on TV before I came to see you. When talking about this, Stark felt helpless. I admit that I was too impulsive at that time. The Mandarin was creating panic at the time, and 9 bombings occurred throughout New York within a week. He even appeared on TV arrogantly, threatened and injured Happy. People were panicking, and all the reporters were asking me why I, as Iron Man, did nothing. I was fed up. So I impulsively told him my home address. Stark said. Luo Bai could understand his behavior, so he didn't say anything more. The two went up to the first floor of the villa together. As soon as they reached the first floor, they saw an unfamiliar blonde beauty standing outside the door. The beauty was dressed very casually, and at first glance she looked like a woman doing academic research. After Stark agreed, the beauty walked into the house. After the beauty came in, Stark asked, You are not the Mandarin. The beauty was a little surprised and asked awkwardly, You don't remember me. Stark then realized that this beautiful woman knew him. He apologized and said, I have a bad memory. I don't even remember what I had for breakfast this morning. The beauty didn't seem to intend to chat with him so much nonsense. She just said very seriously, Tony, I have something very important to tell you. I hope we can talk alone, you know what I mean. If it were anything else, Stark would definitely agree. But now Luo Bai was standing next to him, so he immediately refused. I trust Luo Bai very much. I feel safe when he is around. The beauty seemed a little surprised and asked in confusion, Don't you want to know those things? About Mandarin. Now I want to know more about who you are. Stark asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai spoke, She is your ex-girlfriend, Tony. Her name is Maya Hankerson. Stark was stunned. Ex-girlfriend? After thinking for a long time, Stark nodded and replied, I seem to have a little impression, but how do you know about the Mandarin? Because she was involved in this matter. Luo Bai replied. Before Maya could explain, Stark subdued her the next second. I suggest you tell me everything, otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't hurt you. Although I don't really want to hurt women. Stark warned. It can be seen that Maya's face was filled with anger at this moment. She couldn't understand, so she asked a soul-searching question, Stark. I am your ex-girlfriend. After all, we once had a relationship. You didn't even give me a chance to speak, but believed what this man said and attacked me. Stark didn't understand and asked, Is there anything strange about this? Maya asked angrily, Of course. Do you think I don't even deserve a chance to refute? If Luo Bai says he participated, then you must have participated. I completely believe him, so I won't believe a word of your rebuttal. Tell me, what is your relationship with Mandarin? Stark said seriously. Maya. ITM? Maya took a deep breath, and she seemed to want to explain further. I swear I didn't. But before she could finish her words, Stark interrupted, To be honest, you should know that I hate the Mandarin. Don't make me hate you too. Seeing that Stark refused to listen to any explanation, Maya finally compromised. Okay, I'll tell the truth. I did participate in this matter. But I was forced, Tony. Maya said. She seemed to want to pretend to be pitiful, but was exposed by Luo Bai the next second. No, she was not forced, she was very willing. Maya was silent, and she had to look at Luo Bai. Do you think you know a lot? Maya asked angrily. Before Luo Bai even spoke, Stark spoke, Of course. He is a wizard. He knows everything. Nothing on Earth escapes his eyes. He protects the Earth, so you should respect him. You can't talk to him like that. Maya was so angry that she laughed. Her ex-boyfriend actually helped a man to attack her crazily. She had thought Stark had some feelings for her. But now it seems that her position in Stark's heart is not even as good as such a man. Thinking of this, Maya gave up struggling. Yes, I joined voluntarily. You actually joined the terrorist team? Why would I date my ex-girlfriend who has such distorted values? Stark said in disbelief. Maya immediately retorted loudly, He is not a terrorist. The Mandarin is just an actor. He is performing for people all over the world. In fact, Killian is the manipulator behind the scenes. Stark frowned. Killian. He remembered that it was a man who had been very close to Xiao Leijiao recently, and Luo Bai had mentioned before that Killian would be his future enemy. Stark had never figured it out before, but now he understood everything. No wonder those reporters targeted him. It turned out that this matter was directed at him. What exactly does he want to do? Stark asked hurriedly. He is creating the extremis virus. Maya answered seriously. Extremis virus. Stark muttered. He didn't know why he felt like he had some impression of this name. Thinking of this, Stark quickly explained, I seem to have some impression of this name. Hearing him say this, Maya became even angrier. You remember the desperate virus, but you don't remember me. Stark said apologetically, I'm sorry, but why don't you explain what the extremis virus is? Maya took a deep breath and then explained, the extremis virus is a drug that can enhance the human body's abilities, including strength, speed, and reaction speed. It can even regenerate cells. It gives people super self-healing abilities. It can make disabled people normal. We are still testing more functions. This is essentially a biological research. Stark understood. In other words, Killian is researching a drug that can turn disabled people into normal people, and turn ordinary people into people with super abilities? And he succeeded. Stark asked again. Maya shook her head and responded, It's not completely successful yet. Something went wrong with the experiment. We found that most people who used the extremis virus had side effects. They would self-destruct. Self-destruction? At this point Stark suddenly understood. To put it simply, Killian is conducting secret human biological experiments. However, because the experiment had a side effect of causing an explosion, in order to prevent the government from discovering the abnormality, he invited an actor to play the terrorist. That actor is the Mandarin who appears on TV. He had the Mandarin issue the threat. This covered up the experiment and made people think that the explosion was caused by terrorists. After learning all this, Stark was a little angry. Maya, I can't believe you would help Killian do human experiments? Do you know how many people were killed by those explosions? Stark questioned. Maya immediately retorted, the self-destruction is just a problem with the research. The extremis virus is essentially a more powerful drug than the super soldier serum. We can improve it. I don't want to know this. I want to know why you came here to see me today. Stark questioned. Maya didn't hide anything and answered very honestly, Killian wants to take Boz away. He wants to inject Boz with the extremis virus. Then he wants to kill you. So you're here to remind me? Stark asked. No, I came here to confirm whether you really live here. Maya sneered and spoke slowly. Stark didn't seem to understand what she meant, and finally Luo Bai reminded him, Stark, your house is surrounded now. Only then did Stark notice that his villa had been surrounded. The enemy has surrounded Stark's home from all directions, including land, sea, and air, and may launch missile attacks at any time. Stark understood now. It turns out that Maya didn't come alone, she came with a large group. No wonder she told everything so easily, it was because these people were about to attack his house. Stark, I thought you would have some feelings for me. I didn't expect, hee. Goodbye Stark, you really deserve to die. Just as Maya was thinking, she spoke again angrily. She cursed Stark with a mixture of hatred and confidence on her face. She hated Stark because he was ruthless. She was so confident that she thought Stark's house would be blown up soon and she could take the opportunity to escape. But her wishful thinking was wrong. I suggest you don't be too happy for now. As long as Luo Bai is here, my family may not be in trouble. Stark replied seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge amount of explosion was heard. Boom! In an instant, flames burst out everywhere. Of course, it wasn't Stark's house that exploded. But, in the sky, the helicopter that was supposed to launch a missile at Stark's home exploded on its own. One of the planes exploded, setting off a chain reaction. This caused several helicopters flying with it to explode as well. Boom, 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 accompanied by the sound of explosions. Of the 8 helicopters that originally came, only 4 are left. Half of it is gone. Maya, you guys are here to bomb Stark's house? It's not a self-explosion. Maya couldn't figure out what was wrong with these helicopters. How come the weapon exploded before it even fired? How could this happen? Killian, what the hell are you doing? Maya muttered. It was not difficult to tell from her expression that she was very confused at the moment. Of course, she was not the only one who was confused. Killian was also. As the mastermind behind the whole incident, Killian studied the extremis virus and created all of this because of Stark. He hated Stark. I hate Stark so much that I wish he would die. But he didn't want Stark to die so easily, so he wanted to destroy everything around Stark. He was delighted to see Stark read out his home address to reporters around the world. Now, he has personally brought people to implement his bombing plan. But, the current situation is a little different from what he imagined. Killian, who was originally sitting on the last helicopter observing the situation ahead, was quite happy thinking that he would be able to take revenge soon. I didn't expect that when I was so happy, the helicopter in front of me suddenly exploded. In fact, the self-detonation of a helicopter is not a big problem. The biggest problem was that the explosion of this helicopter caused a chain reaction, and 3 more helicopters exploded in an instant. If the remaining helicopters hadn't run fast, I'm afraid they would have all been destroyed. Even the plane that Killian was on was likely to be lost. Realizing this, Killian felt something was wrong. This shouldn't be the case. He personally planned the bombing of Stark's house, and selected every step and every person involved. The plane was checked before departure and there were no problems. The people operating those helicopters are all veterans who have extensive experience in air combat. What on earth happened just now? Why did the helicopter explode when it was fine? Killian didn't understand, so he started communicating through the intercom. What's going on ahead? Why did the helicopter explode? The explosion occurred in helicopter number A5, and the specific situation is not clear. But because of its explosion, we have lost 4 helicopters so far. Someone responded to him immediately, but did not give an accurate answer. It seems that there is no way to explore the reason for the self-explosion of No. A5 for the time being. We can only use the remaining helicopters to achieve our goal first and then talk about it. After all, A5's self-destruction might have attracted Stark's attention. It would be troublesome if Stark put on his battlesuit during this time. Thinking of this, Killian quickly gave the order, regardless of the cause of the explosion, all remaining helicopters will immediately launch an attack on Stark's villa. 2. Before he could finish his words, he heard a series of strange noises suddenly coming from the sky. Boom boom boom. This sound. Wait, why does it sound like thunder? Killian was stunned for a moment, and he looked up at the sky in confusion. Good job. The sky, which was originally sunny, was now covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time. This time, Killian can't do it. After all, helicopters are typical low-altitude aircraft and are particularly susceptible to bad weather. so Killian chose a sunny day to carry out his plan. But he never expected the sky would suddenly change. No, although we all know that the weather is unpredictable, it shouldn't change that quickly, right? There was no sign of thunder at all. It's a ghost, right? Killian was stunned. He glanced at the person next to him and asked in surprise, "What's going on? Wasn't it sunny just now?" The person next to him shook his head and said in confusion, "Brother, I don't know either. Who can predict the weather? But this happened too fast." Killian couldn't help but complain. At this moment he was feeling somewhat puzzled. But before he could figure it out, he heard a loud boom and the whole New York trembled with the earth-shaking thunder. Before anyone could react, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. With lightning speed, it hit the helicopter where Killian was. The next second, there was chaos in the helicopter. "Shit, something happened? Boss, we were struck by lightning. The plane is out of control. Get ready to skydive." It all happened so suddenly that no one was prepared. But there was no time to think about it. After all, the plane had just been hit by a torpedo, causing some of its functions to be lost. So the plane Killian was on was falling quickly, even though there was sea below. But since the plane was loaded with so many weapons, no one could guarantee whether the plane would explode. In a panic, Killian decided to parachute. Fortunately, the decision to skydive was a complete success. Killian survives and lands on the roof of Stark's villa. There's no way around it. The location of Stark Villa is very remote. From the current situation, landing on the roof of Stark Villa is the safest and best option. Fortunately, Killian finally succeeded. Just as he was congratulating himself on his good luck, a yellow circle suddenly lit up automatically under his feet. Killian looked at the circle under his feet in confusion and felt strange, and the next second he fell down. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, Killian fell face first to the ground. Fortunately, he had been injected with the desperate virus potion to strengthen his body, so he wasn't hurt too much. He just stood up and decided to see where the yellow circle had taken him. The next second, I saw a familiar figure. It's Maya. At this time, Maya was tied to a chair, with some anger in her eyes. Killian realized something was wrong and turned around quickly. The moment he turned around, he saw Stark in the iron armor, holding the Iron Man hand towards his head. Next to Stark was Luo Bai. "Put your hands up. Otherwise I'll fire a laser cannon and blow your head off," Stark said seriously. Killian. He raised his hands in silence. The next second, he heard Maya's angry cry, "Killian, are you really here to catch Stark?" Killian was speechless. No, who could have thought there would be so many surprises? The helicopter exploded for no apparent reason, but the most outrageous thing was that the helicopter he was riding in was struck by lightning. No, why? Could he possibly encounter such a low-probability event? Thinking of this, Killian spoke in confusion. "To be honest, I always feel that everything that happened today is different from what I planned. I don't know why it turned out like this. Can you believe that the plane I was on just now was struck by lightning?" Maya. Everyone. They all chose silence. Seeing that no one answered, Killian asked in confusion, "Can anyone tell me why the situation suddenly changed? Stark, can you explain what I just experienced from a scientific perspective?" Stark was silent for a moment, then replied, "Well, to be honest, I sympathize with you." After saying that, he looked at Luo Bai. He suddenly remembered when Loki appeared on Earth before. Luo Bai once said that even if the entire New York was gone, the place where he was would remain intact. At that time, Stark thought that Luo Bai meant that no one could destroy his villa as long as he was there. After all, he is very strong. I didn't expect Luo Bai to mean that with the goddess of luck around, no one can touch him? No. Is there really someone who is so lucky that he can influence the weather? I'm so lucky that the villain showed up right before my doorstep while I was sitting here drinking a cup of tea? Not to mention Killian, even Stark was a little confused at the moment. Stark was a little worried when he saw his villa was surrounded. After all, these people came prepared and were equipped with a large number of weapons. If those helicopters really launched a missile attack, it is not known whether his villa could be saved. At that time, Stark suggested that he go and capture Killian now. After all, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai said very calmly that there was no need to worry, he would come to the door himself. Stark didn't believe it at first, but now he completely believes it. Killian really came to my door. Stark couldn't understand why all this happened so coincidentally, and what he couldn't understand even more was why the weather suddenly changed just now. He frowned and looked out the window in confusion. Good job. The sky was cloudy with thunder and lightning before, but now it is clear? Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help but complain, "Honestly, shouldn't you be more curious? Why is the weather clearing up now?" At this moment, Killian's silence was deafening. The change in feelings just now was just to attack me? No, who on earth did I offend? Killian couldn't figure it out, but he didn't have time to figure out so many incredible things. You know, he originally planned to catch Stark this time, but now not only did he fail to catch Stark, but he was caught by Stark instead. Killian was of course not convinced. Even if he was confused, he didn't have much time to think now. He had to leave here quickly, otherwise Stark would definitely not let him go. Thinking of this, Killian's face darkened. He was watching from the dark, hoping to catch Stark off guard. Now that he has been injected with the desperate virus, he is no longer an ordinary person. Even if Stark were wearing a battlesuit, it would not be easy to defeat him, so Killian planned to find a chance to leave. While Stark's attention was on Luo Bai, Killian looked fierce and was about to take action. Unexpectedly, the next second, I heard a pop sound. The sound of glass breaking was heard. Then a hammer flew in from the window and hit Killian right on target. Killian, pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood immediately. When he reacted, a silver hammer was pressing on his chest. Although what was pressing on his chest looked like an ordinary hammer, Killian felt that the hammer weighed at least 1,000 pounds. The hammer was like a mountain pressing down on him, making him completely unable to move. He began to struggle in great pain and his face turned red. He wanted to call for help, but the weight of the object kept him from saying a word. He could only squeeze out 3 words, save me. However, his calls for help were quickly ignored. Because at this moment, a blond man in strange clothes rushed in from the broken window. As soon as the man came in, he successfully attracted everyone's attention. Stark seemed to know the man who came. After a moment of silence, he called out, Thor. Thor smiled and greeted, Hi Stark, I didn't expect you remembered me. Although Stark knew Thor, they were obviously not that close. After all, the last time Thor showed up was when Loki came to Earth to cause trouble. Now that Thor appears again, he is very worried. Why did you come to Earth again? Is it because Loki is here too? Stark asked in surprise. Thor quickly explained, Loki has been imprisoned in the Asgard dungeon. He will never have the chance to come to Earth to cause trouble again. I am here to find Luo Bai this time. Hearing him say this, Luo Bai was a little curious and couldn't help asking, Why did you come to see me? Thor replied, My father said he wanted to see you, and he asked me to invite you to Asgard. Odin wants to see him? Luo Bai frowned and asked curiously, Why? Thor shook his head. Obviously he didn't quite understand the situation either. He didn't tell me, he just asked me to take you back. But I see you seem very busy now, Thor said. He glanced at Maya, who was tied up, and Killian, who was pinned down by his hammer. Only then did he realize that he had not yet taken back his hammer. Killian, who was being pressed down, was obviously in great pain, and he shouted in an almost inaudible voice, Help, help, me. Oh, sorry brother. I forgot to take the hammer back. Thor said apologetically and then picked up the hammer. The moment the hammer left Killian's body, he felt unprecedented comfort. He seemed to be alive. He took 2 deep breaths and was about to enjoy his new life, but the next second he heard Stark say, It's actually good that you are suppressing him. This guy was just about to send a helicopter to blow up my house. Luo Bai and I were just about to deal with him. When Thor heard this, he immediately pressed the hammer up again. Killian. ITM? Killian wanted to say something but he was so angry that he couldn't utter a word and could only listen to the others chatting. I didn't know this person was a villain. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have picked up the hammer. But then again, were those helicopters surrounding your house arranged by him to blow up your house? Thor asked tentatively. Stark nodded and answered seriously, Yes. If Luo Bai hadn't been here, my villa would have been in ruins now. That's okay. When I came, lightning occurred. At that time, I noticed that several unlucky helicopters seemed to be struck by lightning. I was quite worried. Thor explained. Now Stark finally understood. He asked why the weather suddenly changed, and it turned out to be because Thor came to Earth. This guy is the god of thunder. Every time he appears, there are strong winds and lightning. It seems much more reasonable to think this way. Then I should really thank you for helping me deal with those helicopters. Stark sighed. Thor waved his hand and said cheerfully, That's not necessary. I didn't intend to help you, it was just a coincidence. That's right, Stark muttered. If it weren't for Luo Bai's good luck, how could Thor have happened to appear and take care of those helicopters? It's all just such a coincidence, isn't it? Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help but complain, Indeed, I should be more grateful for Luo Bai's luck. What luck? Thor didn't understand what he said, so he asked symbolically. Nothing. Stark didn't explain much, just looked at Luo Bai and said, Killian has also been caught, I think I should be able to deal with him myself. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it first. Luo Bai didn't answer but just thought. Although the troops brought by Killian have indeed been dealt with, he himself is still a considerable threat. After being injected with the extremis virus, Killian's combat power soared. If he left Stark now, it would not be so easy to deal with him. What's more, Luo Bai also has some understanding of the desperate virus, although this thing has serious side effects. But as Maya said, if the side effects can be solved, this medicine will definitely be a treasure. After all, this virus, which is made based on the Super Soldier Serum template, can give the user super strength and self-healing ability once the research is successful. This is a biological agent that is more powerful than the Super Soldier Serum. If used properly, it can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Although it is indeed useless to Luo Bai, it may be useful in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately replied, There is no rush for this. Thor, please wait for me. I will deal with the extremis virus first. After saying that he looked at Killian. He knew that Killian was very ambitious. This guy not only wanted to kill Stark, but also wanted to use the extremis virus to create a super army to rule the Earth, so he kept capturing people for human experiments. There is absolutely no way he would be obedient and cooperate with Luo Bai. This kind of villain has too many tricks up his sleeve, and Luo Bai doesn't have time to deal with him now. Fortunately, in addition to Killian, Dr. Maya also knows the formula of the extremis virus very well. Stark's ex-girlfriend has some conscience. She studied the extremis virus just to help all mankind, but she was used by Killian, so it is obviously much less troublesome to ask Dr. Maya for help. At this moment, the power of the goblin was causing a great deal of trouble in his consciousness, and he kept saying he was hungry, so he pulled Killian and Maya into the mirror dimension. At the moment the mirror space unfolded, Thor recalled his hammer. Without the restraint of the hammer, Killian instinctively wanted to run, but it was too late. What is this place? Killian asked in horror after taking a look at the suddenly changed environment around him. This is the mirror space, my domain. Luo Bai explained calmly. Without waiting for Killian to say anything else, he unleashed his fairy power. The moment the fairy power came out, it rushed straight towards Killian. However, in the blink of an eye, the energy in Killian's body was absorbed. The moment the energy in Killian's body was absorbed, the ability of the fairy power perfectly replicated the power of the desperate virus. Although for ordinary humans, the power of the desperate virus is quite strong. But for the fairy power, this amount of power is obviously not enough for it. Too little. As he was not full, fairy power couldn't help but start complaining. Then it rushed towards Maya, as if it wanted to swallow Maya as well. Luo Bai quickly took back the fairy's power, and then communicated with it with his consciousness. She is just an ordinary human, she doesn't have much power. Hungry. The fairy power started to make trouble again, clamoring for food. Fortunately, Luo Bai was already used to its behavior and simply didn't bother to pay attention to it. He just looked at Maya. At this time, Maya was obviously frightened and her face was full of horror. 2. How could an ordinary human not be frightened when seeing the power of a fairy? Being scared is good, fear makes people obedient. Thinking of this, Luo Bai ignored her and just cancelled the mirror space. Seeing Luo Bai and Maya coming out of the mirror space, Stark couldn't help but ask, "Where's Killian?" "It's been resolved." Luo Bai replied calmly. Before Stark could continue asking, Luo Bai spoke again. After Killian developed the extremis virus, he conducted secret human transformation experiments. He wanted to use the extremis virus to rule the world and control humans. He has a secret base full of humans who have been transformed after being injected with the extremis virus. Tony, I think you might have to go there. Hearing this, Stark's expression immediately became serious. I will go, do you know the exact location? Here. Luo Bai said as he handed over a note with an address written on it. Stark is impatient. After learning the address, he wanted to rush over immediately, but fortunately Luo Bai stopped him. Stark, I suggest you study the extremis virus before going there. There are a large number of people with super abilities who have been transformed by the extremis virus in that secret base. Their strength should not be underestimated. You'd better contact Captain America and the others to go there together. Luo Bai gave friendly advice. Stark calmed down and asked curiously, is this extremis virus so powerful? I think Dr. Maya will tell you this. I'll leave her to you, she knows it all. The extremis virus is indeed worth studying. Stark, I believe that with your wisdom you should be able to integrate the extremis virus with the battle suit. Luo Bai suggested. Stark nodded and immediately replied, I'll try. Luo Bai didn't say anything else. Now that Killian has been dealt with, there is no longer any threat to Stark. I believe that with Stark's strength, he should be able to learn the formula of the extremis virus from Dr. Maya and improve it. After finishing all the work, Luo Bai felt relieved and said to Thor, okay, let's go. After he finished speaking, Luo Bai opened the portal, and behind the portal was Asgard. The two walked through the door and arrived in Asgard. At this moment, Thor sighed, your magic is quite convenient. Do all the wizards on Earth know this trick? Most of them can. Luo Bai said. At this point, Thor suddenly remembered something and muttered to himself. Wait, I was wondering why this thing looks so familiar. I remember seeing something like this a long time ago. It appeared in Asgard and my hammer disappeared. Heimdall said it was from Camartage. I went to Earth to look for it. In the end, I didn't find Camartage at all. My father said that you seemed to be from Camartage as well. Thor muttered to himself, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned around, looked at Luo Bai excitedly and asked, Luo Bai, do you know if anyone in Camartage has ever used this magic to take my hammer away? Luo Bai. After being reminded by him, Luo Bai remembered. When he first started learning magic, Mordo sought him out for a competition. It seemed like he had accidentally gotten Thor's hammer. Just as he was thinking about it, Thor suddenly said angrily, this matter is very important to me. You are also a wizard of Camartage. You should know about this matter, right? I can confirm that it must have been done by your wizard of Camartage. Luo Bai was silent for a while. After a moment, he answered truthfully, you asked the right person. I do know about this. Tell me who took my hammer? If I see him, I must have a good talk with him. He took my hammer away from me without saying a word. I still feel angry when I think about it now, Thor said. It can be seen that he was very angry, otherwise he would not remember this incident now. Luo Bai is not someone who dares to do something but not to take responsibility for it. Seeing that Thor seemed to care, he immediately admitted, Thor, the person who took your hammer, was me. Thor, who was originally cursing, suddenly fell silent. It took Thor a while to come back to his senses. He suddenly realized and said, it turned out to be you? I spent 3 whole days looking for you? 3 days. Thor never imagined that the person he had spent 3 whole days looking for to steal the hammer was actually Luo Bai. Originally, he had some good feelings towards Luo Bai, After all, there aren't many people who can make Loki lose face, but his younger brother Luo Bai has never had an easy time. Thinking that his brother would frown whenever he heard the name Luo Bai and kept muttering that he was weird, Thor felt so happy and his impression of Luo Bai improved a lot. The result? Luo Bai is the guy who stole his hammer before? In an instant, the expression on Thor's face changed, becoming serious and earnest. To be honest, Saul was very angry at this time. But at the same time he was even more surprised. He was silent for 2 minutes, and then asked in disbelief, "Can you lift my hammer?" You know, not everyone can lift Thor's hammer. No one before this had ever been able to lift his hammer except Thor and Odin. When Thor was exiled, Odin placed a spell on his hammer. This also means that only those who meet the requirements of the spell are qualified to lift Thor's hammer. When Bai took the hammer away, Odin had not yet cast the spell. So at that time, it stands to reason that no one except Thor could lift the hammer of Thor. But we can't say that it is 100% impossible to lift it. After all, Odin lifted it. As long as it is a magical weapon, there is a way to pick it up. What's more, Luo Bai is surrounded by a halo of luck. Who knows what kind of buff the god of luck has added to him to allow him to lift Thor's hammer. But Thor didn't know that Luo Bai had a lucky halo, so he asked in surprise. The next second, Luo Bai replied, "I think I can lift your hammer, Thor." His eyes were full of disbelief. "Impossible? Only I can lift this hammer," Thor said firmly. But on second thought, his hammer had indeed been taken away for some time. This made Thor suddenly feel a little unconfident again. "Show me another one," Thor said, handing the hammer of Thor to Luo Bai. Luo Bai didn't say anything, but just took Thor's hammer. Well, it was very easy to pick up. It was so relaxing that even Thor's eyes changed. That expression was exactly the same as the expression Odin had when he discovered that the Spear of Eternity recognized Luo Bai as its master. There was a mixture of shock and disbelief. The next second, Thor muttered, "No, impossible? How is this possible? Seeing him like this, I always feel like the sky is falling." Luo Bai was a little embarrassed. He handed Thor the hammer to Thor and then explained, "Actually, I didn't mean to take your hammer at the beginning. I had just learned magic at that time, and my understanding of the magic of taking objects was not very good, so there was a deviation. This was really an accident." He tried to comfort Thor's wounded little heart, but Thor didn't seem to be comforted at all. He just kept muttering, "It's impossible, I should be the only one who can lift it." He glanced at the god Thor, then threw it out and summoned it back. It seems that he even suspected at one point that his hammer might have been replaced. Seeing that Thor was currently depressed about the hammer issue and had no time to care about him, Luo Bai immediately prepared to leave. "Thor, I'm leaving first. Your dad is still waiting for me." But Thor ignored him and continued to mutter with a frown, "How can Luo Bai lift this hammer? Logically, no one can lift it. What's going on?" Seeing that he ignored him, Luo Bai turned around and ran away. When Thor came to his senses, Luo Bai had disappeared. "Luo Bai, come back? Raise it for me again. It shouldn't be like this." "Why?" Thor shouted. But at this time, Luo Bai had already arrived at the main hall of Asgard. In the familiar main hall, Odin still sat on the throne. He was wearing golden God King armor and looked older than the last time I saw him. "God King." Luo Bai was the first to greet politely. Odin nodded, with a somewhat kind expression on his face, and responded, "You are here. Is there something that made you ask Thor to come over here?" Luo Bai asked. Odin did not answer, but asked, "Gungnir, are you used to it?" "I haven't used it much. Such a magical weapon is hard to use on Earth." Luo Bai responded with a smile. Odin nodded. There was no expression of emotion on his face at this moment, and he seemed to have accepted the fact that Gungnir had left. "That is a very powerful weapon. It has accompanied me for a long time. Gods and demons are in awe wherever it goes. I believe that with your ability, you will be able to make the most of Gungnir." Odin sighed. Luo Bai nodded and agreed with a smile. "It is indeed a great weapon." After talking about Gungnir, Odin finally returned to the topic. "I didn't want to disturb you. There has been no contact between Kamartaj and Asgard for a long time. The former Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One and I each have our own responsibilities and jointly guard the areas we are protecting. It's just that things have been a little different since you took office." Odin said. Luo Bai asked curiously, "What's the difference?" Odin frowned, and his expression looked very confused. "It seems that I don't know how to bring this up." After a moment's pause, he asked, "Supreme Sorcerer, have you ever heard of Ragnarok?" "Ragnarok?" Luo Bai thought about it and nodded. "I've heard of it." When it comes to Ragnarok, Odin looks very tired. He sighed and spoke slowly. "I once drank from the fountain of wisdom and exchanged one of my eyes for infinite wisdom and the ability to predict the future. I predicted Ragnarok and I also predicted that Thor would end Ragnarok. But recently, I have added you to my predictions. I am included in the prediction?" Luo Bai was a little confused. He obviously didn't understand what Odin meant. "I don't quite understand what you said," Luo Bai said. "I don't understand either. But wisdom tells me that you will be the key to Ragnarok," said Odin. Luo Bai frowned. Before he could speak, Odin continued, "Gungnir was created from the world tree. Perhaps it chose you because of this." After finishing speaking, Odin raised his finger and pointed at the Agamotto on Luo Bai's neck and asked, "Can you use it, the time stone, to see your own future?" "No," Luo Bai answered truthfully. "It's strange to say. Luo Bai tried it when he obtained the time stone. He planned to use the time stone to look at the future timeline. But then he discovered that there was almost no record of him in the future timeline. No wonder Ancient One said before that he couldn't see his future. Because there is no record of it in the time stone? That's right. As he was thinking, Odin suddenly realized and said, "My guess is correct. You are not from this world, so you are not recorded in the timeline. But you stayed in this world, and the Ancient One chose you to become the Supreme Sorcerer. This proves that your appearance has become the center of the universe." The center of the universe? What does that mean? Luo Bai asked. Odin thought for a moment and gave his answer. The fate of everyone in the universe is predetermined, so the time stone can see the future of almost everyone, except you. You should be able to travel to the multi-universe. When you travel, you will find that there may be another Stark or other people on the Earth in the multi-universe. But you are the only one, and there will not be another you in the multi-universe. So you are the only human who can choose and change your own destiny. You will be the key to Ragnarok, because you may end Ragnarok, but you may also create Ragnarok. It all comes from your own choice. Now Luo Bai understood. Yes, he traveled through time. This proves that he did not exist in this universe originally, so there is certainly no possibility that there will be any record of him in the timeline of this universe. All his records in this universe must be created by himself. After hearing this, Luo Bai almost understood. No wonder Odin called him over today. To put it simply, now you suddenly discover that a person has emerged who can decide the future of Asgard and even the universe. A ruler of Odin's level is bound to have some concerns. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "God King, you called me here today to remind me." Odin shook his head and said directly, "No, you should know that Ragnarok is about to begin, and I don't have much time left. Soon Thor will be the new king of the gods. If Ragnarok really destroyed Asgard, it would not be a good thing for the earth. You should also be aware that there are countless powerful beings in the entire multi-universe. Kamartaj and Asgard may not be unable to cooperate." Luo Bai understood and asked, "So you hope I can cooperate with Thor? I know Thor's current strength is not enough to be your partner, but he will grow. Even I can predict your uniqueness, which proves that the true gods of the multi-universe will discover it sooner or later. Asgard and Kamartaj have the same interests. We are dealing with a powerful force outside the earth. We are not enemies but allies." When Odin predicted that Luo Bai would be the key to influencing Ragnarok, he knew that he had underestimated the choice of the Ancient One and the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer, so that he had to negotiate with Luo Bai. Although Odin and Ancient One had indeed reached a win-win relationship before, but the previous generation is about to leave, and the relationship of this generation is still unclear. Odin estimated that Thor's ignorant character would probably not allow him to talk about cooperation, so he had to talk about this matter. Knowing why Odin called him this time, Luo Bai knew how to respond. After all, Odin was right when he said that Kamartaj and Asgard were allies, not enemies. Their common enemy is an extraterrestrial god. Thinking of this, Luo Bai gave his answer, "God King, don't worry about this matter. The earth does need Asgard." His meaning was clear. Asgard and Kamartaj will remain the same as before, nothing will change. As the Sorcerer Supreme, he would not take the initiative to start a war. Odin was obviously very satisfied with this result. Just as I was about to say something else, Thor suddenly rushed in. "Luo Bai!" Thor shouted as he entered the door. Before Odin could react, he ignored Odin and asked Luo Bai loudly in the hall, "Luo Bai, tell me, how did you lift my hammer?" Luo Bai felt helpless. "I didn't expect that this guy is still worried about the hammer. It can be seen that he really cares about this matter. I don't know about that. Maybe it's because I'm luckier." Luo Bai replied helplessly. "Impossible? No one can lift this hammer except me," Thor said excitedly. Thor has always boasted that he is the only one who can lift the hammer. Now suddenly a Luo Bai appeared and was able to lift his hammer. Thor was extremely depressed. "The fact that you can lift my hammer proves that you are quite strong. Come on, let's fight and show me how powerful you are," said Thor. It was embarrassing enough to have one's hammer lifted against him. The most important thing is that Luo Bai was the person who stole his hammer before. Unable to lose face, Thor immediately wanted to compete with Luo Bai to see who was more powerful. But before he picked up the hammer, Odin got angry. Thor then stopped what he was doing and angrily said to Odin, "Father, this wizard stole my hammer last time." Odin, "What the hell? Stealing a hammer?" Odin was confused. Before he could ask, Thor spoke up, "Father, when I was in Asgard, someone used magic to take my hammer away. It was the wizard of Kamartaj. I just asked Luo Bai, and he admitted that it was he who took it. Father, this wizard is provoking us in Asgard." At this moment, Odin suddenly remembered that something like this seemed to have happened before. At that time, Thor had been asking about Kamartaj. Odin felt something was wrong when he heard this. How did this guy offend the wizard of Kamartaj? At that time, Odin scolded him a few words and never cared about the matter again. Unexpectedly, Thor still remembered it now. Just as he was thinking about it, Luo Bai spoke up. "It is true that there was such an incident, but it was indeed an accident at the time." Odin immediately replied, "Supreme Sorcerer, you don't need to explain too much." After saying this, he looked at Thor with an expression of disappointment. "Thor, you are the god of thunder, can't you even take care of your own weapon?" Odin shouted angrily. Saul was stunned at the time. "No, why is this blamed on me?" "Father, the magic he used." Thor wanted to explain. The next second, Odin said angrily, "Are you still making excuses for your own incompetence? You should be ashamed of this." "Father, Thor seemed to want to explain something, but the next second Odin said disappointedly, "Thor, I think you need more experience." Thor was obviously confused. But Odin was speechless at this time. He had just finally negotiated that Asgard and Kamartaj continue to coexist peacefully. Thor would be furious if his relationship was ruined because of a hammer. Thinking of this, Odin immediately said to Luo Bai, "Thor's character is as fearless as I was when I was young. Such impulsiveness will inevitably lead to mistakes in the future. Gungnir is not only a weapon, but also a symbol of my rights. If he does something wrong in the future, you can use Gungnir to replace me and educate him." Luo Bai was stunned. Is Odin entrusting his son to someone else? Although Thor's current strength is indeed not enough to defeat Luo Bai, but Luo Bai still had to give the face he deserved. "It's not education, but friendly exchange is possible," Luo Bai said. The next second, Thor asked in confusion, "What Gungnir?" Odin took a deep breath and then said, "I have given Gungnir to Luo Bai." "What?" Thor was stunned when he heard it. Gungnir was his father's exclusive weapon and a symbol of the God King. His father sent Gungnir to Luo Bai? Thor was stunned and looked at Odin in disbelief. After a moment, Thor slowly spoke, "Father, I am your son." Odin was furious, but he couldn't say that Gungnir ran away with Luo Bai on his own. That would be too embarrassing for him, so he could only say it was a gift. As a result, when Thor said this, Odin's face turned black. After taking a deep breath, Odin said with a serious face, "It is precisely because you are my son that you need to grow up as quickly as possible. I don't think you are qualified to be the king of gods now. You need more experience. So I ask the Supreme Sorcerer to train you in the future. If you make any mistakes, the Supreme Sorcerer who possesses Gungnir has the right to punish you on behalf of me, the father of the gods." Thor. He looked at Luo Bai in disbelief. Before Luo Bai could speak, Odin spoke up, "Supreme Sorcerer, take out Gungnir and show him." Luo Bai thought about it and decided to use the magic of fetching to get Gungnir. The moment Thor saw Luo Baijin take out Gungnir, the expression on his face was so amazing. It's okay now. Not only could he not beat Luo Bai, he might even have to use honorifics when he saw Luo Bai in the future. Saul didn't understand. "Father, why? He is just an earth wizard. Is there anything special about the Supreme Sorcerer?" Thor asked puzzledly. But Odin ignored him and just looked at Luo Bai and said slowly, "Supreme Sorcerer, I hope our conversation today will affect your attitude towards Asgard in the future. Thor still needs to grow up." At this moment, Odin is no longer a god king. But it was Saul's father, a father who wanted to pave the way for his son. He was sincere, so Luo Bai promised him, Asgard and Kamartaj will always be allies, on the premise that Asgard does not change its mind. The negotiation between the two ended here. Luo Bai left the main hall. Thor also left in confusion. After the two of them walked away, Thor finally came to his senses and asked, "Luo Bai, what did you just talk about with my father?" "We didn't talk about much, but your father treats you very well." Luo Bai sighed. "Of course I know. My father has always loved me, but I don't understand why he gave Gungnir to you." Thor asked curiously. "Didn't he say that he would let me educate you for him in the future?" Luo Bai replied with a smile. Thor didn't say anything. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "Did my father give you anything?" Luo Bai was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" As soon as he finished speaking, Thor asked seriously, "He didn't give you the inheritance of Asgard, did he?" Luo Bai was speechless, so speechless that he didn't even want to pay attention to Thor anymore. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first," Luo Bai said. He planned to leave Asgard to see how Stark was handling the situation. But Thor was very depressed at this time, and chased Luo Bai and asked, "Luo Bai, tell me why father gave Gungnir to you? And why can you lift my hammer?" "Luo Bai, ask your father." After saying this, he opened the portal. He didn't want to stay in Asgard any longer. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the power of the fairy changed. Power. Very strong power. Over there, over there. In Luo Bai's will, the fairy power kept repeating these words. This made him feel helpless. Why was it that the power of the demon was causing trouble again? Luo Bai wanted to suppress the power of the fairy, but the power of the fairy was becoming very powerful. In addition, some time has passed and Luo Bai is now very hungry, so he plans to listen to the fairy power and go to see the situation. The fairy power seemed to have a clear destination for the source of its power, so Luo Bai directly opened the portal. Behind the portal is darkness, a darkness without any light. Where is this? Aren't you going to Earth? This doesn't seem to be Earth. Thor couldn't help asking, as he seemed to find the world after the door was opened very strange. However, just as Thor finished speaking, a roar was heard. Immediately afterwards, a stream of red and black unknown liquid rushed out from the world on the other side of the portal. "Be careful!" Thor shouted and ran to the side. Luo Bai released the power of the fairy at that time. Although the force was strong, it seemed that it had no intention of resisting and was absorbed by Luo Bai almost without any resistance. It was so fast that it was over before Thor, who was standing by, even understood what was happening. "What happened just now? What rushed out?" Thor asked in confusion. Luo Bai frowned, and it was obvious that he hadn't reacted yet. But he could clearly feel that there was an extra force in his body, and that force was very strong. He did not answer Thor's question, but closed the portal and closed his eyes to feel it. It was not until the fairy power completely devoured and copied the power just now that Luo Bai finally understood what that thing that rushed out was. Was that TIE particles just now? Luo Bai muttered. Because his voice was so soft, Sol couldn't hear it clearly, so he asked, "What is it?" TIE particles are actually real raw stones. A long time ago, the reality stone was obtained by Malekith, the leader of the dark world. They transformed the reality stone into liquid form, becoming TIE particles. TIE particles can transform all matter into darkness, but TIE particles require a host and will draw energy from the host's life force. Malekith integrates with TIE particles. He wanted to use TIE particles to turn the earth and even the 9 realms into his dark kingdom, but he was sealed by Odin's father. It is rumored that Odin's father not only defeated Malekith, but also sealed all the dark elves in the dark world, and the TIE particles were also destroyed in that battle. But in fact TIE particles have never been destroyed. It just ran into the universe by itself, looking for a new host. Unexpectedly, TIE particles were perceived by the power of the fairy. Now, this thing has been swallowed. For a moment, Luo Bai was speechless. He was wondering why the fairy power was suddenly so excited. It turned out that it was because it sensed the power of the reality stone. Good news, Luo Bai has the 4th rough stone. The bad news is that it was swallowed, so Luo Bai has now become a reality rough stone. This is really surprising. Luo Bai, what's wrong with you? Seeing that he didn't respond, Thor couldn't help but ask. Although there were indeed some conflicts between him and Luo Bai, considering that his father had a good attitude towards Luo Bai and that Luo Bai was also protecting the earth, Thor did not regard Luo Bai as an enemy. Just now, when Thor saw an unknown force surging into Luo Bai's body, he was a little worried. So asking shows concern. "I'm fine," Luo Bai said. "That's good. I thought something happened to you when I saw you didn't speak just now. Of course, I'm definitely not concerned about you. I'm just asking," Thor said. Luo Bai didn't listen to him much, because at that time Luo Bai was thinking about a problem. TIE particles appeared, which meant that the sleeping Malekith woke up. Malekith has always wanted to use TIE particles to change the entire universe, so he will definitely come looking for the reality stone. If I go back to Earth now, Malekith should be there with a large army soon. As the Sorcerer Supreme, it is not very rational to bring chaos to the Earth. Malekith hates Asgard anyway, so he will definitely lead his troops to attack. So now he can stay in Asgard and wait for Malekith, saving Luo Bai the trouble of looking for him. What's more, Luo Bai had just swallowed TIE particles, and now the fairy power was not very stable. He is now in urgent need of stabilizing the power of the goblins and studying the real rough stone at the same time. Thinking of this, Luo Bai turned to Thor and asked, "Is there any place to live in Asgard?" Stop. Thor was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" "I plan to stay in Asgard for a while and experience the simple folk customs of Asgard," Luo Bai said. Thor, wait, didn't you just say you wanted to go back? "I've changed my mind now. You go and tell your dad." "Forget it, I'll go by myself," Luo Bai said, turning around and preparing to walk towards the main hall. Thor followed him and said, "You want to live in Asgard? Although my father gave you Gunnagar, he would not agree to let you live here. You are not a citizen of Asgard." Soon the two of them arrived at the main hall of Asgard. Seeing Luo Bai coming back, Odin was a little confused. Before he could ask, Thor spoke up, "Father, Luo Bai said he wanted to stay in Asgard for a while." Odin was obviously confused after hearing this and he glanced at Luo Bai. Luo Bai immediately replied, "TIE particles have appeared, Malekith should have awakened." Odin naturally understood what TIE particles were, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. "Where are the TIE particles?" Odin asked. "In my body. If I go back to Earth, Malekith will bring people to Earth. So I have to wait for him here with you. He will definitely come to Asgard," Luo Bai said. Odin was stunned. TIE particles, good stuff? It is said that Luo Bai is the center of the universe. This is too central. Considering the seriousness of the problem, Odin quickly agreed, "Thor, you must entertain the Supreme Sorcerer well during this period." Sol was confused. No, why is his father so nice to Luo Bai? I am the future heir to the throne of Asgard. A wizard from Earth, asking a future king to entertain him? Go! Odin shouted angrily. Thor. When Thor walked out of the main hall of Asgard, there was still confusion and depression on his face. The two of them walked on the road. Perhaps because he couldn't figure it out, Thor couldn't help but ask again, "Luo Bai, why is my father so good to you?" "Because Asgard and Camartage are allies," Luo Bai replied with a smile. "So what exactly is Camartage? Why have I never heard of it before? And I didn't find this place when I went to Earth before. And what's the story behind your title of Sorcerer Supreme?" Thor asked in confusion. Luo Bai thought for a moment and gave a brief explanation. The Sorcerer Supreme is the title of the most powerful wizard on Earth. As for Camartage, if you regard Camartage as Asgard, then the Sorcerer Supreme's position in Camartage is equivalent to your father's current position. After hearing this, Thor finally understood a little, but he still didn't understand. "What did you say to my father before about TIE particles and the Dark World? You should know that Asgard controls the 9 realms, and the Dark World is one of the 9 realms, right?" Luo Bai asked. Thor nodded and agreed, "I know this. I heard that Asgard defeated the Dark World and sealed it away. TIE particles are weapons developed by the leader of the Dark World. It was originally a rough stone, called the Reality Rough Stone. It is rumored that it was destroyed, but in fact it has always existed. What you saw entering my body just now was TIE particles, Luo Bai said. So that's what entered your body before? Thor asked in surprise. He looked a little serious and asked, will it do any harm to you? Luo Bai said nothing. Originally, TIE particles would be harmful if they entered the body. After all, this thing obtains energy by sucking the life of the host. However, since there is now a more powerful fairy power suppressing Luo Bai's body, it not only has no effect but also enhances Luo Bai's ability. Thinking about this, Luo Bai replied, it will not cause any harm to me. That's good. Thor muttered, as if relieved. Seeing the faint smile on Luo Bai's face, he explained, I'm not concerned about you, but my father asked me to take care of you. You can't get into trouble around me. I haven't forgotten that you secretly took my hammer before, and my father just scolded me for it. Luo Bai smiled and replied, I am indeed sorry about your hammer incident. But I think as the future God King of Asgard, you should not care about such a small matter. Hearing the words future God King, Thor was so happy that he almost floated up. He was a little depressed at first, but he suddenly became cheerful. Of course not. In fact, what my father said is right. As the future heir of Asgard, it is indeed my problem that I can't even manage my own weapons. Tozal said, unable to hide the smile on his face. Luo Bai didn't say much, but continued, the appearance of TIE particles means that the dark elves of the Dark World have awakened. The Dark World once wanted to rule the entire 9 realms through TIE particles, so the first thing they did after awakening must be to look for TIE particles. Hearing this, Thor frowned, you just said that the TIE particles are on you, so aren't you the target of the Dark World? Luo Bai nodded and confirmed, that's about right, so they will send a large force to find me soon. Does my father still agree to let you stay in Asgard? Thor asked. Luo Bai is now the Dark World's first choice target. If Odin leaves him in Asgard, wouldn't that put Asgard in danger? Even if Kamartaj and Asgard are allies, wouldn't Asgard just send troops to help? There was no need for his father to put the entire Asgard into crisis because of this. Thor couldn't figure it out and was very confused. Seeing his thoughts, Luo Bai immediately replied, Thor, I know what you are thinking, but you have to know that it was Asgard that sealed the Dark World. Even if I leave now, the Dark World will still send troops to attack. So Asgard will face war whether I am here or not. If I am here, you will have more fighting power, right? After hearing what he said, Thor understood. That's right. Asgard and the Dark World have had a feud for a long time. Asgard will be attacked whether Luo Bai is here or not. In this case, there is nothing wrong with Luo Bai staying in Asgard. No wonder his father agreed to keep Luo Bai. However, if the Dark World sends troops, it will not be a matter of one person. It is a war between 2 worlds. Although Luo Bai seemed to be quite strong before. But, are you going to help alone? Don't you need to call more people? Sol asked. Luo Bai thought for a while and then replied, I think it's enough for me alone. You are quite confident, although Loki has suffered a lot from you. But this kind of world war is completely different. I am very experienced, because I often lead troops to fight in the 9 realms. You must have never experienced this kind of world war, Thor said, with pride on his face. Luo Bai smiled and replied, I have indeed never fought in a world war. Hearing what he said, Thor became even more proud. I knew it, but it's okay. Since my father told me to take good care of you, don't worry, people with me in the Dark World will never hurt you. Well, you can live here. Thor spoke confidently. During the conversation between the two, they had already walked outside the room. Since Luo Bai still had to integrate his strength, he immediately replied, I'll take a rest first. Thor seemed to want to show off his achievements, so he immediately said, do you want me to tell you about my experience in conquering the 9 realms? Maybe I can provide you with some help. Luo Bai refused, no, thank you. Before Sol could speak, he slammed the door shut. Thor frowned and complained in a low voice, forget it if you don't listen. Mage, just play with a knife or something. That's what my brother is like. After that he left. Inside the room, Luo Bai sighed and couldn't help but sigh. The world is finally clean. After taking a deep breath, Luo Bai meditated on the spot and began to study the rough reality stone in his body. I don't know how long it took before Luo Bai completely understood the ability and laws of the reality stone. The well-known ability of the reality stone is to modify reality, but the ability of a single reality stone is not as powerful as imagined and can modify the entire universe at will. Because a single rough stone of reality can modify reality to a certain extent. To put it simply, once the original stone leaves the modifiable range, the effect of the original stone will disappear. Luo Bai remembered that when watching the plot before, Thanos turned Mantis into paper after obtaining the reality stone. But after he left, Destroyer and Mantis returned to their original form. This situation occurs mainly because the reality stone modifies reality through its own energy. If you want to maximize the energy and effect of the original stones, you need to collect all the infinite original stones. Infinite rough stones can provide energy to each other, thus amplifying the effect of each rough stone. Malekith wants to use a single reality stone to modify reality and turn all 9 realms into a dark world. In theory it can be achieved. But the premise is that he needs to provide powerful and continuous energy to the reality stone, otherwise once the distance is exceeded, the effect of the reality stone will be greatly reduced. After understanding the principle of raw stones, Luo Bai started to think. He still has 3 rough stones on his body, so can all the energy of the fairies in these 3 rough stones be absorbed? With this thought, Luo Bai took out 3 infinite rough stones and tried energy absorbing. Rumor has it that when the 6 infinity stones are added together, they possess almost the strongest power in the universe. Its power can grant almost any wish of its bearer. The 6 stones represent space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. However, the 6 raw stones are scattered all over the universe, and some of them are guarded by guardians, so it is not easy to collect them all. To obtain some of these raw stones, one may even have to pay a certain price, but even so, there are still many people in the universe who want to obtain these raw stones. Fortunately, Luo Bai has already collected 4 raw stones. Although the power of the 6 infinity stones will increase exponentially when they collide with each other, Luo Bai is not in a hurry to collect all the stones. After all, with his luck, it wouldn't be long before someone would deliver the remaining raw stones to his door, saving him the trouble of looking for them one by one. Therefore, what he needs to consider now is whether he can absorb all the energy of the few raw stones he currently has into his body. You know, the power of the 6 infinity stones integrated together is very strong. Ordinary people simply cannot control the energy of the 6 infinity stones, so they need the infinity gauntlet as a carrier to integrate the power of the 6 stones. But even with the help of the infinity gauntlet, ordinary people cannot withstand the power of 6 infinity stones. Now Luo Bai wants to absorb the power of the stone without using the infinity gauntlet, which makes him a little worried. He was not worried that he could not absorb the fairy power, but he was worried whether his body could withstand it. So he chose one of them, the time stone, to test first. In fact, the fairy power was almost unable to sit still when it saw the 3 infinity stones. He kept trying to bewitch Luo Bai's will and kept chanting, "Quick! Swallow them quickly! Swallow them all in one breath!" It made him a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, Luo Bai controlled himself. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing the process of swallowing the raw stone, Luo Bai first locked himself in the mirror space. He then opened the Eye of Agamotto and controlled the fairy power to slowly analyze, understand, and absorb the time stone. The green time energy was slowly absorbed into Luo Bai's body by the fairy power and integrated. After absorbing energy for a period of time, Luo Bai unexpectedly found that he did not seem to have any discomfort in his body. This is probably because the power of the fairy came into play. As the host of the fairy power, it takes time for the power to integrate with the host. Before, Luo Bai just tried to suppress the fairy power, but because the fairy power has self-awareness, the degree of integration between the two did not reach 100%. After this period of adjustment, Luo Bai unexpectedly discovered just now that he seemed to have completely integrated with the fairy power. This made Luo Bai feel relieved. Without hesitation, he released the fairy power and swallowed the time stone. After being devoured by the power of the goblins, the time stone exploded with powerful force, causing the tie particles that had been peaceful to protest in Luo Bai's body. Fortunately, the power of the goblins suppressed and dissolved most of the energy. After closing his eyes and meditating for a while, the power of the time stone finally settled down. Then Luo Bai tried to integrate. After an unknown amount of time had passed and the time stone was integrated, Luo Bai began to devour the second stone. The process is actually similar, except that there is an additional step of decomposition. Take the rough stone out of the container and then swallow integrate. It was unknown how long this process took. After it was completed, he began to devour, absorb, and integrate the third raw stone, until finally all the raw stones were integrated into Luo Bai's body, and there was no abnormal movement. Luo Bai then cancelled the mirror space. As soon as the mirror space was cancelled, there was a knock on the door. Boom, 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 boom. The sound was as loud as BG on a door. Hearing the noise, Luo Bai knew who was coming. When he opened the door, he saw Saul standing outside the door. As soon as the door opened, Thor complained, "You have been staying in this room for a whole week? If my father hadn't asked me not to disturb you, I would have smashed the door to see if anything happened to you. What's the matter with you looking for me in such a hurry?" Luo Bai asked. Sol responded helplessly, "I have nothing to do. It's just that the maid who brought you food didn't respond every time I knocked on the door. They came to me and told me about the situation. So I came to take a look. Don't you need to eat?" Luo Bai said nothing. Although he feels hungry every second now, what he needs is not food but energy. So after thinking about it, Luo Bai replied, "I have eaten it. Have you eaten? Where did you go to eat before you even left the house?" Sol couldn't help but ask. Luo Bai didn't say anything, just smiled. The scene changed in the next second, and Sol, who was still standing at the door of the room, sat on a chair inside the room. Inexplicably, there was an extra beer glass in my hand. "Do you want something to drink?" Luo Bai asked. Sol glanced at the cup in his hand, and then responded, "Bar." As soon as he finished speaking, the originally empty beer glass was automatically filled with beer. Thor was confused again. Looking at the beer glass in his hand with confusion on his face, he seemed to be asking with his face, "What the hell? Where did this wine come from? Is this real beer?" While thinking about it, Thor took a sip. "Good guy, it's really wine. This is how your food comes from? Using the magic you mentioned, to make it?" Sol asked. "Absolutely," Luo Bai responded lightly. After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for Thor to speak, and continued to ask, "By the way, is there anything going on in Asgard recently?" "Asgard is okay, nothing serious happened. Even if something happens, Heimdall will be able to find out as soon as possible. Thor said. Heimdall, god of dawn. He is responsible for guarding the Rainbow Bridge, and possesses the eye of Heimdall that perceives all things to observe all things. His eyes can observe most of the 9 worlds, as long as he wants to. So what Sol said is correct. Knowing that there was no movement in the dark world, Luo Bai planned to meditate again to integrate the energy of the original stone. After all, there are 4 energies in his body now, and it will take some time to fully integrate them. At present, Luo Bai has only temporarily suppressed the power so that they will not move abnormally. Thinking of this, Luo Bai asked, Sol, do you have anything else to do? If nothing happens, I want to rest for a while. It's nothing else. Thor muttered. Just as Luo Bai was about to speak, there was a sudden noise outside the door. Sol frowned and couldn't help complaining, why is it so noisy outside? Because the Dark Elf army is coming, Luo Bai said. He looked straight into the distance and passed through many obstacles. I saw the Dark Elf army attacking Asgard on the Rainbow Bridge. At this time, Malekith is leading the army of the Dark World to attack Asgard. They first caused chaos in Asgard's dungeon. When the Asgard soldiers went to the dungeon to support them, most of them took advantage of the chaos and entered through the Rainbow Bridge. And all this was perceived by Luo Bai. After understanding the current situation, Luo Bai told the truth. Puppets from the Dark World have appeared in the dungeon. They are currently destroying the dungeon and releasing the prisoners. A large force has launched an attack on the front of the Rainbow Bridge. Sol frowned and couldn't help but ask, how do you know so clearly? Luo Bai calmly replied, I saw it. Certainly. Even if he didn't see it, Luo Bai understood the plot. It's just that Sol doesn't know clearly, so he is very confused now. How did you see it? Before Thor could figure it out, an Asgard soldier rushed over. As soon as he appeared, the soldier hurriedly spoke, God of Thunder, there is something strange happening in dungeon? Please go to support quickly. Before he could recover, another soldier rushed over and reported, God of Thunder, there is an enemy attacking from the front of the Rainbow Bridge. Please go quickly to support. Originally, Sol had some doubts about the authenticity of Luo Bai's words. After all, they were staying in the Asgard Palace at this time, which was a long way away from dungeon and the Rainbow Bridge. If you weren't there personally, it would be difficult to tell the specific situation. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai not only said it out loud, but also got it right. This made Thor a little surprised, and he couldn't help but ask, do you, like Heimdall, have the eyes to perceive all things? The principle is similar, except that instead of using my eyes, I use ability. Luo Bai explained. Sol was a little surprised, and he felt more and more that Luo Bai was not simple. But he didn't have time to ask now. After all, the situation was urgent. Thinking of this, Thor raised his hammer and said immediately, forget it, this matter is not important. Asgard is in danger now, and I have to help. You have what Malekith wants. It's not safe for you to stay here alone, come with me. During this time, Odin told Thor about TIE particles. Odin explained to him the power of TIE particles. In a word, TIE particles must not be taken away by the Dark World, otherwise the 9 realms will be in crisis. After understanding this situation, he felt uneasy about Luo Bai staying alone in the house. Although Luo Bai's strength is indeed good, almost all members of the Dark World are mobilized. Just in case, Sol wanted to take Luo Bai and leave together. But Luo Bai had no intention of leaving, and just replied calmly, I think the current situation is not very bad. Thor asked in confusion, the Dark World has sent troops to fight. Isn't the situation bad enough? As soon as he finished speaking, a bright yellow circle appeared in midair. Before he could react, a very weird-looking thing fell out of the circle. There was a pop sound. The damn thing lay face down on the ground. Sol was confused, pointed at the ghost thing lying on the ground and asked, what is this? The next second, the ghost stood up and spoke to Thor rage, what the hell? How dare you call me that? I am Malekith. I am the leader of the Dark World, the Rude Asa clan. The leader of the Dark World? Good guy? Luo Bai, have you arrested the leader of the Dark World? Sol asked in surprise. Luo Bai nodded and responded with a smile, to capture the thief, capture the king first. You are awesome. Thor was silent. He was silent because he did not expect that Luo Bai would directly capture the leader of the Dark World. So there was a bit of confusion on his face when he was silent. He was not the only one who was confused at this time. Malekith was also confused. He looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, his head buzzing. No, where did he do it now? He remembered that he was clearly on the spaceship before, so why did he suddenly come here? This seems to be Asgard's palace, right? Thinking of this, Malekith looked serious. Did you summon me here? Malekith asked in a deep voice. Luo Bai shook his head and answered seriously, it's not a summons, it's an arrest. Malekith, you are arrested. Malekith. He was stunned for a moment, and then sneered. He seemed to be mocking what Luo Bai said. Just you 2 kids? Arrest me. Malekith said disdainfully. After saying this, he felt something was wrong. There's a familiar force in you, the TIE particles. Malekith muttered. In fact, from the moment he woke up, he sensed the TIE particles. He was able to determine that the TIE particles were currently in Asgard, and since he hated Asgard so much he immediately gathered his army to attack. I originally thought of going to Asgard to confirm the location of TIE particles, but I didn't expect Luo Bai to deliver TIE particles to my door. Feeling the power of TIE particles, Malekith said excitedly, "It's TIE particles? I didn't expect you to bring TIE particles to my door." Before he could finish his words, Thor picked up the hammer and hit him in the face. Malekith. He looked at Thor with a confused look on his face, his eyes full of anger. Before he could even open his mouth, Thor complained impatiently, "You talk too much nonsense. Malekith. I am the one. You boy? A sneak attack, huh? You." Malekith wanted to say something. Thor struck with another hammer. The hammer was mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, knocking Malekith to the ground. Without TIE particles, Malekith is so weak that he can't even withstand 2 blows from Thor's hammer. Seeing Malekith being beaten back again and again, Thor couldn't help but complain, "The leader of the Dark World? Not that great." Malekith seemed to want to say something, but the next second Thor started to complain, "It's weak, but it also looks. Can this thing be called a dark elf?" Luo Bai agreed, "I can understand your doubts. I am also confused. In my impression, elves should look good. This thing is really too ugly." The two of them discussed Malekith's appearance. Malekith was almost furious. Not only did they catch him for no apparent reason, they also attacked him with a hammer by surprise. Now they are still discussing his appearance in front of him? In extreme anger, Malekith Rage said, "The armies of the Dark World will crush Asgard. I will take the TIE particles back from you. You will all be swallowed by the darkness." After saying this he seemed ready to attack. The next second, Luo Bai raised his hand and took out the Spear of Eternity out of thin air. The Spear of Eternity, shining with golden light, appeared before Malekith's eyes. It was visibly that Malekith was stunned. In most cases, the CPU is burned out. "Isn't this Odin's weapon?" Malekith couldn't help but speak. "Now, it is my weapon. To be honest, I have never used it before. You are lucky, because I plan to use you to practice," Luo Bai said, and then threw the Spear of Eternity out. How could Malekith not know the power of the Spear of Eternity, but he subconsciously wanted to escape. He had only taken 2 steps when the Spear of Eternity pierced his chest. Malekith was hung on the Spear of Eternity and died. Once Malekith is dealt with, the Dark World will be leaderless. The rest is easy to solve. Thinking of this, Luo Bai retracted the Spear of Eternity and said, "Okay, the leader of the Dark World has been dealt with." At this time, Thor seemed to have not reacted yet. After all, it took him some time and energy to deal with these world wars in the past. But this time it's obviously different. It seemed like it only took a few minutes from the time Luo Bai captured Malekith to the time he dealt with him. It was so fast that it was scary. So much so that even now Thor still feels a little unreal. Thinking of this, Thor couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect that this trouble could be solved so quickly. I like your magic more and more now. It's very practical. It's indeed very practical. I don't think I will be needed to help the remaining Dark World soldiers." Luo Bai asked. "The Asgard are no pushovers. It will only take a minute to deal with them," Thor said, swinging his hammer and rushing out to kill. While beating Thor, he was thinking, magic is really useful. But why doesn't Loki, who is also a wizard, know this trick? He can only transform into a snake and play with a knife or something. Tisk tisk. After Malekith was gone, the Dark Elf army seemed to realize that something was wrong, so they retreated quickly. For Thor this was the easiest battle he had ever experienced, and surprisingly there were almost no casualties on Asgard. The only bad thing was that his younger brother Loki escaped from the dungeon during the chaos. When Thor was still immersed in the joy of victory, an Asgard soldier told him the unfortunate news, "We just found that the prisoner Loki was missing when we were maintaining order in the dungeon." Thor's first reaction after hearing the news was helplessness. After all, his younger brother is really good at causing trouble. Who knows what kind of harm Loki will cause if he runs away. But it is not easy to find his brother, so Thor thought of Luo Bai first. He always felt that Luo Bai should be able to help him catch his brother back, so thinking of this, he hurried towards Luo Bai's room. But what he didn't know was, at this time, outside Luo Bai's room, Loki and Luo Bai were staring at each other with eyes wide open. The two looked at each other for a full minute before Loki spoke first. "Oh, shit. Why do I see you everywhere I go?" Loki complained, and from the expression on his face it was clear that he was truly speechless. After all, he didn't expect that after he finally escaped from the dungeon, he would meet such a weird wizard like Luo Bai halfway. What a narrow road for enemies? Seeing his expression, Luo Bai asked with a smile, "You seem unhappy to see me." Loki didn't answer, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Almost 2 hours of free fall? Who can be happy? As he thought about it, Loki sighed. It's unrealistic to say that he has no resentment towards Luo Bai. After all, he has never gained any benefit from Luo Bai and has always been humiliated. But thinking about the nearly 2 hours of free fall, Loki became much more obedient. In order to avoid being arrested again, Loki gave in. "Your name is Luo Bai, right? The supreme sorcerer on Earth?" "Yes." Luo Bai nodded. After getting a positive answer, Loki smiled and explained, "I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. I know that it was wrong for me to invade the Earth, but I just don't accept it. You should have met Thor, my brother. What do you think of him? He's a good person." Luo Bai thought about it and gave a fair evaluation. Unexpectedly, the next second, he heard Loki's complaints. This is the only good thing he has. He is actually a reckless man. You have seen that he always likes to fight and stir up trouble by waving his broken hammer. but Odin actually wants to pass the throne to such a reckless man like him. I strongly disagree with this. So you think you are more suitable to inherit Asgard than him? Luo Bai asked back. Loki answered confidently, of course. I am smarter and more resourceful than him. But Odin wants him to be king? I don't agree, so I want to rule the earth to let him know my ability. Luo Bai frowned and immediately retorted, Earth is not a place where you can run wild, Loki. Earth is different from Asgard. Humans have their own laws of development. Your previous actions were provoking a war. I know that during my time in the dungeon, I deeply reflected on my mistakes, Loki said with a very sincere attitude. But Luo Bai didn't respond, but asked back, since you know you are wrong, why did you escape from prison? Loki immediately retorted, I am not escaping from prison. I just don't want to stay in Asgard anymore. I can't accept Thor inheriting the throne. So you still want to rule the earth and prove your strength to your father? Luo Bai asked. Loki shook his head and said helplessly, I don't want to. You are right, the earth is different from Asgard. What's more, the earth still has a powerful mage guardian like you, and I can't rule it. Luo Bai smiled and asked, didn't you say that I was a second-rate amateur mage before? That's because I didn't know you before, but now I have a deep understanding of you. Loki sighed, although he was sincere at this time. But after absorbing the energy of the original soul stone, Luo Bai knew his thoughts clearly. Luo Bai smiled and revealed his thoughts, you are probably worried that I will send you back to dungeon again. Don't worry, as long as you don't go to Earth to cause trouble, I won't interfere with anything you do. Loki's eyes lit up when he heard what he said. Goodbye then, Loki said, turning around and wanting to leave. After taking 2 steps, he realized something was wrong. What Luo Bai was holding seemed to be the eternal spear. With this thought, Loki came back. Is there anything else? Luo Bai couldn't help but ask when he saw him leaving and returning. Am I right? The gun you are holding is Gungnir? Loki asked. Luo Bai nodded and responded calmly, yes. He used the Eternal Spear to kill Malekith before, and was thinking of bringing the Eternal Spear back to Kamataj. I didn't expect to run into Loki by accident. Why is Gungnir here with you? Just as he was thinking about it, Loki asked in surprise. Luo Bai did not hide anything and told the truth. The last time I sent you back to Asgard, your father Odin gave Gungnir to me in order to prevent me from pursuing your crime of secretly invading the earth. Loki was visibly stunned when he heard this. He knew how important Gungnir was to Odin, but Loki didn't understand. You are just a mage on earth, and he is the king of gods. Why did he send you Gungnir to protect me? Loki said in surprise, with surprise in his eyes. Odin almost never mentioned Kamataj in front of his children, and the Ancient One kept a relatively low profile. So neither Loki nor Thor understand the strength of Earth's mages, and they don't even know that mages exist on Earth. Since Loki has asked now, Luo Bai feels it is necessary to educate him about the Earth mages. Loki, the Earth is not as weak as you think. The line of Earth mages has existed since a long time ago, and the mages have taken it as their own duty to protect the Earth. Even the God King has to be taboo about the previous Supreme Mages. If you rashly break into the Earth, your father will naturally clean up the mess for you. Loki didn't answer, just thinking. Seeing that he remained silent, Luo Bai spoke again, you can ask your father about the specific situation. He should be able to explain it to you in detail. After saying that, he wanted to leave, but at this moment Loki stopped him, I believe you. My father cares about Gungnir very much, and he will deliver Gungnir to you to prove that what you said is right. Since my father trusts you, it proves that you are a friend of Asgard. In fact, I think we can also be friends in essence. To be honest, if Luo Bai didn't know what he was thinking, he would really think that he would want to be friends. But after understanding his true thoughts, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh, this Loki really doesn't stop all day long. Why is he always thinking about punishing his brother every day? Sighing, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, you want me to help you get the throne of Asgard. To be honest, it's not easy for your brother to have a younger brother like you. Seeing that he saw what he was thinking, Loki didn't hide it anymore and immediately replied, if I become the king of Asgard, I can help you a lot, much better than that guy Thor. That guy is very rigid and doesn't know how to be flexible at all. Luo Bai smiled and asked, how can you help me? Asgard will always help you as long as you want. Loki opened his hands and replied with a smile. Luo Bai shook his head and refused, I don't think I can gain any benefit from it, so forget it. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Loki spoke up the next second, wait, I think we can discuss this further. I know you may not want to get involved in our internal war. How about you teach me your magic? As long as you teach me, I can promise you anything. Are you talking about portal magic? Luo Bai asked. Loki nodded and responded, yes. This, Luo Bai hesitated. He hesitated because he understood the plot. Loki is actually not weak, he just hasn't awakened his ability yet. Even Loki himself doesn't realize that he is actually the god of story on the throne of time. It has the ability to travel through time and modify some plot directions, and even connects the entire multi-universe. If Loki was really an evil villain, Luo Bai would not hesitate or even pay attention to him. But from the moment he was willing to sacrifice himself, it proved that Loki was very kind by nature. Although Kamartaj's portal is practical, it is just a simple little magic for Luo Bai at the moment, and there are many ways to crack it. Using a little magic to exchange for the promise of the god of story seems to be a sure win. I know my reputation may not be very good. They all say that I am the god of trickery and good at lies. But I swear I am serious this time. I swear in the name of my brother Thor, the god of thunder. Just as he was thinking, Loki spoke very seriously. Luo Bai complained helplessly, are you serious? Loki reacted, shrugged, and replied, sorry, I'm used to it. What I mean is, I will definitely not break my promise. In fact, Luo Bai was not worried at all that he would break his promise. After all, Luo Bai had great luck. Thinking of this, he smiled and replied, I am willing to believe you, and I can also tell you how to teleport. After that, he told Loki the method and handed him a hanging ring. With this and the method I just told you, I believe you should be able to learn it quickly. Luo Bai said. After all, Loki is a wizard and has studied magic, so his talent for magic must be good. After practicing this little magic a few times, he quickly mastered the trick and successfully opened the portal. Seeing that he learned quickly, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh, you are quite smart. Of course. Loki said with some pride. Luo Bai smiled and said calmly, I don't recommend you use this trick on me, because it will make you unhappy. Loki quickly retorted, how could I possibly use it on you? You have to know that the teleportation magic was taught to him by Luo Bai. Since Luo Bai can teach it, it proves that he must have a way to crack it. Loki is not stupid, why would he let himself suffer again? Moreover, Odin gave Gungnir to Luo Bai, which proved that his father trusted Luo Bai very much. It would be helpful for him to be on good terms with Luo Bai. Thinking of this, Loki quickly responded, we are friends now, of course I won't hurt you. By the way, what do you want me to do for you? As long as I can help you, I will definitely help you. Although Loki can be a little unreliable sometimes, he really means what he said. Luo Bai thought for a moment and answered seriously, not yet, I will tell you later. By the way, are you still planning to leave Asgard? Of course not. Loki said. Knowing that Odin still values him, Loki is extremely happy. He was so happy that he started to think about playing a prank on his brother again, so of course he would not leave Asgard. He has not forgotten how happy his brother was when he saw him get humiliated. Loki gritted his teeth and replied, I have thought it through. I want to stay in Asgard. Then talk to your father for me. I'm leaving first. After Luo Bai finished speaking, he opened the portal and left. As soon as Luo Bai left, a voice sounded, Loki. This familiar voice, is his brother? Loki turned around and saw Thor walking towards him aggressively. He was very excited to see Thor and immediately greeted him, oh, my brother? You are here. Thor frowned, as if he sensed that something was wrong with Loki. But he didn't think much about it, and just said to Loki very seriously, Loki, you are escaping from prison now, did you know that? Come back quickly. Of course, I will go back to dungeon, Loki said with a smile. Thor felt something was wrong. He always felt that his brother shouldn't be so obedient. Thinking of this, Thor couldn't help but ask, are you not going to run away? I think I may have misunderstood my father. I just met Luo Bai. He talked to me a lot, so I decided to stay in Asgard. Loki said. Met Luo Bai? Hearing the word Luo Bai, Thor smiled. Didn't he do anything to you? Of course not. I apologized to him. It was indeed my fault before. He understands me and we are friends now. Loki said with a smile. You actually apologized to Luo Bai? Don't you hate him very much? Thor asked in surprise. Loki shook his head and quickly retorted, those were all misunderstandings before. I don't care about them anymore. Really? Thor couldn't help asking. Of course, because. Loki smiled mysteriously and then opened the portal. Before Thor could react, he fell into the portal. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Loki finally opened the portal. The next second, Thor fell out of the portal, and it was obvious to the naked eye that he was filled with anger. Loki. Thor roared, swung his hammer and was about to hit Loki. Loki was not in a hurry and said calmly, Thor, come on. Smile. The next second he opened the portal again and Thor fell in again. Yes, that's the feeling? It feels so good. Ha 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 ha. Loki shouted excitedly. While playing Thor, I walked into the dungeon. Loki, I'm warning you, stop right now. Don't hit me on the head with the core of your apple. Where on earth did you learn this magic and percent? Thor's roar echoed in my ears. Although Luo Bai had returned to Camartage at this time, he could still hear it very clearly after amplifying the Mind Stone. It was not until Thor broke down and started cursing at Loki that Luo Bai cancelled the observation mode. He knew that Loki wanted to learn teleportation magic not for the purpose of fighting for the throne, but simply for revenge. There's nothing I can do about it. Who made Thor laugh so happily when Loki was in trouble? These two brothers are really one better than the other. With a sigh, Luo Bai raised a smile. He cast a spell and threw the Spear of Eternity into Camartage's weapon vault. As soon as he put it away, the king came. Supreme Master, you're back. Wang began to salute as soon as he came over. Luo Bai nodded, and before he could speak, Wang continued to ask, you seem quite happy. Luo Bai smiled and responded, I just came back from Asgard and found that Thor and his brother were having a lot of fun. The king was curious and asked, why did you go to Asgard? The God King invited me over. I just took office, and he probably wants to get to know me. Luo Bai explained briefly. The king nodded without asking any more questions, but suddenly reported with a serious look, Supreme Sorcerer, something happened in Camartage during your absence. Is there something unusual in the library? Luo Bai asked. Yes. Recently, a group of mages came to the library to borrow books, and their behavior was very strange. I always felt like they were looking for something in the library under the guise of borrowing books, Wang said, with a puzzled look on his face. Luo Bai didn't answer, and his facial expression didn't change at all. After all, when Wang reported the abnormality, he guessed that it must be Dormammu who started to act. In the original plot, Dormammu had already bewitched the wizards of Camartage in order to come to Earth. The bewitched wizards absorbed the dark power from Dormammu, and finally found a way to summon Dormammu from the library. So Dormammu came to Earth. But Luo Bai remembered that this plot should not appear in this timeline. His early appearance now is most likely due to something he did that led to Dormammu's actions. For example, he has been absorbing dark forces recently. Luo Bai remembered that when he first learned to absorb power from the dark book, he clearly felt something was wrong. At that moment, he seemed to have inexplicably absorbed dark power from many dark realms. If I'm not mistaken, then the dark dimension where Dormammu is should be among them. Dormammu must have discovered this, so he decided to come to Earth ahead of time. If it were before, Luo Bai might have been worried. But now he is not worried at all. Not only was he not worried, he was even a little excited. This is a free meal delivered to your door? So at this moment, he was more worried about the king. As the senior wizard of Camartage, Wang has a very righteous character. If he knew that those bewitched wizards were trying to find Dormammu, the king would definitely stop them. That would certainly anger those mages and a fight would be inevitable. Thinking of this, Luo Bai hurriedly asked, "What did you do to those mages?" Wang answered truthfully, "I found something was wrong with them, so I warned them a few times. They don't seem to have come again during this period." Just as Luo Bai guessed, Wang would definitely stop it. Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately spoke up to remind them, "Next time if you find this kind of situation again, you don't need to stop them, just let them go." Wang was stunned, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Supreme Mage, do you mean to ignore them?" "Yes." Luo Bai nodded. "What if they take away the books in the library?" Wang asked rhetorically. Luo Bai calmly replied, "Then let them take it." Wang was stunned again and fell into silence. In fact, Wang's mind is quite smart, and his behavior is not that arrogant. If it were Emodu, he would definitely start to refute at this time. But after thinking for a moment, Wang understood Luo Bai's intention and immediately asked, "Supreme Mage, do you hope that I can let them go and let them take away the books they want?" Luo Bai didn't hide anything, and answered truthfully, "Actually, I have expected what you said, so I asked you to guard the library. I believe you can handle this matter well." Wang understood instantly and immediately replied, "I understand. After that, I will listen to songs and watch dramas. You probably won't talk about me." Luo Bai replied firmly, "Of course not. Isn't it normal to fish for fish at work? Do you want me to recommend you some songs? That would be great." After talking about things in the library, Wang went back to the library to fish. As for Luo Bai, he locked Stark's location and then teleported there. At this time, Stark was conducting experimental research on the top floor of the Stark Industrial Building. Luo Bai's appearance attracted his attention. "Are you back? Is Asgard fun?" Upon seeing him, Stark greeted him enthusiastically and asked. Luo Bai thought for a while and replied with a smile, "Not bad, some gains. How is the situation here?" "I have already been to the secret base you mentioned. As you said, Killian conducted human experiments there. But I have destroyed that base, and I have also brought back the terminal virus studied in it," Stark said. Luo Bai was not surprised and just replied with a smile, "So you have already studied the extremis virus?" "I have been conducting research for a while and improved the extremis virus." "How did it turn out?" "Compared to before, the extremis virus has stabilized a lot. But there are still big problems." Stark sighed, looking troubled. "Did you encounter any problems?" Luo Bai asked with concern. Stark nodded and responded, "Yes. The extremis virus is quite complicated. It may take a long time to completely improve the extremis virus into what is imagined and become a good medicine that can benefit all mankind. It may still take a long time. It is still unstable. 2. With current technology, even if Stark wants to defeat the extremis virus, it will take a certain amount of time. But Luo Bai may be able to provide some help." "Tony, weren't you interested in magic before?" Luo Bai asked. Stark raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you going to teach me magic?" "It's not that I can't let you experience it in advance and see how your magic talent is," Luo Bai said, then took out a magic book and handed it over. "Look at this book," Luo Bai said. Stark said nothing, but took the magic book and glanced at it. As he watched, Stark felt something was wrong. "This is a magic book?" Stark asked. "Of course." Luo Bai nodded. Stark's eyes widened, obviously confused. "No, does he have some misunderstanding about magic? He originally thought that the magic book should contain various spells and the like. Unexpectedly, the content written in this magic book is actually the structure of the human body? To be honest, this book is very different from the magic book I imagined." After being stunned for a moment, Stark couldn't help but answer. "This is a magic theory book. I think this book may be helpful for you to study the terminal virus," Luo Bai said. Stark nodded in astonishment, then muttered, "Okay, I'll take a closer look." After speaking, Stark looked at the magic book in his hand again. The expression on his face is wonderful. Stark felt a little strange at first. Perhaps it was because this magic book was so different from what he imagined that he frowned when he read it. After all, for Stark, he had already finished studying the contents of this book when he was in college. But as he looked at it, he realized something was wrong. The book seemed to be very different from what he had imagined. Unconsciously, Stark became serious. Seeing that he was so serious, Luo Bai didn't want to disturb him, so he just said goodbye. Tony, you watch first, then I will leave first. After saying that, he planned to leave. After all, he had to go and see what was going on over there with Wanda. At this moment, Stark put away the magic book and called him. Wait a minute, Luo Bai, I have something else to tell you. Before Stark could tell what was going on, Luo Bai said it himself. Is it because the Security Council can't sit still? It seems you already know. Stark put away the magic book and then explained to Luo Bai seriously, during your absence, the senior management sent several people to communicate with me. I refused because I was studying the extremis virus. But Pepper received them. They were angry about the disappearance of Nick Fury, and because of the Tesseract. The senior management held a meeting and decided to cancel the Avengers plan and ordered all super ability people to be monitored. In the future, all actions of super ability people must be led by them, and they hope that we will sign agreement to hand over the Tesseract or a full arrest warrant will be issued for us. After listening to Stark's words, Luo Bai was not surprised. After all, in the original plot, this is how the Avengers Civil War came about. But because Luo Bai changed some things, this plot was advanced. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury's disappearance attracted the attention of senior officials. Therefore, it is reasonable for the higher UPS to want to monitor super ability people. As for the Tesseract, it is probably Hydra's desire. Because I know the plot, I also understand the development process of the entire incident. So Luo Bai didn't have a particularly violent reaction to this. He was more curious about Stark's attitude. What do you think about this decision of the top management? Luo Bai asked. Stark responded immediately, I want to hear your opinion. You know that I trust you. I will support any decision you make. Luo Bai thought for a while and then expressed his opinion. I don't support their decision. Although I can understand the concerns of the higher UPS about super ability people or mages, I don't think they should adopt such a suppressive policy. What's more, they are in chaos internally. I understand what you mean. I'm just a little worried. If they really issue a wanted order, are we going to go to war with humans? They seem to want to incite public opinion and portray super abilities and us as evil. Stark complained helplessly. Stark always wanted to protect the Earth and protect mankind. He didn't want the suit he created to be used against humans, so he would be very worried about it. What's more, Stark enjoys people's praise very much. The senior management wants to portray him as a villain so that humans will misunderstand him. This is unacceptable to him. Luo Bai understood, so he comforted him. Don't worry, Tony, I will handle this matter. Just make the suit well, the Earth will need you. To be honest, Luo Bai did not regard the Security Council and Hydra as threats at all. The reason why he cultivated Wanda, Stark and the Asgard Alliance was to expand his power and improve the Earth's combat power. He knew very well that what Odin said was right, their enemies were the gods outside the universe. They may come from this universe, or they may come from multi-universe. Although Luo Bai is lucky, he still needs helpers. After all, if the power of the fairies in him is stronger, it will definitely attract the attention of the multi-universe, so Luo Bai's enemies are far more terrifying than humans on Earth imagine. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help complaining, Hydra should really deal with it, while I still have some time. Is there anything you need me to do? Stark asked. It shouldn't be necessary, because I can solve it quickly, Luo Bai said, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of Stark Industrial Building, he looked down at the entire New York while activating the energy of the original stone in his body. Through the power of fairies, the energy of the Soul Stone is amplified. In an instant, his will covered the entire city. At this time, one sentence came to everyone's mind, announce the Insight Plan. The next second, a piece of information appeared on everyone's mobile phones and on major websites. And the name of this information is Insight Project. The Insight Project was originally proposed by SHIELD. The original purpose of this plan was to prevent crime and maintain social order by preventing criminal behavior or reducing harm in a quick and effective way. It seems like a very reasonable plan, but that's just the surface. The actual situation is that Hydra changed the nature of the Insight Plan and changed the Insight Plan into a special algorithm, the Zola algorithm. By collecting various information about people, such as height, weight, English scores, sports ability, genes, and a series of data, the future threat to Hydra can be calculated. And use aircraft carriers equipped with high-tech weapons to eliminate all threats. Once successful, countless people around the world will die due to the Insight Project, and then Hydra will control the world and establish a new order. Of course, Insight's secret plan, Hydra, is impossible to reveal. But because of Luo Bai, Hydra announced the real Insight Plan. After the goal was achieved, Luo Bai cancelled the control. As time went by, when humans and super ability people carefully read the Insight Project announced by Hydra, the world instantly became excited. For the global human race, Project Insight is more like a death list. Because this information describes in detail what kind of humans will pose a threat to Hydra, including some people with super abilities. To put it more simply, as long as the conditions are met, whether they are humans or those with super abilities, they will be included in the annihilation list by Hydra. Because the number of people was too large and even threatened the entire Earth, it caused a global shock. However, in the blink of an eye, terms such as Hydra and Project Insight became hot topics and were discussed crazily on the internet and in the news. Due to the high level of discussion and the rapid spread of the matter, the leaders of various worlds and members of Hydra soon noticed it. At this time, the Hydra was in chaos. Pierce, the Minister of the International Security Council, was stunned when he learned about this. Why would such a confidential operation be leaked? Realizing that something was wrong, Pierce quickly changed his phone and made a call. As soon as the call was connected, Pierce rage cursed. Shit. What the hell are you doing? Why was the Insight project leaked? There is a mole in Hydra, we are investigating. Find out who is behind this as soon as possible. Also, Project Insight will be temporarily suspended. I will use my identity to suppress this matter as soon as possible. After the communication, Pierce quickly hung up the phone. Sitting at his desk, he pressed his temples and felt a headache. He couldn't figure it out. Project Insight is Hydra's secret plan and they are still in the research stage. The Zora algorithm is still calculating according to the set program. Currently, those who know this news are the core members that Hydra can trust. There's no reason for them to be ghosts. But if such detailed information was not released by the core members, who could have released it? There are many questions but Pierce doesn't have much time to think. He has to suppress this matter as soon as possible. The initial plan that Pierce could think of was to first control public opinion through the media, define the incident as false news, and that the enemy was deliberately creating panic, and then block the source of public opinion. The United Nations security will definitely send people to investigate. As long as we can cope with the international investigation, everyone will probably forget about this matter after a while. At that time, Hydra can just launch the Insight project again. Thinking of this, Pierce immediately took out his cell phone. The Insight project quickly spread across the internet. Major television stations rushed to report on the event, and without exception they were all discussing Project Insight and Hydra. Since Hydra has always been conducting secret operations, not many people know about them. People don't know what kind of organization Hydra is, where their base is, and how many members they have. Just as everyone was watching the news and discussing it heatedly on the internet, suddenly the signal to the entire country was interrupted. Before people could react, the signal was reconnected. When the signal was reconnected, Pierce's face appeared on TV, live broadcasts and even roadside advertising screens in country M. People were curious and discussed who this person was. The next second, Pierce spoke. I am the Minister of the International Security Council, Pierce. Regarding Project Insight, I want to say that this is absolutely true because I am a member of Hydra. I am Hydra's top spy, and have been lurking in the M government. I used my outstanding spy ability to become the Minister of the International Security Council. Besides me, there are many other members of Hydra lurking in important institutions in country M. I used my identity to suppress and control superheroes in order to smoothly implement the Insight project. As long as these superheroes are controlled, Project Insight will succeed. When necessary, Hydra will also send out secret killers, the Winter Soldier, to assassinate those so-called superheroes. To those with super abilities on Earth, I advise you to obey and join Hydra, otherwise you will also become victims of Project Insight. The Hydra is not afraid of you, because if you cut off one head, 2 more will grow to replace it. We are Hydra, and we have established a secret base in Sokovia. This is the list of all our Hydra personnel. As Pierce spoke, he uploaded the specific personnel list and various confidential information to the internet. After the operation was completed, Pierce continued, Hydra is now unstoppable. If you don't want to become a victim of the Insight project, then join Hydra and surrender, and welcome the new world together. Hail Hydra! Following Pierce's passionate and threatening speech, most people fell silent. For example, the members of Hydra. It was unusually silent at this moment. Okay. Hydra has been looking for the traitor for so long, and it turns out that the biggest traitor is Pierce? What the hell is this guy trying to do? Not only did they expose the address of their base, but they also published all the personnel's information, even with photos? Are you eager for Hydra to disappear? Still joining? Where to add? Crazy, all crazy. Realizing something was wrong, the Hydra members panicked. It was too late for them to evacuate because most of the super ability people on Earth had been alarmed. After all, Pierce's words were simply a provocation to all those with super abilities. If you don't surrender you will be annihilated? Are you Hydra so awesome? Of course, the first to take action were the agents in SHIELD. When Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and others saw the list of Hydra personnel, they were stunned. Good job. In SHIELD, Hydra accounts for more than half? So, is there anyone in SHIELD who can be trusted? Asked Natasha Romanoff. Hawkeye was silent for a moment, and responded helplessly, I only believe in myself now. I swear, I am definitely not a member of Hydra, and you are probably not either, Agent Barton. Of course not. That's great news, but the bad news is, we seem to be surrounded by the enemy. Then find a way to kill yourself. In SHIELD, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye are thinking about how to escape. In a building in downtown New York City, Captain America has put on his battle suit and picked up his shield, ready to cause trouble for Hydra. However, he discovered something was wrong as soon as he went out. Why did so many super ability people suddenly appear in New York City? Moreover, it seemed that their route was similar to his, and some of them even greeted him. Hey, hello. Are you Captain America? I'm Spider-Man, nice to meet you. Are you going to stop Project Insight too? Want to join us? Captain America. Now that's good. Hydra was originally just his enemy. Now Hydra has become public enemy. At this time much of the world was in chaos. Humans are debating, while those with super abilities are hunting down Hydra. However, the Stark industrial building remained calm, as if it was aloof from the world. Luo Bai even drank tea and said very leisurely, okay, the problem is solved. Look, I just said this matter will be solved soon. Frankly speaking, Stark was speechless at this time. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help complaining. Pierce actually said on live broadcast that he was a member of Hydra, and also announced the list of Hydra personnel? Is he crazy? Before Luo Bai could answer, Stark spoke again. I know, you must have used magic, right? Luo Bai took a sip of tea and responded calmly, it's the psychic scepter. The psychic stone inside came in handy. I used its energy to control Pierce. Stark suddenly understood and couldn't help but sigh, is that thing so useful? Luo Bai nodded and replied affirmatively, if you can control it, it is indeed a magical weapon. Stark didn't ask much, after all, he wasn't that interested in the rough stone. He was more concerned about Hydra now. After Pierce made such a fuss, it is estimated that all super ability people on the Earth will attack Hydra. That scene is exciting to think about. Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help laughing. If Pierce makes such a fuss, Hydra will probably cause public outrage. This is your goal. Make Hydra a global public enemy, so that super ability people will stand up to stop the Insight project. Stark analyzed. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai denied it the next second. No, I stopped the Insight plan a long time ago. Stark was stunned. Think about it, with Luo Bai's ability, he can directly stop the Insight plan without leaving home. After all, he is a mage, and solving this kind of thing is just a matter of moving his fingers. But Stark couldn't figure it out. Since you have already stopped it, why do you still want to control Pierce to say those words and announce the Insight plan? I just want the higher UPS to realize their incompetence. At the same time, I also want everyone around the world to see clearly who is trustworthy. Luo Bai explained. Although the top management of Country M wants to control the super ability people, Pierce is indeed the contributor to this. But we have to deny that those in power also have their own selfish motives. In fact, it is very simple to solve them. But there are some things that are not the wisest choice to resolve with force. Those high-level officials want to use public opinion to define super ability people and even mages as a danger to the Earth, and lead humans to feel disgusted with super ability people. So Luo Bai announced the Insight plan and controlled Pierce to tell all the truth. In this way, mankind around the world will understand that the Earth needs people with super abilities. Not only ordinary humans need the protection of super ability people, but even high-level people need the protection of super ability people. Because the interior has long been invaded by enemies. There are enemies in the International Security Council. There are also enemies in SHIELD. The higher UPS want to control super ability people because they have no sense of crisis. When they find out that the enemy is right next to them, they will start to be afraid. Luo Bai explained calmly. Stark understood his words very well and couldn't help but complain, indeed. When those congressmen realize that the Earth is not that safe, they will know the importance of super ability people. I understand this deeply, Stark said while checking Hydra's personnel information. As he watched, Stark noticed something was wrong. Because he saw the information on Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier, an agent loyal to Hydra. He is also a secret killer transformed by Hydra. There is more than one Winter Soldier, but the best of them all is named Bucky Barnes. He was a sergeant in World War II who was transformed into the Winter Soldier. He had participated in many assassination attempts, and his profile recorded all the operations he had participated in. This included the assassination of Howard Stark and his wife. And Howard Stark is Stark's father. When Stark saw this message, the expression on his face changed instantly. Stark, who was originally in the mood to complain to Luo Bai, fell silent. This emotion was quickly noticed by Luo Bai. What's wrong with you, Stark? Luo Bai asked. The next second, Stark suddenly asked excitedly, Luo Bai, tell me, are these materials true? They are all Hydra's confidential information, right? Yes. Luo Bai nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark hurriedly asked, so my parents didn't die in a car accident, but were killed by Hydra. As he spoke, he handed Winter Soldier's information to Luo Bai. Only then did Luo Bai finally understand why Stark's mood suddenly changed so much. As Stark saw it, his parents were indeed killed by the Winter Soldier. In fact, even if he doesn't see this information now, he will know the truth later. What's more, Stark is a friend, and Luo Bai feels that this matter should not be hidden from him. Thinking of this, Luo Bai took a deep breath and replied regretfully, I know it's hard for you to accept this news for a while. But, this is true. Tony, as a friend, I don't want to lie to you, but I'm also sorry to let you know about this. No, you did the right thing. I should have known these things. I was just a little shocked for a moment. I am very angry now, do you understand, Luo Bai? Stark said. His voice began to tremble because of anger. He seemed to want to calm himself down, but he couldn't. So he was moving his body a lot at this moment. He looked around as if looking for something. The next second, he shouted, "Jarvis, battlesuit." As his voice fell, a battlesuit was automatically assembled on his body. Seeing him put on his battle uniform, Luo Bai immediately understood what he was going to do. "You want to find Winter Soldier?" Luo Bai said. Not a question, but an affirmation. "Yes, of course I have to go find him." Stark gritted his teeth and spoke, with strong hatred in every word he said. "Revenge for the murder of my father? How could Stark not hate it?" Understanding his feelings, Luo Bai immediately suggested, "I'll help you." He was about to open the portal, but Stark refused. "Wait, what's wrong?" Luo Bai asked puzzledly. Stark replied in a panic, "I know you are very powerful, you can do magic, you can even bring Winter Soldier here. You have helped me a lot, I am very grateful and trust you, but I hope I can solve this matter by myself, okay? Stark fell silent mid-sentence. There was a hint of sob in his tone, as if he couldn't accept this sudden blow. Seeing that he was so emotionally confused, Luo Bai gave up on opening the portal. Because Luo Bai can understand him. If their abilities allow, most people would like to deal with their enemies themselves. Thinking of this, Luo Bai spoke seriously, "Tony, we will always be friends. If you need anything, I will help you." "I know, of course I know. Thank you, thank you." As Stark spoke, he broke out of the window of Stark building. Looking at his departing back, Luo Bai fell into deep thought. The exposure of Hydra's plans led to fierce fighting breaking out across New York. People will deliberately avoid areas where armed forces appear and choose safe locations to stay, but people with super abilities will deliberately go to chaotic areas. This is because there must be members of Hydra in the chaos. Most superpowers now want to cause trouble for Hydra, and Stark has become one of them. At this time, Stark was flying high above New York City and quickly located Bucky's location through Jarvis. When he arrived at his location, he found that the street was in chaos, and the super abilities and the Winter Soldiers had already started fighting. Here Stark also saw a familiar figure, Captain America. If it were normal times, Stark might still say hello to Captain America, but now he has no time to talk to Captain America at all. After locking Bucky's position in midair, Stark shot him directly. After accepting Luo Bai's suggestion, Stark made a new upgrade to his suit. The upgrade not only improved the performance of the suit, but also equipped the suit with a highly lethal weapon, the arc pulse cannon. Under normal circumstances, Stark will only use micro-armor-piercing projectiles and laser weapons to attack at most. But in such an angry situation, Stark almost lost his mind and fired an arc pulse cannon at Bucky. Along with the blue energy light, it shot out towards Bucky. Bucky, who was originally fighting fiercely with other superables, didn't notice Stark's attack at all. By the time he noticed, it was too late. Just hearing a boom, huge amounts of explosions occurred in the entire block. In an instant, powerful firelight enveloped the entire block. Bucky, who was shot, instantly lost his ability to fight and fell to the ground. He was lying on the ground covered in blood, obviously unable to stand up. Seeing that Bucky lost his fighting ability, Stark flew down from midair. He didn't hesitate and rushed towards Bucky who was lying on the ground. Looking at Bucky lying on the ground, Stark was very angry. Especially when he thought about whether he was the murderer of his parents or the killer of Hydra. Stark's rage had destroyed his sanity. He picked up the dying Bucky and smashed his steel fist into Bucky's face without hesitation. Punch after punch. Blood stained his steel fist, but Stark didn't stop. He could actually kill Bucky in a more direct way, but at this moment it was more like he was venting his anger and huge amounts of grief in his heart. Watching Bucky getting weaker and weaker, his entire face became bloody due to his heavy punches. Stark yelled angrily, "You were the one who killed my parents, right? The Winter Soldier, Bucky, is responsible for the assassination of Howard Stark and his wife." In fact, at this time, Winter Soldier had been brainwashed by Hydra. He had almost lost his consciousness and could only hear instructions. So when he heard the name Howard Stark, Bucky subconsciously responded in a weak voice, "Winter Soldier." Bucky, the assassination of Howard Stark, was successful. Howard Stark and his wife have been killed by a mechanical arm. He was like a soulless body, answering the orders he received. After hearing what Bucky said, Stark's anger reached its maximum. So his father was killed by his mechanical arm? Stark could no longer accept such stimulation, and in anger, he used laser energy to directly cut off Bucky's robotic arm. "You were a sergeant during World War II. You should be a great hero who protects the country and people like Captain America. Why did you kill my father? He has always been thinking of ways to benefit all mankind." Stark rage spoke, his anger so powerful that he could no longer think. Stark unleashes a laser, and this time he kills Bucky directly. When everything was over, Stark opened his steel mask. He looked at Bucky's body, which was pierced by the laser cannon. I don't know why, but he didn't feel any joy after taking revenge at this moment. Instead, there is great sadness. He really didn't understand why all this was happening. Everyone told him that his father died in a car accident. Unexpectedly, his father was not only murdered. He was killed by the sergeant from Country M who was supposed to protect people. That's ridiculous. Stark gave a wry smile, he seemed a little tired. When his revenge was achieved, Stark was not happy at all. The anger seemed to have drained him of everything, and he just wanted to go back and rest. He turned around and was about to leave this place of trouble, but unexpectedly at this moment a shield was thrown at Stark. Stark was so absorbed in his own huge amounts of sorrow that he didn't come back to his senses. He was hit by the shield and flew several meters away, until Stark saw clearly that the shield that hit him was the shield that his father had tailor-made for Captain America. Stark was confused. He raised his head and saw Captain America. In fact, Stark and Captain America have a pretty good relationship, but for some reason Captain America looks at him like an enemy at this moment. Before Stark could figure out what was going on, Captain America attacked him. Every blow he delivered seemed to be aimed at Stark's life, without any mercy. Stark was concerned about the relationship between them, so he held back. While defending, he shouted angrily, "Steve? Are you crazy? Why did you attack me?" The next second, he heard Captain America yelling in an almost hysterical voice, "Because you killed Bucky." Bucky? Stark was confused. He is a Hydra man. He is a Hydra killer? Wake up! Stark shouted angrily. He just killed a Hydra killer. He didn't understand why Captain America had such a big reaction. Thinking of this, Stark roared again, "Steve, don't you hate Hydra too? You should know what these people from Hydra have done. Why did you help them? Bucky is different. He once fought alongside me. We fought against Hydra together. I don't know why he became a killer of Hydra, but I believe this is definitely not his intention." Stark, how can you kill a person so easily, a living person? Because he killed my parents? My father, Howard Stark, and my mother died at his hands. Stark almost said this under rage. When he said this, Captain America was visibly stunned. Because, Captain America also knows Stark's father. That's a very nice person. Even the shield he is using now was made by Stark's father. He didn't seem to expect that Stark would say such a thing, so Captain America was a little confused for a moment. At this point, Stark could no longer control his inner emotions. He roared at Captain America as if to vent his anger, "Steve. He just said it himself. He used his mechanical arm to smash my father to death." Stark's voice was choked with sobs, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He thought that Captain America would at least understand his behavior after learning the news. A member of Hydra who personally killed Stark's parents. Even if Stark killed him, it would be a normal thing. Unexpectedly, Captain America was so indifferent. He must have his own reasons. "You shouldn't do it before you understand everything. Bucky is my friend." Captain America spoke in a deep voice. As he finished speaking, Captain America launched another attack on Stark. The two of them struggled together. Their actions were seen by Spider-Man Peter Parker, who was originally fighting Hydra. Peter Parker originally went with Captain America to stop Hydra's Insight plan. Unexpectedly, they encountered Hydra's Winter Soldier who was fighting the super ability people on the way, so they stopped to help. I never expected it until Peter Parker noticed it. Captain America and Iron Man are actually fighting? Iron Man is very popular in Country M. Of course Peter Parker knows him. Seeing that something was wrong, Peter Parker immediately ran over to stop it. "Hey, you two, what's going on now? Shouldn't we be fighting Hydra? Why are you fighting?" Peter Parker stepped forward and asked while blocking him. But the two of them ignored him at all, and the fight was fierce. While beating the two of them, they were still reasoning. "Steve? He is a Hydra killer, the Winter Soldier? You actually attacked me for a Hydra killer. I believe Bucky is innocent, there's no way he could do this. But that's what he did." The two of them said each other, fighting and arguing at the same time. From their quarrel, Peter Parker seemed to hear something. "Wait, the Winter Soldier? Aren't they a group of people who were brainwashed and transformed by Hydra?" Peter Parker said. Although his voice was not loud, Captain America and Stark heard him. Hearing him say this, they both stopped at the same time. Captain America was the first to ask excitedly, "What did you just say?" Peter Parker was stunned, obviously frightened by Captain America's excitement. After being stunned for a while, Peter Parker responded, "The Winter Soldiers are a group of people who lost their memory after being brainwashed by Hydra. Most of them were once trained warriors, and then they were brainwashed and transformed by Hydra and became agents loyal only to Hydra. This is recorded in the information that Hydra uploaded to the internet. I thought you all knew. Captain America has been frozen for 70 years, which means he has long been out of touch with the world. He doesn't use current technology products very much, so he doesn't pay much attention to it. He would know about Hydra's plans because of Pierce's live broadcast. As for Stark, he was already blinded by anger after seeing Winter Soldier kill his parents, and of course he didn't carefully read all the information about Hydra last time. So after hearing the news, both of them remained silent. After a moment of silence, Captain America spoke excitedly, "I knew it. I knew Bucky wouldn't do it voluntarily. Stark, he was just brainwashed. He lost all his memories? He was kind at heart. But you killed him." Stark seemed unable to accept this statement, so he angrily retorted, "Even if he didn't volunteer, doesn't he have certain responsibilities? Stark Industries produces so many weapons, why don't you compensate the families destroyed by your artillery fire?" Captain America asked. His words obviously stung Stark, and it reminded Stark of Wanda. He remembered Wanda's hatred for him. But he couldn't stand Bucky's behavior of killing his parents, so Stark argued, "I'm just an arms manufacturer. I'm responsible for selling arms. But I can't control how others use them. At least I didn't use these missiles myself. But the missiles you made have left countless people without families." Everything Captain America said stung Stark. so Stark remained silent. But the angry Captain America didn't care about Stark's helplessness at this time. He just continued to curse, "Stark, you shouldn't kill Bucky. You are impulsive, arrogant, and selfish. You have killed countless people." After cursing, he attacked Stark again. Since Stark never thought of fighting with Captain America, and he was hurt by Captain America's words, he didn't even think of fighting back at this time, but just stood there motionless. Seeing this, Peter Parker immediately stopped in front of Stark. "Mr. Stark, get out of here," Peter Parker yelled. But Stark did not move. He stood there, watching Captain America wrestling with Peter Parker. He glanced again at Bucky, who was lying on the ground. He was silent. After a moment, he spoke very weakly, "Jarvis, can you help me contact Luo Bai?" "Okay, sir." Jarvis' voice sounded and the call was connected. Before he could open his mouth, Luo Bai appeared in front of him. Everything became quiet the moment Luo Bai appeared. Captain America and Peter Parker also stopped. The whole world was so quiet as if nothing had happened. Stark, who was originally very angry, showed a helpless look like a child who had done something wrong the moment he saw Luo Bai. He didn't say anything, but Luo Bai understood everything after seeing the situation. "You killed Bucky?" Luo Bai asked. "Yes." Stark nodded, looking very tired. "You have already taken revenge, why do you still look unhappy?" Luo Bai asked. Stark shook his head and responded helplessly, "I don't know." Luo Bai didn't say anything, but just glanced at Captain America who was extremely angry. Then he asked Stark, "You asked me to come here, do you want me to help you deal with Captain America?" Stark shook his head, and then replied in an almost pleading voice, "I just want to ask you if I did something wrong. You are the only one I trust." Luo Bai thought about it, then responded, "The fact that you asked this question proves that you already have the answer in your heart. You're right. Actually, I don't know why I asked you to come here, I just really wanted to see you." Stark muttered. "But I should know why you called me here," Luo Bai said. Through the Mind Stone, Luo Bai saw clearly what was in Stark's heart. He said nothing, but used the ability of the stone. Green light gathered on his body. The next second, Bucky, who had been dead, came back to life. After all this was done, Luo Bai asked Stark, "Is this the result you wanted?" Stark opened his eyes wide and looked at Bucky who came back to life. He hated Bucky, but at this moment he was extremely grateful that Luo Bai really brought Bucky back to life. "I don't know why. I hate him, but I would feel bad about killing him with my own hands," Stark muttered. He grabbed Luo Bai's hand as if he were grabbing a life-saving straw. His body couldn't help but tremble. He hated it, but he was also afraid. At this moment, Stark was extremely conflicted. Although Luo Bai had not been here before, he still knew exactly what had happened through the energy of the Mind Gem. Captain America blamed Stark and said something that he could not accept the most. That is, Stark Industries built the weapon. Ever since Stark was captured by terrorists and discovered that the weapons he made had fallen into the hands of these people, he has been filled with guilt about this matter. Coupled with the appearance of Wanda, Stark feels very guilty whenever someone mentions this matter. He always believed that his previous sale of arms was wrong, and when Captain America compared the two things, his inner conflict reached its extreme. The overwhelming psychological pressure caused Stark to collapse, and he continued to struggle between hatred and self-blame. He needs someone to help him at this time. Xiao Lajiao and Luo Bai are the people he trusts the most. But he couldn't tell Xiao Lajiao about this, so he could only ask Luo Bai for help. Luo Bai naturally understood his inner struggle. In order to relieve his pressure, Luo Bai chose to resurrect Bucky first. At the same time, it was also to enlighten Stark. "Tony, I understand that you are very conflicted now, but I don't think you actually need to be conflicted." "Why?" Stark asked, not understanding. Luo Bai thought for a moment and responded seriously, "I've already told you the answer. I know you hate Bucky, but you hesitate because he was taken advantage of. Your kindness makes you very conflicted. As your friend, I naturally have to take your feelings into consideration. So don't worry, no matter what choice you make, I can take care of it for you." Stark was stunned. At this moment he seemed to understand what Luo Bai meant. Luo Bai clearly meant to say, "If you want revenge, then go ahead. If one day you feel guilty and wish him back to life, I will resurrect him. If you are unhappy with him being alive, kill him again. Anyway, no matter what choice you make, I can help you with the aftermath, so you don't have to think too much about it." After understanding Luo Bai's meaning, Stark, who was originally very conflicted, suddenly became open-minded. "Is it really possible?" After a moment's silence, Stark couldn't help but ask. Luo Bai calmly replied, "Others may not be able to do this, but I am a mage." Stark was still a little worried, so he continued to ask, "Will you be in any danger by doing this? Will the world be in any danger?" Luo Bai shook his head and replied seriously, "No. After gaining an ability, a mage will definitely change some things for some reason. Just like in the original plot, Doctor Strange used the Time Stone to resurrect the king in order to save him. If a specific anchor point or central event in the universe is changed, then the entire universe will inevitably change. But the Winter Soldier incident will not affect the entire world, so it doesn't matter even if the result is changed." In fact, Luo Bai and Winter Soldier did not know each other. The whole thing was originally a matter between Stark and Winter Soldier. It's just that Captain America, as a friend of Winter Soldier, got involved in this matter. As a friend of Stark, Luo Bai also participated in this matter. Since he is involved, Stark's attitude is his attitude. Thinking of this, Luo Bai calmly explained, I won't interfere with any decision you make, Tony. But I said, no matter what decision you make, I will definitely support you. Stark's gaze became more determined, seemingly because of Luo Bai's support. People feel regret or guilt usually because there is no medicine for regret in this world. But when you have a friend who can give you the opportunity to regret, you will find that all this is not a difficult choice. All you need to do is respect your present heart. Thinking of this, Stark looked at Bucky angrily and said word by word, now, I just hope he will be responsible for his actions. Captain America's eyes widened when he heard him say that. Bucky finally survived, how could he let Bucky die? Thinking of this, Captain America immediately stopped him. Stark, you can't do this. Bucky. Captain America hadn't finished speaking when Stark interrupted him the next second. I know he was used by Hydra, but now, at least now I can't forgive him. I'm not a saint, Steve. After saying that, Stark shouted, stop him, Peter. Peter Parker never expected that there would be something about him. After a while, he couldn't help but mutter, why do you know my name? As he spoke, he released spider silk to tie up Captain America. While Captain America was unable to move, Stark fired the laser at Bucky again. And just like that, Bucky died again. Bucky. Captain America yelled, clearly a little emotionally broken. He was very angry at this moment, but he was also a little anxious. He looked at Luo Bai and asked hurriedly, you just resurrected Bucky once, so you can still resurrect Bucky now, right? Yes, but I won't do it again. Luo Bai said. Why? Captain America asked. Just like you helped Bucky, I chose to help Tony. Unless he wants me to, I won't bother. Luo Bai said. Captain America seems to understand that it is much easier to persuade Stark than to persuade Luo Bai. Thinking of this, Captain America softened his tone and asked, Tony, you clearly know that Bucky is being used. Why can't you try to ask Bucky's attitude first before deciding whether to take revenge? No matter what his attitude is, he is a murderer. He should be held responsible and receive the punishment he deserves. Steve, don't forget that the shield in your hand was made for you by my father. My father once trusted you very much, but I don't think you deserve to hold this shield. Stark said. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai suddenly asked, Steve, if the woman you love is killed, do you think the murderer should be punished? Captain America really has a beloved woman. As if he had thought of something, Captain America didn't say anything this time. Perhaps because he always held a glimmer of hope in his heart, he asked Stark, I admit that Bucky is responsible. So are you willing to give him a chance? A chance to live? I don't know. Stark muttered, with a very complicated expression on his face. Captain America said nothing more and just handed the shield to Stark. When Stark took the shield, Captain America left with Winter Soldier's body. Looking at Captain America's leaving back, Stark knew that there would probably be no more contact between them. The Avengers have completely broken up. Although he felt a little sad, Stark could still accept it. After all, Luo Bai was still there. Thinking of this, Stark turned to look at Luo Bai and thanked him. Thank you, Luo Bai. I know you told me that you could revive Bucky because you wanted to give me a way out. Actually, I just want to tell you not to think too much, Stark, and just be yourself. Luo Bai said. As soon as the voice fell, Peter Parker on the side spoke excitedly. I'm sorry to bother you. You are the Soul Mage, right? Right. Luo Bai was stunned and looked at the fully armed Spider-Man beside him. He smiled and then said hello, Peter Parker. Peter Parker? Wait, why do you all know my name? Peter Parker thought he had hidden his identity well, but now everyone knows his identity? He was clearly fully armed, so how did he call out his name so accurately? This shouldn't be the case. How do you know my name is Peter Parker? Peter Parker muttered in confusion. As if realizing that it might not be a good idea to admit his identity like this, Peter Parker tried to struggle. No, actually my name is not Peter Parker, my name is Nedred. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark interrupted him. Nedred is your friend. You and he are both high school students. Peter Parker was silent. Before he could speak again, Stark continued, Peter, hiding your identity from the wizard is not a wise choice. He is more powerful than you think. All right. There's nothing wrong with saying that. After all, the ability that Luo Bai just demonstrated was to resurrect the dead. Peter Parker knew that this wizard was no ordinary person. After all this time, his disguise was in vain. Thinking of this, Peter Parker gave up struggling. Okay. My name is indeed Peter Parker. As you just said, Mr. Stark, I am a high school student. Nice to meet you. Once Peter Parker starts talking, it's like a floodgate opening. There's no stopping him. Sure enough, just when Stark was about to say something, Peter Parker spoke excitedly, Mr. Stark, I have been following you for a long time. I think the suits you made are amazing, and I really admire you. Of course, that was at the beginning. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. When I learned that there were wizards in this world, I started to pay attention to Master Luo Bai, although I still admire Mr. Stark very much. But I admit that I admired Master Luo Bai even more later. Magic? There is magic in this world? This is so cool. Peter Parker talked non-stop. As Luo Bai knew, Spider-Man was a chatterbox. Compared to Peter Parker, Stark is much quieter. Maybe he realized that if he didn't stop Peter Parker, this guy could talk here all day. In the end, Stark couldn't help it, so he interrupted him. Okay, kid, I know what you mean. You just want to say that you admire Luo Bai, right? Yeah? He's a wizard, this is so cool? Peter Parker exclaimed excitedly. To prevent him from continuing, Stark interrupted him in time. I know, of course I know it's cool. But I want to tell you that anything you heard and saw today, you can't tell anyone else. Especially the fact that Luo Bai can resurrect people. Seeing his serious expression, Peter Parker's originally excited expression also turned serious. He realized that this might be a very important matter, so he immediately responded seriously, I know, Mr. Stark, don't worry, I will never tell anyone what I saw today, absolutely not. Seeing that he agreed, Stark wanted to send him away. Okay kid, go back and study hard. After all, Peter Parker was too noisy, and Stark wanted some quiet time now. Although Stark didn't say anything, Peter Parker, who was standing by, understood everything by observing and listening. He knew very well that Stark must be in a bad mood, so he nodded and answered very seriously, then I'll go first, Mr. Stark. Peter Parker was about to leave when Stark suddenly called him, Kid, you should understand everything from standing there just now, right? Peter Parker paused and nodded in confusion, I seem to have accidentally learned everything. Do you think there's anything wrong with what I'm doing? Stark asked. It can be seen that he is still somewhat conflicted about Bucky's affairs. So he asked Peter Parker. Maybe because Peter Parker is just a high school student, his mind is much simpler. But precisely because Peter Parker is a high school student, it is difficult for him to imagine such a question. For a moment, he became a little at a loss. I'm sorry Mr. Stark, I don't know whether what you did was right or wrong, but if I were you, I would probably hate Bucky too. Peter Parker thought about it and finally gave an answer. I see, Stark said. Peter Parker nodded, and the next second he was gone. After Peter Parker left, only Luo Bai and Stark were left on the battlefield. At this time Stark's mood was still a little complicated. He was actually very tired and wanted to go back. But when he thought that if he went back like this, Xiao Lajiao would definitely ask him about it, so he asked Luo Bai, are you free? Can I come to your place for a while? Of course you can stay as long as you want. After all, your name is still on the certificate for my house. Luo Bai said with a smile. Stark seemed to remember something and explained quickly, that's not what I meant. I really intended to give you the house, but at that time I considered issues like taxes, so I didn't transfer it to avoid trouble. If you mind, I can transfer it to you. It's too troublesome. It's fine like this. Luo Bai said as he opened the portal. As soon as the portal opened, the two arrived at Luo Bai's apartment. At this time, Wanda and Polaris were sitting on the sofa watching the news. The news was about Hydra and Project Insight. Even through the investigation of some super ability people, the bad things that Hydra had done in the past were dug out. It is not difficult to see from the information in the news that many international wars were led by Hydra. Hydra has close ties with the Nazis. They use the resources and influence they control to try to influence the international political and economic landscape through various means, thereby indirectly triggering or exacerbating international conflicts and wars. Achieve your goals through war. The outbreak of war in Sokovia is also closely related to Hydra. Just when the two of them were watching seriously, the arrival of Luo Bai and Stark attracted the attention of both of them. Master Luo Bai, Mr. Stark, are you here? Polaris stood up and greeted them first. Yeah, are you two watching the news? Luo Bai asked. Polaris nodded and replied seriously, Wanda and I are watching the news about Hydra on TV. Master Luo Bai, do you also know about Hydra? Got it. Luo Bai nodded. As soon as the voice fell, Polaris spoke angrily in the next second, this Hydra is really arrogant? They actually dare to broadcast live to threaten all the super ability people on the earth? It's so arrogant. When Stark, who was originally a little depressed, mentioned this, he immediately teased Polaris. Indeed, I also think he is quite arrogant. He even introduced himself. Now the whole world knows where Hydra's base is. I think Hydra is in big trouble this time. Polaris snorted coldly. Polaris was still young at the time, and she obviously didn't realize there was anything wrong with Hydra introducing itself on live broadcast. Seeing that she didn't react for a long time, Stark couldn't help but respond. Don't you think there's anything wrong with Pierce revealing his identity and revealing the secrets of Hydra? Polaris was stunned, looked at Stark with a confused look, then looked at Luo Bai and asked, what's wrong? Isn't he threatening us? Stark shrugged and said helplessly, but by doing this, he put Hydra in a threatening position. Does Hydra have the ability to fight against all the super ability people on Earth? Of course not. If Master Luo Bai had shown up, the Hydra base would have exploded long ago. Polaris replied seriously. Come on, how dare Hydra? There are more people with super abilities on Earth than you can imagine. Thinking of this, Polaris couldn't help but mutter, I can't understand why they think they can fight against all the super abilities on Earth. He did this because he was controlled by Luo Bai. The Insight Project was also announced by your master Luo Bai. He wanted to tell people all over the world that the world is now very dangerous. Stark explained. With this explanation, the North Star finally turned the corner. I was wondering why something felt wrong. So this is what happened. Polaris suddenly realized. She finally understood what had happened. Yes, so Hydra would do such a stupid thing entirely because it was controlled. Stark nodded and replied seriously. Hearing him say this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. Stark, I don't recommend you to say that. Stark was stunned and couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Have you forgotten that you did something similar, which almost caused your house to be bombed? Luo Bai said. The memory of the death attacked him again, and Stark had to admit that his behavior was indeed stupid. Okay, as I kept cursing, I started cursing myself. If Luo Bai hadn't been there, both he and Xiao Leijiao would have been in trouble. Thinking of this, Stark sighed and said helplessly, I admit that I can be quite stupid sometimes. But I was very angry at the time. When this matter was mentioned, Luo Bai seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, how is Happy now? Recovering well? Stark replied. After saying this, Stark turned his gaze to Wanda. His originally relaxed expression suddenly became serious. He seemed to still care about what Captain America said before, so after facing Bucky's incident, he planned to talk to Wanda. Some things cannot be solved by running away. Thinking of this, Stark took a deep breath and said, Wanda, I know you and your family hate me very much. I just went through something. I may be able to understand your hatred. If you really want to kill me, I will not resist. I will also let Luo Bai not take any remedial measures. Stark said very seriously. This made Wanda, who had been silent, focus her attention on him. Wanda was silent at this time, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a moment, Wanda slowly spoke. I really hate you, Stark. In fact, I never understood why everyone thought you were innocent in this matter from the beginning. But now I seem to understand something. It's just that I've hated you and even the entire Stark Industries since I was a child. This has become my motivation to live. When I really realized that I hated the wrong thing, my life suddenly lost its purpose. Honestly, I'm very confused at the moment. Wanda muttered. She had always hated Stark very much. It was because the missile that fell into his house when he was a child had the 5 bright words Stark Industries engraved on it, plus Hydra's hype. This caused Wanda to misunderstand her thinking, and she believed that it was Stark who started the war. But when she carefully studied everything through the news and Hydra's information, she understood. Stark Industries is only responsible for selling arms, and its biggest responsibility may be that it does not restrict buyers. Even they didn't know where their weapons would be used. And the most important thing is, I heard from Polaris that before this, Stark was a well-known playboy. He never managed his own company at all. It was all managed by Obadiah. And if you follow the timeline, Wanda's family was blown up by a missile from Stark Industries when she was very young, and Stark probably wasn't very old at that time. Stark Industries has been maintaining its previous normal business model all along, and at most he is just a responsible person. It was not until he was captured by terrorists that he began to manage the company seriously, and the first thing he did was to close the Stark Weapons division. And because of this, he also had a fight with Obadiah. If this is really to be held accountable, Stark wouldn't even know which rank he would be. If we really count the culprits, it must be Hydra. The next most responsible are Sokov's neighbors who started the war. The troops who bought weapons for the war are also responsible. The people who ordered the missiles to be launched are also responsible. The last one is Stark Industries, which sold the weapons, and Stark. Thinking about it this way, she should hate them in the order of responsibility. But when she understood everything, she suddenly felt that she had hated the wrong person from the beginning. She hated for so many years, but ended up hating the wrong person? Wanda was a little confused at this moment. Stark understood her confusion very well, so he explained, I can understand how you feel, because I just went through the same thing. Wanda seemed to know about this. You mean, about your parents? Stark was a little surprised and asked, how do you know? Someone leaked all the information about Hydra on the internet, including all the videos of the Winter Soldier's secret assassinations. One of the videos seems to be about your father, Wanda said. Stark was stunned. Since he had been dealing with these things just now, he didn't check the news online. After hearing what Wanda said, Stark turned on the news. Only then did I realize that there were indeed a lot more videos on the internet, and I didn't know who made a detailed list of materials. Above is the number of people assassinated by the Winter Soldier from World War II to the present, which is a very large number. And each of them is an important figure in each country. From technology to politics, the inexplicable deaths of important related personnel are all caused by the Winter Soldier. Among them is Stark's father, one of the founders of SHIELD and an industrial giant in Country M. It was precisely because of his extremely important status in Country M that the assassination occurred. Although the Winter Soldier was indeed brainwashed by Hydra, the people they assassinated held very important positions in various countries and could even be said to be talents who could influence a country's subsequent development. Therefore, there are great differences in the international community's attitude towards the Winter Soldier, but the current result given by Country M is to hunt down all Hydra members, including the Winter Soldier. If they resist, they will be killed on the spot. After all, Hydra members are quite dangerous now. At the same time, the International Security Council also supports those with super abilities to assist in the hunt. Because after the Hydra incident, they seemed to have realized that if there were no super abilities, human strength alone is not enough to resist these dangers. After watching the video of his father's death exposed online, Stark was silent again. I still can't forgive him. After a moment, Stark spoke in a deep voice. His tone was filled with hatred, and his voice was trembling a little. After all, that video was quite shocking to Stark, as it recorded the scene of his father being smashed to death by Bucky himself. Just when Stark was about to collapse, Wanda suddenly said, "This is normal. If it were me, I would not be able to forgive him. I would kill him myself." This seemed a little surprising to Stark. He didn't expect Wanda to say that. He asked in confusion, I thought you would think I should forgive him, just like you forgive me. Wanda said with a cold face and hatred, if the missile that destroyed my house was launched by you yourself, I will kill you whether you know it or not. Although I still think you are responsible for selling missiles, and I still don't like you, it seems that you are not the one who deserves to die. From Wanda's words, we can tell that she understands that the person she should take revenge on is not Stark. But she still couldn't maintain a friendly attitude towards Stark. After all, it couldn't be said that Stark had no responsibility at all. At least she was indeed negligent in management. Stark naturally understood what she meant, so he immediately said, I understand what you mean, so I closed Stark Industries a long time ago. After you came to find me, I realized the seriousness of the problem. I sent various resources to the people in the war zone and tried my best to protect the Earth. Of course, I'm not saying that what I did was great. These are what I should do. As soon as the words fell, Wanda said coldly, what you do has nothing to do with me. This sentence made Stark silent. Perhaps because he knew that Wanda's attitude towards him would not change instantly, Stark did not care. He simply looked at the North Star and asked, is there anything else you need? I can ask someone to arrange it. In fact, ever since Wanda and Quicksilver moved into the villa, Stark has often sent people to deliver things. Money, daily necessities, and even luxury goods were delivered every 2 days. Not to mention anything else, the money Stark sent has long been more than can be spent. Thinking of this, Polaris said quickly, we don't need anything anymore, Mr. Stark. We have more money than we can spend now. Stark seemed a little worried, so he reminded, if there is anything missing, just tell me, or tell the people I send. They will arrange it for you. At this moment, Wanda spoke up, you don't need to do this. I'm not interested in what you gave me. If you really want to compensate us, go and help me kill the Hydra group. If it weren't for them, Sokovia wouldn't have gone to war at all, and Quicksilver and I wouldn't be homeless. There was anger in her tone. In fact, after seeing Hydra's plan announced and realizing that she had been deceived by Hydra, Wanda wanted to rush and destroy Hydra. But Polaris stopped her. Polaris said that no matter what, they had to wait for Luo Bai to come back and ask for his opinion before taking any action. Although Wanda is still unfamiliar with Luo Bai now, after all, Luo Bai doesn't appear often. But after a long period of time together, she and Polaris had a very good relationship, so she listened to Polaris' advice. Now that Luo Bai and Stark are back, she thinks maybe she can ask Stark to avenge him. After all, Stark should hate Hydra now. This is exactly what happened. Stark had planned this long ago. I do plan to go to Sokovia and take a look at the Hydra base. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have gone there. Stark gritted his teeth and spoke. He hated Hydra very much now. It's just that he had just experienced too much, so he wanted to take a break and adjust his mindset. And now he faces another problem. The Avengers should be considered completely disbanded now, but it seems that he cannot protect the Earth by himself. At present, it seems that Luo Bai is the only one he can trust wholeheartedly. But as the Supreme Mage, the enemies Luo Bai faces are usually not on Earth, so the Earth still needs an organization to protect it. Thinking of this, Stark said with some distress, the Avengers have disbanded. I don't know if I can protect the Earth alone. He said this to Luo Bai. In fact, Luo Bai already knew that the Avengers would be disbanded, so he also had new plans. There are many organizations that can protect the Earth, and the Avengers is just one of them. Maybe we can create a new organization ourselves. Luo Bai suggested. As soon as the voice fell, Stark immediately agreed. Do you have this plan? That's great. If it is an organization founded by you, I will be the first to join. Just arrange me and let me do whatever I want. To be honest, Stark has been waiting for this sentence for a long time. He originally had no desire to join the Avengers, mainly because he didn't like Nick Fury. But at that time, only Nick Fury created such an organization to protect the Earth, and they had the same goal, so Stark joined. But if Luo Bai is willing to create it, Stark would be more than happy to join. Not to mention no compensation, he would be happy even if he was asked to pay for it. However, Luo Bai was a little hesitant. I have actually thought about creating an organization to protect the Earth, but such an organization needs to be managed, which I think is quite troublesome. I'll be in charge, and you'll just be responsible for giving orders. Stark said immediately. Hearing him say this, Luo Bai agreed, that's fine. Do you have any ideas about the personnel of this organization? It can't be just the two of us, right? Stark asked. What do you think of Lorna? Luo Bai said. Polaris, who was originally standing aside and watching the show, never expected that he would be called suddenly. She was obviously confused, pointing at herself and asking, me. Of course. Don't forget, you also have a super ability. Luo Bai said with a smile. Polaris has not forgotten this. But she didn't expect that Luo Bai would be willing to let her join. She thought she could only be a housekeeper. Thinking of this, Polaris immediately nodded in agreement. I haven't forgotten. I just thought that Master Luo Bai, you kept me just to make me a housekeeper. You have the ability to control magnetic fields, so it's a pity for you to be a housekeeper. From now on, you can protect the Earth with Tony. But your emotions sometimes fluctuate greatly, so you should listen to Tony's opinions on actions. Luo Bai reminded. No problem, I will definitely manage my emotions. Polaris agreed readily. Stark is naturally happy to have Polaris join. Come on, she can control magnetic fields. This ability is beyond belief. But there are only 2 people, which seems a little too few. Thinking of this, Stark asked hurriedly, although Polaris is indeed very strong, isn't it a little too little to have only 2 people? Actually, I think Peter Parker is not bad either, Luo Bai suggested. Are you talking about the high school student we just met? Stark thought about it and couldn't help asking, isn't he a little too young? Indeed, but you can train him, Luo Bai said. Actually, I have this plan as well. I have been following him for a long time, Stark said immediately. Actually, I think you can go and persuade Dr. Banner. The only trouble is that you need to control the appearance of Hulk. As for Asgard, Odin has handed over his 2 sons to me, so I think Thor should also join, Luo Bai said. Good guy, negotiate directly with Odin. Okay. For now, I only think of these people. We'll see what happens later. Stark was confused when Luo Bai spoke again. Stark nodded, then asked, have you thought of a name for this organization? After the initial personnel are determined, the organization must have a name. To be honest, Luo Bai is not very good at naming, so Luo Bai decided to copy it. It's just a name, don't take it too seriously. Why not call it the Justice League? Luo Bai said. Alright. Stark agreed immediately, so what should we do now? Go and get rid of Hydra. You go with Lorna, I won't go. I have something else to do, Luo Bai said. Dormammu now has plans to come to Earth, and he has to deal with it. What's more, he is a little hungry now. Stark and Polaris soon left for Hydra's base, Sokovia. When the 2 of them left, Wanda spoke up, you told me to wait a while, and you took me in at your house, probably just to let me know about Hydra's conspiracy, right? Yes. Luo Bai nodded and responded, when I learned that you were waiting for human experiments at Hydra's experimental base, I knew that you must have been deceived by Hydra, so I brought you out. I know now. I admit that I joined Hydra because I was deceived by them. What they said was different from what they did. They said they wanted to protect the Earth, but they provoked wars again and again. Wanda muttered. At this moment, her eyes revealed confusion and she felt helpless. She once thought that the only person she could trust was Hydra, but she didn't expect that Hydra was the ultimate bad guy. They are the ones who started the war and caused all the tragedies. By now, Wanda feels that she has no one she can trust except Quicksilver. She seemed to be abandoned by the whole world and she didn't know what she should do in the future. It seemed that it was because Luo Bai was quite nice to her, and also because of Polaris. While no one was around, Wanda told the truth, actually I don't want to learn magic. I admit that I agreed to come back with you just to get closer to Stark. I have thought about killing him countless times, until just now. I know. Luo Bai nodded. He knew Wanda's true thoughts a long time ago, and he had actually told Stark about it in private. But Stark's attitude towards this matter is actually very clear, he is not afraid of death. If Wanda really wants revenge, she can do it at any time. So Luo Bai never stopped Wanda from doing anything, he just hoped that Wanda could see the truth. In fact, the reason I brought you back is very simple. First, I want you to understand the whole truth of the matter. Second, I want to teach you magic so that you can learn to control your own power. Of course, learning magic requires your willingness, so I won't force you. I think you know the truth now. If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. I respect any choice you make, Luo Bai said. Wanda didn't say anything, and she seemed to be hesitating. Because apart from this place, she and Quicksilver no longer have a home, and she doesn't know where she can go, so she was very hesitant. After thinking for an unknown amount of time, Wanda suddenly asked a question, if I knew the truth and still chose to kill Stark, would you stop me? Luo Bai was not surprised at all that she would ask this question, so he quickly gave his answer, no. Wanda seemed a little surprised and asked in surprise, he is your friend, won't you help him? No. Luo Bai answered seriously, but as his friend, I can't guarantee that I won't let Stark come back to life. At this point, Wanda almost understood. She chose to remain silent. Luo Bai could understand that she was in a bad mood, so Luo Bai didn't intend to disturb her. You should take a rest. Since you don't want to learn magic, I won't force you. If you want to leave, you don't have to tell me, but you have to at least say goodbye to Lorna. She treats you as a friend, Luo Bai said. After saying this, he opened the portal and prepared to leave for the New York temple. At this moment, Wanda stopped him and said, you said before that if I stay with you, I can settle down, and Quicksilver and I will never wander again. No one can hurt us. Does this count? Of course. Luo Bai nodded. I admit that the magic book you gave me is quite useful. I feel as if a power has been activated in my body, and now I seem to be able to use the magic in my body freely. Can you give me another book for me to read? Wanda asked. Then she returned the magic book she had been reading to Luo Bai. Her meaning was clear, she intended to stay and learn magic. Thinking of this, Luo Bai took the magic book and handed over another book, then you can take a look at this. If you encounter something you don't understand, you can ask me. I don't even know where to find you, Wanda sighed helplessly. She had been here for such a long time, but had only met Luo Bai 2 or 3 times. This supreme magician is very busy. Call me, Lorna knows my phone number. Or you can come to the New York temple to find me directly, Luo Bai said. The New York temple? What is that place? Wanda asked. You will find it. The New York temple may not exist for ordinary people, but for you it is right in front of you, Luo Bai answered seriously. After saying that, he left. Wanda didn't say anything, just shrugged and opened the magic book and started reading. After returning to the New York temple, Luo Bai originally planned to absorb the dark power directly. After all, he needs to recharge now. Unexpectedly, he saw Mordo as soon as he arrived at the New York temple. Obviously, Mordo came to find him. Master Mordo, do you have something to talk to me about? Luo Bai asked. As soon as he saw Luo Bai, Mordo first bowed. Then he explained his purpose. Supreme Sorcerer, I just wanted to come see you. I have a suggestion to make to you. I always feel that the king has been inattentive lately. Mordo complained. When he mentioned this matter, Luo Bai almost understood it. Just as he was about to say something, Mordo spoke again. I saw him several times when I went to the library. He was either sleeping with an eye mask on or listening to music while watching TV series. He even put the banned books that were originally locked on the top floor of the library, in the most conspicuous place. If there was nothing else, I wouldn't have said this, but I recently discovered, there are always mages walking around in the library, but they don't borrow books. They are very strange, but I can't tell what's strange about them. The most important thing is that the king doesn't care. He is the librarian. I reminded the king, but he not only ignored me but also rolled his eyes and continued to sleep. Supreme Sorcerer, I am very worried about the books in the library now. Mordo scolded, and it was obvious that he hated Wang's irresponsible behavior very much. Although it's not impossible to tell Mordo about it. But considering that Mordo is too straightforward, telling him is not a good idea. What if Dormammu finds out and doesn't come? Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately responded, it is indeed excessive. I will reprimand the king for this matter, Master Mordo. He really needs to be reprimanded. This is really outrageous. Mordo said. As the eldest brother of Camartage, Mordo is of similar seniority to the king. In fact, he is even higher than Wang, so it is okay for him to say that about Wang. However, Luo Bai still reminded him, I will tell him about this matter, but the current administrator of the library is still Wang, so Master Mordo should not interfere too much. Mordo obviously understood and said immediately, I'm just making a suggestion, I'll leave first. After saying that, Mordo left. After he left, Luo Bai began to think about it. It seems that he has to let Dormammu come to Earth as soon as possible to avoid any further trouble. Thinking of this, Luo Bai went up to the second floor at the speed of light. After opening the mirror space, it began to absorb dark forces indiscriminately in all dark dimensions of the multi-universe to recharge. At the same time, Mephisto, Dormammu, and Sithon all felt something unusual. Is it ever going to end? Are you done yet? Here you go again. You come again. It's okay once or twice, but you still come on the third day. You think we are power banks, don't you? Come and charge us when you have nothing to do? This is too much. This is really too much. No, you should inhale less. Luo Bai once again absorbed the energy from various dark dimensions. However, the opinions of the three-dimensional masters, Sithon, Mephisto, and Dormammu, are obviously different. Zithorn was actually willing to bless Luo Bai. After all, he hopes to come to Earth through Luo Bai as a medium. But what confused him was that the situation was becoming a little wrong. Please, Luo Bai is just a human being. Logically speaking, after he absorbed so much dark energy from himself, his entire body and even his soul should have been devoured and completely controlled by him. Result? I gave my power to Luo Bai and it's still out of control? It doesn't make sense. How could a mere human being possess such a strong will and mental strength? The more Zithorn thought about it, the more he felt something was not right. He always felt as if he was being fooled by Luo Bai. Realizing that he was probably deceived, Zithorn immediately decided to find someone else to serve as a medium to enter the Earth as soon as possible. After all, the situation at this moment was completely out of his control. Logically, he should have been the one blessing Luo Bai with power, but why did it seem more like Luo Bai was depriving him of his power? Furious, Zithorn plans to come to Earth as soon as possible, so he needs to choose a tool man again. Apparently he wasn't the only one who had this idea, Dormammu and Mephisto also had the same idea. They are both lords of the dark dimension, so it's normal for them to have a bit of bad temper, because they really can't stand this anger. The two grumpy old men decided to go directly to Earth. This time they didn't care who they met, even if it was Zithorn, they would fight. They are determined to take Luo Bai's human soul. Unlike Dormammu, although Mephisto is a demon from another dimension, the hell dimension he rules is very close to the Earth. He increases his ability by collecting souls and humans' belief in Satan, the devil, and he can easily capture human souls. Therefore, he can also possess a believer through some means and come directly to the Earth. As for Dormammu, since the dimension he is in is too far away from the Earth, believers must activate the summoning circle to summon him. So the first one to come to Earth was Mephisto. Although Mephisto was very angry now, he still kept a trace of rationality. Considering that Luo Bai was favored by Dormammu and Sithon at the same time, it must be not easy. So he decided to possess the body of a dying old man to see what the situation was. The Earth suddenly had an uninvited guest, and the energy was so familiar that Luo Bai could naturally sense it. The moment he noticed it, Luo Bai opened his eyes and stopped absorbing the dark power. Before he could observe who the invader coming to Earth was, Wang and Mordo appeared before him. Supreme Sorcerer, there is a situation. We have detected an evil force invading the Earth. As soon as the two appeared, Wang spoke hurriedly. Mordo on the side also quickly agreed. At present, we can detect that the fluctuations of dark energy on the earth are gradually increasing, but we cannot determine which evil lord is coming, nor can we determine the source of the energy. We can only be sure that this evil lord has arrived on earth. Supreme Sorcerer, should Camartage immediately enter combat mode? The two of them spoke one sentence at a time, and it was obvious that they were very anxious at the moment. The invaders from the multi-universe carry powerful dark energy. It's hard not to think of Dormammu. In fact, Camartage has fought against Dormammu more than once. When the Ancient One was the Sorcerer Supreme, the mages had fought against Dormammu countless times. Because of the presence of the Ancient One wizard, Dormammu will be repelled every time. Now the Ancient One is gone. Although Luo Bai has good talents and abilities, no one knows how strong he is at the moment. No one knows whether Luo Bai can fight against Dormammu or the evil lords from other dimensions. That's why Wang and Mordo are so anxious. I understand their anxiety, and I also consider that the person who is coming should be a lord or something. In order to prevent the earth from suffering, Luo Bai thought about it and immediately gave an order, then follow what the two mages said. Camartage will enter combat mode from now on. Notify all mages to deploy arrays around the world, and then notify the mages in each temple to guard the temple. As for the New York temple, it will be guarded by Mage Mordo for the time being. I will go there first to take a look at the situation. The two of them had no objection to Luo Bai's decision, so they quickly agreed. Yes, Supreme Mage. But the king was still a little worried, so he couldn't help asking, Supreme Sorcerer, do you need me to go with you? These lords of the dark dimension are not easy to deal with. Even if it may not be Dormammu who comes this time, he should not be underestimated. Luo Bai naturally understood his concerns. But considering that Camartage's overall combat power is not strong, these dark dimension lords have believers. In order to avoid being robbed, Luo Bai still refused. Wang, keep an eye on Camartage. You know, Camartage is not safe at the moment. As if remembering that there were always mages coveting the books in the library recently, Wang Ye realized that something was wrong. I understand, Supreme Mage. If something happens, should all those people be dealt with? Wang asked hurriedly. Luo Bai thought for a moment, then spoke, if they absorb the power of dark magic, you may not be able to defeat them. I still hope to ensure the safety of every wizard in Camartage. If a situation that you cannot handle really occurs, run away if you can, and I will take care of the rest. When Wang and Motu heard this, they were stunned. The mages of Camartage have always been committed to hard fighting, even if it means death. As a result, this Supreme Mage actually let them run away when they couldn't defeat him? Although there seems to be nothing wrong with this, but will this make us seem useless? Wang couldn't help but complain. If your sacrifice is necessary for the survival of the earth, I would definitely hope that you would charge forward bravely, die on the battlefield, and leave your name in history. But it is obviously not the time yet. So sacrifice at this time is unnecessary. Luo Bai replied calmly. Wang thought it made sense. It has to be said that Wang now likes Luo Bai, the Supreme Mage, more and more. After all, other Supreme Wizards teach you to be selfless, but Luo Bai teaches you to slack off at work, run away if you can't win, and call for help if you can. Never make unnecessary sacrifices. He really likes this kind of mentality. Of course, the upright Mordo might find it hard to accept. He seemed to want to refute something, but before he could open his mouth, the king stopped him. Mordo, the situation is very dangerous now. There is no time to explain. Let's get ready. After saying that, Wang took Mordo and opened the portal and left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Bai also opened the portal and teleported to the source of dark energy, Las Vegas. At the door of a hotel in Las Vegas, Luo Bai raised his head. He could clearly feel that the whole building was filled with a dark atmosphere, and the smell was so fragrant. It smells so good that it seems to be telling Luo Bai, it's time for dinner. As luck would have it, Luo Bai was hungry. I didn't expect that the first person to come to Earth was not Dormammu, but you, the Lord of the Hell Dimension, Mephisto. Luo Bai muttered as he walked into the hotel. Camartage's magic circle can not only detect whether there are intruders, but also lock the intruder's position based on energy fluctuations. Therefore, it is difficult for a multi-universe invader to escape the magic array set up by the three holy temples of Camartage. Of course, powerful invaders can avoid the positioning of the magic circle by hiding their energy. However, even if most invaders can avoid the positioning of the magic circle, it is difficult for them to escape Luo Bai's attention. Especially due to the arrival of the fairy power, Luo Bai is very sensitive to energy at this time. The stronger the energy, the more sensitive he is, so it is not difficult to track Mephisto's location. Following the dark energy, Luo Bai came all the way to Las Vegas. He could clearly feel the difference after entering the hotel. The first thing Luo Bai saw was not the hotel lobby, but a river of blood composed of blood-red energy similar to blood. There was an unidentified black object roaring and shaking in the blood river, like a ghost or a demon. The whole space is filled with darkness and gloom, and from time to time you can hear voices whispering in your ears. You can't hear what these voices are saying, but you can feel that they are demons calling you and trying to take your soul away. With just one glance, Luo Bai could tell that Mephisto had opened up his own absolute domain here. He turned the whole hotel into hell, and he had absolute control. This is normal. After all, the person who opens the domain space first has certain advantages, which is why many big guys like to open a domain before fighting. For example, Ancient One likes to open the mirror space. Taking the initiative and gaining the advantage will put the enemy at a disadvantage. If the enemy is not strong enough to cheat, or you want to let him win, it is difficult for your enemy to defeat you in the realm you create. Under normal circumstances, when Luo Bai walked into this hotel, he no longer had any advantages and became a lamb to be slaughtered. Apparently, Mephisto thought so too. So after Luo Bai walked into the hotel, he couldn't wait to show his head. Supreme Sorcerer. As far as I know, the previous Supreme Sorcerer was the Ancient One. I didn't expect the Supreme Sorcerer to change so soon, Mephisto said as he appeared in the center. It's not quite what I imagined. Although Mephisto is a demon, he is not in the form of a demon as we imagine. Instead, he looks like a white-haired old man who is about to die. This made Luo Bai conclude that he was possessed by someone else. The one who came to Earth was not his real body. This made Luo Bai feel a little regretful. After all, there might not be enough to eat. Thinking of this, Luo Bai muttered with some dissatisfaction, as the Lord of the Hell Dimension, you should be very angry that I secretly absorbed the power of your dimension, but you were so cautious as to possess me instead of coming here in person. From this point of view, you don't seem to be much stronger than ma'am. Mephisto originally wanted to act mysterious and tease Luo Bai, the lamb to be slaughtered. After all, Luo Bai had come to absorb the energy of his Hell Dimension many times before, which made him very unhappy. He never expected that Luo Bai would mock him first. And you still say he's not as good as Dormammu? Mephisto's true nature was revealed in an instant, and he became extremely irritable. You're talking nonsense? Dormammu was originally just an extra-dimensional energy creature named Fardin, but he was lucky enough to encounter an ownerless dark dimension, so he became the ruler of the dark dimension. I'm a devil? I was born in the early days of the Earth, when humans didn't even exist? You actually said that I'm not as good as Dormammu. Mephisto Rage said. It can be seen that he is very unconvinced at this moment. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai smiled and asked, so, if you fight Dormammu, you will definitely win. I am the great lord of the Hell Dimension. Dormammu certainly can't defeat me, Mephisto said immediately. But Dormammu is also very interested in my soul. Didn't you come to Earth just to seize my soul? Luo Bai asked again. Mephisto finally figured it out. It was obvious that this kid Luo Bai wanted to provoke him and make him fight with Dormammu. Thinking of this, Mephisto snorted coldly and said, Cunning Earth Mage, do you think I can't see through your little tricks? I know that Sithon and Dormammu both want your soul, but the multi-universe has rules. If you promise to dedicate your soul to me, then even Sithon and Dormammu will not dare to really fight with me. Rules? You lords of the dark dimension know how to talk about rules. Luo Bai couldn't help but ask. Although I don't want to abide by those bullshit rules, I will be judged if I go too far. This universe is much bigger than you think. You have no future if you follow them, but I can give you a future, Mephisto said. He was using his usual tactics to seduce Luo Bai. The reason why he didn't take action was very simple. Mephisto was different from the other lords of the dark dimension. He really likes the so-called contract game, which simply means signing a contract and dedicating one's soul. Therefore, he often lures mortals with lies and contracts in order to obtain their souls. This is how Ghost Rider was born. Obviously, at this time, Mephisto still wanted to use the old routine to persuade Luo Bai. I know very well that there is a limit to the training of Earth mages, because you are human. If you want to obtain a higher power limit, you must absorb abilities from the multi-universe. But the growth rate is too slow. If you are willing to sign a contract with me, I can let you absorb power, huge amounts of power. When you gain power, you will have the strength to protect the Earth. Cooperate with me, kid. I will prove to you that following me is more promising than following those people, Mephisto said as he took out a contract. Familiar parchment, bearing the power of Mephisto. Once signed, it is equivalent to selling your soul to Mephisto. Seeing Mephisto handing over the contract with his calloused hands, Luo Bai refused. I think we should sign a different contract. Why don't you take a look at my contract? Luo Bai said as he handed over a new contract. Mephisto was obviously stunned for a moment, but he still took the contract. After reading the contract, Mephisto couldn't help but gasp. The opposite of Tian Gang? It's simply the opposite of Tian Gang? He had been the Lord of the Hell Dimension for such a long time, but this was the first time that someone had handed him a contract. The content of the contract is still, I, Mephisto, Lord of Hell, will from now on guarantee to provide Supreme Mage Luo Bai with energy from the Hell Dimension on a regular basis and in a fixed amount, and will absolutely obey the orders of Supreme Mage Luo Bai. If the contract is violated, the status of Hell Lord will be stripped and the fate of being devoured will be accepted. No, the Supreme Sorcerer is so crazy now. Angrily turning the contract into ashes, Mephisto was visibly angry. You shouldn't anger me, Earth Mage, Mephisto said as he released a powerful force. In an instant, the rolling river of blood turned into a burning hellfire, and the entire space was illuminated by flames. The Lord of Hell instantly enveloped the entire space, and the demons that had been crawling in the darkness suddenly popped up in groups. They seemed to be waiting for Mephisto's order, waiting to rush forward and tear Luo Bai to pieces. You will pay for your foolish behavior, Mephisto whispered. The next second, the devil surged and pounced towards Luo Bai. Luo Bai was not in a hurry. He calmly watched the demons rushing over, and then released the power of the goblins. Accompanied by a roar that seemed to come from the center of the universe, darkness instantly enveloped the entire space in the next second. In the darkness, a pair of eyes shining like stars stared greedily at Mephisto. It's like looking at a fat sheep. Mephisto, who was originally very arrogant, suddenly became silent. This looks like the power of a fairy? Wait, isn't the fairy power sealed? How come it appeared on Earth? No, let me fight against the power of the goblin? Seriously? Even if I use all the power of the entire Hell Realm, it still won't be enough for this thing to eat? In fact, Mephisto has never seen the power of the fairy. After all, the power of the fairy was born a long time ago. If you really count it, the fairy power has been around longer than he has been alive. But it is impossible that he has not heard of the reputation of the fairy power. Rumor has it that the fairy power once chose a human as its host. When it integrates perfectly with the host, it can be said to be able to eat any god or Buddha that stands in its way. The power of the phoenix is strong, it has been swallowed by the power of the fairy. The god group was so powerful, yet they were almost wiped out. In the end, it's because humans have weaknesses. The gods took advantage of the weakness of human will, causing a conflict between the fairy power and the host, and finally forcibly sealed the fairy power. After all, although the power of fairies is strong, this simple power is very dependent on the host. A good host can maximize its power. This is why both the Phoenix Force and the Fairy Force like to find a host. No, hasn't this thing been sealed a long time ago and has become a legend? Why did it not only appear, but also appear in the main universe? Is this something he can handle? The moment he saw the fairy power, Mephisto realized something was wrong. No wonder this human being absorbs dark energy every day and his soul is favored by many lords at the same time. It seems like we are really eating them as a buffet. Thinking of this, Mephisto, who was originally arrogant and wanted to teach Luo Bai a lesson, immediately became timid. In the blink of an eye, he escaped back to the realm of hell. But what he didn't know was that the power of the fairy had already devoured the energy of the space stone. Following Mephisto's energy fluctuations, Luo Bai drove the power of the space gemstone and arrived at the hell dimension almost at the same time as Mephisto. Seeing Luo Bai chasing after him, Mephisto was stunned. Space power. Isn't this the infinite power of the stone in the universe? You swallowed the space stone. Mephisto exclaimed in surprise. Luo Bai replied very calmly, that's nothing to be surprised about, Mephisto. But I still have to thank you. Luo Bai paused for a moment. He took a look at the hell dimension filled with powerful energy, and then continued, originally, I thought that your real body had not come to Earth, and swallowing it in one bite might not be enough. Now, you take me directly back to your nest. Although there may not be enough food, it's much better than before. As Luo Bai spoke, he released the power of the fairy. The fairy power was starved for energy and as soon as it was released, it began to madly absorb the power of the hell dimension. Even Mephisto was scared. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and his expression was full of fear. It's like a powerless human looking at a wild beast eating crazily in fear, but the key is that you can't run away. Because if you move, the beast may eat you at any time. There was really no other way, so Mephisto could only resort to moral kidnapping. You are the supreme sorcerer on Earth. If you really devour the Earth, the hell dimension, it won't take long for this matter to spread throughout the multi-universe. This is an invasion, and you are declaring war on the entire multi-universe. He obviously wanted to use his identity as the Supreme Mage to pressure Luo Bai to stop. But Luo Bai was unmoved and said calmly, No, Mephisto. You got the order wrong. You invaded the Earth first. The Temple of Kamartaj has detected you, the invader of the Earth. As the Supreme Sorcerer, I am fighting for the Earth and eliminating the invader. Mephisto was stunned. That seems to be the case. Damn, why did he feel like he was being tricked? No wonder Luo Bai, who possesses the power of a fairy, never attacks the Lord of Hell, but instead comes to steal some energy from time to time. He is clearly trying to fish for law enforcement. These lords of the dark dimension could not bear it anymore and ran to the Earth to become invaders. Then he had a legitimate reason to fight back? Even if this matter goes to multi-universe, even if it goes to court, it can be considered as legitimate defense. ITM? He is the Lord of Hell, but he was tricked by a human wizard? The key point is that no one told him that the fairy power is on Earth. Mephisto was very annoyed at this point. But seeing that the power of the goblin was about to swallow him up if he didn't stop it, he finally gave in. Supreme Mage? I remember you. Your name seems to be Luo Bai, right? I think we can actually discuss it again. Of course it can be negotiated. You now have two choices, one is to sign the contract, the other is to become food. Luo Bai said with a smile. Mephisto's eyes widened, his expression extremely angry. Luo Bai, I am discussing this with you sincerely? After all, I am the Lord of the Hell Dimension. How could I possibly submit to an Earth Wizard? If this matter spreads throughout the multi-universe, where will I put my face? This is absolutely impossible. Mephisto roared. Luo Bai spread his hands and replied calmly, so there is no room for negotiation. Certainly. Then eat with confidence, demon. Choose one. I choose one. I sign. I sign. Just as the goblin power rushed towards Mephisto and was about to swallow him in one gulp, Mephisto made his choice. Luo Bai was quick-witted and immediately took the fairy power back into his body. After a long period of integration, the fairy power now seems to have reached a spiritual consensus with Luo Bai. As long as they are full, they will basically obey Luo Bai's control. After all, the fairy power itself is well aware that it needs a powerful host. It was originally tricked by its previous host, so it was sealed for a long time. With the previous lesson in mind, the fairy power was much more obedient this time and retracted into Luo Bai's body very obediently. Mephisto seemed a little surprised to see that Luo Bai could control the fairy power with ease. As far as I know, the power of the fairy has a strong independent will. You can actually make the power of the fairy obey you, Mephisto muttered. Mephisto seemed confused. But Luo Bai knew that he was lucky after all. As long as there is a 0.1% chance, the fairy power may obey the will of the host. Then his good luck will definitely allow it to be perfectly integrated with the fairy power, otherwise the goddess of luck will not allow such a dangerous power to occupy Luo Bai's body. Of course, Luo Bai didn't answer. After all, he didn't have to answer. He just gave Mephisto a friendly smile and then said, I gave you a contract just now, but you burned it. So you can only write another contract yourself. Mephisto was silent. Good man, I will not only accept an unequal treaty. I have to write my own treaty? You are so. I'm too what? You are so right. I will write it now, right away, Mephisto said as he was about to make a contract. The next second Luo Bai spoke up, write it by hand, and make sure it's exactly the same as before. Despite his anger, Mephisto obediently wrote a contract and signed his name. After reading the contents of the contract, Luo Bai put it away. He took a look at the ruined hell dimension after being devoured by the power of the goblins. Luo Bai sighed helplessly, Xiaomo, you have to work harder. The power of your hell dimension is not enough. I will come back in a few days. Mephisto, Little Ink, what is this Nima's name? And, in a few days? No, who do you think I am? Automatic dark energy machine? You almost swallowed up the hell dimension just now, and you're coming back in a few days? You are exploiting? You are squeezing. No matter how much energy I absorb, I can't satisfy the appetite of the fairy power? Mephisto couldn't help complaining when he thought of this. Give me more time. A few days are not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Mephisto seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke firmly and seriously. Dormam. Yes? That guy is the lord of the dark dimension. The power in his dimension must be very strong. Mephisto said this while thinking. Dormammu, I can't be the only one who suffers. We are all lords of dimensions, you have to share some of the burden for me?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.